The Yunluo Mountains. The Silver Moon Bazaar. A piercing winter wind howled, toppling something with a loud crash that jolted Yi Chen awake in his room. Yi Chen opened his bloodshot eyes and saw a massive bronze alchemy furnace before him, its metal still radiating residual heat, carrying a faint scent of burnt herbs. The entire room was in utter disarray. Clothes, medicinal herbs, and various glass jars were strewn across the floor. Gazing at the chaos, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He had indeed transmigrated. This was already his third day in this world. Although his appearance remained exactly the same as his previous life, he still struggled to adapt to this world and his new identity, his mind constantly drifting back to his old life. After all, in his past life, he had been a stable state enterprise employee with a comfortable 9-to-5 job, a good salary, and no marriage troubles. But now, he was an 18-year-old from a minor cultivation clan armed with only basic alchemy knowledge. He should have been enjoying clan resources and refining his cultivation. Yet due to some incident, he had been exiled here to work as a shop alchemist to generate profit for the clan. The problem was that the original host's alchemy skills were truly terrible. His success rate was less than half that of an average alchemist, making it impossible to meet quotas. He could not afford to be exposed as a fraud. Being an alchemist in the market was still a relatively safe position. If he failed here, he would be assigned to dangerous and exhausting tasks. Driven by anxiety and desperation, the original host had frantically attempted alchemy until he collapsed from exhaustion. That was when Yi Chen had arrived. These same dilemmas now confronted Yi Chen himself. For the past few days, he had kept attempting alchemy, harboring a sliver of hope that he might be a prodigy. But the original host lacked proper training, and his fragmented memories offered little guidance. After 2 days of attempts, he had failed every single time. Yi Chen had completely given up. He was now seriously considering abandoning the clan and seeking refuge in a mortal city as a mere consultant. The path of immortality was cruel. With his meager chi condensation second-layer cultivation, even lying low would hardly earn him any respect. The area outside the bazaar was rife with rogue cultivators. If caught, he would lose his life. Lying flat was simply not a luxury he could afford. Fine, let it all go to hell. I'm done pretending, Yi Chen declared, rising abruptly and shoving the door open. He had stayed locked inside since his arrival. A blast of icy wind swept into the courtyard, making him shudder violently as he hurried back inside to grab another layer of clothing. When he stepped out again, he saw a figure approaching from the front courtyard. A woman clad in white, her porcelain skin so pale it seemed to glow in the winter chill. Her figure was slender and elegant, the slightly thick dress doing little to hide her graceful curves. But what captivated Yi Chen most was her face. Youthful, delicate, with large luminous eyes that naturally inspired a sense of fondness. It was the classic first love face that could make one's heart race, far surpassing anything from his past life on Earth. It didn't take long for him to remember. She was Lin Kuer, a chi condensation third-layer cultivator working as a shop greeter. Daoist, Yi has finally emerged. I noticed you hadn't left your chamber for 5 days. Worried you were pushing yourself too hard with alchemy. I'm relieved to see you're well. Lin Kuer's beautiful face melted into a relieved smile. Seeing such attentiveness from a stunning woman nearly made Yi Chen impulsively declare his feelings. But Yi Chen knew better. The original host had been generous with his meager pill output, gifting them all to her. The original host had been naive and easily swayed by her manufactured kindness after his exile. He fell for the oldest trap, that she actually cared for him. She had subtly hinted at her meager salary and inability to afford pills. Without hesitation, the original host had handed over his precious pills, watching her beam with gratitude. Week after week, she would casually remind him of his generosity, praising his alchemy prowess. He had become nothing but a fool. Yi Chen couldn't help but scoff at the original host's desperation. A man drowning in debt, still handing out coins. In his past life, Yi Chen had never played the fool. He spent on himself, fitness, travel, property, and attracted plenty of attention. His former life had been rich and vibrant, filled with admiration from all sides. Throwing money at someone only breeds entitlement, not affection. Once enriched, they discard you. The original had been both weak and subservient. Yi Chen felt only disdain. Lin Kuer, sensing his lack of usual emotional response, paused with a flicker of surprise. She quickly masked it. 5 low-grade GUN pills weren't much, but free was free. She needed the funds. Her eyes curved into pleasant crescents. Brother, you must have achieved great results after such a long retreat. I wish I had such talent. Unlike myself. Her voice dipped into simulated melancholy. Yi Chen nearly felt pity, but only for a moment. Inside, he was bitterly amused. Was she mocking him? And dropping the act already? The original would have eagerly offered everything. Now silence met her plea. Her true nature revealed. But Yi Chen was no fool. If she wanted pills, so be it. Yi Chen had already accepted his fate. The 20+ GUN pills left were useless for the quota anyway. He could trade them for a taste of genuine cultivation luxury. After all, Lin Kuer was undeniably exquisite. But expecting a handout? Absolutely not. Yi Chen would rather step off a cliff than play the fool again. Before he could speak, a clear chime resonated in his mind. System activation detected. Target matched Lin Kuo. Gift feedback multiplier tenfold. Yi Chen's heart raced. Confusion warred with sudden, overwhelming hope. Yet a nagging doubt lingered. The system's phrasing felt strangely different. Gift successfully delivered. The gift consists of 10 low-grade Qi gathering pills. Processing feedback. 100 low-grade Qi gathering pills have been credited to your account. Detected that this is the host's first gift. Though it may not bring significant surprise to the recipient, a critical hit bonus has still been triggered. Reward profound comprehension of first-rate alchemy fully mastered. Profound comprehension of first-rate alchemy has been granted. Detected that the host does not possess storage equipment. Physical rewards will be held in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. This is incredible. Listening to the system notifications, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had 100 Qi gathering pills been credited, but a critical hit reward had also been triggered. Had he directly achieved mastery of first-rate alchemy? How incredibly satisfying was this? Yi Chen had thoroughly experienced just how difficult alchemy was during these past few days. There was simply no formula to rely on. Once the medicinal herbs were tossed into the furnace, one had to maintain complete focus, monitoring their changing states to regulate the flame intensity, then continuously channel spiritual energy to make adjustments. Even the slightest miscalculation, if the components failed to blend harmoniously, would result in an entire batch being ruined. His predecessor had studied alchemy for 4 years and had only just reached the threshold of mastery. Far from achieving the status of a legitimate first-rate alchemist, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Yet now, through a single critical hit, he had obtained profound comprehension equivalent to that of a master alchemist. This was nothing short of a windfall from the heavens. Yi Chen's gaze toward Lin Kuo grew increasingly intense and transformed. This wasn't merely a manipulative woman. She was essentially a living treasure vessel. I'll flatter her, flatter her, flatter her. I'm going to keep feeding her attention for the rest of my life. Yi Chen's fervent stare made Lin Kuo feel a slight sense of discomfort. A hint of unease stirred within her. Could Yi Chen possibly believe that accepting a gift entitled him to claim her as his cultivation companion? That was absurd. Yi Chen was being completely ridiculous. Still, on previous occasions when gifts were given, Yi Chen would excitedly seize her hand and ramble on about everything and nothing. Lin Kuo had no choice but to listen and offer polite agreement. After all, it would appear impolite to depart immediately after receiving something, especially since she still needed his pills in the future. Yet she had to maintain certain boundaries. She couldn't let Yi Chen believe that accepting a gift made her his. Receiving a present was one matter, becoming his cultivation partner was entirely another. But just as Lin Kuo was deliberating how to string him along without driving him away completely, Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. Then fellow Yi Xianzi should return and cultivate properly. I'm heading back to rest anyway. With those words, Yi Chen turned and walked away. The door slammed shut behind him with a firm thud. This caught Lin Kuo off guard. She had been mentally preparing for every possible response. Yi Chen was actually leaving. Where was the usual reluctance to part the endless chatter that used to drag on forever? Yet her surprise lasted only a moment. Lin Kuo didn't dwell on it. After all, who would care about the thoughts of a bootlicker? Her interest lay solely with the pills in her hands. Qi gathering pills were perfectly suited for early-stage cultivators, accelerating their progress. Taking one before each meditation session yielded roughly 1.5 times the normal results. Lin Kuo had no intention of spending her life working as a receptionist in this small shop. Once she broke through to the 4th layer of Qi condensation, she could find better employment elsewhere. So Lin Kuo turned and left without hesitation. With the reward already secured, Yi Chen naturally departed as well. Did she really think he'd keep groveling? Gift-giving was merely a system task for him. Yi Chen wouldn't lose himself in the role. Withdraw the Qi gathering pills. Yi Chen whispered the command within his mind. Instantly, 10 small vials of Qi gathering pills appeared in his palm. He opened one to inspect it, bringing it close to inhale its faint medicinal fragrance. The scent lacked purity. He could detect traces of mixed herbs. Clearly, the elixir had been forced together through imperfect refinement of the herbal solutions. Definitely low-grade. But even low-grade would suffice. His current assignment required him to submit 500 Qi gathering pills to the shop. He had already acquired 100. Based on what remained, he could gather the full amount within 4 weeks at most. The actual deadline stretched 2 months ahead. A task that had previously exhausted his predecessor to death now seemed trivially easy. As long as he fulfilled the assignment, he wouldn't need to change jobs. He could remain comfortably in the shop. Relying on the bootlicker system, he'd accumulate countless resources and cultivate straight to immortality. Just imagining this filled Yi Chen with satisfaction. After counting them, he placed the pills into a box beside him. Gazing at the box, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. A cultivator like himself lacking even a standard storage pouch, let alone a storage ring. This was terribly inconvenient. However, after searching his memories, he realized storage bags weren't exactly humble items in the cultivation world. Even the smallest bag holding half a cubic meter cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. What did that mean? Lin Ke, a third-layer chi condensation attendant, worked 8 hours daily with 1 day off per week. Her monthly wage was merely 3 low-grade spirit stones. The marketplace benefited from protective formations and stronger cultivators, making it safer with denser spiritual energy than the outside world. Even the smallest courtyard commanded a monthly rent of 1 low-grade spirit stone. Then there were daily expenses for food. If cultivators consumed mundane food without spiritual energy, it would only satisfy hunger and produce impurities that hindered their cultivation. They needed spirit beast meat and spiritual grains, or alternatively chi-suppressing pills. This was merely the bare minimum. For faster cultivation, one would need pills and defensive artifacts. One would also need to learn offensive spells. All of this undoubtedly required wealth. Cultivators hoping to advance properly faced genuinely high costs. Thus, only mid-stage chi condensation cultivators with multiple income sources could afford to bite the bullet and purchase a storage bag. Most cultivators barely had enough spirit stones for themselves. How could they possibly spend on female cultivators? Once one reached higher realms, what lack of companions would there be? No wonder Lin Ke had latched onto him as such an easy target. They were truly impoverished. In the cultivation world, everyone struggled financially, all focused on accumulating spirit stones. There was no room for romance. But this wasn't an issue for Yi Chen. 10 low-grade chi gathering pills were worth half a spirit stone. A single gift yielding tenfold returns meant 5 spirit stones. Monthly income would approach 20 low-grade spirit stones. This didn't even account for his newfound comprehension as a first-rate alchemist. Alchemy was equally lucrative. Alchemists could rightfully be called the elite of the cultivation world. Higher skill meant greater profits. Take his predecessor's recent chi gathering pill commission. 500 pills had to be submitted. Yet the shop provided materials sufficient for 1,500 pills. Alchemy carried inherent failure rates. A 1/3 success rate marked a competent alchemist. With greater expertise and improved success rates, the excess pills became the alchemist's profit. Yi Chen's wage at the pill shop was 5 low-grade spirit stones. If the yield reached 750 pills, the extra 250 would be his. Reselling them would bring in at least a dozen more spirit stones. Combined, he could easily earn 40 to 50 spirit stones monthly. Truly a tycoon. Thinking of the streaming revenue ahead, Yi Chen, who had considered giving up, felt renewed vitality. In his past life, he'd been a state enterprise employee with stable wages and good benefits. Now reborn as an alchemist with a system brewing pills casually while the system provided tenfold returns was practically a ticket to instant success. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Alchemy and make money. With hope renewed by the system's arrival, Yi Chen, full of motivation, no longer wanted to wallow in despair. Having lived 2 lives, he understood one truth best of all. Money was a man's backbone. This held true in every world. On Earth, with money, you could work out, buy a house, buy a car, travel the world, and be answerable to no one. In the cultivation world, the principle was not so different. Without spirit stones, one was forced to scheme like Lin Ke, groveling over meager resources. With spirit stones, there would be no need to waste time on menial labor day after day. One could rent finer courtyards, use superior pills, and consume better spiritual rice. The stronger one's cultivation, the more others would kowtow to you. Yi Chen possessed the Simp system. The greater his strength and stature, the more powerful the female cultivators he could encounter, and the higher the feedback multiplier would be. Yi Chen's drive reached its peak. This was the perfect moment to test the insights of a first-rank peak-grade alchemist. Yet after retrieving the herbs from his storage box and inspecting each one carefully, his brow furrowed. These herbs were flawed. Gathering chi pills required withered yellow grass and rose crimson as primary ingredients, but the rose crimson had defects. Several stems were poorly stored, their petals faintly whitened, a subtle discoloration. Such slightly whitened rose crimson had lost sufficient medicinal potency to serve as a primary ingredient. Forcing their use would only produce wasted pills. His predecessor, inexperienced and incompetent, had failed to catch this issue. But Yi Chen now possessed complete comprehension, understanding the herbs used at this stage thoroughly. Yi Chen laid out all the rose crimson and found at least a third suffered from this flaw. His expression darkened immediately. No wonder the predecessor's failure rate was so high. Back when he was in the family, the success rate was at least 1 in 5. Out of 5 batches, at least 1 would succeed. But since arriving here, success came only once every 7 or 8 attempts. So that was why. Someone was deliberately sabotaging him. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he processed this. The herbs came from the family's own supply shop. This was Yi family property, and a higher failure rate directly harmed the family. Then who was behind this sabotage? Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped, and a warm voice came from outside the window. Nephew Yi, are you alright? At that voice, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Yi Chen tossed the rose crimson back into his storage box and sealed it, then switched to a bright, welcoming expression as he opened the door. Manager Zhang, what brings you here? Please come in, come in. Yi Chen had spent a decade navigating state-owned enterprises. Those lessons hadn't been wasted. Manager Zhang stepped inside round, and portly his face creased with a cordial smile. I came to ask how the alchemy is progressing, nephew Yi. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Hearing this, Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Not at all, the pills are coming along quite well. I'm just still adjusting to being away from the family, so progress is slower than expected. I may need to wait until the task deadline before I can submit the pills. Manager Zhang sniffed the lingering smoky odor in the room and noticed the pile of herb residue waiting to be cleaned. His smile widened. Nephew, you're a Yi family member. This shop belongs to your family. Even if you exceed the deadline, what harm could it do? I have enough authority to grant some flexibility. It would help you gain an opportunity to join Xingyun's sect in the future. Xingyun's sect. At the mention, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was entirely confirmed. The one sabotaging him with the rose crimson was standing right before him. Xingyun's sect was the dominant sect in the region, backed by a golden core ancestor. The Yi family's founding ancestor had once been an outer disciple there. Unfortunately, he lacked the fortune to reach foundation establishment, so he left to establish his own family and build his lineage. Xingyun's sect actively supported such arrangements. Sending out disciples without prospects to establish families strengthened the sect's influence across regions, and occasionally missions would be assigned to them. The founding ancestor had a close friend who became a foundation establishment elder, and former fellow disciples frequently visited. When difficulties arose, he could call in favors through these connections, allowing the family to thrive after its establishment. However, once the founding ancestor passed away, those ties of loyalty and respect gradually faded. Only a fragment remained, and it was dwindling. By the time the current third-generation patriarch took over, any lingering connection to Xingyun's sect had vanished entirely. Yet Xingyun's sect maintained a special privilege for these semi-affiliated families. Should a clan produce a foundation establishment cultivator, they would receive 2 entries into Xingyun's sect. The current third-generation patriarch had already reached the peak of qi condensation and sought to break through to foundation establishment. But doing so required resources beyond his means. As a result, 5th-generation members like Yi Chen were pushed aside, forced to work and earn resources to support the patriarch. It was a supposed sacrifice of self for the sake of the family. Yet there were rewards to the sect entrance quotas. Among Yi Chen's generation, 7 family members would compete for these 2 spots based on their recent accomplishments. No wonder the original Yi Chen had pushed himself to death through alchemy. Joining a major sect meant far better prospects and broader horizons. Nothing compared to being trapped in a minor clan like Yi. But despite the Yi family's current lack of any foundation establishment, cultivator factional strife remained deeply entrenched. Yi Chen was the sole heir of the 3rd branch. This shop fell under the 2nd branch's control, and the original Yi Chen had learned his alchemy from his 2nd uncle. The pieces fell into place. No wonder the predecessor's alchemy was so mediocre. He couldn't even tell if the rose crimson was flawed. And no wonder the shop secretly provided tampered rose crimson. They were digging a pit for him, preventing him from competing for the Xingyun sect quota. At this thought, Yi Chen could only sneer. A mere qi condensation family failing to unite and elevate the clan together, even if every dog and chicken ascended to heaven, was already lamentable. And yet they were deliberately suppressing their own blood relatives, engaging in internal strife over a quota that might never materialize. How utterly laughable. A family like this had no future, even if the patriarch truly broke through to foundation establishment. Having clarified this, Yi Chen lost all expectation for this clan. Still, the Xingyun sect quota interested him greatly. After all, the system had said so. The higher the quality of female cultivators, the higher the multiplier. On Earth, beautiful women flocked to major cities. The same principle surely applied in the cultivation world. Exceptional female cultivators would inevitably join major sects. If he entered Xingyun's sect, he might encounter beauties offering 20, 30, or even 100 times the multiplier, essentially shortening his struggles by 30 years. Just thinking about it thrilled Yi Chen. Regular sect recruitment demanded high standards, and candidates had to have never cultivated before and possess a spotless background. Rogue cultivators like Lin Kuder had no chance of joining a sect without encountering fortuitous opportunities. Yi Chen was in the same position. Rest assured, uncle, I will definitely hand over the qi gathering pills on time and won't let you down. After understanding everything, Yi Chen smiled and spoke. Yi Chen did not mention the matter of Yu Jihong. The other party could simply brush it off by blaming a subordinate's negligence. Instead, that would only expose himself and risk alerting the enemy. Besides, he had the system. The system would return tenfold whatever he invested. There was no worry at all about failing to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's chubby face broke into a brilliant smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. He affectionately patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said, I knew from the start that you have great potential. Then continue your rest. I won't disturb you further. With a smile, Yi Chen escorted Manager Zhang out of the room. When the door closed behind him, a cold smirk played across Yi Chen's face. Outside, Manager Zhang's expression carried its own note of mockery. Walking out of the backyard and looking back at Yi Chen's room with disdainful sneer, the room must reek of failed pills. I wonder how many attempts he's ruined and still thinks he can complete the task. The real issue is that he can barely refine a few pills himself, yet still tries to impress female cultivators with false bravado. Truly a fool bred from a minor clan. With higher cultivation, there are countless women available. At Red Sleeve Pavilion, a single low-grade spirit stone can have a female cultivator doting on you. Yet he would willingly give away precious resources. Even without my interference, such uselessness stands no chance of entering Qingyun's sect. Manager Zhang held no respect for Yi Chen whatsoever. A fool not worth his time. He only hoped the Yi family patriarch could truly break through to foundation establishment. If the patriarch succeeded, the Yi family's influence would expand dramatically. Then the Yi family's second branch could transfer him to a better position as a manager rather than wasting his life stuck in this godforsaken silver moon market. A foundation establishment expert could sway so many interests. After the man left, Yi Chen quietly recorded Manager Zhang's name in his mental ledger. Then he sat before the pill furnace and began sorting the medicinal herbs, separating the fine quality from the inferior. Once the herbs were prepared, Yi Chen placed them sequentially into the furnace. The pill furnace was divided into 8 compartments, each capable of simultaneous operations, roasting, steaming, and blending the herbs. He then lit the fire and began. Pill refinement required mastery of both fire and water manipulation arts. Previously, Yi Chen had been utterly confused, fumbling through the process in disarray. There were fierce flames and gentle flames. The flow of medicinal liquids and the speed of fusion varied depending on the properties of each herb, requiring different techniques and methods. There were also various extraction techniques for harnessing the medicinal properties. These were things one couldn't learn from books alone. They required hands-on instruction to truly understand. Yet his predecessor's second uncle had never properly taught him any of this, leaving Yi Chen completely bewildered during his previous attempts, failing inexplicably time and again. But now everything had changed fundamentally. With profound comprehension coursing through him, Yi Chen guided every element with effortless precision. However, at the final moment his hand trembled slightly, the flame flared too high and the furnace shuddered violently, releasing the acrid scent of burning. Failure. Yet Yi Chen felt no disappointment. His understanding was sound, but his physical execution still lacked refinement. More practice, and it would improve. Soon Yi Chen cleared the furnace and began his second attempt. When half the day had passed, his eyes brightened, and he immediately extinguished the fire. Opening the lid released a burst of pill fragrance throughout the room. Yi Chen channeled his spiritual power to retrieve the pills directly. 2 low-grade, 4 mid-grade, and remarkably 1 high-grade chi-gathering pill. Holding the pills, Yi Chen's spirits were high, but he immediately began his post-reflection review. This was his habit. He always analyzed what went right and wrong after each attempt so he could improve for next time. The green fruit liquefied, but the fusion seemed flawed, not uniform enough. With insufficient time, remaining 1 pill turned out low-grade, and only 7 pills formed instead of the usual 10. If I refine that step more carefully, next time it should improve. Yi Chen analyzed his mistakes from last time, but gazing at his harvest, his mood was genuinely excellent. 4 low-grade chi-gathering pills, 1 spirit stone, could purchase 20. Mid-grade pills brought that down to 15 per stone. As for high-grade chi-gathering pills, 1 spirit stone could only buy 10. Pill grade depended on efficacy, potency, and impurity levels. Higher-grade pills delivered stronger effects, pure medicinal power, and fewer contaminants. However, this was only relatively speaking. The difference in efficacy was merely around 10 to 20%. Thus, only wealthy cultivators would choose superior high or mid-grade pills. But ordinary cultivators had no such luxury. If 1 spirit stone purchased pills that lasted 20 days, there was no way they would buy ones that only lasted 15 or 10. As for pill toxins and impurities, those were far beyond the concerns of ordinary cultivators. Just as a wage earner in Yi Chen's past life wouldn't skip ordering takeout, because the container might leach plastic toxins in a hot food, who would? Poverty was far more terrifying than any pill impurity. Gazing at his achievement, Yi Chen transferred the mid-grade pills into a new bottle and kept them close to his person. As for the high-grade pill, he simply tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. Yi Chen would never hand these pills over to the shop. The manager clearly intended to cheat him. Only a fool would do such a thing. Naturally, the high-grade pills were reserved for his own cultivation. In the cultivation world, while spirit stones were important, cultivation base was ultimately what mattered. The cultivation world was not Earth. Most places lacked any real order or protection. On Earth, wealth could buy bodyguards and secure residences. But in the cultivation world, if you lacked personal strength, what used was money to hire guards. The only outcome would be your guards turning on you. Bandit cultivators roamed everywhere. In fact, everyone was a bandit. You could never be certain that a seemingly kind cultivator wouldn't draw their magical sword against you once out in the wilderness. Only markets, trading districts, and immortal cities maintained relative safety through the control of powerful factions. Even then, security was merely relative. Therefore, cultivation was paramount. Yi Chun immediately sat cross-legged and began cultivating. Since transmigrating, he had consumed pills refined by his predecessor's body. To be honest, they were truly terrible. Compared to the high-grade pills he had just refined, those were the worst of the worst. High-grade pills entered smoothly, their medicinal power pure and refined, causing no discomfort to his meridians. This was genuine cultivation enjoyment. Yi Chun quickly immersed himself in his practice. When he opened his eyes again, 3 hours had already passed. Yi Chun slowly concluded his session, his spirits soaring. He felt that if he continued cultivating with high-grade pills daily, within 3 months, he could potentially break through to the mid-stage of qi condensation. That was absolutely good news. However, cultivation was not about duration alone. Meridians had their limits. 2 hours of normal daily cultivation was sufficient. Pushing beyond that would overwhelm the meridians, and forcing further cultivation could cause irreparable damage. This was precisely why cultivators relied on pills. Using pills not only accelerated the pace of cultivation, but the medicinal power also protected the meridians, allowing cultivators to extend their training sessions safely. Yet even with extended cultivation time, most cultivators still found themselves lacking in hours. Beyond personal cultivation, they also needed to learn offensive spells. Otherwise, possessing cultivation without battle skills was useless. And if one mastered the 6 arts of cultivation, such as pill refining or artifact forging, continuous learning and improvement were essential. Then there was the matter of earning money. Without income, how could one afford food, pills, or magical tools? Simply put, most low-level cultivators were little better than beasts of burden. Upon completing his cultivation, Yi Chun fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next morning, he felt refreshed and invigorated. This was the first peaceful sleep he had enjoyed since transmigrating to this world. After ordering a mortal maid to assist him with his morning ablutions, Yi Chun tossed the problematic moonlight red roses and some inferior medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, burning them into dregs. This would also serve to convince outsiders that his alchemy had failed once again. Since he was aware the manager was keeping watch, he would simply produce the substandard pills they expected. It was best to keep his alchemy skills concealed for now. That day, Yi Chun set out with the intention of purchasing herbs needed for Qiji pills. His predecessor's incompetence in alchemy had wasted considerable herbs, and some had even been tampered with. He needed to acquire fresh supplies. This display was partly for the manager's benefit, who knew he lacked the ability to refine pills himself. Although he could complete his tasks effortlessly through the tenfold return system, producing pills without explanation would only invite suspicion. He had to purchase herbs as cover. Of course, his primary motivation was to see if there were any beautiful women at the Silver Moon market with higher return rates. Even though Lin Kuer, that manipulative little woman, offered a tenfold return. But Yi Chun was no genuine simp. Should he encounter someone with an even higher return rate, he would abandon Lin Kuer without hesitation. His guiding principle was straightforward: profit above all else. As soon as Yi Chun exited the rear courtyard, word reached Manager Zhang immediately. After a brief moment of thought, Manager Zhang guessed exactly what Yi Chun intended to do. Honestly, Manager Zhang had long since lost interest in wasting effort on Yi Chun. With poor aptitude, low alchemy skills, and an inability to even distinguish medicinal herbs, he was hardly worth the trouble. And yet in such a state he still obsessed only over women, constantly thinking of gifts to win their favor. A wastrel like him stood no chance of earning a quota regardless of any schemes Manager Zhang might employ. However, Yi Chun's circumstances differed somewhat. His father was a late-stage qi condensation layer cultivator, ranking as the strongest fighter in the Yi family aside from the clan patriarch. He oversaw all transportation operations for the Yi family's various supplies. While Yi Chun might not detect his manipulations, his father was no fool, a shrewd veteran who could uncover things if he chose to. Moreover, disqualifying Yi Chun prematurely risked bringing retaliation upon himself. Pondering this, Manager Zhang's face curled into a grin. This boy likely carries considerable spirit stones. Since he plans to purchase pills from outside to fulfill his duty, it would be better to keep the profits within our own sphere. He'd also stop draining his resources on women while inflating market prices. At that thought, Manager Zhang immediately beckoned his trusted subordinate and issued his instructions. Stepping out from the rear courtyard, Yi Chun surveyed the Silver Moon market with mild disappointment. Their shop sat on the main street, which was at least paved with bluestone slabs. The entire street appeared reasonably tidy. But looking further back, beyond the main thoroughfare, many areas were still mere gravel and dirt paths. Most of the buildings were small and drab, lacking any trace of the ethereal aura Yi Chun associated with cultivators. It resembled nothing so much as the villages from Yi Chun's memories, ancient rustic settlements. It seemed the lives of most cultivators were genuinely arduous. Fellow Taoist. A sudden voice interrupted Yi Chun's thoughts. A cultivator with a suspicious, shifty appearance materialized before him. Yi Chun immediately stepped back, circulating his cultivation techniques with a wary expression. Fellow Taoist, are you seeking pills? My father is an alchemist. Recently I've been short on funds, so I've taken some pills to sell. Low-grade Qiji pills. 500 in total. If you're interested, I'll give you a discount, but please don't spread the word. Hearing this, a hint of caution stirred in Yi Chen's mind. Low-grade, Qiji pills. That happened to be exactly what he needed for his mission. But why would someone approach him so soon after leaving? Yi Chen was not the naive young man his predecessor had been, isolated within the clan and ignorant of the world. Something felt off immediately. It reminded him of phone scams he'd encountered at train stations in his past life. So the cultivation world played these tricks too. This realm was surprisingly grounded indeed. Yi Chen waved him off, no longer interested in further conversation. The other party grew slightly anxious, glancing around nervously before whispering, "Fellow Taoist, my pills are truly a bargain. 30 pills per spirit stone. Even though they were acquired through questionable means, they are genuine pills with reliable effects. A single low-grade spirit stone could sustain cultivation for nearly 2 months. You'd be getting a remarkable deal. And if you purchase them all, I'll lower the price further. Just 15 low-grade spirit stones will suffice." Fearing Yi Chen's disbelief, he quickly poured out a pill for inspection. Yi Chen glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. With his current cultivation level, he could plainly see the low-grade Qiji pills were of decent quality, at least marginally superior to what his predecessor had refined. Noticing Yi Chen's interest, the man hastily produced several more pills. They were all of comparable quality. These were genuinely authentic Qiji pills, far from counterfeit goods. Yet that made the situation all the more intriguing. Pills of this caliber sold at such prices amounted to pure charity. Such an inexpensively advantageous deal falling directly into his lap. Most crucially, the quantity matched exactly, 500 pills. The synchronicity was too precise to be coincidental. Unbidden, Manager Zhang's portly visage surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. A moment's reflection sufficed for him to deduce the general scheme. Though merely conjectural, Yi Chen felt confident his interpretation was nearly accurate. Manager Zhang evidently intended not merely to fleece him, but to drain him completely. Fully aware Yi Chen couldn't refine pills himself, he had orchestrated this scheme to supply him with discounted pills for fulfilling duties. Through these transactions, every exchange would enrich the manager's coffers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen would continuously expend spirit stones to complete his assignments until his resources were entirely depleted. Once that point arrived, Manager Zhang would employ his tactics to force a public demonstration of pill refinement, revealing his complete inability. His quota for Qingyun's sect would vanish entirely. What a ruthless creature that manager was. At these thoughts, a shadow of gloom crossed Yi Chen's eyes. In his previous life, he had never tolerated injustice, always meting out retribution to those who wronged him. Manager Zhang was courting his own destruction. Nevertheless, despite his inner wrath, these pills being freely offered presented an opportunity rather than a threat to Yi Chen. Previously, explaining the origin of pills had required pretense. Now acquiring this batch at a discount meant he could abandon all pretense entirely, having obtained them through legitimate purchase. It was a time-saving solution. As for personal financial loss, that was impossible. With the Simp's system and his perfected alchemy expertise, Yi Chen's spirit stone reserves would only continue to grow. Consequently, Yi Chen spoke directly, "Allow me to inspect all the pills. If they prove satisfactory, I'll take them." Upon hearing this, the secretive cultivator's eyes lit up with delight. He nodded eagerly, permitting Yi Chen to examine each pill individually. It took nearly half a zhong to complete the transaction of 500 low-grade Qiji pills. Throughout this process, Yi Chen grew increasingly confident in his earlier suspicions. Genuine stolen goods would prompt hasty disposal for quick profit, not prolonged negotiation. Yet when Yi Chen deliberately delayed during his inspection, the other party showed no impatience whatsoever. Their acting skills were undeniably crude. In Yi Chen's memory, his predecessor's father was a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi condensation, holding a modest position within the family and living relatively well. He doted on this only son dearly. Therefore, before he arrived here, his father had stuffed him with no fewer than 20 low-grade spirit stones. Now he took out 15 low-grade spirit stones to purchase pills. Effortlessly. After completing the transaction, Yi Chen was in high spirits. After all, now that he had enough pills, he no longer needed to waste his precious system feedback opportunities on low-grade qi gathering pills. He could present Lin K layer with something more valuable, expecting an even greater return. With the transaction finished, Yi Chen had no rush to return. Instead, he wandered the streets again, enjoying the sight of beautiful women. But he stayed only on the main street, avoiding secluded areas. The safety of Silver Moon Market was only relative. Every month, the bodies of some cultivators would still be discovered. The managers of Silver Moon Market were too lazy to investigate the murderers. They would occasionally find a few roaming cultivators killed in the wild, hang them at intersections to report as the culprits. It reminded Yi Chen of Africa in his previous life. This made Yi Chen, who was accustomed to the safety of China, particularly uncomfortable. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. With the system at his disposal and a promising future ahead, there was no need to seek death. He strolled along the main street. Many cultivators came and went, entering the shops around to trade and shop. Among them, the number of female cultivators was quite substantial, but the system barely responded to most of them. Either their appearance and figure did not meet the standards, or they were not virgins. A few who did meet the standards only yielded 2 or 3 times the reward, with the highest being 5 times. They were indeed quite beautiful, but Chen could not be bothered to even glance at them. After all, the system only triggered once a week, so naturally he needed to choose the highest multiplier. So at the moment, Lin-Ka-Layer remained the most suitable target. He still could not give up. One Leaf Pill Shop. This was the pill shop of the Yi family. Steward Zhang sat on the second floor gazing at the spirit stones before him, listening to his subordinates' reports, a smile forming on his face. Chen had indeed taken the bait. And this kid had a father at the 8th layer of Qi condensation, truly showing potential for exploitation. Steward Zhang no longer intended to deliberately target Chen. Instead, he planned to keep pressuring Chen through assignments indefinitely. Since Chen's alchemy skills were poor, completing tasks would require purchasing from him. This way, money flowing out and back in, he would profit enormously. Continuing like this, he just needed to wait until Chen's spirit stones ran out. Even if Chen's father invested heavily in supporting him, at last finding an opportunity to expose Chen's incompetence in front of others would be trivial. In Steward Zhang's eyes, Chen was completely under his control. He could be destroyed at any moment. There was absolutely no need to pay him much attention anymore. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Chen immediately went through his belongings. He soon found a jade slip. Dragon Elephant Hand. This was an external cultivation method. The Qi condensation period is essentially about guiding spiritual energy to purify the physique, shedding the mortal frame, and ultimately achieving foundation establishment for the true spirit. The physical body was crucial. Yet most cultivation methods had mediocre effects on physique enhancement, so one must practice an external method to achieve both internal and external cultivation simultaneously. This not only boosted combat power, but also increased the chances of achieving foundation establishment in the future. In other words, the earlier the better. However, such cultivation methods were never cheap. This Dragon Elephant Hand was purchased by his predecessor's father for 3 medium-grade spirit stones. It originated from a sect more powerful than Qingyun's sect, disseminated as a simplified version. Such methods were reportedly deliberately sold by major sects as a way to identify promising disciples. If a genius mastered them exceptionally well, they could be recruited into the sect. There was another rumor suggesting these methods contained hidden weaknesses that could be exploited by the original techniques, though Chen had no way to verify their truth. Nevertheless, Dragon Elephant Hand was undeniably excellent. It could temper bones, muscles, and sinews. After arriving in this world, the predecessor had been too busy with pill refinement to practice it. As for Chen, he certainly had no intention of learning it himself. Such jade slips were single-use artifacts that would shatter upon completion of study, bound by Dao Heart oaths to prevent them from being passed on. Given this situation, Chen decided to gift this external technique to Lin-Ka-Layer. Dragon Elephant Hand was already quite good, having cost 3 medium-grade spirit stones to obtain. If tenfold returned, what kind of technique would come back? Could it possibly be the original version? Chen was quite looking forward to this. Unfortunately, he had already sent a gift yesterday. He still needed to wait 6 days for the cooldown period to expire. However, Chen was not in a rush. Each day, he followed his routine of cultivation and pill refinement. He quietly advanced his cultivation. During the second week, Chen arrived at the pill shop early in the morning. The family's pill shop was not particularly large, spanning 2 floors. Its primary business involved selling pills supplied by the family, while also purchasing various medicinal herbs, particularly silver moon grass. The name of Silver Moon Market came from this herb. The local mountains were rich in silver moon grass. This herb served as the main ingredient for refining clear vein pills. Clear vein pills, as their name suggested, could cleanse accumulated pill toxins and impurities from the meridians. These pills were highly sought after by late-stage Qi condensation cultivators. As for ordinary cultivators, they would not even consider purchasing them. With pill shortages commonplace, where would they find surplus funds for clear vein pills? How could pill toxins compare to the misery of poverty? After a brief wait, a female cultivator entered the shop, her attire quite flashy, though she appeared somewhat aged. Upon spotting Chen, the female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly approached. Fellow Taoist Yi. She knew exactly who he was. A young alchemist. Most importantly, he was generous with his spending. After becoming entangled with that loose woman Lin-Ka-Layer, he had been rushing to deliver pills to her daily. Even the children next door were envious to tears. So upon seeing Chen, she subtly tugged at her collar, showcasing her assets. If she could capture his affection, would she not also have endless pills to spare? However, Chen glanced at her and noticed the system showed no fluctuation. He took a step back and responded coldly. From his perspective, her intentions were immediately apparent. And since when did someone of her caliber deserve gifts from him? Chen's cold demeanor caused the female cultivator's lip to twitch. Unable to retaliate, she seethed as she retreated to the back to organize things. Meanwhile, Lin-Ka-Layer arrived for work. She wore her signature white dress, exuding an ethereal, immortal-like grace. Her long hair flowed as she moved, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing Chen, Lin-Ka-Layer showed a hint of surprise. But quickly a sweet smile bloomed across her face, her eyes curving into crescents as though genuinely pleased to see him. Fellow Taoist, you have emerged from seclusion. I am sure you have had quite fruitful results. Yi Chun had no patience for Lin Kailayer's insincere pretenses. A woman like her spoke no truth. Yi Chun only cared about triggering rewards. He therefore stated directly, I have a gift for Fairy Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Kailayer showed slight surprise. Was Yi Chun coming to give her gifts voluntarily again? Probably more pills. Naturally, Lin Kailayer had no intention of refusing. Yet Yi Chun had already given her 10 low-grade chi gathering pills last time. Taking one per day, she had not even finished those yet. Accepting more now might make her appear greedy. Meanwhile, another female cultivator organizing the counter heard this and ground her teeth in envy. Lin Kailayer was decisive and immediately shook her head. Fellow Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. But I still have 3 of the pills you gave me last time uneaten, so I cannot let you spend so much on me again. Lin Kailayer had made up her mind not to accept this time. She wanted to maintain a proper image. She did not want Yi Chun thinking she was only after his pills. An occasional refusal would do no harm. The female cultivator nearby grew even more envious. She silently pleaded, what is wrong with me compared to Lin Kailayer? Give me gifts, please. I really want them. Yi Chun noticed that although Lin Kailayer refused, she still mentioned the 3 remaining pills, clearly hinting that he should bring more in 3 days. Her contradictory demeanor amused Yi Chun. So disappointing. But there was more pressing business at hand. Yi Chun spoke directly, it's not pills. It's an external cultivation manual, the dragon elephant hands technique my father prepared for me. It refines flesh and reinforces sinew and bone. This is an external technique passed down from the dragon elephant sect. I sense you're approaching the mid-stage of chi refining. With this technique, to temper your body and refine your chi, the results will be doubled with half the effort. Hearing this, Lin Kailayer, who had been firm in her stance, froze with pupils contracting sharply. Not pills, but a cultivation manual. The overwhelming joy left her dizzy and disoriented. An external technique manual that could temper sinew and bone. How extraordinarily precious. Most basic techniques only refined flesh and blood with mediocre effects. Techniques of the next level could temper sinew and bone, yet they were exceedingly rare and costly. Even late-stage chi refining cultivators found them difficult to afford. The highest grade techniques could temper sinew, bone, and the 5 internal organs as well. Such methods were typically reserved for disciples of top-tier sects. There was no hope for scattered cultivators like her. Lin Kailayer had never practiced any external technique, hoping instead to accumulate spirit stones over several years after breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refining in the hope of obtaining a superior method. She never imagined Yi Chun would offer it directly. Even knowing he harbored feelings for her, this gesture still caught her off guard. Such generosity from Yi Chun was almost excessive. The shop fell silent, and the other maid's face contorted with jealousy. The attendants regarded Yi Chun as though he were a prodigal son squandering his inheritance. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang's rotund figure had appeared on the stairway, his expression dark with envy. He knew Yi Chun was a simp, but he never imagined he'd be this pathetic. This external technique alone was worth 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. And you're just giving it away to a woman. Do you even have any shame before your father? What kind of family are you from? Anyone would think you came from a foundation establishment lineage. 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you know how many women you could court with that? Manager Zhang ground his teeth, desperately wanting to snatch the jade slip from Yi Chun's hands and claim it for himself. Though it wasn't his possession, Manager Zhang's eyes ached at the sight. Yi Chun paid no mind to the surrounding gaze, merely offering a faint smile toward Lin Kailayer. Lin Kailayer pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes brimming with longing. Yet her willpower held strong as she restrained herself, saying, Fellow Taoist, you require an external technique yourself. I cannot accept this. She wanted it desperately, but modesty compelled her to refuse, hoping to engage in a few rounds of polite hesitation before finally receiving it. This would look more presentable, making it appear as though she had been persuaded rather than eager. Such had been the pattern on previous occasions. Yi Chun read her thoughts immediately from her expression. A cold smirk touched his heart. Simps truly distorted the market. This woman had grown inflated from being coddled by his predecessor's endless devotion, desperately wanting something, yet refusing to admit it. He had to give repeatedly, even begging her to accept his gifts. Could he really continue this pattern forever? A flicker of revulsion stirred within him. He immediately made as though to withdraw the jade slip. Lady Lin speaks wisely. If that is the case, then let it be. Upon seeing Yi Chun actually reclaim the slip, Lin Kaiyer's eyes widened further. He was actually taking it back. How could he do this? Wasn't he supposed to insist a few more times to persuade her to accept? At that moment, Lin Kaiyer was consumed by regret, desperate to snatch the jade slip from Yi Chun's hands. It was an external technique capable of tempering sinew and bone worth several mid-grade spirit stones. Even denying herself food, drink, and cultivation practice, she would need at least a decade to afford it. And now, because of a single careless word, she was letting it slip away. Lin Kaiyer feared that for years to come she would wake each night in a panic, slapping herself in remorse. She was truly regretting this. But just then Yi Chen's hand paused mid-withdrawal. I recall my father mentioning he might find an even superior external technique next time he visits. So this Dragon Elephant Hand's manual shall remain yours for cultivation. As he spoke, he extended the jade slip toward Lin Kuo once more. Watching it return to her, her emotions swung wildly like a roller coaster. Now she dared not hesitate or refuse again, terrified of losing what was already in her grasp. She quickly accepted the jade slip with both hands, bowing respectfully. Since you insist, then I thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. Yi Chen listened to the system notification echoing in his mind, a smile tugging at his lips. This was exactly how it should be. If he offered something, she should take it immediately. He had no patience for her performative modesty. Did she truly think he was some simp trying to win her favor? Yi Chen ignored her thanks entirely, waving dismissively before turning on his heel. His urgency was to return home and check the system rewards. As he departed, the shop fell silent once more. No one believed his final words about his father. Even if Yi Chen's father had reached the late stage of qi, refining 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones per year was the absolute maximum. And he expected to receive another manual on top of that. Completely unbelievable. Everyone dismissed it as a fabricated excuse to persuade Lin Kuo to accept. Manager Zhang shared this view entirely. Yet he was profoundly shaken, his understanding of simps thoroughly rewritten by Yi Chen's behavior. He never imagined such a creature existed in this world. Offering pills was understandable, but surrendering a cultivation manual, one he himself needed, that crossed all bounds. It was nothing short of utter folly. A cultivator's greatest asset was personal strength and cultivation base. If you gifted everything away when their power surpassed yours, would they spare you a single glance? Absurd and foolish beyond measure. Manager Zhang gazed at the jade slip in Lin Kuo's possession with undisguised greed. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it would serve his nephew perfectly. What right did a scattered cultivator like her have to possess such treasure? But Lin Kuo reacted swiftly, pressing the jade slip against her brow. The slip flared with light before shattering instantly. Manager Zhang regarded her with newfound respect. This woman was remarkably sharp, but with the jade slip consumed and destroyed, his greed was rendered futile. Gritting his teeth, Manager Zhang resolved to intensify his exploitation of Yi Chen going forward. He couldn't comprehend how the Yi family had raised such a simp. Truly outrageous beyond belief. Meanwhile, after consuming the jade slip, Lin Kuo briefly scanned the technique information stored in her mind. A radiant smile spread across her face. The Dragon Elephant Hands was genuinely formidable. With this technique, she could achieve far greater heights in the future. At that thought, Yi Chen's face naturally surfaced in her mind. Yi Chen treated her with such genuine kindness. It was clear he truly cared for her. Even a cultivator with Lin Kuo's unwavering Dao heart couldn't help but feel moved by such devoted affection. But alas, moved as she was, she could never be with Yi Chen or become his Dao companion. She aspired to achieve foundation establishment and advance further along the immortal path. Yi Chen, on the other hand, might struggle to reach the late stages of qi refining. Still, Lin Kuo made a silent vow. If her cultivation grew strong enough in the future, she would repay Yi Chen 100-fold. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to his quarters and began reviewing the system. Gift delivery successful. The gift was the body refining technique Dragon Elephant Hands. Processing reward. 10-fold return. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art has been granted. System has detected that this gift held critical importance to the recipient, exceeded their expectations, and caused significant emotional fluctuation, triggering a critical hit bonus. Reward: 1 day of projection from Su Longxiang, the founding patriarch of the Dragon Elephant sect, available for instruction on the Dragon Elephant Prajna art. Host lacks storage equipment. Physical rewards will be held in the system space and retrieved at any time. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Watching the rewards feedback, Yi Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, his expression brimming with astonishment. Cultivators of the Longxiang sect were renowned for their formidable physique. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was the Longxiang sect's treasured outer cultivation manual. The Dragon Elephant Hand, on the other hand, was merely a simplified derivative of it. He had only offered a simplified version with possible flaws, and in return received the original. This was an absolute windfall beyond measure. After all, this was something money alone could not buy. But the true surprise was yet to come. The system had even critically rewarded him with the Phantom of the Longxiang sect's founding ancestor, allowing him to inquire about the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. This value surpassed even the mere Dragon Elephant Prajna skill itself. Cultivation techniques were not something easily mastered through reading alone. Numerous nuances existed that could never be captured by words on paper. A teacher's meticulous guidance was essential. Pondering it alone would undoubtedly be time-consuming and arduous, and one might easily stray onto the wrong path. This was precisely one of the reasons why major sects held such appeal for cultivators. Yet, even disciples of the Longxiang sect could only attend lectures delivered by elders. But as for Yi Chen, he was learning directly from the sect's founding ancestor, and not to mention enjoying exclusive one-on-one instruction. Even direct disciples of the Longxiang sect would not enjoy such privileges. His system truly was magnificent. And that little green tea BTCH liqueur had turned out to be an enormous treasure trove. No longer hesitating, Chen immediately retrieved a jade slip from the system space and pressed it against his brow. The next moment, a massive surge of information flooded into his mind. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Chi Refinement Chapter. It was only the Chi Refinement Chapter, not the complete manual. Yet Chen felt no disappointment. In fact, this was exactly what he had expected. A simplified technique with hidden flaws, yet a tenfold return yielded the complete version. That would only suggest the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was not as extraordinary as legend claimed. Only if it fell short of expectations would Chen have reason to be disappointed. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can temper the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, membranes, and internal organs. At its profound peak, the body becomes like the ancient dragon elephant, capable of shattering heaven and earth. Chen found this introduction somewhat exaggerated, likely embellished for effect. It was much like the promotional blurbs of companies from his past life. Nevertheless, even with some exaggeration, cultivating this technique to overwhelm peers of the same realm should pose no problem. Chen immediately devoted himself to studying the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Whenever he encountered passages he did not understand, he would directly activate the founding ancestor's phantom to seek guidance. The system's phantom was remarkably user-friendly. After posing a question, he could dismiss it, and time would no longer be counted. Much like the network accelerators Chen used when playing online games in his previous life. Thus, though it appeared to be a single day, it was actually sufficient for Chen to make extensive use of. Over the following week, Chen did not step outside. Each day was dedicated solely to cultivation and focused study of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. When the high-grade Chi gathering pills ran out, he simply fired up a new batch. Chen's alchemy proficiency grew increasingly refined. A single refinement run now yielded almost entirely high-grade pills. His days were utterly comfortable and serene. Outside the window, the winter wind bit fiercely, yet within Chen's room warmth prevailed like spring. Inside the room, Chen practiced bare-chested, his muscles rippling across his body, sweat pouring in streams. His spine moved like a great dragon, undulating, rolling, and shifting as he executed different postures. Yet the most dramatic changes occurred in Chen's skin and flesh. His complexion appeared considerably smoother, yet possessed a remarkable resilience. Through a week of cultivation, Chen had come to profoundly appreciate the formidable effects of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs were all enhanced simultaneously across the board. The results were simply staggering. Not only was his strength greater, but his defensive capability had also grown substantially. Most importantly, his internal organs had been strengthened. Chen felt his heartbeat growing more powerful, his hearing sharper, and his vision clearer. The world around him seemed to have become more vivid and distinct. This was clearly the benefit of enhanced internal organs. And behind such remarkable results, aside from the formidable power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill itself, it was also due to the guidance from the Longxiang sect's founding ancestor and the support of medicinal pills. When Chen's father had purchased the outer technique, the shop had also included 10 elephant blood pills intended to assist in tempering the body. These were standard accessories for the Dragon Elephant hand. However, the elephant blood pill was an exclusive formulation of the Longxiang sect with no formula available elsewhere in the mortal realm. To accelerate one's cultivation progress, purchasing pills was unavoidable. Selling a body-tempering technique with hidden limitations, then profiting from ongoing pill sales. A transparent scheme indeed. There were no elephant blood pills for sale at the Silver Moon Market naturally. Nevertheless, Chen had obtained the elephant blood pill formula from the phantom of the Longxiang sect's founding ancestor. As long as he gathered the necessary herbal ingredients, he could refine them himself. Another absolute windfall. The phantom of the Dragon Elephant ancestor was nothing short of a boundless treasure trove. The sole regret was that it only responded to inquiries related to the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Otherwise, Chen would effectively have a nascent soul elder as his private tutor. A true pity, truly a pity. After concluding today's cultivation session, Chen glanced at the sky and prepared to venture out. Only 3 elephant blood pills remained, and they were all low-grade. With the formula now in his possession, it was undoubtedly best to purchase the herbs himself and refine the pills. Meanwhile, the money his father had given him had dwindled to merely 5 spirit stones. It was time to sell the chi-gathering pills he had stockpiled over the past days. As for liqueur, he could provide her with something new as well. These were all important matters that could not be overlooked. Stepping out of his family's medicinal shop, Chen made his way toward the alley off the main thoroughfare. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had sharpened his senses. Once he confirmed no one was watching him, Chen changed into a different set of clothes in an empty alley. His facial features then began to shift and roll beneath the skin. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the likeness of a middle-aged man with somewhat peculiar features. This was another benefit of body tempering. One could manipulate flesh and skin to alter one's appearance. However, since Yi Chun had only recently begun training, he had not yet achieved perfect harmony, and the transformation looked somewhat grotesque. His bone refinement was also lacking. Had it been more advanced, he could have altered his height and frame, as well making the disguise altogether more flawless. Returning to the main street, no one paid any attention to Yi Chun. Yi Chun strolled leisurely toward the largest market on the street, Qingyun Market, a subordinate merchant establishment of the Qingyun sect. From the original owner's memories, Yi Chun knew that sects in this world were astute business people, not lacking in cunning. For instance, the Qingyun sect did not attempt to monopolize every resource within its territory. Instead, it supported vassal families like the Yi family to control them. After all, monopolizing everything would inevitably provoke widespread dissatisfaction among other factions. Moreover, no matter how vast the Qingyun sect grew, it could not possibly station enough experts to oversee every region. Thus, for many less significant resources, the Qingyun sect did not interfere directly. However, wherever bustling commerce thrived, the sect's shops were always present. The merchandise of the Qingyun sect was undoubtedly far superior to what lesser families and loose cultivators could offer, backed by far greater financial resources. Business at Qingyun Market was conducted without anyone daring to cause trouble. Therefore, although the Qingyun sect relinquished certain resources, it still reaped the lion's share of profits, growing exceedingly wealthy. Once a reckless loose cultivator had dared to seize a Qingyun market in some region. The very next day, 3 Foundation establishment elders descended upon the place, leaving corpses strewn about like rolling balls. Yi Chen's purpose in coming to Qingyun Market was to sell the pills he had accumulated. He also intended to purchase a batch of herbal ingredients. "What can I get for you, fellow cultivator?" As Yi Chun entered Qingyun Fong, an attendant promptly came over to welcome him. Sensing that Yi Chen's cultivation was not high, the attendant's enthusiasm dimmed considerably, though he didn't let it show on his face. Yi Chen paid it no mind. How much better was this service attitude than the sales clerks who hawked luxury goods in his previous life? "I wish to sell some pills and purchase medicinal herbs." Hearing this, the attendant's expression remained completely unchanged as he invited Yi Chun to take a seat. While pill refiners were a rare and valuable profession, given the vast number of cultivators, there would inevitably be some among them. There was nothing surprising about that. Only after Yi Chun was seated did the attendant finally ask, "May I inquire what kind of pills you are looking to sell, fellow cultivator?" 200 mid-grade qi gathering pills, Yi Chen stated, directly retrieving a medicine bottle from his robes. The attendant smiled and nodded toward him. He then lightly tapped the bell on the counter. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the back room. Upon seeing him, the attendant hurriedly bowed deeply. "Greetings, manager. Pill Master Li is currently refining pills and has no time, so I will take a look." As the manager of Qingyun Fong, the man carried no scent of medicinal herbs on him. Instead, he bore the faint tang of leather mixed with the coppery aroma of blood. He was likely a talisman craftsman rather than a pill refiner. Furthermore, he projected an aura of authority. To hold the position of manager, he must have reached the late stage of qi condensation. Though qi gathering pills were merely low-grade, someone with his experience could appraise them regardless of whether he was a pill master. The elder gave Yi Chen a nod and picked up a single pill. "These are all mid-grade qi gathering pills, uniform in color with a rich, pure medicinal fragrance and excellent craftsmanship." He inspected the exterior with a satisfied nod. He then gently crushed one to examine its internal structure, even pinching a small amount of powder and tasting it. Indeed, the medicinal potency is remarkably pure. The elder, who had barely glanced at Yi Chun before, now turned his attention to him with genuine interest. "These mid-grade pills are nearly on par with top-grade quality. You've likely refined quite a number of top-grade qi gathering pills as well, so why not sell them all together? The purchasing price for top-grade pills turns out to be quite cost-effective when calculated." Yi Chen wasn't surprised that the man could deduce this. After all, any cultivator capable of consistently producing mid-grade pills would inevitably yield a substantial quantity of top-grade ones as well. While top-grade pills appeared more expensive, the demand for them was equally high. Even relatively wealthy rogue cultivators with modest funds would opt for top-grade pills. After all, when given the choice, one would naturally select the better quality, since pill toxins and impurities would be fewer. It was said that Qingyun sect distributed daily cultivation pills starting from mid-grade quality. Disciples with superior spiritual roots received top-grade pills directly. This was one of the reasons rogue cultivators harbored envy toward the sect. However, Yi Chen still shook his head. "I haven't refined many top-grade pills, most were consumed during my own cultivation practice." The elder nodded without pressing further. 200 qi gathering pills was hardly a significant transaction for Qingyun Fong. "Our purchasing price for mid-grade qi gathering pills is 18 spirit stones per pill. If you have no objections to this price, we can proceed with the settlement," the elder stated. Yi Chen nodded without attempting to negotiate. The normal market price for mid-grade was 15 spirit stones per pill. Yet they would surely need to make a profit. Otherwise, they'd be running a charity. A 3-stone difference per pill wasn't excessive. "What medicinal herbs do you require, fellow cultivator?" asked the elder as the attendant put away the box. Chen then produced a list he had prepared earlier. The elder glanced over it and raised his brows slightly. Chen's list contained a rather mixed selection. Main ingredients for qi gathering pills alongside supporting herbs for clearing meridian pills plus materials for other formulations. The elder failed to recognize several of the entries. Given the countless pill formulas in the cultivation world, it wasn't surprising that a non-pill refiner would be unfamiliar with them all. After handing it to the attendant, he quickly tallied up the cost. The total comes to just over 10 low-grade spirit stones. Your previous spirit stones from the gathering spirit pills add up to 11 low-grade stones. If you're not purchasing anything else, I'll give you 1 low-grade spirit stone in change. Chen had no objections to the arrangement. The attendant soon retrieved the medicinal herbs. After verifying each item was correct, Chen packed everything away and prepared to depart. Should you have any pills to sell in the future, you're welcome to bring them to us. Among all the stalls in Silver Moon Market, Qingyun Fong boasts the most complete selection of medicinal herbs. Although Qingyun's sect had no shortage of pill refiners, those trained within the sect were reluctant to refine low-grade pills due to the minimal contribution points they offered. Consequently, the sect faced a supply shortage for low-grade pills. Qingyun Fong prioritized keeping the finest quality pills for the sect, only selling off the lesser grades to external buyers. Chen's pills were of decent quality, which was why the elder made that remark. Chen nodded and agreed to return, though he didn't take it particularly seriously. He wanted to avoid drawing unwanted attention by selling too many pills. Even though Qingyun Fong was a large and established operation, greed could exist anywhere. In his past life, billionaires wouldn't hesitate to pinch pennies from their workers' meager wages. Just as Chen was about to leave, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind the shop. Father, I've successfully drawn a mid-grade fireball talisman. Look, isn't it impressive? Upon hearing this, the elder's face immediately brightened with a smile, though he still reprimanded, didn't I tell you not to make noise in the shop? We can talk once I'm finished with my work. Despite the scolding, his tone carried obvious delight. Chen, who had already reached the doorway, found himself turning back involuntarily. Behind the counter, a young woman dressed in blue emerged. Her hair was coiled into an elegant updo adorned with a jade hairpin, her figure graceful and slender. The curve of her willow leaf brows and the sparkle in her eyes revealed a lively, playful nature. Her skin was porcelain white, radiating an almost luminous quality. Chen paused momentarily upon seeing her, but the woman noticed his gaze and frowned. He simply nodded to her before turning and leaving without hesitation. That person just now was so ugly. Only after Chen had departed did the woman whisper under her breath. The elder fondly stroked the girl's head upon hearing this. He just distorted his face using external techniques. His cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. He's probably too timid. But he was indeed overly cautious. It was merely a dozen low-grade spirit stones. What would Qingyun Fong care about such a trivial amount? Having seen much of the world, the elder immediately recognized Chen as an inexperienced novice. His limited speech wasn't from silent calculation, but rather from lacking familiarity with such transactions. Wisdom born from knowing when to keep quiet. Those at the lower rungs of cultivation all endured similar trials. His alchemy skills were decent, but nothing else particularly noteworthy. The elder led his daughter toward the residential courtyard behind the shop to provide instruction. As Chen stepped outside Qingyun Fong, he couldn't help but glance back over his shoulder, though the young woman was no longer visible. This was hardly love at first sight for Chen. The cultivation world held endless fascination, and with the system at his side, his prospects were promising. He wouldn't squander precious time on romantic entanglements. The reason he had paused was primarily because the system had issued an alert scanning for compatibility matches. Sun Ruoxin 15 times. At last, within Silver Moon Market, he had discovered a compatibility target exceeding even Lin Kuer's multiplier. How could Chen not feel a surge of delight? This represented a 15-fold return. Where giving a pill to Lin Kuer yielded 10, presenting one to Sun Ruoxin would bring 15. That was a direct 33% increase, and the returns on something like cultivation techniques would be even greater. The sole drawback was that Sun Ruoxin held considerable status and wealth. She would certainly not lower herself to associate with a rogue cultivator like him, making it difficult to find an opportunity to offer her a gift. The girl with 15 times the reward. She truly was a treasure. But rashly approaching her would surely arouse her vigilance. Moreover, from her demeanor, she was clearly not like Lin Kuer, a loose cultivator. She wore magical robes upon her person. Given the high difficulty of refining such garments, their price exceeded that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. This revealed her considerable wealth. Chen could not discern her cultivation level from observation, which meant it was certainly higher than his own, at least at the mid-stage of qi refining. An unmistakable young lady from a wealthy family. If he were to absurdly present her with a gift out of nowhere, she would likely not even glance at it. It might even bring trouble. Therefore, this matter required careful long-term consideration. Chen was not in a hurry. After all, he still had Lin Kuer as a backup. He found a secluded place to restore his appearance, changed back into the clothes he wore when he left, and returned through the main entrance to his family's herb shop. There were no customers in the herb shop at the moment. Upon seeing Chen enter, everyone's expressions were complex. The matter of Chen giving away an external martial arts technique had passed a week ago. The shock it had caused the shop assistants had not yet dissipated. The dragon elephant hand worth 3 mid-grade spirit stones. They might not afford it even if they went without food or drink for 10 years, yet he had simply given it to a woman. He was undoubtedly a wastrel. But if after giving such an expensive gift, he brought Lin Kuo into his room, that would be one thing. At least everyone could understand that. But the problem was after giving the gift, Chen had never appeared before Lin Kuo again. What was this about? You only want to give without expecting any return. Wasn't that too much of a simp? The assistants could not comprehend Chen's simping behavior. They loathed it, wishing they could take his place. After work they often discussed and mocked him in private. Thus in the Silver Moon Market, quite a few local cultivators already knew that in herb shop there was an alchemist from the Yi family, a complete simp. They were all filled with disdain. Chen was unaware that his reputation had spread far and wide. But even if he knew, he would not care about whether he was considered a simp. Others' opinions did not matter. Only his own counted. If he said he was not simping, then he was not simping. Everyone was curious about why Chen had come. Could he be here to give gifts again? Seeing Chen, Lin Kuo also wore a complex expression. She had already practiced the dragon elephant hand. The results were truly excellent, far surpassing ordinary external martial arts techniques. Having received such a heavy gift from Chen, she did not know how to face him. What if Chen made some unreasonable request? How could she refuse him? What relieved Lin Kuo was that Chen did not come to see her. Instead, he called over the assistant and mentioned several herb names. He had them recorded in the accounts and asked the assistant to deliver them to the back courtyard. The herbs Chen had just purchased at Qingyan Market were not all he needed. Some of the most common herbs he would buy from his own shop. He had also purchased some unnecessary herbs. That way no one could tell what he intended to refine. The elephant blood pill was the exclusive pill of the dragon elephant sect. If word got out that he could refine it, he might attract trouble. Therefore being cautious was never wrong. Returning to his room, it was afternoon. Chen calmed his mind and quickly processed the delivered herbs. He began refining pills. Fully 4 Chen later, a peculiar odor filled the pill room. As the lid of the pill furnace rose, several red pills flew out, landing in Chen's hands. Elephant blood pill. 5 inferior grade, 3 mid-grade, no superior grade. Examining the pills in his hands, Chen nodded satisfactorily. The refinement difficulty of elephant blood pills was higher than that of gather chi pills. Producing 3 mid-grade pills on his first attempt was already impressive. As for those 5 inferior grade pills, Chen planned to give them to Lin Kuo. She was currently practicing the Dragon Elephant Manual. The elephant blood pill was also needed by her. His own father had indeed given him 10 elephant blood pills originally. So he had no fear of exposure of revealing that he could refine elephant blood pills. He wanted to see what the 15 times reward would bring. However, he could give 10 pills at once. Each one would yield a 15 times return, so Chen would naturally not waste the opportunity. Therefore, Chen would additionally add 5 mid-grade gather spirit pills to give to Lin Kuo. His goal was to maximize the returns. Chen had little spirit stones left on hand. It was time to earn some spirit stones properly. Otherwise, he could not even afford more expensive gifts. During afternoon work hours, Lin Kuo was slightly distracted. Chen had come to the shop today, yet had not spoken to her at all. He had not even looked at her. This made Lin Kuo somewhat anxious and uncertain. Could Chen think that because she had received such a heavy gift, without proactively seeking him out to thank him, he was angry? Would Chen already feel disgusted toward her? Thinking of this, Lin Kuo grew hesitant. She saw her own heart clearly. She wanted to become stronger, she wanted to achieve foundation establishment, she wanted to climb higher. Although Chen could provide her with some help now, in the future he would be hard-pressed to assist her. So Lin Kuo had originally planned that after reaching the 4th layer of chi refining, when she no longer needed gather chi pills, she would gradually distance herself from Chen and draw boundaries. But receiving the Dragon Elephant Manual this time made Lin Kuo understand the support behind Chen. Even if Chen was useless, Chen's father at the 8th layer of chi refining could still provide Chen with resources that a loose cultivator like her could hardly imagine. After she reached the 4th layer of chi refining, perhaps she could still obtain many useful resources from Chen. If she cut ties now, it would be a tremendous loss. Thinking of this, Lin Kuo decided to go to the back courtyard to see Chen after work. At that time, she would personally thank Chen and dispel any misunderstanding he might have about her. After work, Lin Kuo came to the back courtyard in front of Chen's room. She gently knocked on the door. "Fellow Yi, are you there?" Inside the room, Chen heard the sound and leisurely stretched. Lin Kuo came on her own, but it was fine, saving him the trouble of delivering pills himself. Opening the door, he saw Lin Kuo looking at him with joy and gratitude. "Fellow Yi, I have come to thank you for the Dragon Elephant Manual you gave me before. I do not know how to express my gratitude. I have cultivated for several years. Fellow Yi, you are the kindest person to me. Fellow Yi, you are like my older brother." Hearing this, Chen nodded in agreement. But he did not believe a single word. As for the green tea rhetoric like, "You are the kindest person to me," and I have always regarded you as my brother. Chen had seen far too much of it in his past life. Fairy Lin, you are too polite. These are elephant blood pills prepared by my father for me, which can assist in practicing the Dragon Elephant Manual. Meanwhile, my alchemy skills have recently improved, and I refined 5 mid-grade gather chi pills which I will also gift to you for cultivation. Please do not refuse them. Having said this, Chen directly presented the pills. Hearing this, Lin Kuer's eyes showed surprise. After cultivating the external martial art, her progress had indeed been swift. But the consumption of resources was also increasing more rapidly. After all, practicing external martial arts required consuming blood and chi. Therefore, they had to be supplemented with pills together. Otherwise, not only would there be no effect, but it could also cause physical depletion and damage the foundation. Without corresponding pills, Lin Kuer could only rely on more spirit beast meat and spirit rice to nourish her body. But this would additionally increase her expenses, making Lin Kuer's already tight finances even more strained. The pills Chen had brought this time could truly solve her pressing need. But she had not intended to receive gifts this time at all. Watching Chen prepare to give her another pill, Lin Kuer's heart was filled with complicated emotions. This time she had truly come without intending to take anything else from him. After all, the previous dragon elephant hand technique had been far too valuable. An external martial art that other cultivators would kill for, yet Chen had simply given it to her. Now he had thoughtfully prepared pills for her as well. This deeply moved Lin Kuer and made her realize she had overthought things before. Chen still held fond feelings for her. The reason he had not sought her out recently nor pressed her to conversation after delivering gifts was simply that. He clearly did not wish to pressure her. Lin Kuer reflected inwardly. Since she had stumbled upon the path of immortality by chance, she had never encountered someone as kind as Chen. Which cultivator was not driven by self-interest? They would not do anything without personal gain. Even cultivation partners watched each other warily, sometimes plotting against one another. But Chen kept giving selflessly. If she could become his Tao companion, her future days would surely be comfortable. Yet the cultivation world was fraught with danger. Demon beasts and tribulation cultivators were countless. Take the current Silver Moon market for example. What existed now was actually its third generation. The first generation was crushed by a beast tide and reduced to ruins overnight. The second generation fell when a golden core demon beast fought a great expert deep within the mountain range, and the devastation swept across Silver Moon market, wiping it out entirely. Now there was a third generation. The world was so perilous, and Lin Kuer still wished to grow stronger and climb higher. But Chen's family behind him was merely a chi condensation clan. Chen's talents were also unremarkable. The support he could provide her was far from enough to help her reach higher positions. Therefore, no matter how excellent Chen was, he was not the suitable choice. What a pity. Gazing at the pill bottle before her, Lin Kuer hesitated for a moment, then reached out and accepted it, thanking sincerely. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. Meanwhile, Chen listened to the system prompt echoing in his mind. A smile appeared on his face. No need for such courtesy, fellow Taoist. Simply cultivate well. The smile on Chen's face seemed to Lin Kuer as genuine joy at her accepting his gift. This brought a certain pressure to Lin Kuer's heart. Chen truly liked her too much. What if in the future his love went unrequited and turned to hatred? Would Chen then demand back everything he had given her? If she could not repay him, would he force her into something? For a moment, Lin Kuer's mind grew tangled once more. But a bang interrupted her thoughts. Chen had actually finished delivering the gifts and returned to his room. Lin Kuer was slightly stunned, but then sighed in relief. This was for the best. Lin Kuer did not linger and hurried away from the backyard, preparing for today's cultivation. 5 low-grade elephant blood pills became 25 high-grade elephant blood pills. I can consume them perfectly. And 5 mid-grade spirit gathering pills became 50 mid-grade spirit gathering stones, which I can sell for spirit stones. This system truly thinks ahead, adjusting rewards according to my needs. Chen was exceedingly satisfied with the tenfold feedback result. He immediately swallowed a high-grade elephant blood pill. Its medicinal power was far more refined, providing surging chi and blood. Chen felt his chi and blood boiling within his body. He immediately began practicing the external martial art according to the postures of the Dragon Elephant Pinnacle technique. Chen's talent was actually quite ordinary. But with the aid of the high-grade elephant blood pill, he felt that his Dragon Elephant Pinnacle technique would reach minor success before long. In the days that followed, Chen spent every day cultivating and refining pills. Once a week, he would gift Lin Kuer pills to trigger the tenfold feedback. Each week, he received 100 pills from Lin Kuer. Coupled with his ever-increasing pill refining success rate, once he had accumulated a sufficient quantity of mid-grade chi gathering pills, he would disguise himself and sell them at other shops. Silver Moon Market had the largest population of early-stage chi condensation cultivators, so there was never a shortage of buyers for mid-grade chi gathering pills. All merchants were willing to purchase them. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Chen had accumulated a remarkable sum of 80 low-grade spirit stones. This made him exceedingly pleased. Alchemists truly made money. Of course, other low-level alchemists could not earn nearly this much. After all, Yi Chun possessed near-perfect experience, and his pill success rate was close to 100%. Waste was minimal. On top of that, Lin Cure served as a golden mine, providing the tenfold multiplier. That was how he achieved such income. No other alchemist could possibly match this. Besides earning spirit stones, Yi Chen's cultivation also advanced rapidly. After all, he was consuming high-grade qi gathering pills and high-grade elephant blood pills every day. This treatment rivaled that of outstanding disciples from major sects. Yi Chen estimated that within a few days he would likely break through to the 4th layer of qi condensation. Yi Chen leisurely rose. Today was another day to give gifts. He checked the time. It was almost time to get off work. Yi Chen took the 10 prepared mid-grade qi gathering pills and set off for the shop to present them to Lin Cure. When he arrived, they were already packing up to close for the day. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, the shop assistants secretly exchanged sly smiles. The other maid also showed a hint of serves you right expression. This made Yi Chen somewhat curious about what had happened. But when he saw Lin Cure, he roughly understood. Lin Cure's aura was significantly stronger than a few days prior, showing tremendous change. It was clear. She had broken through to the 4th layer of qi condensation. Lin Cure's brows and eyes carried joy. Seeing Yi Chen, she bowed slightly and smiled. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Yi. I have now broken through to the 4th layer of qi condensation. I have already submitted my resignation to Manager Zhang and settled my wages. I will not be coming tomorrow. But I will never forget your kindness, fellow Taoist Yi. If you need anything in the future, you may come to my courtyard to find me. However, I will often join expeditions into the mountains to search for silver moon grass, so I may not always be home. But if you leave a message, I will definitely come see you at the earliest opportunity. Lin Cure had resigned. Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. But as he heard the rest, he understood. Working as a shop attendant held little prospect and paid poorly. And the primary product of Silver Moon Market was silver moon grass. Some shops organized their own teams to search the mountains. Each trip required 10 days in the mountains, which was extremely arduous, and demon beasts lurked within, posing real danger. But the compensation was quite good. If the harvest was plentiful on a trip, earning 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones was no problem. If one was lucky enough to find precious spirit herbs, the returns were even higher. Meanwhile, such teams were typically led by late-stage qi condensation experts, making travel safer through mutual support. Therefore, many scattered cultivators without the courage to enter the mountains alone would join these herb-gathering expeditions. Unexpectedly, Lin Cure had resigned just to join one. No wonder the male shop assistants and female attendants at the shop had looked at him with strange expressions. There was even a hint of pity in their demeanor. So it was because Lin Cure was leaving after all. People strive upward while water flows downward. Cultivation creates a vast chasm among cultivators. For instance, in great sects, disciples who were once close as brothers. But if one breaks through to foundation establishment, while the other stagnates at the qi refining stage, their relationship can only drift further apart. And those in the first 3 layers of qi refining possess thin spiritual energy. They essentially lack combat capability. The spells they learn are limited to basic techniques like cleaning, water control, and fire control, also known as low-tier spells with extremely low power. But when cultivators reach the mid-stage of qi refining, their spiritual energy becomes condensed, their divine sense expands significantly, and their control grows stronger. They can then learn proper spells, such as Fireball spell, Ice Spike spell, and so on. This is why herb-gathering teams require at least qi refining 4th layer as a starting point. Lin Cure had broken through to qi refining 4th layer, yet Yi Chen remained at the 3rd layer. Lin Cure would have a new life, a new circle. The two could only drift further apart, barely even meeting once. In such a situation, Yi Chen's previous sycophantic behavior naturally appeared foolish to everyone. Some servants even harbored secret gloating within their hearts. You asked to be a simp, gifting pills and external meritorious deeds to Lin Cure. Now look at how things turned out. Lin Cure relied on the pills and meritorious deeds you gave her, and her cultivation surged forward. She will certainly look down on you even more afterward. Truly foolish beyond measure. Yi Chen was unaware of everyone's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would not care. To be honest, Yi Chen felt that Lin Cure was truly a woman with firm goals. As soon as she broke through, she resigned, preparing to switch to a more dangerous but higher-paying position. She had some merit. But this caused Yi Chen, who had originally planned to give her pills, to change his mind. Not that he wouldn't give them anymore, but rather that Yi Chen intended to give something better. She was about to enter the mountains to gather herbs. No matter how resolute she was, she would surely have worries and fears. If he were to gift her a powerful offensive spell at this moment, it would be sending coal in winter. If her emotions fluctuated greatly, it would inevitably trigger a critical hit. And he himself was about to break through to qi refining 4th layer. This was the perfect time to begin learning offensive spells. The spell, after tenfold feedback, would undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Inu market was not safe. 2 days ago, Yi Chen had even heard that several cultivators had died within the market. Although the market's patrol team claimed to have caught the culprit the next day and hung him at the market's main entrance. Who knew if it was truly the real murderer? Therefore it was also time to prepare spells for himself. Thinking of this, Chen lowered his hand that was about to take out the pills. He turned and walked out of the shop. Chen left without uttering a word. This caused the smiles the servants had hidden in their hearts to spread across their faces. In their view, Chen must have been too heartbroken to compose himself. And another maidservant also found Chen utterly ridiculous. But deep down she felt a stirring temptation. Lin Kuer was leaving. With Chen grieving and distressed, didn't that mean she had an opportunity? If she could lure Chen into her grasp, wouldn't she also be able to obtain heaps of pills? Thinking of this, the maidservant could not help but smile. Meanwhile, watching Chen turn and leave, Lin Kuer shook her head somewhat helplessly. Chen clearly loved her far too much. Thus he could not accept such circumstances. But Lin Kuer felt that Chen still had use to her. So she intended before officially departing later to meet with Chen and comfort him. And Chen, whom everyone saw as utterly heartbroken, made his way all the way to Qing Yunfang. Sir, may I ask what you need? Chen had come here twice before to sell pills, but each time he disguised his appearance, deliberately hunching his shoulders and back, making himself appear unsightly. This was his first time coming in person with his true face. It seemed the other party had not recognized him. I am about to break through to Qi Refining 4th layer. I plan to purchase a suitable spell for self-defense. Chen stated his request. Hearing this, the attendant's eyes lit up. Qing Yunfang's business was quite diverse. Pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and spells were all available. The attendant quickly led Chen to the second floor. What kind of spell does the customer need? Spells are divided into many categories: offensive, defensive, speed, and control. This great fireball spell is an offensive type spell, 30 low-grade spirit stones. After cultivators practice it, they can form seals to condense a fist-sized fireball. Upon impact, it will explode directly, possessing tremendous power. This ice spike spell can condense sharp ice spikes to attack enemies. The spikes are extremely piercing and fast, capable of easily penetrating an enemy's skull with a single strike, and the spikes carry innate coldness. Even if they cannot hit a vital area, as long as they wound the opponent, they can slow their movement. Listening to the attendant's introduction, Chen felt moved in his heart. Spells were actually this expensive. If cultivators lacked money, they would truly be unable to take a single step. Chen pondered for a moment. He definitely needed an offensive type spell. Offense was the best defense. First establish powerful attack capability, then consider defense. Otherwise, he would merely become someone else's target. No matter how strong the defense, he would still be killed. Offensive type spells, but is there anything better? Chen spoke thoughtfully. Since he was going to give it, he might as well give something at the peak of what he could afford. This way the return he received would also be greater. Hearing this, the attendant smiled. This young man before him seemed to be a big client. However, just at that moment, an old man's voice rang out. Young friend, if you desire a high-power spell, I happen to have one that suits you. Hearing this voice, the attendant helplessly turned around. And Chen also followed the sound, discovering it was the same old man who had appraised pills during his first visit. The man seemed to be the manager of Qing Yunfang. However, the meaning behind his words appeared to suggest he was not selling Qing Yunfang's merchandise to him. He was conducting private business instead. Chen glanced at the attendant, who lowered his head, signaling he dared not intervene and would pretend not to hear. This made Chen sigh at human greed. Betraying one's employer seemed to be no stranger across any world. But this had nothing to do with Chen. He did not care who he bought from. Moreover, Chen actually wanted an opportunity to get acquainted with the old man. After all, the old man's daughter was a 15-fold matching candidate. Once he became acquainted with the old man, he would have the opportunity to meet his daughter. This was exactly to Chen's liking. May I ask what spell in the senior's possession suits me? Seeing Chen's interest, the old man smiled and guided him into a room on the second floor. He then took out several jade slips and laid them out in a row. With an especially amiable expression, he began explaining to Chen, this first spell was obtained by me in Qingyun City back then. It is called the Mystic Finger Sword Technique. It can unleash an attack similar to sword chi, extraordinarily sharp, with extreme penetrating power and blazing speed. After reaching perfection, it can easily pierce through thousands of caddies of massive stone. Most importantly, it carries innate cold energy. Once it wounds an enemy, the cold energy will erode their flesh, bringing negative effects and slightly hindering the flow of their spiritual energy. This spell is priced at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. And this second spell is. The second spell is the Golden Body Technique, a premier Buddhist defensive initiation art. Its defensive power is formidable, with activation speed so rapid that it emanates golden radiance across the entire body, making it exceptionally effective at countering vicious attack spells. This technique costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Then there is the third spell. The old man produced 4 spells in total, all of considerable quality. Chen reflected that it was fitting for someone who had once been an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect to possess such skills. Managers of Qingyun shops in remote areas were typically former outer disciples with little hope of advancement, a group eliminated from competition. However, backed by a major sect, they remained far stronger than rogue cultivators. Among these 4 spells, Chen felt most drawn to the first, the Mystic Finger Sword Technique, and the subsequent Golden Body Technique. The Mystic Finger Sword Technique bore resemblance to the 6 Meridians Divine Sword from Chen's previous life, using the finger as a blade to unleash invisible sword chi. Yet the description was exaggerated beyond measure. The Mystic Finger Sword Technique seemed capable of piercing through anything, while the Golden Body Technique appeared capable of blocking every attack. Chen found himself wondering which would prove more powerful if they were to clash. Such a question would be too disruptive. It was wiser for Chen to avoid trouble. After contemplation, he realized his preference still leaned toward offensive techniques. The Mystic Finger Sword Technique remained his first choice. As for the Golden Body Technique, he could consider it once he accumulated sufficient Spirit Stones. Senior, might there be some flexibility in the price of the Mystic Finger Sword Technique? Chen pointed to the jade slip containing the Mystic Finger Sword Technique and spoke. Since this was a private transaction rather than a fixed price sale, there would certainly be room for negotiation. He simply didn't possess that many Spirit Stones. Upon hearing this, the Qingyun shop manager furrowed his brow and asked, "How much are you offering?" Following the bargaining tactics he'd observed from his mother in his past life, Chen immediately halved the price, 50 low-grade Spirit Stones. The old man's lip twitched in irritation, and he dismissed Chen with an impatient wave. "Leave, go shop elsewhere." He was outright refusing to sell. Chen felt a sudden pang of panic. Had he pushed too hard? The principle of cutting the price in half on the spot apparently didn't apply to the cultivation world. Then 60, no 70 Spirit Stones. Chen quickly raised his offer, but the old man merely crossed his arms and glared at him, silently dismissing him with an unmistakable gesture to get lost. Helplessly, Chen said, "I have exactly 80 low-grade Spirit Stones. That's all my money." He pulled out all the Spirit Stones from his robe to show he was being genuine. The old man raised his head and stated firmly, "Take it for 90 low-grade Spirit Stones." Chen sensed there was no room for further negotiation at this price. He only had 80 low-grade Spirit Stones available, so he decided to return another time. Lin Kuo wouldn't be heading into the mountains to gather herbs anytime soon, giving him time to arrange things. Watching Chen pack up to leave, the old man's stern expression softened slightly. He realized Chen truly only possessed 80 Spirit Stones and wasn't attempting any bargaining tactics. After a moment of hesitation, the old man finally agreed. Fine, fine. You young cultivators have it rough enough. 80 it is." Chen immediately smiled and readily placed the Spirit Stones on the counter. Chen's eagerness seemed unusual for someone spending their entire fortune on a cultivation technique. The old man wondered if he'd been deceived by the youth's acting, feeling he might have taken a loss on the deal. Since he'd already agreed, there was nothing more to say. After verifying the Spirit Stones were genuine, the old man handed over the jade slip. "It's single use only. It shatters after application." Chen nodded and pressed the jade slip against his forehead. He confirmed the Mystic Finger Sword Technique was indeed contained within. Though the inscription included a brief introduction, Chen felt the old man had greatly exaggerated its capabilities. The technique could genuinely emit invisible sword chi from the fingertips with remarkable speed, allowing for continuous strikes. But regarding its actual power, the power level was merely adequate. The supposed ability to corrode the enemy's meridians was equally unremarkable, somewhat useful but not particularly effective. This spell was only suitable for attacking vital points or launching surprise strikes. Otherwise, its effectiveness was mediocre at best. The old man had clearly exaggerated its capabilities. Chen tucked the jade slip back into his robe without activating it. The old man, meanwhile, was in good spirits, having once been tricked into purchasing this same technique for 70 low-grade Spirit Stones himself. Now he'd finally sold it for 80, earning a 10 Spirit Stone profit, a fair gain. Sensing Chen might have more resources, the old man couldn't resist offering, "Young friend, would you like some guidance from me? I may not have practiced it myself, but as a former disciple of Qingyun's sect, I've seen much and know widely. Should you have any questions about your cultivation journey, feel free to ask me." Chen raised, wondering if the old man had developed some conscience after deceiving others. But he quickly realized he was overthinking it. 10 low-grade Spirit Stones, and I can guide your cultivation for 3 days. Chen's lip twitched as he stood up abruptly. "Senior, farewell." This old man was truly obsessed with money. As a manager of the Qingyun workshop, his stipend was already substantial, and private commissions like today's must have been frequent. He should be wealthy beyond measure by now, yet he remained so greedy. As a cultivator, couldn't he carry himself with more dignity, despite his inner complaints? The old man's avarice actually put Chen in a good mood, for it meant he might soon have the chance to encounter that person worth 15 times his current net worth, Sun Ruoxing. "When I rise to prosperity, I shall not forget you. Sister Lin has a bright future ahead. When you escape this mire someday, please don't forget me. I wish you smooth progress on your cultivation path, breaking through to foundation establishment. Mountain paths are far from safe. Sister Lin, please be exceedingly cautious." At one leaf pill shop, dusk was falling and business was closing for the day. The employees finished their chores and began saying their goodbyes to Lin Kuer. Regardless of what they thought of Lin Kuer behind her back, she was only 20 years old, yet had already broken through to the 4th layer of qi condensation, a remarkable achievement among rogue cultivators. So they were willing to speak kindly at the end. Perhaps if she rose to prominence someday, they might benefit from the connection. Such things had happened before. Lin Kuer smiled and thanked each one in turn while her thoughts turned to Yi-Chen. Where had Yi-Chen gone? Before leaving, she needed to console him properly and maintain their connection. Just then, Yi-Chen returned walking down the main street. Fellow Taoist Yi, I resigned only to focus on my cultivation. Though all gatherings must end, I remain at Silver Moon Market, and we shall meet again. I will never forget your kindness to me. Once I return from gathering herbs for the first time, I'll treat you to a meal at Star Tower with my first earnings. Lin Kuer stepped forward to face Yi-Chen, speaking with a bright smile. Yi-Chen nodded along as he listened. I'll treat you to a meal later. The familiar words of a green tea girl. He took them completely seriously. But Yi-Chen still held anticipation for whether this encounter would trigger a critical hit. He had spent a full 80 low-grade spirit stones on this mystic finger sword technique manual. Yi-Chen was eager to see what rewards might drop from this. He immediately spoke up. I'm truly happy for your breakthrough, Fairy Lin. However, venturing into the mountains to gather herbs is far too dangerous. So I specifically purchased a defensive technique for you as a gift. As Yi-Chen's words fell silent, both Lin Kuer and the shop employees watching the scene were stunned. What kind of simp was Yi-Chen exactly? Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, everyone was utterly stunned. They could never have imagined that his first reaction upon learning Lin Kuer was departing would not be sorrow nor sadness. Instead, he was worried about Lin Kuer. Concerned that gathering spiritual herbs in the mountains would be unsafe for her, he had rushed off to purchase a spell on her behalf. This was simply outrageous. After all, genuine offensive spells were never cheap. What Yi-Chen was doing? The crowd fell speechless for a moment. All they could wonder was how deeply Yi-Chen cared for Lin Kuer. How could anyone be so devoted? Meanwhile, Lin Kuer herself stood frozen in shock. Yi-Chen's unexpected gesture left her completely at a loss. Usually quick-witted, she found herself unable to find the right words to respond. Without waiting for Lin Kuer to reply, Yi-Chen continued. This spell was carefully selected from Qingyun Bazaar, priced at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Eldest Fairy Lin, you must master it thoroughly before venturing into the mountains. It will keep you safer. As Yi-Chen's words faded, those who had been silently mocking him internally could no longer contain themselves and burst out with startled gasps. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. In the realm of spells, that was quite exorbitant, given their annual income of 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones. It would take at least 2 or 3 years of going without food or drink to afford such a spell. Yet Yi-Chen was simply giving it away. At that moment, a bitter mix of resentment and contempt swelled in everyone's hearts. How could someone be this utterly devoted? If they possessed even a fraction of Yi-Chen's wealth and background, they would surely invest all resources into themselves. With sufficient strength, what woman could one not attract? How could anyone lower themselves to become a simp? It was utterly shameful. The crowd's feelings grew complicated. Gazing at the jade slip Yi-Chen had produced, Lin Kuer's heart churned with turmoil. She had always regarded Yi-Chen as merely a stepping stone, but this time she was truly moved to her core. Her departure was in essence a betrayal, a case of taking what she could and leaving without a backward glance. Yet Yi-Chen showed no anger, only profound concern for her well-being. These mixed emotions tangled within Lin Kuer: gratitude, guilt. Friend, Yi-Chen is not worthy of such devotion. This time Lin Kuer genuinely felt she should not accept it. Before Yi-Chen's sincere affection, she felt entirely unworthy of his regard. Compared to the purity of his heart, she knew she was deeply flawed. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen, who had deliberately exaggerated the price to move Lin Kuer, hoping to trigger a critical hit reward, shook his head with a gentle smile. Do not say such things. Kuer, you deserve all the beauty this world has to offer. I only regret that I encountered you when I was at my weakest, unable to provide more for you, forced to watch helplessly as you ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. You must accept this. Because regardless of what the future holds, as long as you are well, that is sunshine enough for me. As he spoke, Yi-Chen took Lin Kuer's slender hand in his. Lin Kuer's hand was smooth, cool, and exquisite to the touch. After pressing the jade slip into her palm, Yi-Chen turned and departed. Mostly because those heartfelt words were nearly too much to bear. If he had laughed, it would have ruined the atmosphere entirely. Watching the jade slip in her hand, Lin Kuer bowed deeply. Friend, your kindness will be remembered for the rest of my life. One day, I shall repay you. This time Lin Kuer was not merely speaking empty words. She was truly moved. As long as you are well, the world is bright. What profound sincerity lay within those emotions. Though she had dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the Tao and shied away from romantic entanglement, she resolved that once her cultivation advanced, she would find Yi-Chen several beautiful Tao companions as compensation. The jade slip could only be activated once. To prevent others from coveting its secrets, Lin Kuer pressed it directly against her brow to activate it. Mystic Finger Sword Art. Using the finger as a sword to unleash invisible sword chi, swiftly. As she read the description, Lin Kenner grew even more excited. This spell was far more powerful than any she had previously acquired. Worthy of a mid-grade spirit stone indeed. With this spell, her combat prowess would increase substantially. After entering the mountains, her ability to protect herself would be far greater. Chen had truly helped her enormously. With Dragon Elephant Palm combined with the Mystic Finger Sword Art, she might even confront enemies of higher cultivation. Chen. Whispering his name, Lin Kenner departed with complex emotions. Meanwhile, back at the rear courtyard, Chen had just arrived. A system voice immediately echoed in his mind. Gift delivered successfully. Gift Mystic Finger Sword Art. Processing return. Tenfold return reward, Xianhuang's Sword Finger. Detected that this gift is extremely significant to the matched recipient and far exceeds their expectations, causing a profound emotional fluctuation. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward Phantom of the third-generation ancestor of Xianhuang sect who can instruct the recipient in the cultivation method of Xianhuang's Sword Finger. Detected that the host lacks storage equipment of physical rewards will be held in the system space and can be extracted at any time. Listening to the notifications, Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Indeed, a critical hit. Chen's talent was merely average and his comprehension was unremarkable. With a master to guide him, progress would undoubtedly double with half the effort. This harvest far exceeded his wildest imagination. His insincere words had not been in vain. Closing the door, he sat down in meditation. Chen retrieved a jade slip from the system storage space and pressed it to his brow. Xianhuang Sword Finger, an outer sect technique of the Xianhuang sect created inadvertently by the third-generation ancestor after observing the formation of Xianhuang primal chi. Using the finger as a sword to emit invisible sword chi that pierces through all things. The wound inflicted by this spell will be corroded by its power like parasites clinging to bone, extremely difficult to heal. Reading the description, Chen's lips curled into a smile. The tenfold reward was indeed formidable. Though Chen had never heard of the Xianhuang sect, the Xianhuang Sword Finger was incomparably more powerful than the Mystic Finger Sword Art. The very purpose of a spell is to enable cultivators to convert spiritual energy into attack power. The reason spells differ in strength lies in their conversion efficiency. With a weaker spell, even possessing 100 units of spiritual energy, one could only unleash 50 in power. But with an exceptional spell, even 80 units of energy could yield 80 units of power. Moreover, powerful spells not only generate greater force, but also reduce waste. Take the Xianhuang Sword Finger for example. Under identical conditions, its power is twice that of the Mystic Finger Sword Art. Yet the energy consumption is roughly the same. When combat strength is equal, the one who learns Xianhuang Sword Finger will naturally prevail. With the Xianhuang Sword Finger, his combat power would surge dramatically. However, after the excitement subsided, Chen settled into a meditative posture to cultivate peacefully. At his current stage of Qi condensation layer 3, mastering it now would be of little use. Therefore, breaking through first was the better path. Chen could sense that his advancement to Qi condensation layer 4 was not far off. Meanwhile, in the outside world, thanks to the staff spreading exaggerated tales fueled by envy and resentment, more cultivators in Inmoon Market learned that at Yep Hill Shop there existed a young simping alchemist. He gifted his refined pills to the girl. He gave away the external martial techniques his father had purchased. He even presented her with a spell valued at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. He was simply the #1 simp of Inmoon Market. This revelation left countless male cultivators feeling contemptuous, while female cultivators filled with regret. Why could they not encounter such a devoted simp? Bang! Chen's room was quite spacious. After all, it housed an alchemy furnace. Besides, this was not Earth where land came at a premium. Thus, the outer chamber stretched over 400 square meters, exceedingly spacious. Chen gazed at the pill bottle positioned 15 meters away and raised his hand to give a gentle flick. In an instant, the pill bottle exploded outright, shattering into dust. Even the wall behind it bore a small crater from the blast. Just look at that power. Chen nodded with satisfaction. The man he had become diverged significantly from his former self. The aura emanating from him carried a refined intensity unmatched before. Clearly, with his daily consumption of top-grade Qi recovery pills, Chen had smoothly broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. Under the guidance of the spectral figure of the 3rd ancestral patriarch of the Xianhuang sect, he had also naturally grasped the fundamentals of the Xianhuang Sword Finger technique. And the potency of the Xianhuang Sword Finger had not disappointed Chen at all. Despite merely reaching the introductory stage, it could already generate formidable power from 10 meters away. Its effective range extended to roughly 20 meters at most. The firing speed was far quicker than expected with minimal preparation time. Most crucially, it could execute consecutive strikes. Chen calculated that with his mana at the 4th layer of Qi refining, he could unleash approximately 20 consecutive shots. He did not believe that many Qi refining mid-stage cultivators could withstand such a barrage. This eased the constant tension that had gripped Yi Chen since his transmigration. As a son of China, Yi Chen harbored a psychological condition common among his compatriots, a phobia of insufficient firepower. Now his physical body was formidable. Armed with attack methods such as the Xianhuang sword finger, his sense of security had increased greatly. Yet after breaking through to the fourth layer of qi refining, Yi Chen had much to attend to. For instance, he needed to switch his pills. During the early stage of qi refining, one consumed gathering qi pills. However, by the mid-stage their effectiveness diminished considerably. The optimal choice would be yuan-enhancing pills. Fortunately, these low-grade pills had long become commonplace, their formulas no longer guarded secrets. All Yi Chen needed was to purchase the medicinal herbs. He could refine them himself. But the current problem was that Yi Chen had no spirit stones left. All his spirit stones had been spent purchasing the Xuanji sword technique. He had not a single stone left to buy herbs. However, calculating the days, the deadline for completing his assigned task had nearly arrived. Yi Chen took the low-grade gathering qi pills he had previously purchased at a discount and headed to the shop. The clerks and reception staff in the shop all wore complex expressions upon seeing Yi Chen. But the newcomer's eyes lit up at the sight of him, and she hurried over briskly. "Master Yi, have you come to request advanced medicinal materials? Let me help you." Glancing at her, Yi Chen noted that the new receptionist was rather attractive, possessing fox-like eyes that stirred a restless longing within. In his past life, such beauty would undoubtedly have made her a renowned celebrity. Lin Kuer had barely resigned for a week before a replacement of equal striking appearance had already taken her place. The employment environment in the cultivation world indeed left much to be desired. It truly validated the saying, "If you will not do it, someone else will." Yet Yi Chen's system offered no prompts whatsoever. Therefore, Yi Chen had no interest in wasting effort on her. Shaking his head, he went directly upstairs. "I am here to see Manager Zhang." That he had not even spared her a second glance caused the confidently handsome receptionist to narrow her eyes. She had long heard of Yi Chen's reputation. Upon learning that One Leaf Alchemy Shop was recruiting, she had immediately signed up. Her aim was to seduce Yi Chen. If she succeeded, the pills needed for cultivation would be secured, and she might even obtain external martial arts and spell techniques. This prospect far surpassed the prospects of ordinary employment. Yet the question remained. How dared he blatantly ignore her? The female cultivator felt her pride struck. Watching Yi Chen ascend the stairs, her fox-like eyes grew dark with resentment. Nephew Yi has actually broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Congratulations, truly congratulations. 500 low-grade gathering qi pills. There is no need to count them. I naturally trust my distinguished nephew Yi. Completing the task a full 5 days ahead of schedule. You have worked hard, nephew Yi. However, to speak frankly, low-grade gathering qi pills hold too little value to make a significant contribution. This will not suffice to compete for a spot at Qingyan sect. Can nephew Yi refine yuan-enhancing pills? Yuan-enhancing pills are the cultivation pills required at the mid-stage of qi refining, valued at twice that of gathering qi pills. If you can successfully refine them, the contribution will naturally be substantial. Would nephew Yi be willing to give it a try? Manager Zhang's corpulent face remained wrapped in a smile. He was unreserved in his praise of Yi Chen. However, inwardly he felt nothing but contempt. He knew precisely where Yi Chen's pills came from. As for the breakthrough, the cultivation speed during the qi refining stage was naturally not slow. As a family disciple, even from a minor branch, Yi Chen had previously received resources from the family and did not need to scurry about for provisions. Under such favorable circumstances, reaching only the fourth layer of qi refining at this point revealed how mediocre his talent must be. Faced with an amateur like Yi Chen, there was naturally no way Manager Zhang would allow him to indefinitely refine gathering qi pills to pass the time. The difficulty must be raised at least somewhat. Yuan-enhancing pills were priced at twice that of gathering qi pills. In his estimation, Yi Chen certainly could not refine them. In the end, he would still have to purchase them. If he had spirit stones naturally, it would be best for Manager Zhang to pocket the profit. Although he was an outsider by surname, he was still a member of the Yi family. Having the spirit stones flow to himself was far more useful than watching Yi Chen, that hopeless simp, give them away to women. And if Yi Chen ran out of spirit stones and could not submit the pills, then Manager Zhang could simply report the matter truthfully, directly canceling Yi Chen's qualification to compete, thus fulfilling Second Master Ye's wishes. A perfect win-win. Upon hearing this, a look of mild perplexity appeared on Yi Chen's face. Yet after hesitating for a moment, he bit his lip and nodded. To contribute more to the family, then let it be yuan-enhancing pills. Good. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Manager Zhang knew he had won. He immediately broke into a smile. In that case, nephew Yi, please go collect the medicinal materials. Of course, the workload will certainly not be heavy. It remains 500 pills over 3 months. Do not feel pressured. Yi Chen expressed heartfelt gratitude for the consideration. Once outside Manager Zhang's room, a smirk curled at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. The medicinal herbs needed to refine yuan-enhancing pills had they not just fallen into his hands. With his current proficiency, refining yuan-enhancing pills would be absolutely effortless. After practicing several times, he could ensure the majority were mid-grade, and even high-grade would not be difficult. And the manager would surely, out of thoughtfulness, offer discounted pills afterward. He could sell his own mid-grade pills at a premium, then purchase inferior-grade yuan-enhancing pills at a discount. An outright windfall. After collecting the herbs, Chen carefully inspected them. He found virtually no issues with this batch, which only improved his mood further. Chen promptly returned to his room to prepare for refining yuan-enhancing pills. Lin Kuo was likely still practicing the Xuanji sword technique and had not yet entered the mountains. He could conveniently deliver some yuan-enhancing pills to her. The tenfold return. Delivering a single gift was equivalent to refining 10 furnaces of pills himself. Naturally, he could not miss such an opportunity. Of course, even if Lin Kuo had entered the mountains, Chen would still not let the doubling opportunity slip away. At worst, he could seek out female cultivators offering a lower multiplier to receive his pills. While the return would be somewhat reduced, something was undoubtedly better than nothing. Clang. 7 medium-grade Peiyuan pills, no high-grade ones. But this is after all my first attempt. A few steps weren't handled perfectly. Refine another batch, gather 10 medium-grade Peiyuan pills, then deliver them to Lin Kuo. Chen was in good spirits and continued to sit cross-legged, resuming his pill refining. By the time sunset arrived, the second batch of pills was finally complete. 2 high-grade Peiyuan pills appeared among them, prompting Chen to nod in satisfaction. He selected 10 medium-grade Peiyuan pills and placed them in a bottle, then stepped out of the courtyard directly, heading toward Lin Kuo's address. Lin Kuo resided in the outermost area of the Silver Moon Market. Relatively speaking, it was a less secure area. However, Chen had now broken through to the 4th layer of qi condensation, possessing not only a physique far superior to his peers, but also powerful offensive techniques like the Xianhuang sword finger. Even if it might not amount to much across the entire cultivation world, it was sufficient to be stronger than those around him. Thus, Chen was not as cautious as before. Walking through the alleys, Chen brushed past cultivators of all sorts. There were even quite a few heavily made-up female cultivators whose youth had clearly faded, standing by the streets and beckoning Chen to follow them inside. Time and again, elderly men followed these women into the houses. Watching this, Chen couldn't help but remark to himself how remarkably down-to-earth the cultivation world truly was. The Silver Moon Market was not particularly large. After walking for about 20 minutes, Chen arrived at the address Lin Kuo had previously left him. It was a rather dilapidated courtyard containing 2 rooms facing each other. Yet each room was modest in size, appearing to be only about 30 square meters on its own. And for such a courtyard, the rent was 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. It was quite outrageous, truly. But having transmigrated here for so long, Chen already understood that while land in the cultivation world was not expensive, protection and order came at a steep price. The Silver Moon Market maintained order with its patrol squads. Relatively speaking, no plundering cultivators brazenly caused trouble here, affording a basic level of safety. So this single low-grade spirit stone was essentially a protection fee. Glancing around, Chen offered no further comment. After delivering the pills, he still needed to return and cultivate. So Chen stood outside the courtyard and called out, "Fairy Lin, I've come to visit you." Soon a room's door opened. Lin Kuo, with her cool and elegant bearing, saw Chen with a trace of pleasant surprise and hurried to the courtyard gate. "Fellow Taoist, how did you come? Please come in." She invited Chen into the courtyard. Though modest, it had a stone table and stools where the two could sit. Chen smiled and said, "There is nothing urgent. I was simply worried about Fairy Lin and wanted to know whether you have entered the mountains yet." He made no mention of his previous gift, and this was precisely what Lin Kuo appreciated most about Chen. When he gave her gifts, he never brought it up repeatedly, never burdening her with psychological pressure. "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Yi. I am still studying the Xuanji sword art you gifted me. I have just begun to understand it and plan to cultivate for another month before feeling more confident. Speaking of which, Kuo must thank you once again. This Xuanji sword art is extraordinarily profound, far surpassing what I had prepared before. With this technique, I am certain to achieve greater gains in the mountains." Lin Kuo spoke from the heart. Over the years, she had accumulated spirit stones and also prepared spells for herself after breaking through to the middle stage of qi condensation. But the spells she had prepared paled in comparison to the Xuanji sword art that Chen had given her. Hearing her words, Chen smiled and glanced at the sky, which was rapidly darkening. Having learned that she would remain for the next month, he decided to stop being overly courteous. He intended to deliver the pills and leave. But just as Chen was about to retrieve the pills from his robe, the door of another room was pushed open, accompanied by the crisp chime of bells. Curious, Chen raised his head and saw a female cultivator with a striking figure stepping out of the room. At that very moment, his system, which had remained dormant despite the streetwalkers he had passed earlier, issued a prompt, detected matching gift recipient. Lu Jing, tenfold gift return. Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. Someone else lived in Lin Kuo's courtyard. Most importantly, she shared the same tenfold return multiplier as Lin Kuo. This was truly an unexpected pleasure. Originally, Yi Chen's gaze had only swept past her, but now he found himself studying her more carefully. This female cultivator, named Lu Jing, was quite beautiful, with long raven-black hair, cascading over her shoulders. She wore a cyan dress that accentuated her snow-white skin. Yet what was most striking of all was her figure. It was truly explosive. It was even more exaggerated than those retouched beauties from his previous life. Paired with her mature face, the allure was devastating. No wonder she carried the tenfold multiplier as well. When Lu Jing first saw Lin Kuo inviting a man into the courtyard, she had immediately frowned. But the next moment, as if something occurred to her, she smiled softly, her mature voice carrying a hint of huskiness that held an inexplicable charm. Kuo, who is this fellow Taoist? Why haven't you introduced them? With effortless grace, she made her way to the round table. As she walked, her long legs moved elegantly, and her cyan skirt fluttered like ripples on water, a truly mesmerizing sight. Even Yi Chen could not resist casting a few extra glances. Lin Kuo frowned slightly, but rose with a smile to introduce them. This is fellow Taoist Lu Jing. We share this courtyard and split the rent together. And this is fellow Taoist Yi Chen, my close friend. Lin Kuo did not mention Yi Chen's identity as an alchemist or his family's name. But upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes lit up. She nodded warmly toward Yi Chen with a beaming smile. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yi. Each nod sent a dramatic ripple across her figure. Yi Chen returned the gesture with a smile. Greetings, fellow Taoist Lu. This female cultivator, named Lu Jing, was certainly an unexpected blessing. Yi Chen had been worrying earlier about what to do if Lin Kuo had entered the mountains, making it inconvenient to present gifts. And Sun Ruoxin, with her 15-fold return, remained out of reach for now. Choosing someone with a lower multiplier to give gifts to would be such a waste. Lu Jing before him was undoubtedly well suited to serve as a substitute for Lin Kuo. She appeared to be a rogue cultivator as well. The fact that she was even sharing rent indicated that her finances were relatively strained. She was perfect for receiving gifts. I can smell the herbal fragrance upon fellow Taoist Yi. Could fellow Taoist Yi be an alchemist? Among the 6 cultivation arts, alchemy is the most revered. I hold alchemists in the highest esteem. Lu Jing displayed clear interest in Yi Chen, leaning close to ask him. As she drew near, he could sense her fragrance. Combined with her figure, her voice, and her admiration for alchemy. Talking about revering alchemists. Most ordinary alchemists would surely be flustered by such praise. But Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying he had only just begun. Yet his modest response failed to dampen Lu Jing's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, behind them, Lin Kuo's delicately beautiful face showed a somewhat displeased expression as she watched the scene. She felt a twinge of regret. Earlier, she had wanted to avoid suspicion and feared that bringing Yi Chen into a room might lead him to misinterpret things. That was why she had not invited him inside. But if she had known Lu Jing would come out and encounter Yi Chen, she would not have considered so much. She would have definitely taken Yi Chen into the room. Friend Yi hasn't mentioned why he has come today. If it is something that should not be overheard, would you prefer to discuss it in the room? Lin Kuo could no longer bear to watch. She decided to interrupt. Though she did not like Yi Chen, seeing Lu Jing so warm toward him made her uncomfortable. She and Lu Jing were hardly close friends. Merely acquaintances who happened to become roommates because both were short on money and struck a deal. Of course, Lin Kuo told herself it was not because she feared Yi Chen being stolen away by Lu Jing. She did not care about that. She was simply worried Yi Chen might be deceived by Lu Jing. Lu Jing had suitors pursuing her. Yi Chen was so naive that Lu Jing could easily manipulate him. So Lin Kuo directly interrupted their conversation. She wanted to take Yi Chen to the room. Upon hearing this, a mature smile spread even wider across Lu Jing's face. She said nothing, merely gazing at Yi Chen with amusement. Yi Chen had no anticipation for the opportunity to enter Lin Kuo's room. As for Lin Kuo's sudden interruption and displeased expression, Yi Chen noticed it as well. In his past life, Yi Chen had encountered many women in matters of the heart. He understood Lin Kuo's psychology well. Even a simp she did not care for. If another showed interest in taking him away, she would still grow resentful. After all, while they might not favor such men, in their eyes they belonged to them. Whether Yi Chen cared about Lin Kuo's thoughts was a different matter. To Yi Chen, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing were no different. If anything, Lu Jing ranked slightly higher. Either way, the multiplier was the same. Why not pursue whichever? Bah, no investment. Glancing at the darkening sky, Yi Chen did not wish to return too late. If his promising future were cut short in a dark alley, the loss would be tremendous. So Yi Chen spoke directly. There is nothing urgent. No need to retire to the room. Fairy Lin, now that you have broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation, I am also able to refine yuan tempering pills. Among the pills I refined these past days, I happen to have 10 mid-grade ones. I bring them to you now to aid your cultivation. After all, the mountains are dangerous. The stronger you become, the more at ease I feel. With those words, Yi Chen produced the prepared pills and presented them to Lin Kuo. Hearing this, Lin Kuo's face lit up with delight. Yuan tempering pills, or mid-grade yuan tempering pills. Since breaking through to the mid-stage of qi condensation, the effect of gathering qi pills had diminished. Yet yuan tempering pills cost double that of gathering qi pills. Even low-grade yuan tempering pills sold for only 10 per spirit stone. A month's cultivation required 3 low-grade spirit stones, directly doubling her previous expenses. On top of that, practicing external techniques consumed spirit rice. This left Lin Kuer increasingly stretched thin, her accumulated resources steadily dwindling. This made Lin Kuer all the more anxious, desperate to head into the mountains immediately to earn spirit stones. Yi Chen's gift of yuan tempering pills, especially mid-grade ones, was an unexpected windfall. Lin Kuer had long grown accustomed to Yi Chen's pill gifts, so she did not refuse but accepted with gratitude. Seeing Lin Kuer take them, Yi Chen heard the system notification and smiled. In that case, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off, fairy. Having said this, he nodded to Lu Jing, whose expression confirmed what he had suspected, then departed the courtyard directly toward the Yep Hill shop. The sky grew gradually darker. More female cultivators stood in the narrow alleys, prompting Yi Chen to sigh. The cultivation world's employment environment was indeed dismal. Friend Lu, I am heading back. Yi Chen departed. Lin Kuer waved and returned to her room directly. Normally the two maintained polite courtesy. But today, witnessing Lu Jing's warmth toward her own simp proved too much for Lin Kuer to bear. She even planned to move out once she returned from the mountains with earned spirit stones. That Yi Chen just now, truly the legendary simp alchemist of rumor. Yi Chen was already well known throughout the Silver Moon market. Everyone knew he gifted external techniques and spells to women along with countless pills. Previously, Lu Jing had found such tales exaggerated. She had believed no male cultivator could be this foolish. Many males held affection for Lu Jing, yet their kindness remained purely verbal, none willing to offer anything of substance. Some would offer the slightest favor and grow impatient, as though spending a few spirit stones entitled them to possess her outright. But Yi Chen, he freely gifted mid-grade yuan tempering pills. Such pills sold for only 7 per low-grade spirit stone. 10 mid-grade yuan tempering pills amounted to roughly 1.5 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, Yi Chen gave them and departed immediately, showing no expectation of reciprocation whatsoever. This convinced Lu Jing the rumors were true, but it also stirred jealousy within her. That Lin Kuer, her figure inferior to Lu Jing's, her only advantage a somewhat cool demeanor. Why should she possess a simp who gave without asking for anything in return? Why could such a simp not belong to her? Recalling the astonished expression on Yi Chen's face when he first noticed her figure, Lu Jing felt she still had a chance. If Yi Chen were to shift his affections and redirect his gifts to her, it would be ideal. With resources at her disposal, she would not need to struggle so hard. As for whether she would feel guilt for stealing Yi Chen, how could she? In the cultivation world, even blood sisters competed for resources. What right did she have to feel remorse over a mere roommate? Refusing to compete would be foolish. Yi Chen was unaware of either woman's thoughts. But even if he had been, he would not have cared. Giving to either of them made no difference to him. Both yielded a tenfold return. Having returned to the pill shop without incident, Yi Chen turned his attention to the system interface. Gift successfully delivered. 10 mid-grade yuan tempering pills. Processing feedback. Tenfold return granted. 100 mid-grade yuan tempering pills. At the reward, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. An absolute windfall. 100 mid-grade yuan tempering pills were worth roughly 15 low-grade spirit stones. Over a month, that amounted to at least 60 low-grade spirit stones. If he refined 2 batches daily, he could produce at least 400 to 500 yuan tempering pills each month. Combined with the returns, he might earn a mid-grade spirit stone monthly. The medicinal herbs came from the pharmacy. Manager Zhang would likely sell him low-grade pills to fulfill his quota. Rounded up, that was essentially pure profit. Once he accumulated spirit stones, he could continue purchasing expensive gifts. For instance, Yi Chen felt he still needed a personal cultivation technique. His offensive spells were too limited. If he had funds, he should acquire several more. Magic tools could greatly increase his attack power. Protective garments could greatly enhance his defense. A storage bag would also be useful. With his pill supply constantly growing, carrying them in his robes or keeping them in his room proved inconvenient. A storage bag would undoubtedly be better. Weighing everything, Yi Chen felt his cultivation journey ahead was both lengthy and demanding. The places requiring funds were truly countless. Even with alchemy skills and a system, his days felt cramped. The life of an ordinary cultivator was genuinely difficult. The following month passed. Yi Chen spent each day either cultivating peacefully or refining pills to accumulate spirit stones. After becoming thoroughly familiar with the refinement of Peiyuan Dan, each time he refined a batch, he could produce 2 to 3 high-grade Peiyuan Dan. However, he kept them all for himself to consume. Otherwise, he could have earned even more. High-grade Peiyuan Dan had excellent effects. Combined with the increasingly powerful enhancement from the Dragon Elephant Pinnacle art, Yi Chen could clearly feel his progress every day. Perhaps within half a year at most, he would be able to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. Indeed, cultivation could be accumulated through resources. But the prerequisite was having resources. Take Chen for example, consuming high-grade payout Dan every day. That amounted to 6 low-grade spirit stones per month. Besides payout Dan, he also needed elephant blood Dan for body refinement. All of it was high-grade. Elephant blood Dan was even more expensive, being the exclusive pill of the dragon elephant sect built on monopoly. For low-grade elephant blood Dan, 1 spirit stone could only buy 5 pills. For high-grade elephant blood Dan, the ratio was directly 1-to-1. 30 pills per month meant 30 low-grade spirit stones. Besides that, Chen was too lazy to cook for himself. He also used Big Dan 1 pill a day to supplement nutrition. When calculated altogether, Chen consumed nearly 40 low-grade spirit stones worth of resources just on pills each month. This didn't even account for the spirit stones required for other spells and cultivation methods. This treatment was at least 10 times better than when he was in the clan. A brief calculation made Chen sigh sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, no matter which world, only with money could one live better. During this month, Chen visited Lin Kuer once every week to deliver pills to her. Since Lin Kuer first sensed the threat, each time Chen arrived, she would lead him to her room. It seemed she wanted to avoid Lu Jing. Yet each time Chen delivered the pills and was about to leave the room, Lu Jing would coincidentally step out. She wore different outfits, each time shamelessly displaying her fiery figure. She was especially enthusiastic in greeting Chen. Although Lin Kuer's expression would deteriorate at such moments, Chen acted as if he couldn't see it at all. Instead, he would chat with Lu Jing in a good mood, learning more about her. This made Lin Kuer unable to maintain her composed demeanor any longer, grinding her teeth behind Chen's back. Chen could certainly perceive Lin Kuer's emotions. But so what if he noticed? Chen wasn't some true simp. Giving gifts was purely to complete system missions. Although Chen had to admit his behavior appeared simping to outsiders. But Chen had the right to choose who he wanted to simp for. That Lu Jing, just to gain something from him, was so enthusiastic. She didn't forget to offer him some benefits. Although he could only see a little nothing of importance. But her attitude was there. And Lin Kuer, acting like someone who neither competes nor strives, calm and detached as a chrysanthemum. The difference was obvious. However, Chen didn't plan to turn around and start simping for Lu Jing, giving her gifts right now. He couldn't be too proactive. He should wait until Lin Kuer entered the mountain, then gradually shift toward Lu Jing because of her initiative. To compete for him, a diamond bachelor willing to spend money on women, Lu Jing would surely make earnest efforts. After all, if there was only one tenfold return, then Chen would certainly have to take the initiative in giving. But if there were 2 female cultivators with tenfold returns, both hoping to gain benefits from him, then the buyer's market would become a seller's market. After all, his system could only trigger once a week. As for Lin Kuer, she was helpless against this situation. After all, it was Chen who gave the gifts. Although he delivered them every week following a pattern, she couldn't run to pill shop and tell Chen to give her the gifts and stop coming to her house. That would look too ugly. So Lin Kuer made up her mind. After this mountain expedition ended and she had money on hand, she would immediately change houses upon returning, never living with that slut Lu Jing again. Because of the crisis Lu Jing brought, Lin Kuer feared the simp Chen would be taken away. At the same time, Lin Kuer also felt that entering the mountain was dangerous, and she should make as many preparations as possible. Plus, with Chen providing the pills needed for cultivation. So Lin Kuer entered the mountain a full month later than expected. The herb gathering team Lin Kuer chose was specifically selected. The team leader was a late-stage chi refining female cultivator, fair in handling matters with an excellent reputation. It was a quota Lin Kuer had fought hard to secure. But there was a vacancy in their team. They couldn't wait for Lin Kuer forever. If Lin Kuer didn't catch up this time, they would replace her. Although Lin Kuer had pills provided by Chen for daily cultivation, the expenses of immortality cultivation were still too great. Lin Kuer herself didn't work and had no income source. The spirit stones she had saved over the years were decreasing. If she delayed any longer, she might not even afford the rent. Under these circumstances, Lin Kuer could only agree with the captain to depart early the next morning. However, on the day before departure, Lin Kuer took the initiative to come to pill shop to find Chen. Elder, that female cultivator named Lin Kuer, is here to visit. In the room, Chen had just finished refining a batch of elephant blood Dan. Looking at the 10 high-grade elephant blood Dan filling the container, Chen's mood was very good. Hearing the mortal maid's report from outside the door, Chen paused slightly. Calculating the time, today was only the 6th day, not even a week yet. After thinking for a moment, Chen spoke, asking the maid to invite Lin Kuer in. Since her resignation, Lin Kuer could no longer directly enter the backyard. Chen walked out of the room, directly closed the door, and waited for Lin Kuer in the courtyard. The room had just finished refining a batch of pills, and the medicinal fragrance still lingered. Chen didn't want others to know he could refine elephant blood Dan. Soon Lin Kuer arrived. However, her attire was somewhat different from usual. Long-sleeve top and pants, a black outfit. Quite different from her usual long dress temperament. Her hair was tied up high. Her cold face gained a touch of heroism. How does Fairy Lin have time to visit? Seeing her, Chen greeted with a smile. The maid also served spiritual tea on the stone table. As the shop's pill refiner, Yi Chun had this level of treatment. Fairy Lin Coder said seriously, looking at Yi Chun. I must depart for the mountain early tomorrow morning for my first herb gathering expedition. This trip will be quite long, probably lasting a month. You are the only friend I have in Silver Moon Market, and the only one who truly cares about me. When setting out, I naturally wanted to inform you. Hearing this, Yi Chun suddenly understood. She came to tell him she was departing. If it were earlier, Yi Chun might have felt somewhat reluctant. After all, there was only this one tenfold return. Lin Kuer entering the mountain meant Yi Chun would earn fewer spirit stones. But now, with Lu Jing, another female cultivator with the same tenfold return, it didn't matter whether Lin Kuer left or not. So Yi Chun smiled gently. Then I wish Fairy Lin a bountiful harvest on this mountain expedition. Yi Chun's attitude, completely different from what Lin Kuer had imagined, made her slightly stunned. When hearing about her entering the mountain, why wouldn't Yi Chun show any reluctance? Why didn't he display any concern? This was too strange. Yi Chun's somewhat calm tone made Lin Kuer slightly startled. However, Lin Kuer soon figured it out. Yi Chun's demeanor was simply to avoid putting pressure on her. During this period, Yi Chun had already proven that he only wanted to silently dedicate himself to her without expecting anything in return. And although Yi Chun had his father supporting him behind the scenes to provide resources, but the Yi family was merely a minor clan, so what Yi Chun could accumulate was certainly not much more. After gifting her external techniques and spells, being able to send her some pills every week was already his limit. Yi Chun surely knew deep down that his own abilities were insufficient to help her further, which was precisely why he would never attempt to stop her from doing anything. He would only silently support her from behind. After comprehending Yi Chun's sincere intentions, Lin Kuer was moved even more. But unfortunately, this man, named Yi Chun, truly had no promising future ahead of him. His talent was simply too poor. His family background was only that of a minor chi-refining clan. Even his soul alchemy skill was merely slightly better than that of an ordinary cultivator. Lin Kuer knew clearly in her heart that the mid-grade pills Yi Chun had given her, even though he claimed they were self-refined. But in reality, that was simply impossible. No one understood Yi Chun's alchemy proficiency better than Lin Kuer did. The previous chi-gathering pills had been thoroughly inferior, the lowest of the low grade. How could his skill have suddenly improved so dramatically? If it weren't for that, just based on Yi Chun's sincere intentions, Lin Kuer might have considered him more seriously. Unfortunately, Yi Chun simply had no future at all. Lin Kuer glanced up at the sky. It was getting late. She needed to depart early tomorrow morning to enter the mountain. She planned to rest early tonight. After all, the mountains were dangerous, and entering them for the first time naturally filled her with some nervousness. So Lin Kuer smiled and said, I'll be departing tomorrow morning. When I return, I'll come find you immediately to treat you to a meal and thank you for your care during this time. So for now, you needn't come to my place. Hearing this, Yi Chun finally understood Lin Kuer's meaning. No wonder she had come over proactively. She was simply reminding him not to go to her house while she was away, to avoid encountering Lu Jing. Such was the nature of women. Even a sycophant she herself held in contempt, she wouldn't willingly let another woman take him away. So classic. As if worried Yi Chun might overthink and tarnish her image in his eyes, Lin Kuer added, moreover, fellow Taoist Lu Jing is naturally quiet and doesn't welcome interruptions. I also know that fellow Taoist Lu Jing has several suitors, including one chi-refining cultivator at the 5th layer who appears somewhat domineering. Naturally, fellow Taoist Lu Jing has nothing to do with them. But if they happen to see you going there, it might cause trouble. TSK. Hearing this, Yi Chun found himself even more amused. Lin Kuer's social skills were truly impressive. She claimed to be warning him against trouble, while also clearing up the matter about Lu Jing's suitors. In reality, she was subtly undermining Lu Jing at every turn. Yi Chun had encountered far too many such women gossiping behind others' backs in his past life. During his travels in that former existence, he had even met a close pair of friends. They got along quite well, so he decided to travel with them. Perhaps it was because of his handsome appearance and mature manner, which made both women quite interested in him. While traveling together, the pair of friends always appeared incredibly close and affectionate. But when chatting with Yi Chun on their phones at night, they would casually expose each other's dark histories. Things like how many boyfriends they'd had, or whether they'd ever carried a child, and thus suffered from a cold womb. All of it brought Yi Chun considerable amusement. This was the nature of friendship between most women. And yet Lin Kuer, who had always cultivated the persona of a gentle, unassuming lotus, was actually playing this same game. It was evident that Lu Jing's presence was genuinely causing Lin Kuer stress. Yi Chun didn't say much, simply nodding with a smile and thanking her for her considerate reminder. But would he actually go? Of course he would. For Yi Chun, giving gifts meant tenfold rewards. Was Lin Kuer going to compensate him if he didn't go? After chatting for a while longer, Lin Kuer noticed Yi Chun made no further gesture and felt somewhat disappointed. Throughout these past 2 months, Yi Chun had been sending her pills every week. It had nearly been a week since the last delivery. Lin Kuer was still wondering whether Yi Chun might prepare some pills for her, perhaps healing or detoxification elixirs. Although she had prepared some herself, who could ever have too many such items? The Yi Chun from last time had immediately rushed out to buy spells for her upon hearing she would enter the mountains. Yet this time regarding her mountain journey tomorrow, he showed absolutely no response. It was rather strange. But Lin Kuer soon understood, feeling as though she had guessed the truth. That Yi Chen's spirit stones might have run out. After all, his family couldn't possibly provide him with too much support. It had been over 4 months. Yi Chun had never failed to send her pills, mostly mid-grade ones, all of which cost spirit stones. And the Xuanji sword technique. He had purchased that entirely with his own spirit stones, a full mid-grade spirit stone. An ordinary early-stage Qi refiner simply couldn't afford such expenses. Yi Chun himself probably could only cultivate using low-grade pills. Under these circumstances, it was quite normal that he couldn't prepare anything more for her. Thinking of this, although Lin Kuer felt somewhat disappointed, she still smiled and bid Yi Chun farewell. Yet in her heart, she felt that as her cultivation grew higher, the help Yi Chun could offer her would only continue to diminish. She and Yi Chun truly belonged to different worlds. With that thought, Lin Kuer's original sense of crisis, sparked by Lu Jing's competition, as well as her regard for Yi Chun, immediately faded considerably. She reverted to her former demeanor of gentle indifference. Having seen Lin Kuer off, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her slightly cold attitude. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Chun understood women of this type best. It was simply that he hadn't proactively given her something today, leading her to misinterpret the situation. She had assumed that since he was such a devoted admirer, he must want to give her something. It could only mean he had nothing left to give. Once she believed he had exhausted his spirit stones. Though she hadn't shown it overtly, her attitude had immediately grown considerably colder. Yi Chun wasn't surprised by this at all. This was simply the fate of a sycophant. Feelings built on such devotion would naturally vanish the moment there were no more resources to offer. Should she return from the mountains and discover he remained in the same straitened circumstances, she would likely drift further and further away from him. But Yi Chun cared not at all. Of course, he wouldn't be giving any gifts today. It wasn't because he lacked spirit stones. On the contrary, Yi Chun had accumulated fully 90 low-grade spirit stones during this period, approaching the value of a single mid-grade spirit stone. But due to the system's feedback function, the cooldown period wouldn't expire until tomorrow. Giving gifts today would fail to trigger the tenfold reward. Without that tenfold return, why should Yi Chun give anything? Did she think he was some kind of ATM? Yi Chun was no true sycophant. So Lin Kuer's earlier words meant nothing to him. Not only would Yi Chun go to Lin Kuer's house, but early tomorrow morning at that, he would pretend not to know she had gone into the mountains. He would go see Lu Jing. He would give the pills to Lu Jing. And not just the pills. Now that Yi Chun was refining payout pills at higher prices, his earnings were accelerating. Yi Chun felt he could purchase a new spell technique to gift to Lu Jing, thereby strengthening his own position. There was also the storage bag. He had coveted such an item for a long time. An item that utilized spatial capacity, something he had never encountered even in his previous technological society. He had heard that ordinary storage bags typically held half a cubic meter. With the tenfold return, that would amount to 5 cubic meters. Anything could be stored inside. It would be incredibly convenient. During the month or so that Lin Kuer would be in the mountains, Yi Chun intended to gift all of these things to Lu Jing. And even afterward, he would give only to Lu Jing. Not because Lu Jing was superior, but simply because Yi Chun was curious. What would Lin Kuer's reaction be when she returned a month later and saw all the gifts he had given to Lu Jing? Would she feel betrayed by him, turn against him, and cut off all contact? Or would she completely abandon her genteel facade and reverse roles, becoming his own suitor over resources? Yi Chun awaited the outcome with anticipation. Morning. Lin Kuer finished her washing and carefully placed the pills she had prepared in advance against her chest. She also carried a set of spare clothes on her back. In her hand, she carried a longsword. It was not a spiritual artifact, but a refined iron blade embedded with fragments of materials used for forging artifacts. It was quite sharp. Though it could not channel spiritual energy or cast spells like a true artifact, its advantage lay in its affordability. After packing, Lin Kuer stepped out of the room. She gazed toward the shadow of the distant mountains, faintly hearing the roar of beasts echoing from the forest at dawn. Most cultivators were reluctant to enter the mountains. The rewards were great, but so were the risks. Not everyone possessed such courage. However, Lin Kuer had grown thoroughly weary of her straitened circumstances. She wanted to grow stronger. If she could break through to the late Qi refining stage, she would earn far more than she did now. With more resources, she could reach a higher realm. Perhaps one day, she could even break through to foundation establishment or beyond. Thus Lin Kuer believed she must risk everything. Stepping out of the room, she happened to meet Lu Jing, who was also leaving. Upon seeing Lin Kuer, Lu Jing immediately wore a smile. Lin Kuer, however, gave Lu Jing no friendly reception. Pretending not to notice, she walked straight past and exited the courtyard gate. Lu Jing, unfazed by this attitude, merely let the corner of her mouth curl upward. Lin Kuer was finally leaving. Her opportunity had come. As Lin Kuer stepped out of the gate, she did not see Yi Chun anywhere. A hint of disappointment crossed her face. Deep down, she still harbored a flicker of hope that Yi Chun might come to see her off that morning. but clearly he did not. It seemed Yi Chen truly had nothing left to offer. Thinking of this, Lin Kuer felt that her effort to remind Yi Chen yesterday had been a waste of time. For someone useless to her, Yi Chen could be taken away without regret. Besides, Lu Jing was clearly after Yi Chen's resources. Once Yi Chen had no resources left, Lu Jing would likely lose interest as well. Turning back, Lin Kuer looked at the dilapidated courtyard. She made a silent vow to herself, relying not on others, but on oneself. She would never live in such a shabby place again. She would not even remain in Silver Moon Market. She would definitely move to Qingyan City. Whether Yi Chen or Lu Jing, neither would ever belong to the same world as her in the future. With these thoughts, Lin Kuer felt invigorated. Carrying her expectations for the future, she strode firmly toward the agreed meeting point. That morning, Yi Chen woke leisurely. After his maid assisted him with his ablutions, he suddenly remembered that Lin Kuer should have already set out that morning. However, Yi Chen did not care. So she left, let her go. He began his usual daily routine morning cultivation. Then he practiced his physical martial arts. The entire morning passed in this manner. After a short rest at noon, he resumed studying spells, and once that was done, he started refining pills. He refined 2 batches each day. Most of the time, he crafted yuan tempering pills. When the supply grew insufficient, he would refine elephant blood pills instead. Once everything was finished, he would rest and relax. Yi Chen understood the principle of balancing work and rest. And while the cultivation world had no internet, its cultural and entertainment offerings were quite fine. Many ordinary people made their living catering to cultivators. If one wished to listen to music, there was no need for speakers. Simply hire a mortal singing girl. If one wanted to watch performances, money could secure a show. If one sought more thrilling entertainment, there were at least a dozen options available, even excluding those stationed on the streets. Mortal or cultivator. Each establishment was backed by a dedicated cultivation organization. Silver Moon Market even had all sorts of novels. They were entirely fantasy tales. Ordinary people who through a sudden stroke of fortune became Buddhas or ancestors. The plots were wildly sensational, featuring immortal maidens and demonesses. With no content censorship, some even included illustrations. It could only be said that Yi Chen's horizons were broadened. However, after finishing his alchemy work that afternoon, Yi Chen did not rest. Instead, he planned to go out. Lin Kuer had left, so it was time to visit Lu Jing and present a gift. 10 mid-grade yuan tempering pills would be worth 5 days of pill refining profits. An absolute steal. Once he converted the accumulated batch of pills into spirit stones, he could go buy a more valuable gift. But just as Yi Chen was about to step out, his maid appeared to announce, "Elder Yi, a female cultivator, has come to visit, calling herself Lu Jing." Upon hearing this, the smile that had been forming on Yi Chen's face brightened instantly. So decisive Lu Jing. Lin Kuer had only left that morning, and by afternoon she was already actively trying to poach him. Such talent. Please invite her in. Yi Chen waved his hand and waited in the courtyard. Soon a female cultivator was let in by the maid. The visitor was indeed Lu Jing. Today Lu Jing wore a teal-colored long dress. The gown was not particularly form-fitting, yet on Lu Jing every curve was prominently displayed. It accentuated her slender waist. Compared to Lin Kuer, Lu Jing's waist was not particularly narrow, but the exaggerated curves above and below more than compensated. Such contrast made Lu Jing's waist appear as though it could be grasped in one hand. Her long hair was elegantly coiled and her mature face was exquisitely refined. Clearly, she had dressed up meticulously to attract attention. "Friend Lu, what brings you here? Please be seated." Yi Chen feigned surprise. Lu Jing's almond eyes blinked softly as if casting a spell, and she pretended to show a hint of reproach. "Does friend Yi not welcome me? Should I leave then?" Yi Chen laughed heartily. "How could that be? I was just about to visit you to check on Kuer when friend Lu unexpectedly appears." Hearing this, Lu Jing smiled, gently pressed the hem of her long dress, and sat down with elegant grace. Though it was still early afternoon, Yi Chen felt as though he were gazing upon a full moon. "I came specifically for this matter. Kuer entered the mountains early this morning. I feared friend you might make a wasted trip, so I stopped by on my way from work to inform you." "Did Kuer not tell you?" Yi Chen's expression darkened. "She entered the mountains. I only just learned of it myself." Seeing Yi Chen's somber expression, Lu Jing felt a surge of delight inside, but quickly said, "Friend, you do not overthink it. Kuer probably did not tell you because she did not want you to worry. She certainly does not lack care for you. In fact, she told me she chose the captain of the mountain expedition team because he has a younger brother whose talent is remarkable. Only 19 years old, yet already at the 5th layer of chi refining. She said he gives off a very reassuring presence. She also said that person has been very warm and friendly toward her. So perhaps Kuer chose not to inform you, fearing you might misinterpret the situation. Still, please do not tell Lin Kuer I said any of this. She is still young, and it would not be good if she grew angry." Watching Lu Jing act, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. This mature sister was no less skilled at playing the innocent victim than Lin Kuer. Before the maid could even serve the tea, the courtyard was already thick with the scent of manipulation. Is that any way to comfort someone? If Yi-Chun were truly a simp, his heart would be even heavier. Perhaps he would wish to end it all. But then again, they were roommates. Yesterday Lin Kuter came running subtly speaking ill of Lu Jing. Today Lu Jing came running immediately spreading tea-like words to sow discord. You two are remarkably in sync. However, Lu Jing's scheming was exactly what Yi-Chun desired. After listening to her words, Yi-Chun's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Seeing this, Lu Jing felt delighted. But she quickly feigned self-reproach, saying, "Did I say too much? Senior brother, Yi, please don't overthink it." Senior sister Lin Kuer is entirely devoted to cultivation, eager only to advance her realm. She has no interest in such matters. Most cultivators are the same way, uninterested in anyone or anything with only their own cultivation in their eyes. So even if the team leader's younger brother has outstanding talent, it has nothing to do with her. She would never walk the path of romance with him. Yi-Chun secretly chuckled. She was already subtly implying that Lin Kuer was selfish. Lu Jing really knows how to read people. But Yi-Chun's expression grew even more desolate, saying, "Does that mean she wouldn't be interested in me either?" Lu Jing inwardly praised his keen understanding. This was precisely what she wanted to hint at. But she quickly shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Kuer is different when it comes to senior brother Yi. You have helped her so much, and she is truly grateful to you. If you continue to put in effort, there may truly be hope." However, with the seed now planted, any normal person would naturally think that Lin Kuer viewed him differently. It was simply because he had given her gifts. What happens when he has nothing left to give? Lin Kuer would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. And indeed, that was exactly the reality. Yi-Chun had long seen through all of this. Yet his expression still grew increasingly pained. He then could no longer sit still, suddenly rising to his feet. "Senior sister Lu, excuse me, I am not feeling well and need to rest." Lu Jing was surprised that Yi-Chun reacted so strongly upon having the truth exposed. Her anticipation only deepened. Such a devoted admirer would soon be hers. She immediately put on an understanding expression and said warmly, "Then senior sister Lu should rest well. Oh, I have a low-grade heart-calming talisman here. This is the first talisman I ever refined, and I have kept it as a memento. Seeing that your mind is troubled, please accept this gift." This was another of Lu Jing's tactics. Lin Kuer always accepted benefits, verbally promising repayment, but taking no real action. But what about herself? Not only was she generous and enthusiastic, but she was also proactively giving Yi-Chun something. Although the heart-calming talisman was not valuable, it was her very first refined creation. The commemorative significance was far from ordinary. When compared, the difference was clear. This would surely make Yi-Chun more disappointed in Lin Kuer. As expected, upon seeing the heart-calming talisman Lu Jing offered, Yi-Chun showed some surprise. As if remembering something, he silently shook his head. Then he directly took out a small medicine vial from his robe. "Reciprocation is the way of propriety. Please accept these pills as a gift, 10 mid-grade origin cultivation pills." Upon hearing this, a glint of secret delight flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. She was very familiar with that pill bottle. For the past 2 months, Yi-Chun had delivered 1 bottle every week to Lin Kuer. 10 mid-grade origin cultivation pills were worth roughly 1.5 spirit stones. At 40 pills per month, that amounted to 6 low-grade spirit stones. It was about as much as her income working as an apprentice at the talisman shop. Lu Jing had long been envious. This vial of pills was clearly what Yi-Chun had prepared for Lin Kuer. But now, feeling disappointed in Lin Kuer and wanting to reciprocate the gift, he was simply offering it to her instead. This meant her words had already affected Yi-Chun. However, Lu Jing did not intend to accept it outright. She wanted to play the long game. She needed to completely distance herself from Lin Kuer, to crush her in every aspect, and to claim this devoted admirer for herself. Only when this little simp belonged entirely to her, wouldn't she then have everything she desired? So she immediately shook her head and said, "This heart-calming talisman is my token of goodwill. No repayment is needed. Senior brother Yi, I shall take my leave." Yi-Chun observed Lu Jing's feigned indifference toward the pills and found it amusing in his heart. Those who refuse gifts at first are the ones who will eventually demand far more. In his past life, many calculating women used to set this kind of image to attract wealthy men. But once they felt they had fully controlled you, they would strip you completely bare. Fortunately, Yi-Chun was not fooled by such tactics. For him, exchanging gifts was a serious matter. Even if all the prior stages could be ignored, he could simply give gifts directly. But this step could not be skipped. So Yi-Chun spoke earnestly, "It does not matter. These pills are but an ordinary refinement for me. In comparison, this being your first creation carries far greater meaning. If you refuse to accept them, then please take back the heart-calming talisman as well." Hearing Yi-Chun say this, Lu Jing felt something was off. What did he mean by first creation? The first heart-calming talisman, obviously. But she did not dwell on it. Instead, because of his words, she believed that Yi-Chun's value far exceeded her expectations. A pill refiner capable of producing mid-grade origin cultivation pills represented a steady source of wealth. Although this was not particularly rare. Even in the Silver Moon Bazaar, there were quite a few pill refiners stronger than him. But the problem was that whatever other refiners earned belonged solely to themselves. It had nothing to do with her Lu Jing. But Yi Chen, for just a single heart-calming talisman, he returned the favor with mid-grade origin cultivation pills. His generosity was unmatched in all of Silver Moon Bazaar. Lu Jing felt as though she had struck gold. Upon seeing Yi Chen's resolute attitude, Lu Jing could only helplessly reach out, accept the pills, and gently sway her curvaceous figure as she thanked him. In that case, I shall not decline. Thank you, senior brother Yi. I have been studying evil-dispelling talismans and am nearly successful. Once I refine my first one, I will give it to you. After all, reciprocity is the way of propriety. Yi Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. His spirits remained low and he had little interest in further conversation. After exchanging a few words, he escorted Lu Jing out. Leaving the courtyard behind, Yi Chen's pill shop, a smile of undeniable joy spread across Lu Jing's face. This trip was truly worthwhile. She had obtained a vial of mid-grade origin cultivation pills in a single visit. But the mid-grade origin cultivation pills were only the beginning. Yi Chen had also gifted Lin Kuder magical techniques and outer body arts with gifts valued in mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Jing desired those as well, even more so. So Lu Jing made up her mind. She would seize this window of opportunity while Lin Kuder was away, entering the mountain, capturing this little simp entirely and training him to be her personal admirer. From then on, everything Yi Chen owned would be given solely to her. Thinking of this, Lu Jing could barely contain herself, her steps growing brisk and cheerful. Because of her exaggerated figure, even simple movements were dramatic and eye-catching. Numerous male cultivators could hardly tear their heated gazes away. Lu Jing hurriedly quickened her pace and departed. It was no wonder she behaved so improperly. For although Lu Jing was slightly luckier than Lin Kuer possessing talisman manufacturing talent, the advantage was not significant. Although talisman crafting was one of the 6 arts of cultivation and held good prospects. For a rogue cultivator like Lu Jing, the cost of learning it was extremely high. Rogue cultivators would not teach her for doing so, would merely cultivate a future competitor. Thus, she could only join a shop and sign an apprentice agreement. In the initial stage, merely processing various materials occupied her for a full 5 years, earning a meager reward of 1 low-grade spirit stone per month. If not for room and board being provided, Lu Jing truly would not have been able to endure it. Now she could produce some basic talismans, but they belonged to the shop. She still received a fixed salary, with her monthly pay having risen only to 5 low-grade spirit stones. The apprentice contract lasted 30 years. Brutal and harsh, it would consume her entire youth. Yet she had no choice. Without learning, she would have no future at all. At least with learning, she could possess a skill. One could only say that most rogue cultivators trapped in this merciless cultivation society simply had no choices. Even knowing it was a pit, they had to leap into it. No wonder Lu Jing valued Yi Chen so highly. After all, if she possessed Yi Chen, she would at least save herself 30 years of hardship. Gift successful. The gift is 10 mid-grade payout pills. Now reciprocating. Tenfold feedback, reward 100 mid-grade payout pills. Returning to his room, Yi Chen showed no signs of sorrow whatsoever. Listening to the system's prompt sounds, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Lu Jing had brought a tenfold reward. This greatly diminished Lin Kuer's importance. Yet Yi Chen still couldn't forget that 15-fold female cultivator from Qingyan workshop. After all, an extra 5-fold was no small matter. Over time, it would accumulate into an astronomical figure. Not to mention that many things could not be simply measured by spirit stones. For instance, gifting spells. The difference between 10-fold and 15-fold feedback would be vast. Regarding that female cultivator from Qingyan workshop, Yi Chen had found inspiration from Lu Jing and already formulated a plan. Over these days, Yi Chen had also made inquiries. The manager of Qingyan workshop was Sun Yi, and Sun Ruoxin was his daughter. Sun Yi was quite greedy for money, but his talisman-making skills were decent. He had once been an outer disciple of Qingyan sect, but it seemed he was injured during a sect competition and could no longer advance. Thus, he was sent to manage Qingyan workshop in Inua market. Since he was greedy for money that made things easier, Yi Chen planned to pay tuition and learn talisman making from him. Unlike Lu Jing, who was an unpaid apprentice working for the master, Yi Chen would be paying, essentially hiring a teacher. Given Sun Yi's nature, learning talisman making from him would certainly not be cheap. But once he established this connection, he could also get to know Sun Ruoxin, thus gaining a 15-fold feedback channel, an increase of 5-fold in feedback. The tuition fee would be easily recouped. Yi Chen could clearly distinguish between gains and losses. As for being an alchemist, already would learning talisman making be a waste of time? What of it? If he could learn it, all the better. Many skills never weigh one down. But even if he couldn't, having Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold feedback would still make it worthwhile. However, for now his resources were still insufficient. So he decided to accumulate more first. After figuring out a general development plan, Yi Chen leisurely began reading a novel. Truth be told, this world had no censorship. Some plots were truly thrilling. The next morning, Yi Chen continued his routine cultivation. Though every morning he woke up with a fiery spirit, Chen wasn't anxious because he understood delayed gratification. The cultivation world was fraught with dangers, only cultivation and power mattered. Everything else, including women, was illusory. They would only slow down his cultivation speed. Once he became strong, what pleasures would he not enjoy? Therefore, unless the system cooldown ended and he needed to give gifts, Chen wouldn't go out to see female cultivators at all. But in the afternoon, Lu Jing came again. She came under the pretext of caring about Chen. She comforted Chen once more. On the third day, Lu Jing happened to pass by after work to check on Chen. On the fourth day, Lu Jing even brought him the first exorcism talisman she had refined herself. In the cultivation world, souls truly existed. If a cultivator died in a place with special environment, they could by chance transform into a bizarre entity. Exorcism talismans were very effective against such entities. In short, Lu Jing came almost every day, finding excuses to see Chen. This combination of moves was certainly effective. After all, a mature, voluptuous older sister figure sought you out daily. Most male cultivators would inevitably let their imaginations run wild, wondering if she had feelings for them. Not to mention, she also carefully crafted her persona, initiatively gave meaningful gifts, and had her own inherent allure. This entire combination would make most male cultivators fall, and Chen's performance exactly matched her expectations. In the first few days, he was dejected, occasionally glancing at her curves during conversations. Afterward, his spirits improved significantly, and the look in his eyes toward Lu Jing changed, becoming more intense. He no longer brought up Lin Kuo at all, appearing as if he had transferred his affections. Chen's behavior thrilled Lu Jing. The progress of her conquest of Chen was far faster than she had imagined. To be honest, Lu Jing even felt a trace of contempt for Chen. Though she was indeed charming, wasn't Chen's change of heart too quick? Was this true love? Earlier, Lu Jing had thought Chen was a devoted man, and she had even felt some admiration. But now she simply considered Chen a lecher. He just liked attractive women. So the moment she showed a little closeness toward him, Chen had so quickly transferred his affection. But contempt aside, this was exactly the result Lu Jing wanted. The sooner she bagged this simp Chen, the sooner she could obtain more resources. Only in this way could she rapidly improve herself and break free from the restrictions of her apprenticeship contract. On the evening of the sixth day, Chen took the initiative to see Lu Jing out, even showing reluctance and wanting to escort her home. But Lu Jing declined. "Fellow Taoist, you no need to see me off. If you are free tomorrow, you may come to my home for an afternoon meal. I still have a piece of beast meat there. Stewed with spirit rice, it tastes excellent. My cooking is not bad, you must try it." Chen heard this, revealed a delighted expression, and nodded without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Chen's expectant look, Lu Jing smiled inwardly. Too easy a piece of cake. Lin Kuo, your little simp is indeed good, but he's about to be mine. Lu Jing felt a secret thrill, bid farewell, and left. As Chen watched her graceful swaying figure, a smile also spread across his face. Lu Jing's tactics were indeed far superior to Lin Kuo's. Inviting him to her home for a meal was a gesture that would make any man anticipate something special. Thinking that Lu Jing was willing to cook for him personally, her attitude toward him was clearly different. She must like me, he thought. Such tricks naturally couldn't fool Chen. But tomorrow was also the next round of gift-giving day. He would just play along with Lu Jing's wishes and give her a surprise. Let's see if Lu Jing could give him a critical hit reward in return. The next day, after Chen completed his daily cultivation tasks, he only refined one batch of pills in the afternoon. Then he headed to Qingyun workshop. "Fellow Taoist, what may I interest you in?" The attendant recognized Chen from his previous visit to buy spells. Chen asked, "I'm looking for your manager. Is he in?" Among the spells that manager Sun Yi had previously shown, there was a defensive spell called Golden Light Technique. It was quite effective. Chen decided to buy that spell today. After all, he already had offensive spells, so he needed to complement them with defense. Later, he would also buy a speed-enhancing spell. His strategy was all-round development. During the purchase, he could also become more familiar with the manager. Let him know that Chen had money. That way, when he later approached him to learn talisman making, it wouldn't seem so abrupt. Because Chen was already somewhat familiar. The attendant didn't ask further, and simply asked him to wait while he went to the back courtyard to call for the manager. Soon Sun Yi, the manager of Qingyun workshop, arrived and invited Chen upstairs. Sun Yi obviously remembered Chen, so he went straight to the second floor and spoke with a smile. "The Xuanji sword technique you purchased last time proved quite effective, didn't it? However, are you encountering any difficulties in your cultivation process? Pay some spirit stones as guidance fees, and I shall help you resolve them." Chen smiled and shook his head. "I have already grasped the basics of the Xuanji sword technique. No further guidance is needed. I have come here this time to purchase a defensive spell." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's smile broadened further. "A defensive spell, eh? That would naturally be the Golden Light Technique. This spell serves as the foundational defensive art from an ancient Buddhist Taoist sect. It can protect the entire body with no blind spots, even covering the area beneath your feet. Furthermore, the golden radiance it emits carries a demonic dispelling effect, shielding you from surprise attacks by wraiths. Once refined to its peak, virtually no one in the qi refining stage can harm you, placing you in an inherently unconquerable position. Sun Yi eagerly promoted the technique upon hearing of potential profit. Yi Chen grew increasingly convinced that once he began refining talismans himself, paying a reasonable fee would pose no significant problem. As for Sun Ye's wildly exaggerated claims about the golden light technique, Yi Chen did not believe a word of it. The truth was inflated far beyond any reasonable measure. But it did not matter. After all, Yi Chen was not the one who would practice this spell. So he put on an eager novice's expression and asked, "Senior, what is the price for the golden light technique?" Sun Yi held up one finger. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Yi Chen's lip twitched. 80 low-grade spirit stones then. Sun Yi immediately shook his head. Let me tell you, this spell's effects are truly formidable. At Qingyun sect, many outer disciples cultivate the golden light technique. I was once an outer disciple there. Would I deceive you? 1 mid-grade spirit stone is already a fair price. Even at Qingyun City, it costs the same. There is no chance of it being cheaper. Yi Chen nodded as if convinced, then spoke earnestly, 80 low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi immediately bristled with indignation. Didn't you hear what I just said? That is the price. Internally, Yi Chen thought, yeah, right. Nevertheless, he continued with a smile. In that case, let me look at other spells for comparison. It is not that I distrust you, senior. It is simply that spirit stones are truly scarce. How could an old man like Sun Yi, who is not a female cultivator, possibly provide tenfold feedback? Therefore, saving what he could was the priority. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute stance and his rising from his seat to leave, Sun Yi curled his lip. Very well, for the sake of your previous purchase, I will offer you a discount this time. 80 it is. Yi Chen immediately broke into a smile. He withdrew 80 low-grade spirit stones from his robe and handed them over. He then secured the golden light technique. This would serve as today's afternoon gift for Lu Jing. He had no idea what feedback it might generate. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was in excellent spirits after receiving the spirit stones. He had evidently made a handsome profit. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment and asked, Senior, I have heard your talisman crafting arts are profoundly advanced. You are considered one of the foremost talisman masters at Inu Market. Sun Yi rolled his eyes at this remark. What, one of the foremost? In this humble outpost of Inu Market, if I claim second place, who dares assert they are first? It was evident that Sun Yi possessed considerable confidence in his talisman crafting prowess. Yi Chen spoke with apparent admiration and then asked, then might I inquire, if I wish to learn talisman crafting from you, senior, what guidance fee would you require? Sun Yi regarded Yi Chen with mild puzzlement. As a pill refiner, why would you seek to learn talisman crafting from me? Though Yi Chen had never ventured to Qingyun Market to sell his wares directly, the faint medicinal fragrance and aura of herbs clinging to him could not be concealed. Such details were immediately apparent to an observant eye. Yi Chen offered a wry smile. Though I am a pill refiner, my alchemical skills are truly inadequate. Therefore, I wish to test whether I possess any aptitude for talisman crafting. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi harbored a secret scoff. Within the cultivation world, there were too many individuals like Yi Chen, those whose hearts were restless and unfocused. Rather than dedicating themselves to mastering a single discipline through persistent refinement, they scattered their efforts across everything, hoping for fortunate breaks. Even within Qingyun sect, such individuals were plentiful. One day studying pill refinement, the next talisman crafting, and the day after tool smelting. Yet in the end, none of them achieved anything of substance. Nevertheless, when such a gullible target presented itself so conveniently, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. So Sun Yi paused and mused, I do not take disciples. However, since you strike me as agreeable, offering some guidance is not without merit. How about this 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and I shall provide you with weekly lessons on the fundamentals of talisman crafting. Without hesitation, Yi Chen bowed formally and took his leave. Shameless, truly shameless. For lessons per month, for 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Over 1 mid-grade spirit stone per lesson. Converted, the price was nothing short of exorbitant. How much higher could this pricing go? Observing Yi Chen's determined departure, Sun Yi hastily gestured. A lower price would suffice. 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen's pace remained unchanged. 2 mid-grade spirit stones should be acceptable. Yet Yi Chen continued to stride away with unwavering speed. Seeing the young mark genuinely preparing to leave, Sun Yi initiated another concession. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. That is the absolute lowest price. After all, as a master talisman crafter producing, just a few talismans would yield this sum. Only because I am elderly and inclined to grant younger cultivators an opportunity, do I consider offering instruction. This time Yi Chen actually halted his steps. 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 4 introductory lessons. It remained exorbitantly priced. As for Sun Ye's claims of effortlessly earning such sums through talisman crafting, Yi Chen placed zero faith in them. Nevertheless, Yi Chen required only a means of contact with Sun Ruoxin. This price fell within his acceptable range. So Yi Chen clasped his fists in greeting. I thank you, senior, yet this represents a substantial sum. I must return and consult with my elders. Sun Yi nodded. Hurry back, or I may be transferred on short notice. Yi Chen nodded in gratitude and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Sun Yi eagerly anticipated Yi Chen's next visit. For lessons for a single mid-grade spirit stone, this was an exceptionally profitable arrangement. For sessions fell far short of completing even the introductory curriculum. Since Yi Chen had already invested his funds, he would inevitably return to continue his studies. He would likely require 2 or 3 months to complete the foundation, after which advancement would become necessary. Advanced instruction would certainly command higher prices. The cumulative profits from this venture would be substantial. Sun Yi now found himself genuinely intrigued by Yi Chen. He became curious regarding which cultivation family or clan Yi Chen represented. Meanwhile, Yi Chen departed from Qingyun workshop and headed directly toward Lu Jing's residence. Along the way, he briefly examined the description of the golden light technique in his possession. Compared to ordinary defensive spells, the golden light technique was indeed somewhat stronger. It could manifest a protective golden barrier encompassing the entire body. However, this purported full-body protection was achieved through compromised defensive strength. A typical cultivator pushing the golden light to its maximum capacity would find it shattered after merely a few strikes. Moreover, the energy consumption was substantial. Furthermore, once activated, the spell emitted an intensely luminous golden radiance. Its conspicuous brilliance made the practitioner a glaring target. Nevertheless, the technique possessed certain advantages: rapid activation time, and genuine demonic dispelling properties that proved effective against wraiths. Yet the actual performance fell considerably short of Sun Yi's exaggerated claims. Regardless, Yi Chen remained unconcerned. After all, this was intended as a gift for Lu Jing. For his own cultivation, he possessed a defensive spell amplified through tenfold feedback. Its efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of the golden light technique. Walking down the street. The cultivators on the street were mostly in a hurry, their faces not particularly cheerful. Clearly, the societal pressure was immense, and with unmet needs, most people couldn't find joy. The same was true in this cultivation society. Yi Chen sighed a few times and arrived at Lu Jing's door. He knocked. Lu Jing's door opened quickly, and her eyes lit up at the sight of Yi Chen. She immediately came to let him in. Looking at Lu Jing today, Yi Chen's eyes also lit up. Lu Jing's hair was slightly damp, cascading down her back. Her skin was also moist, and she wore a particularly cool dress, as if she had just bathed. When Yi Chen first crossed over, it was winter. Now several months had passed, the weather had grown warm, and there were even signs of sultriness. Lu Jing's figure was already outrageously attractive. Dressed coolly, though nothing was exposed, it inevitably stirred the imagination. Big was indeed the truth. Brother Yi, you're here. Come in quickly. The meat is just done stewing. Lu Jing gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Every movement exuded a mature charm. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Chen replied politely and followed Lu Jing into the room. Lu Jing's house, like Lin Kuer's, had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. It wasn't very spacious. Bowls and chopsticks were already set on the dining table in the living room. Lu Jing then went into the kitchen and brought out the stewed beast meat. In an instant, the entire room was filled with fragrance. She asked Yi Chen to sit down and went to serve rice. Soon she brought out 2 bowls of rice, 1 full, 1 less. The aroma of spiritual rice was equally enticing. Since crossing over, Yi Chen had never cooked for himself. The Yidan shop didn't provide meals either. He had relied entirely on purchased fasting pills. His mouth was indeed craving something. After a brief exchange, they sat down to eat. The stewed meat didn't have much beast meat. Most of it was plant-based, similar to potatoes from his past life. But the taste was quite good. The beast meat was thoroughly braised with a chewy texture and a slight spicy kick that whetted the appetite. Once swallowed, it warmed the stomach as if wisps of spiritual energy seeped out to nourish the body. Yi Chen didn't hold back and ate heartily. After all, he was about to give such an expensive gift. What harm was there in eating a little? He mused to himself that later he would find a cook to prepare meals every day. This was far more comfortable than eating fasting pills. Lu Jing, however, barely touched her chopsticks. She even proactively picked up food for Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes watching him with a smile. As if watching him eat was enough to satisfy her. Fairy Lu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. After the meal, Yi Chen spoke with immense satisfaction. Lu Jing smiled radiantly. Brother Yi, if you like, you can come often. Unfortunately, I don't have much beast meat at home, so I couldn't let you eat to your heart's content. I'll get my salary in a few days. Then I'll go to the market and buy a bigger piece of beast meat to invite you again. Brother Yi, please sit. I'll clear the dishes first, then come chat with you. Saying this, she gently swayed her hips and carried the dishes to the kitchen. Yi Chen remained in the living room, sighing inwardly that Lu Jing was indeed more mature and far more sophisticated than Lin Kuer. Her approach was first to dress coolly, showcasing her figure, then to display her excellent cooking skills. In the process, she also subtly hinted at financial difficulties. For example, the lack of beast meat and spiritual rice. Yet she had given most of it to him. Treated in such a way by a woman, which man wouldn't be deeply moved? If he had the ability, wouldn't he feel pity for her and then give her gifts to help? In his past life, many women used the same tactic of talking about their family hardships. all to arouse a man's sympathy and compassion. Though Chen saw through it, he didn't expose it, because it was the perfect opportunity to go along with it and present her with a grand gift. Playing this game with me, she chose the right person. Lu Jing quickly finished cleaning up. She sat on a chair and chatted with Chen. As she sat, the chair pressed against her, making her curves even more prominent. Thank you for the wonderful meal, Fairy Lu. Chen expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lu Jing noticed that Chen's gaze had changed since he first arrived, now tinged with tenderness. Her heart leaped with joy. Her tactics had worked. But she didn't show it, shaking her head with a smile. Not at all. I was remiss in hospitality. You clearly didn't have enough. Chen also shook his head. Fairy Lin, you're too kind. As a guest, I didn't prepare a special gift. Please accept this. Lu Jing's heart rejoiced at the words. But she quickly refused. Brother Yi, there's no need to be polite. I invited you simply because I want to be friends with you. After all, in the cultivation world, everyone is busy cultivating and earning spirit stones with no time for each other. But chatting with you is truly enjoyable. Besides, you already gave me a foundation nourishing pill last time. How could I be so brazen as to accept another gift? Chen insisted firmly. Since Fairy Lu treats me as a friend, you must accept it. As he spoke, he took out from his bosom a jade slip for the golden body art which he had just bought from Qingyun Market and hadn't even warmed, and placed it before Lu Jing. Lu Jing was about to politely decline, but when she saw the jade slip, she was stunned. A jade slip. Regardless of what was inside, its value exceeded that of pills. Chen then introduced, this is a defensive technique called golden light art which I bought from the Qingyun Market. The steward of Qingyun Market said that all Qingyun sect disciples practice this, and it's far more powerful than ordinary defensive techniques. It is said to be an outer sect defensive technique of an ancient Buddhist sect. Hearing this, Lu Jing was astounded. A defensive technique and one practiced by Qingyun sect disciples. How many spirit stones would that cost? Her heart was already ecstatic, for this harvest far exceeded her expectations. But even though she was itching to accept it on the spot, Lu Jing still refused. This is too precious. I can't take it. Chen, however, ignored her refusal and said directly, it's only the price of one mid-grade spirit stone. Fairy Lin, if you truly consider me a friend, don't decline. As he spoke, he firmly took her little hand, which was plump and soft with an excellent texture, and pressed the jade slip into it. Most importantly, female cultivators in the cultivation world, perhaps due to the nourishment of spiritual energy, had flawless smooth skin like silk. Lu Jing's heart was already pounding with excitement, because Chen was about to give her a defensive technique. Ordinary defensive techniques were not cheap. And this golden light art was worth a full mid-grade spirit stone. It was like a windfall from heaven. She had no mind to dwell on the fact that Chen had held her hand. Holding the jade slip for a long time, Lu Jing still felt unreal. This was a technique worth a mid-grade spirit stone. What an ordinary mid-stage cultivator might earn in half a year, or even a year, had she really obtained it so easily. She had long known that Chen was generous, but experiencing it firsthand, she now understood just how generous he truly was. This was undoubtedly the greatest treasure in the world. Lu Jing even felt a tinge of pity for Lin Kuo. Sitting on a mountain of treasure, wouldn't it be better to be a receptionist at the Iya Dan shop? Every day, being close to the water, one could receive pills and even techniques. How many spirit stones could one earn by risking life and limb in the mountains? How foolish. At that moment, Lu Jing made up her mind. She absolutely must not repeat Lin Kuo's mistake. From now on, she would be even more attentive to Chen, to firmly bind him and make him her exclusive, devoted admirer. It could be said that when Chen bestowed this technique, his value in Lu Jing's eyes rose steadily. Since it is so, I shall shamelessly accept this gift. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. Lu Jing's voice at this moment carried a touch of enchanting charm. Her eyes gazed at Chen as if brimming with emotion. Meanwhile, a prompt resonated within Chen's mind. Gift bestowed successfully. The gift is the golden light technique. Processing feedback. Tenfold feedback granted, awarding the Great Martial Heavenly Dragon Guard. Detected that the gift bestowed by the host is of extreme importance to the matching recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing a significant emotional surge, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward: one-day manifestation of the first abbot of Heavenly Dragon Temple, allowing you to inquire about the cultivation method of the Great Martial Heavenly Dragon Guard. Detected that the host lacks storage equipment, of physical rewards will be temporarily held in the system space for extraction at any time. What the? Great Martial Heavenly Dragon. Although he had acquired another protective technique, just by the name alone, it was undoubtedly far superior to the golden light technique. An absolute windfall. And it had even triggered a critical hit. Not to mention being guided by a great master from some unknown era. He was set to take off. Chen's mood was simply beyond measure. Observing his obvious delight, Lu Jing naturally assumed that he was happy because she had accepted his gift. For him to be this joyful over her receiving it, she must have thoroughly captivated him. But Lu Jing did not dare let her guard down. The fact that she had snatched Chen away from Lin Kuo proved that he was not a man of unwavering resolve. Should she slacken even slightly, another could take him away. Therefore, she must intensify her efforts to make Yi Chen utterly devoted to her. Just as she was about to speak again, Yi Chen opened his mouth. Fairy Lu, since you are pleased with the gift, cultivate diligently. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Yi Chen took his leave. Lu Jing escorted Yi Chen to the door, watching his receding figure, her heart filled with ever-growing emotion. If he were truly delighted by her acceptance, why would he wish to depart immediately? He must have left of his own accord to allow her time to master the technique. How considerate. Yet for all her reflection, Lu Jing secretly shook her head. Alas, this was a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Yi Chen's cultivation base and family background could offer her no sense of security. He was destined unfit to be her Dao companion. Her companion must be a foundation establishment powerhouse. Only such strength could grant her the safety she craved. As for that golden light technique, Lu Jing had no intention of cultivating it herself. Instead, she planned to resell it. She disliked combat and had no desire to venture into mountains, making the technique useless to her. Better to exchange it for spirit stones to purchase what she truly needed. But she had to do it quietly. If Yi Chen discovered this, it would surely break his heart. Should this create any ill feelings between them, it would be unfortunate. A technique worth 1 medium-grade spirit stone could easily fetch 70 low-grade spirit stones. That's nearly a year's income in a single transaction. Truly wonderful. Thinking of the 70 low-grade spirit stones she would profit from in one day, a richer smile graced Lu Jing's mature face. In the mountains near Silver Moon Market, a figure in tight attire with a weary expression, yet bright eyes, Lin Ke, was eating. Though this week had been exhausting, her mood was exceptionally excellent. In just a week's time, I should be able to share 5 low-grade spirit stones. This mountain expedition will last a month, yielding at least 20 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, to accumulate resources, one must embrace risk. Someone like Lu Jing, who fears danger and remains holed up in the market, will never achieve anything in life. Lin Ke was thoroughly satisfied with this harvest. She even felt she should have ventured into the mountains sooner. Though Yi Chen had been sending her pills each month, how valuable were they really? Only a bit more than 1 spirit stone per week. Just 5 per month. But her mountain trip, 5 low-grade spirit stones in a single week. She truly should have stopped wasting time on Yi Chen's meager profits. Moreover, the assistance Yi Chen provided now seemed insignificant to Lin Ke. Remembering Lu Jing's desperate demeanor, Lin Ke couldn't help but smile with arrogance. What of it if she handed Yi Chen over? Nevertheless, she had promised to treat Yi Chen to a meal and could not break her word. Besides, the mountains harbored genuine dangers. A member of her party had already been ambushed and killed by a demon beast. If not for the dragon elephant palm and mystic finger sword technique that Yi Chen had gifted her, techniques that had vastly increased her strength, she might have been injured long ago and scarcely achieved this bounty. Thus, even though Yi Chen now served no purpose to her, Lin Ke did not consider herself the type to turn cold and merciless. She would still honor her promise and treat him to a meal. However, from now on, she would focus solely on cultivation and mountain expeditions. It was better to minimize their encounters. After all, the gap between them had grown ever wider. Since there was no possibility, there was no need to give him false hope, only to shatter it later. Lin Ke considered herself quite kind-hearted. At present, it was rest time. She had no night watch duty today. After finishing her meal, she found a spot in the temporary camp and fell into a deep slumber. She felt that sleep after hard struggle was simply too precious. Great Martial Heavenly Dragon Guard. This technique can transform magical power into heavenly dragon Buddhist energy, condensing a dragon phantom to shield the entire body with formidable defense, nearly impossible to breach among equal techniques. The dragon phantom can also be employed offensively, injuring or trapping enemies. The Great Martial Heavenly Dragon Guard proves especially effective against demons and heretical entities. Little did Yi Chen know what Lin Ke was thinking deep in the mountains. Or rather, he had nearly forgotten her entirely. Both Lu Jing and Lin Ke had triggered tenfold feedback, a mere detail to Yi Chen. But Lu Jing possessed a more attractive figure and was unabashed about displaying it. At least she offered visual pleasure. Was that not far superior to Lin Ke? At this moment, pressing the system rewarded Great Martial Heavenly Dragon Guard against his forehead and reading its introduction, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This effect was extraordinarily potent, capable of both defense and suppression, essentially offensive and defensive unity. However, this technique was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, for Heavenly Dragon Buddhist energy was notoriously hard to transform. Only those well-versed in Buddhist doctrine could practice it with ease. But Yi Chen was unafraid, for within his mind rested the manifestation of the Heavenly Dragon Temple Abbot, granted through the critical hit reward. With the abbot providing one-on-one private instruction, what remained to worry about? Thus Yi Chen immediately assumed a meditative posture and began his cultivation. Soon a faint golden radiance flickered around Yi Chen's body. The following week passed, with Yi Chen's life returning to tranquility. Each day consisted of refining pills, cultivating, practicing techniques, and occasionally reading novels. Life was remarkably fulfilling and serene. Meanwhile, Lu Jing visited frequently. Her demeanor was exceptionally warm, her eyes tender as flowing water, gazing at Yi Chen as though he were her beloved. Lu Jing even made plans with Yi Chen to invite him home for a meal upon the next salary distribution day. Yi Chen had no objections. Lu Jing's cooking was excellent, and by then the cool-down period would expire, allowing him to bestow another gift. This time, however, he could scarcely afford a technique. He would continue gifting pills and accumulating spirit stones. This brought a touch of melancholy to Yi Chen. Indeed, he was far too poor. The spirit stones gathered each month were but a pittance. If only he were wealthier, he could bestow techniques and manuals every week, items of greater value that would yield even more profit upon resale. Now, however, he had to waste precious tenfold feedback on pills, which was truly regrettable. Separator line preserved as structural element. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in the room. A golden bell-like protective barrier seemed to envelop his entire body. Astonishingly, a tiny dragon with an extremely pale hue was roaming along the surface of the barrier. The little dragon could automatically reposition itself to wherever the enemy's attack landed, providing defense at critical points and preventing the golden bell barrier from being shattered too quickly. Yi Chen was highly satisfied with this defensive capability. His expression suddenly shifted, and he formed a hand seal, uttering softly, "Go forth, great majestic heavenly dragon." In an instant, the little dragon whistled away from the barrier, surging forward with fierce momentum. But just moments before it contacted the wall, Yi Chen withdrew his cultivation. The dragon simply vanished into thin air. Both offensive and defensive, this great majestic heavenly dragon barrier is indeed formidable. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too low, so what he could manifest was merely a fledgling dragon, hardly deserving the title of heavenly dragon. But it's not bad either. With a defensive spell at his disposal, Yi Chen felt considerably more secure. Still, advancing his cultivation remained the top priority. Yi Chen estimated that he had reached the 4th layer of qi condensation nearly 3 months ago, and projected that with another 3 months he could break through to the 5th layer. This pace was already decent, though Yi Chen felt it was somewhat sluggish. He had heard rumors of certain artifacts in this world that could accelerate cultivation. However, those treasures were beyond his current reach. Otherwise, he would certainly acquire one to gift to someone and thereby boost himself. After withdrawing his cultivation, Yi Chen glanced at the sky and prepared a vial of mid-grade payout pills before heading out to Lu Jing's home. It had been exactly a week since his last gift-giving visit. They had arranged to dine together today. Upon arriving at Lu Jing's residence and seeing her, Yi Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up once more. Today, Lu Jing was dressed even more elegantly than before, wearing fabric as soft as earthly silk. The material clung to her like a second skin, revealing every contour. Though only her arms were exposed, the boldness was astonishing. Yi Chen didn't hesitate to gaze intently, nodding with satisfaction at the impressive display. The benefits were indeed generous. Lu Jing had prepared an elaborate feast, and after enjoying the meal, Yi Chen presented his gift. Lu Jing wasn't disappointed that the gift was pills. Given that a single spell required a mid-grade spirit stone, a cost beyond even Yi Chen's father's means, a vial of pills worth 1.5 low-grade spirit stones was already considerable. She wouldn't refuse such a gift. More importantly, even just pills accumulated over time represented substantial value. Lu Jing was extraordinarily pleased. She moved more freely, her gestures slightly larger. After exchanging glances and conversing for a while, Yi Chen departed with complete satisfaction. Upon leaving Lu Jing's home, the sun was nearly setting. Before taking 2 steps, a male cultivator approached, Yi Chen briskly greeting him. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've long heard of your reputation." Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. Did this person know him? Could this be a robbery attempt? Yi Chen remained unfazed. He possessed the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill as outer cultivation, along with the Xianhuang sword finger and great majestic heavenly dragon barrier techniques. He felt no fear against most mid-stage qi condensation cultivators. Furthermore, they were in a marketplace. Even if he couldn't win, holding out would bring the patrol team's support. What was there to panic about? Yi Chen regarded the stranger without speaking, maintaining inner vigilance. The man approached and introduced himself. "I am Li Xiang of the Li Family Talisman Shop. My father owns the establishment." Li Family Talisman Shop. Those words sounded familiar. Yi Chen had heard the name from Lu Jing, who worked there as a talisman crafting apprentice. But why seek him out? Had word reached him about his interest in learning talisman crafting from Sun Yi? Li Xiang observed the confusion on Yi Chen's face. Li Xiang offered a bitter smile and continued, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'll be straightforward. You've been pursuing Lu Jing lately, haven't you?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This was about Lu Jing. Had he encountered a rival suitor come to threaten him? Trouble caused by beauty was universal across worlds. Yi Chen was mentally prepared and responded firmly, "Yes, so what? One must not show weakness before a rival. Being too polite would only invite bullying." Li Xiang noticed the sharp tone and hastily gestured, "Fellow Taoist Yi, please don't misunderstand my intentions. Lu Jing is indeed beautiful and elegant. It's only natural to be attracted to her. I've come to tell you it's fine to pursue her as you wish. Just try not to give gifts, all right?" Chen grew even more bewildered. A rival suitor coming to advise him against giving gifts. Was this a peculiar approach unique to the cultivation world? Seeing Chen's confusion, Li Xiang felt even more frustrated. 6 years prior, he had been captivated by Lu Jing upon first seeing her, and had consistently sought to build a good relationship with her. Whenever Lu Jing encountered difficulties in her talisman studies, he would help resolve them. Their relationship was quite amicable. On occasions when she worked late, Li Xiang would escort her home. Though he had never entered her room, each time Li Xiang attempted to deepen their relationship, Lu Jing would decline, claiming she wished to focus on her cultivation and talisman studies. Yet after each rejection, Lu Jing never ignored him. She maintained her previous demeanor, leading Li Xiang to believe he still had hope, and continuing to offer enthusiastic guidance. But over the past few weeks, Lu Jing's attitude had shifted noticeably. She had grown cold toward him, even rejecting his offer to provide extra tutoring after work. This made Li Xiang suspect something was amiss. After paying closer attention, he discovered that Lu Jing headed to Yang Alchemy Shop after work each day. Yang Alchemy Shop had gained notoriety in the Silver Moon market over recent months, not for its business success, but for its pathetic suitor, the alchemist. Even Li Xiang had heard the story. This alchemist named Chen had fallen for a maid, showering her with gifts, even surrendering a supreme-grade outer cultivation technique worth a high-grade spirit stone that his own father had prepared for him. Yet after the female cultivator used those resources to break through, she callously abandoned him and departed with a more promising young master from an immortal family. The simping alchemist had lost both wealth and affection, becoming a laughingstock. Li Xiang had mocked the situation, then wondering how anyone could be so foolish. Female cultivators invariably gravitated toward strength. Rather than empowering another, one should invest in oneself. If one became powerful enough, a cultivation partner could be found anywhere. Instead, people insisted on groveling. Rumor had it that because of this simping alchemist incident, many female cultivators claimed they wanted a partner like that, and consequently numerous stable relationships among male cultivators had fallen apart. It was a lose-lose situation all around. Later, Li Xiang learned more. Namely that the female cultivator in question was Lin Kuer, who happened to be Lu Jing's roommate. Now Lu Jing visited Yang Alchemy Shop after work. Could the two know each other? Li Xiang had grown somewhat concerned at the time. Today, Li Xiang had specifically come to confront Lu Jing about this, only to witness Chen entering her room. Was Chen now directing his simping toward Lu Jing? If so, Lu Jing's recent coldness made perfect sense. After all, the simping alchemist would bestow all manner of gifts. In comparison, he had merely offered guidance. The choice was obvious. Even he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. But this revelation struck Li Xiang like lightning. Damn it, he had been used by the simping scheme. Li Xiang had discerned the cause. After deep contemplation, he resolved to wait outside for Chen's emergence. He harbored no ulterior intent, nor did he seek to threaten him. Unlike the Earth, where order prevails and every individual is safeguarded by law, making threats against others rarely lead to severe consequences. At worst, if the other party had a fiery temper, they might clash upon meeting. The repercussions were seldom grave, rarely resulting in fatalities. However, the order in the cultivation world was pitifully fragile. Countless cultivators perished unjustly each day. Thus, most cultivators were courteous in their dealings with others. If you threatened someone who knew whether they would bear a grudge, would they thirst for your death? Would they daily scheme ways to eliminate you? Fearing your threat, would they seize the first opportunity after breakthrough to kill you? To incur a conflict with a cultivator over trivial matters and become mortal enemies, that was truly foolish. Therefore, Li Xiang waited for Chen's emergence solely to advise him to cease his sycophancy. If you fancy a female cultivator, pursue her normally, can't you? You're utterly deranged, casually gifting cultivation resources without a second thought. But we have our wits about us. Who would wish to engage in such relentless competition with you? Naturally, Li Xiang would not phrase it so bluntly, for it might offend. So he politely remarked, "Fellow Taoist, the path of cultivation is arduous. A single step delayed means every subsequent step falters. If one cannot break through to foundation establishment by 30, chances are slim for the rest of one's life. Fellow Taoist, Yi hails from the Yi clan, and our Li clan is much the same. Both are merely chi-refining minor families. Though we lack the prowess of the elite, we fare better than the common folk. The resources we possess are already enough to spark envy among countless rogue cultivators. Therefore, I believe we should make the most of our resources to cultivate. Should we ever break through to foundation establishment and transform from carp to dragon, what female cultivator would we not be able to attract? Consider Senior Marshal Uncle Li, a foundation establishment cultivator behind the Silver Moon market. At 60 years old, he has 18 consorts boasting every type of beauty from voluptuous to delicate. Even with turn-taking, some consorts hardly see him twice. This illustrates that strength is paramount. Fellow Taoist, you bestow precious resources upon a female cultivator. Do you truly believe she will be grateful? In reality, upon her breakthrough, she will simply abandon you. For consider the female cultivators in this world. Is there any whose consort's cultivation realm does not surpass hers? In the cultivation world, strength is the foundation. Female cultivators hold no regard for men weaker than themselves. Thus, fellow Taoist, keep the resources for yourself. Do not gift them away. As long as you grow stronger, perhaps that Lin Kuer will return to you. Should you achieve foundation establishment someday, Lin Kuer will likely regret her decision to the point of heartache. Li Xiang spoke with genuine earnestness. Not in jest, he truly felt a sense of exasperation at Yi Chen's lack of ambition. As a man alongside such a simp, he even felt disgraced. He sincerely hoped Yi Chen would awaken to his folly. Li Xiang continued, I admit I harbor feelings for Lu Jing. But my words are not to deter you from pursuing Lu Jing. I merely hope you exercise restraint and do not woo women through gift-giving. Such an approach is destined to yield nothing but emptiness. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood. This rival was not there to threaten him after all. Instead, he was advising him to stop being a simp. What was this strange feeling of being moved? Li Xiang resembled those internet forum users from his past life who berated simps and hoped they would repent. Yi Chen could sense the goodwill behind the words. Of course, he understood that being a simp not only harmed himself and guaranteed emptiness, but also inflated the market price. After all, female cultivators have a competitive nature. Another's consort gave her such an expensive gift. I am more beautiful than her. Why do you not gift me? Am I unworthy? If you do not give, it means you do not love me. This fostered a culture of comparison, ultimately harming all male cultivators. Yi Chen also understood that resources are meant to be displayed to female cultivators, not used by them. Keeping them for himself, growing stronger, would make it easier to find a consort. But the issue was that Yi Chen was not truly a simp. He was merely completing system tasks, investing as it were. Yet this was obviously impossible to explain to outsiders. As for simping, it was an absolute necessity. Therefore, to maintain his facade, Yi Chen firmly shook his head. Superficial, vulgar beyond measure. What you say has nothing to do with love. You have no idea what it means to truly love someone. Li Xiang had thought his explanation was clear and profound. Yi Chen might have awakened. But in an instant, Yi Chen came out with such a remark. Love my ass. If you truly loved her, would you immediately switch to simping another after being dumped? Li Xiang felt Yi Chen's mind was broken, his thoughts defective. Yi Chen continued, you do not understand at all. True love means giving everything to the other person with all your might, expecting nothing in return. Whether you win them over is unimportant, merely seeing them happy is enough. In true love, there are no calculations. Although I gifted her in my eyes, the smile she wears upon receiving it is the true treasure. You have disappointed me greatly. You clearly love Lu Jing, yet you are unwilling to let her live a better life or obtain better resources. Instead, you come to advise me against giving gifts. What does this indicate? You do not love her at all. You merely desire her body and seek to win her through scheming. You are not even my romantic rival. Because you have no understanding of true love. If you truly loved her, you would like me send her all sorts of things, allowing her to live the life she desires. After saying this, Yi Chen turned and left, showing disdain for associating with someone like him. Throughout his speech, many passing cultivators were drawn over. Even the streetwalkers took a break from their duties to witness the spectacle. Yi Chen's words undoubtedly shattered their preconceptions. It also confirmed Yi Chen's identity to all. Simps were rare creatures in the cultivation world. Within the Silver Moon market, Yi Chen was the only one. Unexpectedly, they saw the real person today. All male cultivators wondered if Yi Chen's mind was flawed. How could he utter such outrageous words? However, the female cultivators and streetwalkers gazed at Yi Chen with shining eyes. They too desired such unconditional love. A man like Yi Chen set the standard for a consort. Meanwhile, Li Xiang himself, watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, was utterly bewildered. He was genuinely confused. He had clearly come to advise Yi Chen to stop being a simp. Yet in an instant he found himself being lectured by Yi Chen. Most importantly, upon initially hearing Yi Chen speak, he had found it somewhat reasonable. But he quickly realized his error. Reasonable, my ass. Self-indulgent delusion, masquerading as true love. Absolutely deranged. The mere thought that he had almost been brainwashed by a simp sent shivers down Li Xiang's spine. At that moment, Li Xiang could only say simps are truly badass. Li Xiang was thoroughly convinced. He felt that Yi Chen was completely out of his mind. As for pursuing Lu Jing, he decided to take a break from that as well. It wasn't because he had been scared off by Yi Chen. Rather, he planned to sit back and watch Yi Chen's misfortune unfold. Li Xiang could roughly envision the situation at the Yi family. The resources available to family disciples would not differ much from his own clan. Yi Chen's resources were limited, so how much could he possibly offer Lu Jing? And for how long? Once Yi Chen ran dry, Lu Jing would not spare him another glance. All he needed to do was cultivate hard and grow stronger. Lu Jing would ultimately be his. Yi Chen's efforts would only serve to strengthen his future Dao companion. All in vain. A pure clown. By evening, word of Yi Chen's declaration had spread like wildfire throughout the entire Silver Moon market. Now every cultivator in Silver Moon market knew, for the first time, that such a simpering fool existed in this world. They found it utterly absurd. Everyone agreed that Yi Chen must be mad. Once he was rejected, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Yet several female cultivators felt a strong fascination with him instead. It was not that they were moved by his devotion. They simply wished for a man to shower them with such gifts. Chen paid no mind to the rumors circulating about him. Each gift he gave yielded a tenfold return. If it were you, you would be even more devoted. He was not courting women. He was chasing resources. Those warnings about losing everything. Not his problem. With the system's feedback, he would only accumulate more. Chen continued his daily routine of refining pills and cultivating. Then whenever he had time, he would slip out, disguise himself, and sell the pills he had accumulated. Life was peaceful and fulfilling. But Lu Jing, it seemed, had learned of these affairs. At first, Lu Jing worried the rumors might make Chen see reason and stop his devotion. What would she do if he stopped giving gifts? So Lu Jing harbored deep resentment toward Li Xiang. You, a mere qi refining family disciple, have not gifted me a single pill in 6 whole years. You only sporadically offer some guidance on talisman crafting, and even then in a condescending manner. Now that I have found a cultivator willing to provide me with resources, you dare to interfere and ruin everything. You still expect me to become your Dao companion. Keep dreaming. I would rather give to a dog than to you. These days Lu Jing ignored Li Xiang entirely at work. But whenever she visited Chen, she grew increasingly affectionate. She would deliberately brush against him, lean close, when speaking, so her breath washed over his face. She even volunteered to tidy his quarters. Lu Jing did all this to keep Chen wrapped in her tenderness, shielded from Li Xiang's poison. If Chen truly came to his senses, she would weep herself to death. Fortunately, his attitude remained unchanged. He was as obsessively devoted as ever. Occasionally, she would let him take advantage of her. Chen responded with unmistakable excitement, completely unmoved by any of the rumors. Satisfied, Lu Jing felt assured. Before she knew it, another week had passed. After completing his daily cultivation and alchemy, as usual, Chen decided to go out and purchase a storage pouch. Chen had long anticipated owning a storage pouch. It was an absolute necessity from the cultivation novels he had read in his past life. The ability to carry substantial amounts without bearing their weight fascinated him. Back on Earth, if he had possessed a storage pouch, he would not have needed to pay for parking. He could simply store everything inside and walk away. A standard storage pouch held half a cubic meter and cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. Chen had just saved another mid-grade spirit stone. He could easily afford a larger one, a full cubic meter. With the tenfold return, that would yield 10 cubic meters. An incredible gain. With a storage pouch, all his belongings could travel with him. If he ever needed to flee, he would not need to pack. Far more convenient. Chen left through the backyard and headed straight for Qingyun's sect. It was said that the refinement of storage pouches required specialized knowledge. Thus, only Qingyun's sect sold them in Silver Moon Market. Brother, would you like me to notify the manager? The attendant at Qingyun's sect already recognized Chen and asked directly. Chen shook his head. No need today. I am here to buy a storage pouch. Something large, preferably 1 cubic meter. Hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted to surprise. Among qi refining cultivators, a storage pouch was considered an absolute luxury item. True, a storage pouch had its uses, but ultimately, it was merely a container. Unless one had special needs such as gathering herbs or hunting spiritual beasts in the mountains or reselling goods. Otherwise, most ordinary cultivators preferred to carry items in satchels. Few were willing to spend 50 low-grade spirit stones simply for storage. After all, their entire net worth might not equal that amount. If they had such resources, they would rather spend it on techniques and spells. Guest, please follow me. This is our sect's storage pouch. This pouch has a capacity of 1 cubic meter priced at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. The outer layer is woven from cloud-patterned silk, providing solid protection against the fluctuations from spell combat. It can prevent the pouch from being damaged during battles. As long as it is not struck directly by a spell, it will hardly be damaged. Moreover, under normal use, our storage pouch will have no issues for 20 years. However, we still recommend replacing it every 15 years as array patterns can eventually degrade. If it breaks suddenly, it would be troublesome. You would need an array master to open it, risking loss of your belongings. The attendant continued explaining the storage pouch. Chen listened somewhat bewildered. Storage pouches could deteriorate. They needed periodic replacement. This surprised Chen, but upon reflection it seemed quite reasonable. In his past life, appliances also wore out after years of use. Storage pouches relied on array formations for their storage function. Materials degrading and arrays gradually failing seemed perfectly normal. Either way, it did not concern him. Anything the system provided would surely be superior quality. Chen decided to purchase it immediately. Watching 100 low-grade spirit stones being pulled out, the attendant's face lit up with pleasure. After all, he earned commissions on top of his salary. Storage pouches carried particularly high commissions. He could earn a full low-grade spirit stone from this single transaction. How could he not be delighted? Chen examined the storage pouch, confirmed the space was adequate, then secured it against his chest, and departed Qingyun's sect amidst the attendants' eager bowing and scraping. Beyond the boundaries of Silver Moon Market, a team of weary herb gatherers emerged from the great mountains. Seeing the market so closed, they all sighed in relief, their faces bright with joy. The team consisted of over a dozen people. Lin Kuer, who had spent the month gathering herbs in the mountains, walked among them. That day, Lu Jing spared no effort in preparing an elaborate feast for Yi Chun, who ate with exceptional gusto. When the meal concluded, the room grew rather stuffy. The two sat in recliners beneath the great tree in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze. Yi Chun occasionally cast glances at Lu Jing. Today she was dressed just as lightly as before. She lay there unguarded, now her graceful figure extraordinarily alluring. Yi Chun's gaze had already wandered southward. It must be said female cultivators truly had exquisite skin. Not a single pore could be seen. Over this period, to avoid him awakening to the rumors, Lu Jing had been more generous with her favors than any handgame designer from his past life. But Yi Chun could plainly see she was simply stringing him along. At most, she allowed him to enjoy fleeting pleasures. She had no intention of ever advancing their relationship further. Yi Chun could understand the reasoning, however. After all, a simper must always be dangled with small rewards. If every desire were fully satisfied, the simper would feel content and accomplished, leaving no motivation to offer gifts. After admiring the view for a while, Yi Chun noticed the sun setting on the horizon, nearly swallowed by the distant mountains. He decided it was time to act. He sat up straight, retrieved a gift he had prepared long ago, and spoke. "I thank you, immortal Lu, for your gracious hospitality. This is a modest token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes lit up. She had assumed it would be another batch of pills and was about to offer polite refusals. But when her beautiful eyes clearly saw what Yi Chun held, her pupils contracted sharply. It was a small blue cloth pouch roughly the size of a palm. The body of the pouch bore cloud patterns, looking rather mystical. The moment she saw it, Lu Jing recognized exactly what it was. She had seen the clerk at the Leaf family talisman shop wearing one at his waist. This was a storage bag. The cheapest variant cost no less than 50 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Jing had always been envious of storage bags. Carrying items around was truly inconvenient, and hauling luggage became cumbersome when trouble arose. Some precious items could not be carried on one's person, yet leaving them at home was unsafe. Whenever one traveled, one worried whether thieves might raid the residence. With a storage bag, all these minor troubles could be solved. One could even relocate with greater ease in the future. Lu Jing had been somewhat worried that Yi Chun might skip gift-giving this week due to the rumors, or perhaps give less than before. Unexpectedly, not only did he not fall short, he brought her another surprise. Yi Chun continued, "This is a 1 cubic meter storage bag purchased at Qingyun Market, valued at 1 mid-grade spirit stone. However, you must avoid using magical attacks upon it, or it will be damaged." Yi Chun emphasized its value. After all, the higher the price, the greater the surprise. The likelihood of triggering a critical burst would undoubtedly be higher. And indeed, hearing it had a volume of 1 cubic meter and was worth a mid-grade spirit stone, Lu Jing became noticeably more excited. Two rosy clouds bloomed upon her pretty mature face. Her expression was filled with delight. The surprise Yi Chun brought her was truly immense. She had worried for nothing after all. How could someone like Yi Chun change his mind simply because of outside rumors? If he were so easily swayed, he would have long since changed. Overflowing with joy, Lu Jing nevertheless felt she could not simply accept such a valuable gift. So she began the familiar dance of polite reluctance, a proper ritual of hesitation before acceptance. Seeing the precarious state of his southern hemisphere, Yi Chun was happy to play along with Lu Jing. Few finally back. Though the mountains pay well, life there is unbearable. A mere bug nearly ruined my arm. I earned quite a lot this time. Huaru of Ichuan Tower, here I come. I'm going to find Fairy Yu. No one can take her from me. The group arrived at the entrance of the Silver Moon Market, shouting enthusiastically. Though the mountains offered greater profits, living amidst constant danger meant not even a peaceful sleep could be had. Even cultivators could not endure it, feeling particularly oppressed. Now returned, everyone relaxed. In the crowd, Lin Kuer listened to those male cultivators and wrinkled her nose in disgust. However, Lin Kuer did not show it. She herself was utterly exhausted, longing only to return and sleep soundly. A full month in the mountains had been truly grueling. At the forefront of the crowd stood a tall, imposing woman. She was the team leader at the 7th layer of Qi condensation. "All right, the medicinal herbs are all with me. Your shares have been tallied and 1/3 has been prepaid. Once I sell the herbs in my possession 3 days from now, you may come to me for the remaining balance." "No objections, say." The woman was decisive, exuding an air of unquestionable authority. Everyone trusted her, offering no challenges. Only a lecherous middle-aged male cultivator spoke up. "Boss, could you advance me a few more low-grade spirit stones? I plan to stay at Ichuan Tower for 3 days. His words drew uproarious laughter. Though most cultivators desired to advance their cultivation and strove toward that goal, many low-tier cultivators saw no hope of breakthrough. Thus they gave up, spent their earnings on wine and women, and indulged their desires. A month's hard-earned spirit stones would vanish in just a few days. But they were not simpering fools. They directly paid for services. Such people were not uncommon in Silver Moon Market. The woman gave the middle-aged cultivator a cold glance. Scram. The female cultivators at Yichuan Tower all practice some vile arts relying on you to advance their cultivation. Look at you. Compared to a few years ago, you have made no progress whatsoever and have actually regressed. If you keep declining like this, there'll be no place for you in this team. The woman showed no mercy, leaving the middle-aged man to offer a sheepish grin, daring not retort. Upon entering Silver Moon Market, the woman turned and walked away. The team dispersed, and everyone left in small groups. Lin Kuer also intended to return. But following closely beside Lin Kuer was a tall, youthful man. Lin Kuer remembered to come early 3 days from now. I'll have my sister allocate you a larger share. Hearing this, Lin Kuer offered a polite smile. Then I thank you, fellow Taoist Jin. The young man before her was named Jin Wuqing, already at the 5th layer of qi condensation at his young age. With rich combat experience, he was one of the team's capable fighters. He was also the team leader's cousin. It was said they had partnered with a certain medicine shop, gathering herbs in the mountains on their behalf. Fellow Taoist Jin Wuqing had shown her considerable care during their mountain expedition. Young and promising, he might very well break through to the later stages of qi condensation. By every measure, he far surpassed Yichun. Yet Lin Kuer held no interest in him. So what if he reached the later stage of qi condensation? Lin Kuer's goal was foundation establishment. Thus, after politely thanking him, she bid farewell and departed. Jin Wuqing was somewhat disappointed. However, remembering that Lin Kuer would enter the mountains again in the future, giving them more opportunities to interact, he decided not to rush. Lin Kuer walked along the path, contemplating her earnings, a smile gradually appearing on her face. This trip, thanks to good fortune, she had discovered a patch of silver moon spirit grass. Her gains far exceeded expectations. According to the team leader's calculations, she would receive 25 low-grade spirit stones, a remarkable income of nearly 1 per day. A month's earnings equaled nearly a year of her previous income. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Lin Kuer planned to collect her spirit stones in 3 days and move to a better courtyard. As for Yichun, she would keep her promise and treat him to a meal. However, at the table, she would make it clear so he would not harbor false expectations. After all, although Yichun could provide mid-grade primordial nourishment pills, she could now afford them herself. There was no need to compromise herself for a mere handful of spirit stones. Lost in thought, Lin Kuer arrived at her courtyard entrance. Yet standing at the doorway, she heard voices conversing within the yard, and they sounded rather familiar. She paused at the threshold, her steps halting abruptly. Furrowed slightly as she recognized the tones. One was unmistakably Yichun's voice. A flicker of unease passed through her mind. What was he doing here? During the herb-gathering expedition, Lin Kuer had learned some techniques for concealing her presence and movements. So when she heard voices in the courtyard, she remained silent and did not recklessly enter. She wondered if it might be a thief or a cultivating bandit. If so, she would need to notify the patrol. But as she clearly understood their conversation, Lin Kuer's brows furrowed slightly. She had identified the two speakers. One was Lu Jing and the other was Yichun. Why were these two here? Before she left, she had clearly informed Yichun that she was going into the mountains. Knowing she was gone, why had Yichun come? Unless he had harbored feelings for Lu Jing long before. The thought filled Lin Kuer with disgust toward him. This only deepened her loathing for Lu Jing as well. She had never held Yichun in high regard and had already resolved to cut ties with him. Yet his behavior was truly disappointing. His earlier devotion was nothing but lust disguised as affection. She had mistakenly believed him to be a good man, and Lu Jing was equally despicable. Did she have to compete with her for everything? Had she simply never been around a man before? Lin Kuer had originally planned to treat Yichun to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his past kindness. But now there seemed no point. The sight of them together stirred something uncomfortable within her, a sense of betrayal. Yichun had been so attentive before showering her with gifts. And now, after merely a month away, he had already transferred his affections elsewhere. Who could endure such treatment? Yet her anger faded, quickly replaced by composure. She no longer valued the gifts he had once given her anyway. If Yichun was something she had discarded, then let Lu Jing have him. The realization brought her peace. Her anger dissolved completely. She almost wanted to push open the door, offer a blessing, and retire for the night. She was curious to see what awkward expressions would cross their faces. But just as she was about to open the door, Lu Jing's voice reached her ears again. Friend Yi, since you've said so much, I feel embarrassed to refuse any longer. In that case, I'll accept it. Lin Kuer sneered inwardly. It was merely a bottle of mid-grade Yuanpei Dan at most. She didn't value it at all. In the future, she would purchase higher quality Yuanpei Dan directly for better cultivation results. Yet Lu Jing was getting this excited over mid-grade pills. It confirmed that she and Lu Jing belonged to entirely different worlds. With this thought, Lin Kuer felt a sense of superiority looking down upon her. But the next moment, the scornful smile vanished from Lin Kuer's face. Her composure cracked entirely. Inside the courtyard, Lu Jing's voice rang out again. I happen to be planning to move in a few days. This storage bag holds a full cubic meter, perfect for fitting all my belongings. I'll relocate closer to the center for better security and to be nearer to friend Ye's residence. This gift from you truly suits my tastes perfectly. A storage bag, a full cubic meter. Yi Chun had given Lu Jing an entire cubic meter of storage space. Lin Kuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Kuer knew precisely how valuable storage bags were. Previously in the herb-gathering team, only the leader possessed one, and it held merely half a cubic meter. Yet everything could be stored inside them, which was remarkably convenient. Especially for herself, having to carry luggage everywhere and hide pills on her person always hindered her movements. The other person didn't need to bring anything. Just placing items directly into the storage bag would do. The effortless way they wore the storage bag at their waist was truly enviable to Lin Kuer. But the starting price for a storage bag was 50 low-grade spirit stones. After a month of grueling work in the mountains, she had only managed to earn over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Saving up for 2 or 3 months through sheer hardship just to afford one was virtually impossible. And yet, the storage bag she had long coveted was being casually gifted by Yi Chen to Lu Jing. Moreover, it was a storage bag holding a full cubic meter worth 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Lin Kuer felt her mind growing disoriented. Her hands began to tremble. She had worked herself to exhaustion for a month and only earned over 20 low-grade spirit stones. But Lu Jing, she had done nothing at all yet received a storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone. If she hadn't gone into the mountains, would Yi Chen have given her this storage bag? Absolutely. So did going into the mountains and exhausting herself actually leave her at a disadvantage? Before Yi Chen's generous gift, all her efforts over the past month felt like a joke. Yet before her chaotic mind could even process this, Lu Jing continued speaking, delivering an even greater blow to Lin Kuer. Last time, friend, you gifted me a defensive technique worth a mid-grade spirit stone. And this time another storage bag worth a mid-grade spirit stone. I truly don't know how to properly thank you, friend Yi. Since you enjoy my cooking, friend Yi, why not come over every day from now on? Or perhaps I could come to your place after work each day and cook for you instead. Only then can I fully express my gratitude, friend Yi. Not troublesome at all, I also enjoy dining with friend Yi. Your witty conversation makes it truly pleasant. Hearing this, Lin Kuer's expression grew even more stunned. In the month she had been away, Yi Chun hadn't merely gifted a storage bag. He had also given away a defensive technique worth a mid-grade spirit stone. That meant in just a single month of her absence, she had missed out on both a technique and a storage bag. Lin Kuer found this utterly unbearable. If she hadn't entered the mountains, these things would unquestionably have been hers. She had gone into the mountains seeking resources only to have her home stolen by that wicked woman and suffer even greater losses. Just thinking about it made Lin Kuer feel on the verge of madness. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to have nothing of value left? Before she departed, hadn't he been unable to even produce medicinal pills? How could this have happened? Why had this occurred? She desperately needed a defensive technique. And the storage bag, she needed that even more. These things should have been hers. Lin Kuer had lost all trace of her former composure and serene detachment. The wrath within her surged like a storm breaking through the clouds. She hated Lu Jing, that worthless woman daring to steal what was hers while she was away. Truly the epitome of shamelessness. Those possessions belonged to her alone. What right did she have to accept them? Spit them out at once. Yet her fury toward Yi Chun burned even hotter. How dare he give away what was meant for her? Yi Chun had been so devoted to her before. How could he have changed his heart so easily? Lin Kuer was certain Lu Jing must have driven a wedge between them while she was gone. Even so, Yi Chun had disappointed her deeply. For him to shift his affections on account of another's slander and to give away gifts intended for her, this was true betrayal. This was betrayal against her. This was truly unforgivable. Consumed by rage, Lin Kuer could no longer restrain herself. She slammed the main gate open with tremendous force. Upon seeing Lin Kuer return, Lu Jing's initial reaction was alarm, but it quickly gave way to a smile. You're back, are you? So what? That simping fool, Yi Chun, already belongs to me. You've arrived too late. Beside her, Yi Chun watched with calm detachment. Though the scene might appear compromising, he wasn't truly subservient. Why should he fear Lin Kuer's misunderstandings? Moreover, through his cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, his internal organs had grown stronger, sharpening his hearing and vision. He had detected Lin Kuer hiding outside long ago. Lin Kuer had expected flustered reactions and explanations, but instead both parties regarded her with unsettling calm. This only enraged Lin Kuer further, and she immediately shouted at Yi Chun, "Friend Yi, how could you give my belongings to someone else? Taoist Yi, how could you give my things to another woman?" Yi Chun had long known that Lin Kuer was hiding outside, eavesdropping. He was quite curious about what her reaction would be. But after Lin Kuer stormed in and blurted out those words, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. What did she mean by my things? Lin Kuer's demeanor reminded Yi Chun of a story he had read in his past life. A man used to give a beggar 10 coins every day. After getting married with money running tight, he cut the amount to 5. To the beggar's fury, he accused, "How dare you use my money to support your wife?" This tale bore an uncanny parallel to Lin Kuer's behavior at that very moment. Lin Kuer seemed to believe that everything from her sycophant belonged to her. Hence his generosity toward another woman was simply unfathomable to her. Sycophants truly deserve no respect. Regrettably, He was far from such a groveling fool. Ms. Lu Jing, on the other hand, demonstrated far greater professional dedication than she ever could. You'd share gifts with your brother across the southern hemisphere. And what of you? Was it your ethereal detachment I sought? Chen asked without mincing words. Taoist Lin, pray tell, what exactly constitutes your things? Lin Kuo froze at his words, then erupted in fresh fury. You've always given me gifts before. The things you now offer Lu Jing, could they possibly belong to anyone else? More crucially, you used to address me as Fairy Lin whenever we met. Now the newcomer has supplanted the old. Fairy Lin has become merely Taoist Lin, has she not? Men are all equally worthless. Lin Kuo shot a venomous glare at Chen and Lu Jing before retreating to her quarters in silence, slamming the door behind her. Lu Jing watched this display with quiet satisfaction. She harbored genuine apprehension that Lin Kuo's return might spark competition for Chen's affection. After all, Chen's initial obsession had been directed toward Lin Kuo. It is said that the white moonlight, a woman's pure unattainable ideal, remains the most irresistible enchantment for men. Yet who could truly know whether Lin Kuo had been Chen's white moonlight? Now her first instinct upon returning was to fly into a rage. How else could one interpret this but as an attempt to drive him further away? Lu Jing smiled with confidence. Lin Kuo posed no real challenge to her. Still tinged with guilt, she offered comforting words. Taoist, as Kuo groaned angry. This is entirely my fault. Had I anticipated that accepting your gift would provoke such anger in Kuo, I would never have placed you in this position. Please do not harbor resentment toward Kuo Taoist Yi. There must be some misunderstanding between you. Yet I cannot help but feel sympathy for you, Taoist. You invested so much initially only to be met with her tantrums. If it were me, I would never grow angry, only tender toward you. Observing, Lu Jing seized every opening to weave her poisonous words and sow discord. Chen's amusement deepened within. Feigning deep emotion, he closed the distance and drew Lu Jing into his embrace. Her summer attire was naturally light and thin. Chen bore the full impact against him. Startled, Lu Jing's instinctive response was to push him away, but she paused mid-reaction. Consideration gave her pause, and she held back. Cradling her clothes, Chen murmured against her ear, "It is only you, Fairy Lu, who truly understands me." Never before had Lu Jing experienced such intimate proximity with a man. To have breath whispered directly into her ear left her skin burning, every nerve alight, as though ants crawled beneath it. Yet Lin Kuo's return made this moment all the more precious. She would certainly indulge Chen even if only for the sake of the storage bag she had. And beyond that, this was the decisive move toward victory. She must seize this opportunity. After holding her for a considerable duration, Chen finally released Lu Jing. Her compressed garments rebounded with startling vigor. Chen savored the moment before lifting a hand to bid farewell. Wishing him to depart brought quiet joy to Lu Jing, who quickly urged, Kuo is merely angry in the moment. A simple apology from you, Taoist, you should clear any misunderstanding. Chen simply shook his head and turned away, pushing open the courtyard gate to leave. This brought a smile of triumph to Lu Jing's face. Her greatest rival had been neutralized so effortlessly. Perfect. Yet as she glanced downward at her disheveled clothes, a faint discomfort stirred. Chen's embrace had been so fierce that she now felt a slight ache. Within her chamber, Lin Kuo's expression burned with resentment, though her eyes kept drifting toward the door. In her conviction, Chen held the deepest affection for her. Had he not been so devoted to her originally? He had even gifted her the dragon elephant palm technique, prepared by his father as a treasure of immense value. Therefore Chen must love her most. Seeing her anger, he would surely come at once to soothe her. Yet Lin Kuo had no intention of forgiving him so readily. Chen must retrieve the storage bag and the technique and present them to her himself. Should Lu Jing already have employed the technique, then Chen would be obligated to purchase new ones, 2 sets no less. Such was the price of betrayal. Otherwise she would never forgive him. Seething within her room, Lin Kuo's gaze repeatedly darted toward the door, yet no knock came from Chen. Restlessness overtook her, and she approached the window, only to witness Chen and Lu Jing locked in a tight embrace. Chen held her with such force that Lu Jing appeared nearly flattened. After embracing, Chen turned and departed without so much as a glance in her direction. This only fueled Lin Kuo's fury. Chen, I will never forgive you. Naturally, Chen paid no mind to Lin Kuo. He was no sycophant, but a staunch proponent of mutual benefit. With Lu Jing, a simple gift sufficed. What purpose did Lin Kuo serve? She had stringed him along without a single tangible reward, promising meals with empty words. Yet she had the audacity to grow angry. Did she assume he possessed no dignity to lose? Rather than bother catering to her, Chen chose to gift Lu Jing instead. He would watch with amusement as Lu Jing received precious offerings, with growing frequency testing how long Lin Kuo could endure it. Lin Kuo's matters occupied only a fleeting moment in Chen's thoughts. His true concern lay elsewhere, specifically the rewards he had received for gifting the storage bag. The system notifications had echoed in his mind long ago, though he had been preoccupied with Lu Jing and lacked the time to review them. Now as he examined the messages, Yi Chen's eyebrows rose in pleasant surprise. Gift delivery successful. The gifted item, a 1 cubic meter storage bag. Processing reward. Detected that this gift holds exceptional significance for the designated recipient and exceeds their expectations, causing substantial spiritual fluctuation. Critical hit bonus triggered. Reward 1000 cubic meter storage bracelet. Noting that the host lacks existing storage equipment, physical rewards shall be held within the system space for immediate retrieval. Indeed, the critical hit has activated. The 10-fold reward had amplified 100-fold into 1,000-fold. 1 cubic meter transformed into 1,000. Most significantly, the upgrade from a storage bag to a storage bracelet marked a substantial leap in quality. This exchange had proven extraordinarily profitable. Prior conversations with the receptionist at Qingyun Market had clarified the distinction between storage bags and storage rings. Storage bags relied on artificial array formations to create their void spaces, whereas storage rings were crafted from specialized spatial stones. Consequently, they resisted aging and proved nearly indestructible. There was no risk of items becoming trapped within, nor would access be hindered. Transactions occurred with remarkable speed, offering far superior caliber and safety compared to conventional storage bags. Given that spatial stones remained under strict monopoly, their cost was prohibitive, typically accessible only to golden core cultivators of substantial means. Even then, capacity rarely exceeded 100 cubic meters. Yet he had obtained a 1,000 cubic meter storage bracelet through a single critical hit, something even golden core experts might struggle to acquire. This proved to be an exceptionally favorable transaction. Returning to his room, Yi Chen immediately took out a storage bracelet from his system space. The bracelet was silver with black patterns, exuding an understated yet luxurious elegance. Upon attempting to wear it, he discovered it could automatically shrink to fit snugly against his arm, eliminating any concern about accidental loss. Yi Chen immersed his consciousness into it, attempting to use it only to find that the first activation required a drop of blood. This only pleased him further. It also featured encryption capabilities, far superior to ordinary storage pouches. After biting his fingertip and letting a single drop of blood seal the bond, Yi Chen immediately felt a profound connection form between himself and the storage bracelet. The bracelet's operation was straightforward. Simply press your palm against any item you wish to store, and it would be seamlessly transferred within. Soon Yi Chen stowed away the pills he had refined, medicinal herbs, and various miscellaneous books into the bracelet, finally putting his mind at ease. Perhaps because cultivators possessed sharp minds coupled with the absence of any oversight in this world, the books Yi Chen purchased spanned every conceivable genre with explicit content. If discovered, the embarrassment would be absolute. Even when purchasing these volumes, he had taken great care to conceal his identity. Now that the books were secured within his storage bracelet, the matter was settled. He would never fear exposure again. At last, Yi Chen could truly rest assured. Retrieval was equally effortless, merely a thought away. Yi Chen toyed with the storage bracelet repeatedly, even placing and retrieving his alchemy furnace multiple times. It was nearly flawless. As long as there was space, anything could be stored within. The only drawback was the mental strain it imposed. After indulging in its features for an extended period, his expression suddenly shifted. A realization had struck him. He had apparently transmigrated merely after a nap. His browsing history, group chat records, and everything else had never been deleted. If the police or his family were to discover them, it was over. Yi Chen had previously envisioned, with the help of his gift bonding system, that upon achieving Buddhahood or immortality, he would certainly return to Earth to visit. Now, however, Earth seemed to hold nothing worth returning for. Never mind, he wouldn't go back. Earth was fine to leave behind. In the days that followed, Yi Chen's life returned to tranquility. He cultivated and refined pills in due succession, steadily accumulating spirit stones. He had acquired offensive spells and defensive ones as well, but still lacked an escape technique. Whatever the case, Yi Chen remained deeply concerned about his safety. He resolved to become a well-rounded cultivator with no deficiencies. As for Lin Kuer's return, it had not affected Yi Chen's mood in the slightest. Instead, Lu Jing, who had received the storage pouch, proved even more enthusiastic. She came to Yi Chen every day after work, bringing provisions to prepare meals for him. This brought Yi Chen considerable satisfaction. Though his system of the simping compelled him to give gifts, there was artistry to be found in the role. A devoted simp would never inspire a woman's fear of loss, and thus would never be taken seriously. But playing the part of an indecisive simp was quite different. Provided his gifts were sufficiently valuable, women would compete for his attention, treating him with greater regard, and even beginning to invest in him themselves. Naturally, Lu Jing was no exception. Having stolen him from Lin Kuer, she understood she could just as easily be taken away by another. Hence her exceptional warmth interspersed with occasional favors. As for Lin Kuer, Yi Chen was curious whether she could truly restrain herself. Inside Lin Kuer's room, she appeared somewhat listless. She had intended to rest properly after returning from the mountains. Yet she had not slept for 3 full days. merely contemplating how a single mountain excursion had caused her to miss out on a spell and a storage pouch would keep any cultivant awake. Moreover, Yi Chen's worth far exceeded what Lin Kuer had initially imagined. Yet her simp seemed to have truly been stolen away by Lu Jing. Lin Kuer felt even worse, on the verge of tears. She wished she could slap herself. She should never have scrimped on rent to cohabitate with that wretched woman Lu Jing. She had been waiting for Yi Chen to arrive and apologize. After all, he had treated her decently. Lin Kuer was willing to grant him another chance. Yet as she waited and waited, Yi Chen never came. A faint anxiety stirred within her. Could it be that he truly held no affection for her, and had been completely bewitched by Lu Jing? Had Yi Chen lost all value, Lin Kuer would naturally not care. But the problem was his worth was simply beyond imagination. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Kuer willingly accept losing a simp like Yi Chen? Nevertheless, she dressed herself today and prepared to head out. Today was the day to collect her share from the herb-gathering expedition. Upon her return, she had been quite looking forward to it. Nearly 20 low-grade spirit stones after all. But now Lin Kuer felt only emptiness. Lu Jing had done nothing but flaunt herself, yet received a gift worth 2 mid-grade spirit stones. And herself? After a month of hard labor, she had earned only 20 low-grade spirit stones. The disparity was tenfold. By what right? Lost in these complicated thoughts, she soon arrived at the captain's courtyard. Her fellow herb-gatherers had also arrived. Some emerged, already holding their spirit stones, beaming with joy. The captain's younger brother Jin Wuqing was greeting everyone. Spotting Lin Kuer's arrival, his handsome face broke into a smile. Daoist sister Kuer, you've come. Why so late? Gazing at Jin Wuqing, Lin Kuer's expression remained impassive. Previously, she had intended to cultivate a good relationship with him. After all, his strength was considerable. He had already reached the 5th layer of chi refinement. Furthermore, he was the captain's younger brother. Maintaining amicable relations with him would have been advantageous. But now Lin Kuer's mindset had evidently shifted. Her enthusiasm for another mountain expedition had grown faint. There was no other reason. Her own efforts, when contrasted with the gifts Yi Chen had bestowed, seemed utterly meaningless. Since she no longer desired to venture into the mountains, cultivating a relationship with Jin Wuqing had become pointless. Sensing her coolness, Jin Wuqing furrowed his brow in confusion. After Lin Kuer collected her spirit stones, Jin Wuqing escorted her to the door and said, "My sister is currently in seclusion. The next expedition will commence after she emerges, and we will inform you then." Lin Kuer nodded. Yet within her heart, she had already considered abandoning the endeavor. "Daoist sister Lin, would you join me for a meal?" Jin Wuqing offered, harboring genuine affection for her. She carried herself with aloof elegance, her beauty remarkable. Her figure was strikingly tall and graceful. Though Lin Kuer remained somewhat detached and not particularly warm, Jin Wuqing paid it no mind. Each mountain expedition presented an opportunity for his companions to engineer a hero-saving beauty scenario. He was confident he could win her heart. Nevertheless, when faced with the invitation, Lin Kuer shook her head. "I apologize, I'm not feeling well. Perhaps another time." Watching her departure, Jin Wuqing's brow furrowed slightly. Something about her seemed different since her return. 20 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, receiving such a sum would have kept Lin Kuer awake with joy. But today, gazing at these 20 low-grade spirit stones, Lin Kuer could only feel thoroughly disillusioned. 20 low-grade spirit stones could not purchase even a single spell, nor could they buy a storage bag. By comparison, it truly seemed pitifully little. Yet Yi Chen appeared to have completely fallen into Lu Jing's tender embrace. So many days had passed since she returned, and he had not once sought her out. It was clearly Yi Chen who had betrayed her. Was she expected to be the one to seek him out? Lin Kuer felt she could never bring herself to do such a thing. Back in the courtyard, Lin Kuer caught the aroma of stewed meat drifting from Lu Jing's room. The scent made her grit her teeth in barely concealed anger. She knew all too well that Lu Jing, as a talisman-making apprentice, had never learned any real skills and lived a hand-to-mouth existence. She could scarcely afford beast meat more than a few times per month. But what about since her return these past few days? Lu Jing was practically eating beast meat every single day. For Lu Jing's financial situation to improve so dramatically, it could only be because of Yi Chen. Coincidentally, Lu Jing heard the commotion in the courtyard at that moment, opened her door, and poked her head out to investigate. She spotted Lin Kuer. She offered a faint smile, then shut the door without a word. Their relationship had always been merely casual, ordinary co-tenants. Now, because of Yi Chen, not even the polite pleasantries of before remained. To Lin Kuer, that smile was pure provocation. A clear message: I stole your devoted admirer, and what can you do about it? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. She could not focus during her cultivation. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned sleeplessly. Only when midnight arrived did Lin Kuer suddenly sit upright. She could endure no longer. That wretched woman Lu Jing. On what grounds did she dare to steal Yi Chen and then provoke her? And by staying angry and ignoring Yi Chen, she was actually playing right into Lu Jing's hands. This had long since ceased to be about resources. It was a matter of dignity now. So if Lu Jing loved to steal, then Lin Kuo would take Yi Chun back from her, leaving Lu Jing with nothing but empty hands. Let us see how she eats beast meat then. Lin Kuo felt entirely confident in this. For when compared to herself, Lu Jing was dreadfully mundane. Before, she had simply failed to see things clearly. Now that she understood, catching Yi Chun would be effortless. After all, even when she had been so cold toward him, he had been utterly infatuated. Now that she was being proactive, Yi Chun would never be able to refuse her. Lu Jing's boastful portions of meat meant absolutely nothing in her presence. From that point forward, Lu Jing would never get so much as a scrap from Yi Chen's hands. With her thoughts clarified, Lin Kuo resolved to seek out Yi Chen the very next day. With her mind at ease, the confident Lin Kuo finally managed to sleep soundly. That night, she even experienced the rare phenomenon of dreaming. She saw Yi Chen kneeling before her, apologizing for his past betrayal. He was presenting countless gifts, enough to help her break through to the foundation establishment stage, as he begged for her forgiveness. In the dream, Lin Kuo smiled with extraordinary joy. Upon waking the next morning, Yi Chen glanced down and reflected on how formidable the effects of the body refining technique truly were. Each day he was full of vigorous vitality. Of course, this was partly due to Lu Jing's frequent favors. Honestly, with Yi Chen's methods, he had no shortage of ways to obtain Lu Jing. However, the system had requirements for matching targets. Yi Chen could not guarantee that after obtaining Lu Jing, she would still provide tenfold feedback and gifts. And now there were few stable channels offering high multipliers. Though Silver Moon Market was filled with female cultivators, Yi Chen had only encountered 3 whose returns exceeded tenfold. He had not yet come into contact with that Sun Ruoxin. Lin Kuo might still enter the mountains. So for caution's sake, it was better to do nothing at all. Only after securing a more stable and higher-yielding feedback channel would he take the next step. Yi Chen possessed at least that much willpower. As for the streetwalkers outside, Yi Chen held them in contempt. While those establishments did house beautiful female cultivators, it was said they had all practiced various unorthodox secret arts. Frequent indulgence would damage one's foundations. Yi Chen's innate talent was already mediocre. Even with daily consumption of high-grade pills for cultivation, his progress remained frustratingly slow. How could he possibly risk actions that would compromise his foundations? So he dismissed the thought entirely. Instead, Yi Chen had been constantly inquiring about whether any treasures existed that could enhance spiritual roots, even if only by a small margin. Obtaining a higher multiplier through feedback would greatly elevate his aptitude. Yi Chen had already learned that treasures capable of improving spiritual roots did exist in this world. However, they were all extremely high-end items, completely beyond the reach of the lower-level cultivation world. Yi Chen was not disappointed by this. His only fear had been that such things did not exist at all. As long as they existed, he would accumulate resources through the system's feedback until he could obtain one. And once he did, paired with a high multiplier female cultivator, wouldn't his progress soar directly? In any case, Yi Chen was filled with hope for his future. That afternoon, he went to Taskmaster Zhang to submit his completed mission. 500 foundation nourishing pills of the lowest grade, not a single one short. They were from the same supplier as last time, priced 30% below market value. Taskmaster Zhang, however, was becoming increasingly indifferent toward Yi Chen. Even though Yi Chen had broken through to the middle stage of qi condensation, there was little reason to care. After all, as a family disciple, reaching this stage at his age was already considered sluggish. Furthermore, Taskmaster Zhang had heard rumors that Yi Chen had shifted his devotion to another woman. He had even been overheard saying things like, "If you love someone, you must give them everything without counting the cost," which only reinforced Zhang's conviction that Yi Chen was beyond saving. This fellow was truly hopeless. Even if Yi Chen possessed genius-level talent, he would one day suffer greatly because of women. And that was assuming he had any talent to begin with. Such a person simply did not warrant further attention. The plan was to gradually drain him dry, then find an opportunity to expose Yi Chen. Taskmaster Zhang's only remaining curiosity was how many spirit stones Yi Chen's father had actually left him. Yi Chen was both giving away women and purchasing pills at his own expense for mission submissions. Such enormous expenditures should have drained him long ago, yet he still persisted. Yi Chen's father must be excessively indulgent. But precisely because of such spoiling had he become the waste he was now. Taskmaster Zhang believed Yi Chen could not long sustain his current pace. Had Yi Chen known that Zhang was waiting for him to collapse, he would certainly have laughed. Zhang's schemes to squeeze him dry were in fact entirely benefiting himself. This world could burn to ashes before he faltered. That afternoon, Yi Chen continued his alchemy as usual. After completing one batch, a knock came at his door. The maid announced that female cultivator Lin Kuo had come to visit. Yi Chen nodded and murmured his acknowledgement, but made no move to go out. Instead, he continued stoking the fire to refine his second batch of pills. Lin Kuo had only been back 3 days and was already seeking him out on her own initiative, something that surprised Yi Chen somewhat. But what of it? He would deal with her after finishing his refinement. Outside the rear courtyard of Iya Alchemy Shop, Lin Kuo stood at the entrance awaiting entry. When the maid finally returned with a reply, Lin Kuo's expression shifted. Elder Yi is refining pills. Upon hearing that she would need to wait, Lin Kuer felt a pang of dissatisfaction. In the past, when she came to see Yi Chun, there had never been any waiting involved. Yet remembering Lu Jing, Lin Kuer constrained herself and waited patiently at the door, though her mood was exceptionally restless. Yi Chun was simply too excessive. What pill could possibly be more important than her personally coming over? The alchemy was complete. Watching the 10 freshly refined superior-grade Yuanpei pills, Yi Chen's face broke into a satisfied smile. His mastery over pill refinement had reached an extraordinary level of perfection. Most were of superior grade. He stored the pills in his storage ring. Stepping out of the room, the maid immediately reported, "Fellow Taoist, Yi Lady Lin is still waiting outside." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows with a smile. Lin Kuer had indeed been provoked. If he held no value, she would never have behaved this way. She would have wanted to cut ties immediately. But since he could still afford such expensive gifts, his value had shifted dramatically. Lin Kuer clearly wanted to reclaim him, the once dispensable devotee. But was it really that easy? A mocking smile crossed Yi Chen's face as he walked toward the door. "Oh, it's fellow Taoist Lin. I apologize for being caught in the critical moment of alchemy." Yi Chen offered a courteous apology upon seeing Lin Kuer, but the obvious distance and the unfamiliar title of fellow Taoist Lin made her deeply uncomfortable. All of this made Lin Kuer resentful inside. She had only been gone for a month, yet Yi Chen's attitude toward her had shifted so dramatically. Even knowing she was upset, he had not visited her once. What a scumbag. Still, Lin Kuer had come today to win back her devoted admirer. She swallowed her anger and forced a pleasant expression. "It's fine, of course, alchemy takes priority. I didn't come for anything else. I promised when I left to treat you to a meal, fellow Taoist Yi. Let's go now." Lin Kuer's plan was to invite Yi Chun to dinner proactively, something she had never done before. Given her sudden initiative, Yi Chun would surely be flattered, and she could easily win him back. But when Yi Chun heard this, he smiled. Lin Kuer still thought of him as nothing more than an insatiable devotee. A friendly face, a few sweet words, an invitation to dinner, and she thinks he'll simply return to being her willing servant. Who exactly gave her that confidence? Liang Jingru, perhaps. Confronted by Lin Kuer's self-assurance, Yi Chen shook his head dismissively. "Never mind, I already have plans for today." And yet he actually turned her down. Lin Kuer's eyes widened in shock as she stammered for words. Footsteps approached from behind, and to her astonishment, the previously cold expression on Yi Chen's face softened into a smile. Lin Kuer immediately turned around. A voluptuous, mature woman, her smile radiant, her figure swaying with every step, made her way toward the doorway. Such an exaggerated sway in her walk. There was only one person who moved like that, and that was Lu Jing. "Fellow Taoist, Yi, I'm planning to make braised horned beast pork today. Once properly prepared, the spirit beast meat is exceptionally tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough." Halfway through, she seemed to finally notice Lin Kuer. "Kuer, you're here too. Then come along. I'm sure, fellow Taoist, you wouldn't mind." Lin Kuer's face darkened. She couldn't even persuade Yi Chun to dine at a proper restaurant, let alone accept this casual invitation. He insisted on eating what that worthless woman Lu Jing prepared. Lin Kuer had never been treated this way. With a cold, dismissive glance at Lu Jing's pretend enthusiasm, she turned on her heel and walked away. Lu Jing watched with quiet satisfaction. Lin Kuer had indeed not given up, but she couldn't lower herself, maintaining that condescending air. She figured Lin Kuer wouldn't hold out much longer before giving up. Once that happened, Lu Jing could finally relax, no longer worried about losing Yi Chun. Perhaps it was because Lin Kuer had stopped by, but Lu Jing felt unusually warm and energetic today. The weather was hot, and cooking in such heat made everything feel even more stifling. To cool down, Lu Jing pulled her dress lower, revealing an impossibly deep cleavage, and tied up the hem of her skirt. Her thick, sun-kissed thighs gleamed with an almost luminous whiteness, a proper visual treat for Yi Chun that brought him quiet satisfaction. The only disappointment was that the cultivation world seemed to lack black stockings. Otherwise, they would have been absolute perfection. The days that followed remained steady and peaceful for Yi Chun, cultivating, refining pills, savoring good food, and enjoying the occasional visual treat. Even without modern electronics, life was far more comfortable than his previous existence. Lin Kuer hadn't shown up these past 2 days, but Yi Chun couldn't care less. Yi Chun had seen through Lin Kuer's games. All he needed to do was give Lu Jing a few more valuable gifts in front of her to provoke a reaction. Lin Kuer would definitely make the first move. Early the next morning, Yi Chun woke slowly. After finishing his cultivation, he checked the contents of his storage ring. He had just bought the storage bag last week and didn't have much spirit stone to spare, so gifting premium items was not an option. Instead, he would send pills and build up his reserves. Next week, when he had enough spirit stones, he planned to purchase a better movement technique. As he was pondering this, a knock came at the door. "Nephew, open up. Your father has come to see you," called out Steward Zhang. What? His biological father had suddenly arrived. Yi Chun felt a moment of panic, but quickly composed himself and hurried to open the door. The moment the door opened, Yi Chun spotted not only the portly Steward Zhang, but also a middle-aged man with a stern countenance and an aura of lethal intensity. The man bore a striking resemblance to him. Drawing on his host's memories, Chen addressed him directly. Father, you've come at just the right time. I'm out of spirit stones. Hurry and give me some to spend. The moment Chen spoke those words, the stern expression on the middle-aged man's face cracked. Steward Zhang, watching from the side, immediately understood why such a formidable man like Yi Tianhe would raise a seemingly worthless son. This was simply excessive doting. If his own son dared to speak like that, he would have received a blow severe enough to kill him. Suppressing his amusement, Steward Zhang bowed to Yi Tianhe. Fellow Taoist Yi, I shall take my leave now. Yi Tianhe returned a polite nod. Once Steward Zhang had departed, Yi Tianhe entered the room with a dark expression, fixing his gaze on Yi Chen. I've heard rumors that you've fallen for a female cultivator, sending her pills daily, and even gave away the dragon elephant hand manual I bought for you. His demeanor suggested he might strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly shook his head. That's not true. I'm the one being pursued by female cultivators constantly. After all, I take after you, father. I was born handsome, and female cultivators pursue me daily. I wonder who the hell is spreading these false rumors about me. Jealousy, it must be jealousy. Seeing his father still skeptical, Yi Chen hastened to prove his point. Father, look at my blood chi. As he spoke, he activated the dragon elephant bodhisattva technique. His blood chi surged to life immediately. Yi Tianhe's eyes lit up as he observed his son's energy. It was of exceptional quality, his flesh dense and robust. This far surpassed the results of ordinary external techniques. Clearly, he had cultivated the dragon elephant hand. Since there was only one copy in existence, the claim that he had given it away had to be nonsense. Continuing his demonstration, Yi Chen opened his cultivation base for his father to sense. Father, take another look. I'm approaching the 5th layer of chi refinement. If I had actually given resources to someone else, how could my progress have been this rapid? Yi Tianhe studied it carefully, his eyes brightening. His son was indeed on the verge of breakthrough. A genuine smile spread across Yi Tianhe's face. Excellent, excellent. My son has truly become capable. He had come to Silver Moon Market this time to collect goods. Upon arriving, he had overheard the shop attendants gossiping about his son with derogatory remarks which had infuriated him considerably. His own son reduced to being a simp, giving away cultivation resources and even precious external techniques to someone else. If those rumors were true, Yi Tianhe intended to give his son a thorough understanding of what paternal love truly meant. After all, if the child's spiritual roots were inferior, there was nothing to be done about that. Spiritual aptitude was innate and could not be changed. But becoming a simp was unforgivable. Fortunately, the rumors turned out to be false. If his son had actually given away the dragon elephant hand, where would such magnificent blood chi originate from? As for surrendering resources, that was absolutely impossible. Yi Tianhe knew his son's capabilities best. Without adequate resources, breaking through this rapidly was unthinkable. Relieved, Yi Tianhe affectionately patted his son's shoulder. Son, you must never become a simp. Years ago, I had a close friend who fell for a female cultivator and handed over everything he owned to her control. After merely a month of being together, he was injured. Not fatally, but he needed a year of rest and proper pill treatment to recover fully. That very night, the female cultivator stole away with all his decades of accumulated wealth. If I hadn't provided assistance, he likely wouldn't have survived that year. But without resources for healing, his vitality was severely damaged, and his cultivation plummeted from the later stage of chi refinement back to the middle stage. His life was effectively ruined. Son, you're still young. With me backing you up, no matter how many mistakes you make, there's always a chance to correct them. But if you become a simp, there's no saving you for the rest of your life. Simp after simp, destined to have nothing at all. Yi Tianhe remained anxious about his son potentially becoming a simp, offering earnest warnings drawn from experience. Yi Chen listened and nodded in agreement. In his previous life, countless similar cases existed. As long as nothing happened, everything seemed fine. But the moment trouble struck, the woman would simply flee with all their money, leaving him without even enough to cover divorce proceedings. Yi Chen made a sincere promise. Father, rest assured, Yi Chen will never become a simp in this lifetime. Yi Tianhe gazed at his son's resolute expression and felt deeply satisfied. He had initially worried his son would struggle to adjust after leaving the family for Silver Moon Market. But the opposite proved true. Yi Chen appeared healthier and more vibrant than ever with remarkable progress. This was an unexpected delight. Yi Tianhe then retrieved a sword glowing with blue light from his storage bag and handed it to his son. This is the Clear Wind Sword, a superior grade magical artifact. I spent all my earnings this year to acquire it for you. Silver Moon Market sits too close to the mountains where demonic beasts sometimes escape. If danger arises, you'll be better equipped to protect yourself. A superior grade magical artifact. Yi Chen's excitement surged instantly. If he gifted this to Lu Jing at 10 times the value, wouldn't he be flying high? Witnessing his son's joy lifted Yi Tianhe's spirits considerably. Yet if he understood what his son was truly thinking, he would likely want to strike him down on the spot and start over with a new account. Yi Tianhe had not seen his son in a long time and was unusually attentive toward him, asking after everything under the sun for quite a while. After chatting a bit longer, he finally prepared to leave. Yi Tianhe had reached the 8th layer of qi refining, making him the highest cultivated member of the Yi family aside from the family head. Given the turbulent state of the cultivation world, he was responsible for transporting supplies within the family. The Yi family had developed over many years, and its business ventures were decent. There were 7 or 8 shops similar to the One Leaf Pill Pavilion, and there was even a shop in Qingyan City. That was why Yi Tianhe was always so busy. Today's visit was specifically to pick up the silver moon grass that the shop had acquired over recent months. Little Chen cultivate well and refine pills diligently. Father will also work hard during this time and contribute more to the family. The family head has a high probability of breaking through to foundation establishment and has already obtained a foundation establishment pill through the contacts he built back then. If he breaks through, your father will surely secure a quota for you to join the Qingyun sect. And once inside the Qingyun sect with your father supporting resources from outside, you will have an easier time obtaining a foundation establishment pill. If you can reach foundation establishment in this lifetime, your father will finally be at ease. Before leaving, Yi Tianhe offered his heartfelt encouragement. Yi Chen listened, also deeply moved. No matter which world, fathers were always like this. They always thought selflessly of their children. But alongside his emotions, Yi Chen began pondering the matter of the Qingyun sect quota. He wondered whether a quota to enter the Qingyun sect could be given to someone else. If it could be given away, what would the tenfold reward grant? 10 quotas. Or perhaps a quota to an even more prestigious sect. Yi Chen was particularly curious about this. If it could be transferred, he would definitely have to try. He was not worried about whether he could obtain the quota himself. His own father was the second strongest in the family. And once he displayed his alchemy skills publicly, who in the family would dare refuse him a quota to the Qingyun sect? Yi Chen was clearly looking forward to entering the Qingyun sect. After all, that son Yi was originally merely an outer sect disciple, yet his daughter's son Ruoxin still enjoyed a feedback multiplier of 15 times. Then in the Qingyun sect, there must certainly be even more female cultivators with high feedback multipliers. Not to mention that many resources unavailable for purchase in the outside world were exclusively controlled by the sect. These were benefits exclusive to sect members. So joining a sect was undoubtedly the proper path. After all, the higher the platform, the more promising one's personal development would be. After urging Yi Chen to cultivate diligently, Lin Tianhe left in good spirits, chatting briefly with manager Zhang before hurrying away. He felt his son had become more motivated than before. This was a good thing, and it gave him stronger motivation to strive. As long as his son went to the Qingyun sect, his future prospects would be immeasurable. But once inside the sect, spending money to stand out required significant resources. So he needed to save spirit stones carefully for his son. The magical artifact he had left for his son would surely be properly consecrated. With this artifact, he could feel more at ease about his son's safety. After seeing off Yi Tianhe, Yi Chen returned to his room and picked up the Qing Feng sword, his mood rather pleasant. Magical artifacts were weapons used during the qi refining stage. They were divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Of course, there was also the highest grade, but it was extremely rare. A lower grade magical artifact cost 30 to 40 lower grade spirit stones. A middle grade magical artifact cost about 1 middle grade spirit stone. Upper grade magical artifacts were even more expensive, starting at no less than 3 middle grade spirit stones. Upper grade magical artifacts were more expensive because they used better materials that could hold more formations. Take this Qing Feng sword as an example. In addition to being extremely sharp, it came with a wind-type spell embedded in it, capable of launching dozens of wind blades to attack enemies in succession. Each wind blade carried power equivalent to a spell cast by a mid-stage qi refining cultivator without consuming any additional spiritual energy. After use, the Qing Feng sword could automatically absorb heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, recovering within 3 days. In battle, this effect was simply outstanding. Such a magical artifact was definitely worth 4 or 5 middle-grade spirit stones. The father of this body truly spent generously on his son. As Yi Chen played with the Qing Feng sword, he had no intention of consecrating it himself. This Qing Feng sword was so excellent. Of course, it was meant to be given away. The tenfold return, he wondered what surprise it would bring him. Moreover, this artifact was so valuable. It should definitely trigger a critical hit. Perfect. Yi Chen could hardly wait. Lu Jing rested 1 day per week, and today happened to be her day off. Yi Chen wrapped the artifact in cloth and walked straight toward Lu Jing's home. As for whether it would be inappropriate to gift an artifact he had just received, what nonsense. If his father knew about his system, he would be the first to urge him to give it away. Who wouldn't want a tenfold return? In the cultivation world, the saying that when one person attains the Tao, even their dogs and chickens ascend to heaven was never merely a legend. It was said that a nostalgic rogue cultivator got lucky and reached the golden core stage, becoming an elder of a major sect. He took everyone in the village with spiritual roots to the sect. He even brought the village's watchdog along. According to legend, that dog relied on the sect's rich spiritual energy and the occasional spirit pills fed by the golden core elder, eventually gaining intelligence and becoming a spirit beast. And once he took off with his tenfold return, he would surely lift his father up as well. At that point, he would need to secure a few foundation establishment pills for his father. If he made a name for himself at the Qingyun sect, and got his father a position within the sect, wouldn't that be far better than struggling in the Yi family? In the future, he might even become a golden core ancestor. So Yi Chen felt no psychological burden about giving away the flying sword his father had given him. This was not simp behavior at all. It was clearly an investment. Lin Kemmer had finished her cultivation feeling rather restless, and stepped outside to gaze up at the sky. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lin Kemmer caught the aroma of braised meat. Clearly Lu Jing was braising meat again. It was obvious who it was meant for. Remembering the humiliation of being rejected that day, Lin Kemmer's mood grew worse. Being turned down when she invited Yi Chen to dinner was simply the greatest insult. Lin Kemmer had decided to give up on Yi Chen. As long as she worked hard, her future achievements would surely far exceed his. And what about Yi Chen? Though he was a disciple of the Qi refining family, his mind was solely occupied by women, and he gave all his resources to them. He was destined to be a hopeless waste. Besides, how long could Yi Chen keep giving gifts? The spells and storage bags he had given before were surely just him showing off. One day in the future, when she broke through to foundation establishment, she would definitely visit the Yi family. When Yi Chen saw her, he would have to bow to this foundation establishment senior. She looked forward to watching the regret on his face. Thinking of this, Lin Kemmer felt much better. But just then the courtyard gate was knocked on. "Fairy Lu, are you there?" It was Yi Chen's voice. Lin Kemmer's expression darkened immediately. That damn simp was coming to worship Lu Jing again. The thought that Yi Chen used to worship only her made her feel a pang of something. But now he was worshiping someone else right in front of her. Lin Kemmer could not help feeling a bit bitter. Lu Jing, clearly having heard from her room, hurried out. Seeing Lin Kemmer in the courtyard, she immediately smiled at her. Then gliding to the door with her graceful figure, she opened it for Yi Chen. "Friend Yi, what brings you here suddenly?" "I happen to be braising meat right now. Knowing you enjoy spicy food, I specially added bright pepper this time." Bright pepper is a type of spiritual herb. It is spicy yet extraordinarily nourishing. "You should try it." The moment she saw Yi Chen, Lu Jing spoke warmly. She even took the initiative to link arms with him and let him inside. Having pushed through crowds together, this level of closeness meant nothing. It was perfect for Lin Kemmer to see. Meanwhile, Yi Chen noticed Lin Kemmer standing in the courtyard watching him with cold eyes. This was even better. "Fairy Lu, I will not stay for dinner. I have come today to give you something." Yi Chen stopped and said. Hearing this, Lu Jing's smile broadened as she discreetly glanced at Lin Kemmer. "Then let us go inside and talk." Yi Chen shook his head. He wanted Lin Kemmer to witness this. Otherwise, how could he whet her appetite? "I am busy, let us do it here." Saying this, Yi Chen set down the cloth bundle he had been carrying on his back. Lu Jing was quite curious about today's gift. What could it be? Lin Kemmer on the side wore a cold sneer. Yi Chen gave Lu Jing a storage bag, but did not buy one for yourself. You still have to carry things on your back. It was clear he did not have many spirit stones left. Lin Kemmer wanted to see what else Yi Chen could give besides pills. But when the cloth bundle was opened, a long sword, cyan in color and covered with cloud patterns, shimmered in the sunlight. Just one glance made Lin Kemmer's pupils contract. Was this a magical artifact? Lin Kemmer clenched her lips tightly. A magical artifact, even a lower grade one, was worth a full 30 to 40 lower grade spirit stones. These things should have been hers. But Lin Kemmer quickly composed herself, telling herself in her heart. So what if it was a lower grade magical artifact? She could afford a magical artifact after 2 mountain expeditions. She did not need Yi Chen to give her anything. Later on she would buy even more expensive ones. A middle grade magical artifact. Anyway, Lin Kemmer comforted herself with rationalizations to keep from being too bitter. But the next moment when Yi Chen began to introduce it, Lin Kemmer's expression completely broke. This is an upper-grade magical artifact, the Qing Feng sword, which comes with a wind blade technique comparable in power to mid-stage Qi refining. When wielded, it ignores wind resistance, is exceptionally light, and has unmatched sharpness. The most important thing is that after using the spell, it automatically recharges. I have not yet consecrated this artifact, Fairy Lu. You should consecrate it shortly. An upper-grade magical artifact. An upper-grade artifact with its own spell. Lin Kemmer's expression completely collapsed at this moment. Regardless of what Lin Kuer had originally harbored in her thoughts, when that high-grade magical artifact appeared before her eyes, all those thoughts vanished instantly. This was a high-grade artifact after all. Its value was beyond measure. Even those at the late stage of Qi condensation might not afford such a treasure. Take the team leader of her herb-gathering party, for instance. He may do with only a mid-grade magical artifact. Why was Yi Chen so wealthy? More importantly, why could he be so generously open-handed? Lin Kuer truly couldn't comprehend it. And within Lin Kuer's line of sight, Lu Jing had already embraced Yi Chen with overwhelming delight, holding him tightly against her. Undoubtedly, even Lu Jing hadn't expected such a high-grade magical artifact. It was an almost unimaginable surprise. She abhorred combat the most, yet the cultivation world was undeniably treacherous. With this high-grade artifact as her protection, wouldn't her combat strength increase by more than 30%? Such a treasure valued at no less than 3 mid-grade spirit stones brought Lu Jing to the height of joy. Even while embracing Yi Chen, she couldn't help but leap with delight. Though one couldn't rule out that Lu Jing was using this moment of happiness to offer Yi Chen some additional favors. But Yi Chen was indeed enjoying himself. Not merely physically. His heart swelled with even greater satisfaction, for the system prompt had already begun resonating in his mind. Gift successfully delivered. The gift was the high-grade wind-clearing sword. Processing reward. Tenfold feedback. Rewarding the host with the top-grade Wind God sword. System detects that the gifted item holds exceptional significance to the designated recipient, exceeding their expectations and causing substantial emotional disturbance, triggering critical hit bonus. Rewarding top-grade Wind God robes, Wind God boots, and Wind God hat. System detects host possesses storage equipment. Physical rewards deposited directly into storage inventory for immediate retrieval. Top-grade artifacts. And not just a single weapon, but a complete set. The profit was enormous. Top-grade artifacts demanded exceptional materials, masterful craftsmanship, and intricate formation arrays. Such items were quite rare and correspondingly expensive. Top-grade weapons alone commanded prices exceeding 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Garments, hats, and boots cost even more. They needed to be comfortable against the skin rather than rigid, requiring supple materials. But they also required engraving formations. This drove both material costs and craftsmanship complexity higher. Even standard magical garments started at mid-grade spirit stone prices. Top-grade magical robes alone cost 30 to 40 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding boots and hats to the set, and judging by the matching name, these pieces clearly belong together. The entire collection's worth likely exceeded a single high-grade spirit stone. One ordinary high-grade magical artifact exchanged for a complete top-grade set. This trade was insanely profitable. So Yi Chen wore an especially radiant smile. In the courtyard stood 3 people, 2 of them overjoyed. Only Lin Kurer seethed with envy and jealousy, her teeth gritted. How she wished she could possess that wind-clearing sword. Watching Yi Chen leaning into Lu Jing's embrace with such bliss made her ache with longing. While harboring disdain in her heart, Lin Kurer revised her assessment. If Yi Chen could produce a high-grade artifact like this, who knew what else he might reveal in the future? A cultivator of such extraordinary value and generosity. What right did she have to simply let Lu Jing take him away? Didn't Yi Chen have a weakness for taking advantage of opportunities? Though she wasn't as mature as Lu Jing, her figure was perfectly proportioned, even more exquisite. If she gave herself completely, what chance would Lu Jing have left? Lin Kurer fixed her gaze fiercely on Yi Chen, resolve hardening within her. She would reclaim everything she'd lost with her own hands. Lu Jing, just wait. Fellow Taoist, shall we rest in the room for a moment? Holding the wind-clearing sword, Lu Jing's eyes shimmered with an almost palpable tenderness. Her voice carried a hint of enchantment. Paired with her perfect figure, no man could possibly refuse. But while women were pleasing, what compared to top-grade magical artifacts? Yi Chen's attention was clearly drawn to the system rewards in his storage ring. He yearned to retrieve and examine them immediately. So Yi Chen shook his head and declined. Perhaps next time. My father happened to visit and brought me some spells and other miscellaneous matters. I need to tidy things up. With those words, Yi Chen subtly adjusted his attire before turning and departing without further delay. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, both women's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. No wonder Yi Chen could produce a high-grade artifact all of a sudden. His father had arrived. They had heard that Yi Chen's father was the second strongest in the Yi family, responsible for internal trade and cargo transportation. The profits from such endeavors must have been considerable. And what Yi Chen's father brought wasn't merely a magical sword, but other things as well. Lu Jing's heartbeat quickened once more. Meanwhile, Lin Kurer recalled the dragon elephant palm technique Yi Chen had gifted her and clenched her fist tightly. This time she absolutely would not miss her chance. She must reclaim Yi Chen. Everything belonging to Yi Chen was meant to be hers. Casting one last longing glance at the wind-clearing sword in Lu Jing's hands, Lin Kurer turned and retreated to her room. Lu Jing sensed Lin Kurer's lingering gaze and sighed inwardly. She had long since lost any desire to show off. She would have preferred Lin Kurer remained entirely ignorant of Yi Chen's true worth, so that she might abandon her pursuit completely. That way there would be no rivals. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had gifted it to her directly, and Lin Kurer had witnessed it all. A woman who encountered a high-grade artifact like this would never relent. Therefore, from now on, she would need to exert even greater effort to keep Yi Chen tethered to her. Meanwhile, Yi Chen paid no mind to the schemes brewing in the women's hearts. As soon as he returned to his chamber, Yi Chen eagerly retrieved the complete set of top-grade magical artifacts from his storage ring. Wind God sword, Wind God robes, Wind God boots, Wind God hat. Wind God sword possessing unsurpassed sharpness, capable of cleaving through all manner of defenses. The blade shimmers with wind elemental spiritual energy, moving with silent grace. It carries the innate spell-breaking technique Divine Wind, capable of shattering any enemy's protective barriers. Wind God robes crafted from supreme-grade heavenly spirit silk offering exceptional defensive capabilities. Equipped with an automatic wind bell shield that activates upon receiving attacks providing water and dust resistance. Additionally embedded with concealment and illusion formations that can alter the wearer's physical appearance and aura. Wind God hat woven from supreme-grade heavenly spirit silk with outstanding defensive properties. Grants the innate clear mind technique to protect the wearer's divine sense. Also features concealment and illusion formations capable of transforming the wearer's facial appearance. Wind God boots crafted from supreme-grade heavenly spirit silk remarkably lightweight, yet providing excellent defense. The soles bear the wind breeze technique enabling silent footfalls during movement and dramatically increasing speed when activated. Upon donning the complete top-grade set, the artifacts harmonized with one another causing light and agile chi to flow throughout his entire body. Immune to wind resistance, moving silently, his overall speed increased by 30%. Studying the system descriptions, Chen was overcome with astonishment. These effects were far too formidable. With this complete top-grade set equipped, his combat strength would likely double outright. The system was truly remarkable. The only regret was that system return rewards could not trigger bonuses again. Otherwise, Chen could repeatedly gift this Wind God set and enter an infinite loop, perhaps eventually obtaining an immortal-grade artifact. Putting on the complete set, Chen cast a water mirror spell to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. A brilliant light flowed around him, making him look extraordinarily handsome. It was remarkably lightweight, as if wearing nothing at all. Moving silently, it seemed unaffected even by the faintest breeze. As for the Wind God's sword, whether swung or slashed, it made not a whisper of sound. He channeled spiritual energy into it and slowly thrust it toward the wall, and the next moment it sank straight through. Against the Wind God's sword, the wall was as fragile as tofu. Chen could scarcely feel any resistance. The Wind God set really feels like an assassin's gear, he remarked, nodding contentedly. Then with a mere thought, the radiant glory of his magical robes, hat, and shoes faded instantly. Even their styles transformed. They became the common garments typically worn by cultivators. A smile immediately appeared on Chen's face. The hat even vanished entirely. Now he need not worry about drawing attention. Chen wore a satisfied smile, especially pleased with the day's gains. The following day, he continued his cultivation. He had already sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough approaching. He estimated that within these few days he would break through to the 5th layer of chi condensation. This put Chen in high spirits. Yet remained that the disadvantage of his poor talent had also begun to show. Chen had developed a tolerance to the yuan nourishing pill. The effects of consuming the superior grade variant had diminished considerably. Once he broke through to the 5th layer of chi condensation, he anticipated the results would be even worse. So he needed to switch pills. Fortunately, there were many suitable for mid-stage chi condensation cultivation. The yuan nourishing pill was famous precisely because it was the most widely circulated. Switching to another pill would certainly work. That noon, after completing his cultivation, a maid came to announce, Elder Lin has come to visit. Lin Kuer had arrived. Upon hearing this, Chen's face lit up with a smile. Yesterday he had gifted a superior grade magic artifact right in front of her. As expected, she could not hold back any longer. Chen was pleased by this development. Though he received rewards for his gifts, they could not simply take everything for free. Besides, Chen was a normal man. While he could restrain himself for system rewards, he would not forego benefits that were rightfully his. And once Chen found a more stable source of high-yield returns, he could reap rewards from female cultivators like Lin Kuer and Lu Jing, who had already received so many of his gifts. An ordinary simp only knows how to give presents, never understanding how to read people's hearts. Such a one is destined to end up with nothing. But Chen was not truly a simp. So gifts were given and benefits were also claimed. Otherwise, would he truly be presenting treasures to someone else's future companion? Chen could not endure such injustice. Opening the courtyard gate, he found that today Lin Kuer had clearly dressed up carefully. She wore a youthful knee-length skirt, revealing her slender fair calves. She appeared otherworldly and refined with a touch of timidity. Paired with her unbound cascade of black hair, she was unforgettable. One could not help but recall first love from youth. How did Senior Taoist Lin come here? Chen asked, his expression slightly cold. Hearing this, Lin Kuer's eyes reddened. Senior Yi, please do not treat me this way. Kuer knows she was wrong. I understand you could not bear to let me go, which is why you deliberately approached Lu Jing after I entered the mountain. To make me jealous. And I should not have lost my temper with you upon returning. Senior Yi has given so much for me, yet I remain so willful. I truly should not have. Ever since I returned, every time I close my eyes I think of these things. I have not slept a single full night. Lin Kuer's voice was soft and delicate, and paired with her red-rimmed eyes, she was truly pitiable. But Chen could only give Lin Kuer's acting a passing score of 6. It was comparable to the dramatic performance of that famous scene. Still, Lin Kuer's willingness to bow her head first was a positive start. People often believe they possess bottom lines. But once one steps back, one will keep stepping back. So Yi Chen appropriately showed a trace of pity, yet also displayed hesitation. Noticing Yi Chen's wavering attitude, Lin Kuo was overjoyed within. She immediately spoke pitifully, Senior Yi. About the meal I promised to treat you to before, would tomorrow noon be acceptable? I know Senior Sister Lu Jing cooks for you every afternoon. So let me treat you to lunch at noon, okay? Senior Sister Lu Jing surely will not be angry, will she? If she is, shall I go beg her? This was the method Lin Kuo had devised the night before. Play the weak card to win Yi Chen's sympathy. Yi Chen silently praised Lin Kuo's thoroughly theatrical performance, though his face showed reluctance. After glancing several times at Lin Kuo's eyes, which carried a hint of pleading, he finally made up his mind and nodded. Lin Kuo cheered inwardly, and her face also showed delight. Then I shall await you at the fragrant garden pavilion tomorrow at noon. Senior, you should return to your affairs. I will leave first. Otherwise, if Senior Sister Lu Jing sees you, it will only place you in a difficult position. Yi Chen watched Lin Kuo's considerate demeanor and nodded with some emotion. Once Lin Kuo had departed and Yi Chen closed the door, his face was filled with smiles. As expected, the world was the same everywhere. When you offer freely, the other person treats it as their due and looks upon you with disdain. But when you merely let them watch without giving, they grow restless with eagerness and come to you of their own accord. A man truly must never be a simp. That evening, when Lin Kuo saw Lu Jing return to the courtyard, a smile of confident victory spread across her face. So what if you, Lu Jing, are more proactive? In the end, Yi Chen still favors me. Today I merely apologized, and he felt sorry for me. Before long, Yi Chen will become my simp once more. With a satisfied smile, Lin Kuo slept soundly that night. Early the next morning, Lin Kuo rose promptly to begin her preparations. Lin Kuo was already a peerless beauty. Dressed up deliberately this time, she appeared ethereal and captivating, stirring the heart. She attached great importance to today's invitation. She even intended to take things further and gain some advantage over Yi Chen. Though she felt somewhat uneasy inside, she understood that since Lu Jing had already given so much, how could she not contribute anything? As long as she could secure the winning position and make Yi Chen her simp again, everything would be worthwhile. After all, Yi Chen's father had recently visited, so he might possess quite a few mid-grade spirit stones and precious spells on hand. The current Yi Chen was entirely worth some investment from her. However, just as Lin Kuo was devising tactics to handle Yi Chen, the courtyard gate was knocked upon. Lin Kuo thought it was Yi Chen at first, her eyes lighting up with anticipation as she walked to open the door. But upon clearly seeing the visitor, disappointment flashed across her eyes and quickly vanished. It was not Yi Chen, but Jin Wuqing. Jin Wuqing also noticed the change in Lin Kuo's expression and frowned slightly. Yet today Lin Kuo was undoubtedly more beautiful than on any ordinary day. Her pale, delicate face evoked tenderness. She wore a white, form-fitting long dress, her graceful curves subtly visible beneath the fabric. It was truly captivating. Jin Wuqing, who had long harbored feelings for Lin Kuo, was even more delighted. His determination to win her over grew ever firmer. Brother Lin, my sister has just emerged from seclusion. I'm notifying everyone to begin preparations today, and we shall depart at dawn in 3 days. Jin Wuqing had come to notify Lin Kuo about the departure. Hearing this, Lin Kuo frowned. If it were before, she would certainly have been willing to enter the mountain to gather herbs. After all, the returns were indeed quite high. It could bring her more resources. But on her last trip into the mountain, her home had been robbed. She had lost a spell technique, a storage pouch, and a high-grade magical artifact. The losses would be crippling. If she went into the mountain again this time, next month, when she returned, Lu Jing might already be preparing for pregnancy. Lin Kuo absolutely could not tolerate such an occurrence. Therefore, Lin Kuo shook her head apologetically. Brother Jin, I'm sorry, but I've encountered some cultivation issues and won't be able to enter the mountain. Please apologize to Sister Jin on my behalf. Jin Wuqing was taken aback upon hearing this. Lin Kuo wasn't coming. He had been planning to use certain tactics in the mountain to win her over. Perhaps a heroic rescue first, then secretly administering something while comforting her. How could he have won her so naturally? Yet Lin Kuo refused to come. Jin Wuqing's expression turned worried. Brother Lin, have you encountered issues in your cultivation and need rest? If that's the case, why not take a leave instead? I'll speak to my sister and reserve your spot. You can simply come next time. However, Lin Kuo firmly shook her head. The benefits of entering the mountain were indeed considerable. But compared to Yi Chen, the gap was far too vast. Moreover, there were dangers involved. But with Yi Chen, she would only have to endure him taking advantage at most. So Lin Kuo was resolute inside. Not going. I'm sorry. Lin Kuo's true nature was actually remarkably cold. Those useful to her received warmth, while those useless to her, she simply couldn't be bothered to acknowledge. Since she wouldn't be entering the mountain herself, Jin Wuqing was no longer useful to her. So Lin Kuo merely said sorry and shut the door. On one hand, Lin Kuo didn't want to waste time. On the other, she feared Yi Chen might see and think too much. This was precisely a critical moment in repairing her relationship with him. If she were affected because of Jin Wuqing, that would be a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, Jin Wuqing himself stood before the closed courtyard gate. Shock gave way to a furious expression. This woman Lin Kuer was utterly ruthless. Having decided not to enter the mountain, she couldn't even bother to invite him inside. Jin Wuqing recalled the delighted, expectant look on Lin Kuer's face when she opened the door for him earlier. He suspected she had likely made plans with someone today. And it was certainly a man. Jin Wuqing wanted to see who dared compete with him for a woman. Someone Lin Kuer chose without hesitation, abandoning herb gathering altogether. Jin Wuqing silently left the courtyard gate and found a corner to wait quietly. Over an hour passed. After Jin Wuqing grew somewhat impatient, Lin Kuer finally emerged. Jin Wuqing quickly followed silently. Soon Lin Kuer arrived before Xiangyuan Pavilion. Jin Wuqing watched from afar as Lin Kuer waited at the entrance. Presently a man cultivator of tall build but unremarkable appearance approached. Lin Kuer, who had been cold as ice to him moments before, immediately broke into a brilliant smile at the sight of this man cultivator. Watching the two converse and enter Xiangyuan Pavilion together, Jin Wuqing's expression grew particularly dark. After a moment of thought, he quickly turned and left. But soon after he returned, accompanied by a lecherous middle-aged man. A meal stretched over more than an hour. When Yichun and Lin Kuer emerged from the wine shop again, Lin Kuer's beautiful face carried a faint blush, her eyes somewhat hazy. A hint of spiritual wine fragrance clung to her person. Indeed, despite Lin Kuer's insistence, the two had consumed spiritual wine together. The cost was substantial, fully half a low-grade spirit stone. It was evident Lin Kuer had truly invested heavily. At the entrance, Lin Kuer was half supported by Yichun as they stepped out. "Brother Lin is intoxicated. Oh, let me escort you back," Yichun said. Though at this moment Lin Kuer's rosy face was breathtakingly beautiful. But Yichun genuinely intended only to return Lin Kuer home, with no plans to take advantage. After all, the 15% returns remained untapped. Currently, only the two 10% ones existed. Impulsively taking Lin Kuer wouldn't matter much. But if something unexpected happened with Lu Jing on her end, and Yichun lost his high-ratio feedback channel, that would be a tremendous loss. Compared to fleeting pleasure and resources, Yichun would definitely choose resources. However, just as Yichun was about to escort Lin Kuer back, she stood firm, gazing up at him with slightly dazed eyes. "Why do you still call me Brother Lin? I want you to call me Fairy Lin. And you must not call Lu Jing Fairy Lu from now on, you can only call me Fairy Lin." As Yichun pondered whether Lin Kuer was drunk, babbling, or throwing a tantrum, Lin Kuer rose onto her tiptoes. The next moment Yichun's cheek felt a cool, exceptionally soft sensation. The feeling vanished in an instant. Lin Kuer looked up at Yichun. "Will you?" Yichun had not expected Lin Kuer to pull such a move. To be honest, being kissed like this, looking up with tiptoes and a kiss, combined with Lin Kuer's pure appearance, meant even though Yichun knew what kind of person she was, his heart raced noticeably faster. Beauty truly was the ultimate weapon. Just as Yichun was about to speak, his enhanced five senses, amplified by the refinement of his internal organs, sharply detected a killing intent fixed upon him. Yichun immediately frowned. Without turning his head, he casually shifted his gaze to trace the source of the killing intent, only to spot a young man standing beside a middle-aged man, his eyes burning with fire as they stared at Yichun. A suitor of Lin Kuer. Yichun could confirm Lin Kuer had no cultivation partner, since if she did, she wouldn't meet the system's feedback requirements. So he was likely a romantic rival. The other party was clearly furious over Lin Kuer's kiss moments ago, so much so that he wanted to kill Yichun. Yichun was never one to shy away from trouble. "You want to watch? Then let me give you something more thrilling." A slight curl formed at the corner of Yichun's mouth, and in the next moment his eyes gazed affectionately at Lin Kuer as he answered decisively, "Very well." In the instant Lin Kuer's face registered surprise, Yichun cupped her cheeks with both hands and kissed her directly. Her expression instantly transformed into shock, but Yichun moved too swiftly for her to process. The loss of her first kiss came before she could react. And Yichun wasn't one to kiss and release immediately. Instead, he employed a deeper, more passionate kissing style. Once Lin Kuer regained her composure, she sought to push Yichun away forcefully, even considering biting him. She had absolutely not prepared for this moment. But as she reached out to shove Yichun away, Lin Kuer recalled the high-grade magical artifact from 2 days prior. She recalled what Yichun had mentioned about gifts from his father. Already having been kissed like this, if she pushed him away now and he misinterpreted her intentions, hadn't she been kissed for nothing? Realizing this, Lin Kuer lowered her raised hand. If resistance was impossible, she might as well close her eyes and savor it. This sensation was surprisingly wonderful. Meanwhile, from a distance, Jin Wuqing watched the embracing couple, his fists clenched tight, eyes burning with fury, as though ready to kill in the next instant. The kiss lasted for dozens of breaths. When they finally parted, Lin Kuer's lips were slightly swollen and reddened, her eyes hazy and dreamy. Yichun also felt quite satisfied. If he had to evaluate it honestly, Lin Kuer's technique was rather unskilled. She still needed more practice. He turned his head to look away. The young man who had been burning with rage earlier was nowhere to be seen. Had the scene been too stimulating for him to bear? That rival was far too young. If a flower already belongs to someone else, simply find another. Obsessing over one who will never be yours is a recipe for disaster. Lin Kuo glared at Yi Chun with mock reproach. Yi Chun smiled gently and spoke, Fairy Lin is truly too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. I promise I won't offend you again next time. Lin Kuo could do nothing but accept this. Not knowing how to respond, she said seriously, if you dare do this again, next time I won't speak to you. Yi Chun nodded hastily agreeing. He quickly returned to his earlier demeanor of submitting to Lin Kuo's every wish. This pleased her greatly. Although today's developments had surpassed her expectations in ways she hadn't anticipated, she had gained far more benefit than she had imagined. But since she had gotten Yi Chun back, all of it was worth it. After today, Yi Chun would surely only give her gifts from now on. As for Lu Jing, go away. Lin Kuo was even considering how to hint to Yi Chun that he should ask Lu Jing to return the gifts he had given her. That was a high-grade spiritual weapon. To give such a treasure to a woman like Lu Jing was an absolute waste. Lin Kuo pondered these thoughts while Yi Chun smiled and escorted her home. Yi Chun took none of those words seriously. In his past life, he had said things like this all the time. I'm just going out for a bit, I'll definitely make it back to the dorm. We'll share one bed, and I definitely won't do anything. I'll just rub against you. Who believed any of that nonsense was a fool? Yi Chun was more focused on his surroundings. Because Yi Chun could always sense someone's gaze fixed upon him. This made him quite suspicious. Had that young man not given up after all? Why chase after a woman who doesn't belong to you, shouting and killing over nothing? How unintelligent can one be? In his past life, Yi Chun had seen plenty of such people. Charging into battle for a woman, some even ending up in jail, ruining their entire lives. And yet they still thought themselves so heroic, charging forth for love. In Yi Chun's view, such people had something wrong with their brains. If a woman doesn't like you, simply move on to the next one. You're all cultivators now. Can't you act a bit more maturely? After seeing Lin Kuo home, Yi Chun didn't rush to leave and chatted with her about cultivation. Lin Kuo had spent the entire afternoon expecting Yi Chun to gift her something. Perhaps he would give her the techniques or items that his father had sent. But alas, Yi Chun had not given her anything at all. The system was still on cooldown. Without the tenfold feedback, Yi Chun certainly wouldn't hand out gifts freely. By evening, Yi Chun gracefully took his leave. But as he stepped out, he encountered Lu Jing. Seeing Yi Chun along with Lin Kuo, who had escorted him to the door, Lu Jing's pupils contracted. That woman Lin Kuo, how had she managed to hook up with Yi Chun again? This sent Lu Jing's sense of crisis skyrocketing. During this period, Lu Jing had profited enormously from Yi Chun, receiving spells, storage bags, and even high-grade spiritual weapons. 10 years of hard work, combined, might not have earned her as much as this. If she had never experienced such treatment, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But after enjoying it, could Lu Jing possibly return to her old life? Lu Jing simply could not endure it. It was like many wealthy men courting women. At first, the woman might not care at all about the man's wealth or money. But once the wealthy man finds an opportunity to show her the pleasures of that lifestyle, the woman will soon fall completely. Why? Because before staying at a 5-star hotel, 100 yuan budget, In was perfectly fine. But after experiencing 5-star luxury, returning to a budget, In would feel intolerably shabby. The same applied to other aspects. And the current Lu Jing was no different. Seeing Lu Jing's displeased expression, Lin Kuo immediately smiled triumphantly. You tried to steal my simp, didn't you? But I've taken him back. What's mine is mine. No matter how hard you try, you cannot take it away. Once I find the right opportunity, I'll make sure you return everything you previously received from him. Daoist friend Yi, I went to your place earlier, and your servant said you were not there. Since we've met, why not join me for a meal? Lu Jing quickly composed herself and warmly invited Yi Chun. Yi Chun displayed an expression of 3 parts temptation, 3 parts hesitation, and 4 parts concern. Finally, he shook his head and said, Fairy Lu, perhaps another time. I must be going now. With those words, Yi Chun left the courtyard, leaving both women with decidedly unpleasant expressions. Lu Jing was displeased because of Yi Chun's rejection. Yi Chun's expression made it clear. He was holding back due to Lin Kuo's attitude, unwilling to appear too close. This meant Yi Chun truly valued Lin Kuo more. This deepened Lu Jing's sense of crisis. But Yi Chun had hesitated and shown interest, which meant she still held some importance in his heart. She had not lost yet. Glancing at Lin Kuo, Lu Jing resolved to intensify her efforts. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo's own expression was not favorable. Before Yi Chun kissed her, he had promised not to call Lu Jing Fairy Lu anymore. Yet just now he still called her that. What did that mean? Yi Chun still harbored some lingering feelings for Lu Jing. A scumbag, utterly shameless. He had kissed her for so long, yet was still thinking of another woman. But Yi Chun had shifted his affections so quickly before, which showed he was not a man of unwavering will. Thinking of this, Lin Kuo was not nearly as angry. Today was only the first day. As long as she put in a bit more effort going forward, convincing Yi Chun to abandon Lu Jing would be absolutely easy. If worst came to worst, she would simply let Yi Chun kiss her a few more times. After all, one kiss was no different from a few more. She was not troubled by that at all. The two women locked eyes, the air thick with hostility. Then both sniffed dismissively and turned to return to their rooms. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was in good spirits, giving himself a mental thumbs up for his acting. But as he walked, his eyes narrowed slightly. Someone was watching him. Was it that rival from earlier? Or had he drawn attention by giving female cultivators gifts so frequently, making himself a target for bandits? Chen silently considered the various possibilities and thought through different responses. Eventually, he decided to give the other party a chance. Because Chen disliked the feeling of being watched by an unknown enemy, it would keep him awake at night. He possessed the formidable physique granted by the Dragon Elephant Prajnar top-tier offensive and defensive spells, and was wearing the Wind God set. His ultimate-grade spiritual weapon, the Wind God Sword, could be drawn at any moment. If faced with overwhelming danger, he could hold out for a while and escape. This was Silver Moon Market. Though the patrol team was somewhat negligent, they were far from useless. If he could not handle it himself, he could always seek their help. As a clan descendant with his family's shop contributing to the market's funds, he would receive more attention than a lone cultivator. Once he identified his opponent, Chen would have plenty of methods to deal with them. So the situation was not a major concern. With this in mind, Chen quietly changed course, walking toward a rather secluded alley where few people usually passed. Chen decided to set a trap. Not far away, a middle-aged lecherous man who had been tailing Chen saw him enter the small alley, and his eyes lit up. The sky had grown dark. The opportunity had arrived. The wretched middle-aged man had been a veteran in the Jin siblings' herb-gathering squad. He was currently at the 5th level of chi condensation. In his youth, he had lacked sufficient resources. At his age, advancement had become exceedingly arduous. No matter how diligently he cultivated, he might never surpass the 6th level of chi condensation. If striving was futile, why bother? The middle-aged man chose to wallow in apathy. Each time he returned from the mountains after earning spirit stones, he would essentially squander them all on enchanting young ladies who practiced secret arts. His mantra was one of indulgence: life is fleeting, why deny oneself? That very day, Jin Wuqing approached him requesting assistance in uncovering the identity of a cultivator. At the time, the middle-aged man wondered why Jin Wuqing would suddenly want to investigate someone. But upon seeing the scene, he understood immediately. It turned out that the young Miss Lin Kuer had a paramour. They had even been kissing on the street with threads of saliva stretching between them. Lin Kuer was youthful and beautiful with a slender waist and long legs, and her face was so pitiable that it stirred compassion in all who saw her. The middle-aged man had long known that Jin Wuqing was smitten with Lin Kuer. Previously, Lin Kuer had been delaying her entry into the squad. Squad leader Jin Zhaodi had grown discontent and planned to replace her. It was Jin Wuqing who insisted on waiting for Lin Kuer for over a month. Yet the woman he desired threw herself at another man and kissed him so intimately that strings of saliva formed. If it were the middle-aged man, he would surely have endured it. He could simply choose another female cultivator. Why must one hang oneself on a single tree? But Jin Wuqing, young and impetuous, had already conceived murderous intent. The middle-aged man easily uncovered Chen's identity. After all, Chen was renowned. The foremost simp of Silver Moon Market. Even those who had never seen him had heard tales. Only Chen, such an oddity, would surrender all his resources to female cultivators. After learning Chen's identity, the middle-aged man hesitated somewhat. Chen was not a loose cultivator, but a descendant of a chi-condensing family. Loose cultivators had no backing. If they died, the enforcement squad would scarcely bother to investigate. They could simply blame a bandit and close the case. Family descendants were different. Killing one might bring trouble. But Jin Wuqing's murderous intent was resolute. He even produced a mid-grade spirit stone to pay for the deed. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man agreed. In truth, in the mountains they had engaged in such acts as murder and robbery often enough. He felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Moreover, he had cultivated a spell to conceal his aura and was adept at wielding throwing daggers. The daggers were low-grade magical artifacts, silent and swift, capable of easily piercing protective spells. They were also poisoned. An unprepared enemy would likely die from a single strike. And he himself was at the 5th level of chi condensation with rich experience in killing. And Chen, merely at the 4th level of chi condensation. His fine items were all given to women. A mere gesture could kill him. Jin Wuqing had also borrowed his sister's storage bag, then packed the corpse into the storage bag and discarded it back into the mountains. There was no fear of investigation. One could say there was absolutely no risk. Seeing Chen enter the narrow alley, the middle-aged man's face twisted into a cruel smile. He stepped forward and followed silently, making no sound as he moved. From his vantage point in the alley, he saw only Chen walking forward at a leisurely pace. Aside from him, the deep, shadowy alley was empty. The middle-aged man drew a plain, unadorned throwing dagger from his bosom. Channeling his spiritual energy, a flash of light gleamed upon the dagger and vanished. The next instant, he hurled it decisively with unthinkable speed. Even a mid-stage chi condensation cultivator could not perceive its flight, hearing only a faint whistle of wind. A smile of anticipation graced the middle-aged man's lips. This simp, Chen, must surely possess quite a few spirit stones. Moreover, the man was a pill refiner. He might well have an assortment of pills. That night, he would summon the two maidens Bing Ling and Ho Wu to savor the bliss of a night ablaze with passion. But in the next moment, astonishment dawned on the middle-aged man's face. For Yi Chun, whose back was turned to him, was radiating golden light. It had actually blocked the dagger outright. Yi Chun had blocked it. It must be a treasure on his person. These wretched families had plundered all the resources meant for loose cultivators. They were all dripping with wealth. Even a simp trash like him possesses such an ace up his sleeve. How infuriating. The middle-aged man realized trouble had arisen and immediately sought to recall the dagger and flee. If a single blow fails to kill, one must depart without delay. Otherwise the commotion would surely attract the enforcement squad. Then all would be lost. But in the next instant, terror seized the middle-aged man's features. For Yi Chun, who had been dozens of meters away a moment before, had turned and launched a ferocious assault. Most terrifyingly, his speed was unbelievable. In a blink he was before him, and in his hand a green longsword had suddenly appeared. How could Yi Chun be so fast? And he even had storage equipment. How wealthy were these wretched families? The situation was wholly unforeseen, but the middle-aged man immediately erected a defensive spell, intending to withstand one strike and then flee. However, in the next moment, blood and flesh spray erupted. His defensive spell before Yi Chun's green longsword proved as fragile as thin paper. It offered no obstruction to Yi Chun. His sword was even more unimaginably swift, emitting not a whisper of wind. The arm that had just retrieved the dagger was severed in an instant. A high-grade magical artifact. How could this damned simp possess a high-grade artifact? The middle-aged man only wanted to flee now. But with Yi Chun in close quarters, where was the chance to escape? Swish, swish, swish. The middle-aged man's arms and legs were neatly severed by Yi Chun. He collapsed to the ground, leaving only a torso and a head. Gazing at the middle-aged man on the ground, drenched in blood, with only his head still capable of emitting wails, Yi Chun, clutching the wind deity sword, let out a long breath. Yet his heart continued to pound rapidly. Fighting in the cultivation world for the first time was truly exhilarating, even if it had all occurred in a single instant. Yi Chun could not help but feel tense. Indeed, while severing the legs, he misjudged the angle slightly upward, and his sword was overly keen, thus rendering the middle-aged man eunuch-like. The reason he did not kill him was that Yi Chun had not spotted that young man. The middle-aged man had been standing beside the peeping youth at the time. The mastermind was undoubtedly the youth. In Yi Chun's view, a man who would hire an assassin over a woman was simply underdeveloped in the brain. A thoroughly imbecilic act. Yet such imbeciles are prone to impulsiveness. Therefore one must uproot the weed entirely. But with no knowledge of his opponent, keeping the prisoner alive was prudent. Yi Chun sheathed his longsword and spoke with a cold sneer. "Who is that young man who instructed you to kill me?" The middle-aged man lay on the ground, his face ashen. Just last night he had been comfortably reclining at the spring residence. Now in the blink of an eye he had lost all 4 limbs. Even if Yi Chun spared him, he would not survive. The middle-aged man harbored resentment toward Yi Chun, but hated Jin Wuching even more. If not for Jin Wuching's madness over a woman, he would never have come to such an end. He possessed a storage bag, a high-grade magical artifact, speed-enhancing spells, and defensive treasures. With such assets, one could call Yi Chun a disciple of a foundation establishment family. The middle-aged man had no wife or children, no concerns. Since he was doomed, he must drag Jin Wuching into the abyss. Let them die together. Jin Wuching. It was Jin Wuching who ordered me. He desired Lin Kuer, but Lin Kuer refused to join the mountain gathering team because of you. Therefore he wanted you dead. He resides at courtyard number 33 in Dingxi Alley at his sister's home. He is at the 5th level of Qi condensation, nearing breakthrough to the 6th. His sister Jin Zhaodi is at the 7th level. Yi Chun had not expected the middle-aged man to speak so candidly. He spilled everything in one breath. Jin Wuching, at the 5th level of Qi condensation, nearing the 6th. And a sister. Yi Chun wished to eradicate the threat entirely, but feared he could not prevail. However, Yi Chun had never intended to confront the true culprit himself. Would he, a victim of hired assassination in Silver Moon Market, have to hunt down the mastermind? Had the protection fee paid to the Yi family shop been for nothing? Were they disciples of the Yi family clan, without honor? Was there no justice in the world? Was there no law? Therefore Yi Chun raised his voice and bellowed, "Enforcement squad, come quickly. Someone is trying to kill me." While shouting, Yi Chun also casually hurled fireball spells, one after another, collapsing the outer walls of adjacent courtyards in succession and startling the cultivators within those courtyards. The commotion was considerable. Even the middle-aged man lying on the ground in agony was taken aback by Yi Chun's actions. He knew Yi Chun would call for help. Yet he had expected Yi Chun to summon an elder from the Yi family to eliminate the Jin siblings, never imagining that Yi Chun would directly call the enforcement squad. As for the collapsed outer walls, the middle-aged man could now understand. Silver Moon Market was entirely owned by the Mo family. All cultivators residing here were required to pay rent, and any damage to even a single blade of grass or tree incurred financial compensation. With the place now in disarray, someone would inevitably have to compensate the Mo family for their losses. He was on the brink of death himself, possessing only a few low-grade spirit stones. Yi Chun, as the victim and a clan member, would not face any reprimand from the Mo family. This only strengthened their resolve to hold the Jin siblings accountable. Yi Chen truly knew how to escalate matters, a far cry from the sycophant rumors circulating externally. The middle-aged man found this development highly agreeable. Such a tremendous disturbance quickly drew several cultivators rushing toward the scene. All were at the late stage of chi condensation with grave expressions, yet showed no reaction upon seeing the mangled middle-aged man. However, the devastated streets and collateral damaged courtyards drew frowns from them. The Mo family collected rent, but they too bore responsibility. When rented properties were damaged without cause, repair obligations inevitably fell on them. Such repairs represented a substantial financial burden. Considering their clan's current predicament, their expressions darkened further. The lead cultivator confrontationally questioned Yi Chen what happened. Yi Chen offered a respectful gesture. Greetings, senior. This humble one is Yi Chen, a disciple of the Yi family, son of Yi Tianhe. That man suddenly attacked me, and I managed to counterattack by sheer luck. The group observed Yi Chen's unscathed condition, then glanced at the mangled figure on the ground, exchanging cynical glances at the claim of fortunate self-defense. Recognizing Yi Chen's family affiliation improved their demeanor considerably. In the cultivation world, martial prowess alone didn't guarantee respect. Family connections carried significant weight. They were familiar with the Yi family and had heard of Yi Tianhe, yet the Mo family's damages would still demand recompense from someone. Turning their attention to the fallen man, they declared murder within Silver Moon Market warrants death for both the perpetrator and the instigator. Confess, and we shall grant you a swift end. The tormented man readily confessed without hesitation, revealing the full account of events. He even implicated their murders throughout the mountains. Among those killed were several young masters from established families. Clearly accepting his impending death, he carelessly revealed everything without restraint. In his final accusation, he pointed to Yi Chen, but he broke this wall. At that moment, I was lying on the ground with all 4 limbs severed, yet he kept shouting for help while hurling fireballs in all directions. It was all his doing. Though the middle-aged man harbored deep resentment toward Jin Wuqing, he had no intention of letting Yi Chen escape consequences either. Yi Chen's lips twitched in awkwardness. Damn it, he had only been trying to give the Mo family motivation to act, hoping they would focus on something other than his own affairs. It was like being robbed of his electric scooter in his past life and reporting it with no one caring. Now his scheme had been exposed on the spot. How mortifying. Yi Chen awkwardly explained, I was too nervous and lost control. The Mo family members watched him with complex expressions. They had heard of Yi Chen's reputation and often mocked him during gatherings. Any simpering fool who gave his resources to female cultivators would have been broken in the Mo family long ago. Never expecting to encounter the actual person, especially embroiled in trouble over a woman. Yet he wasn't as foolish as rumored. He was merely adequate. The fact that Yi Chen at Chi Condensation 4th layer had defeated a 5th layer cultivator was unsurprising. Loose cultivators survived through scavenging. Defeating a clan disciple was only natural. A Mo family cultivator dispatched the middle-aged man with a single stomp and began searching the body. An empty storage pouch, a low-grade flying dart artifact, enchanted footwear, and scattered pills. Quite a haul, surprisingly. After securing the items, he handed the storage pouch to Yi Chen with a half-smile. Young friend, according to our Mo family's customs, since this man attacked you and was subdued by you, everything on his person now belongs to you. Keep it. As for the Jin siblings, we shall deal with them immediately. Yi Chen felt relieved. They hadn't mentioned the courtyard walls, which seemed to indicate they accepted his explanation. But one must show discernment. Moreover, Yi Chen held little interest in such trinkets. So he accepted only the storage pouch and declined the remaining artifacts, smiling as he said, I happen to be in need of a storage pouch. As for the rest, consider them compensation for the courtyard wall. Though it was unintentional, I am still the one who caused it. Impressed by his tactful acceptance, the group nodded approvingly and departed without further remark. They didn't even bother cleaning up the corpse on the ground. All 4 were at the late stage of chi condensation, with the weakest at least at the 7th layer. Silver Moon Market's guard was on rotation, meaning there were more late-stage chi condensation cultivators on duty than he had assumed. This demonstrated the Mo family's true strength. Only a foundation establishment clan could sustain such a massive operation and maintain order. Without such power, cultivators running wild would have plunged Silver Moon Market into chaos long ago. Yi Chen had considered following to observe, but remembered Jin Wuqing's sister was also at the late chi condensation stage, so he abandoned the thought. If a fight broke out and drew him in, the losses would be enormous. With 4 late-stage Mo cultivators involved, the outcome should be secure. Relieved, Yi Chen secured the storage pouch and made his way toward the shop. While he had no practical need for it, gifting it to Lin Kemmer would trigger valuable rewards. After the tenfold conversion, reselling it would yield several mid-grade spirit stones as profit. That evening, Yi Chen reflected further on the brutal nature of the cultivation world. Someone would kill over a mere woman. On Earth, such disputes would amount to nothing more than a physical altercation. Why couldn't people embrace peace and mutual benefit instead? As he pondered, his thoughts drifted to the Jin siblings and whether they had been dealt with. Though it was Jin Wuqing who sought his death, her sister might not be involved. Yet her name, Jin Zhaodi, suggested she came from a family that preferred sons over daughters. With her brother dead, she would surely seek vengeance. Yi Chen had no desire to remain under the watch of a late-stage qi condensation cultivator. He hoped they would face their fate together rather than endure the agony of siblings separated by death. There was no helping it. He was from Huaxia, and thus possessed such compassion. The next day guests arrived early. They were from the Mo family. As the attacked party, Yi Chen deserved some form of resolution. If major clans felt unsafe, they would simply cease trading here. Silver Moon Market would wither, and the Mo family's income would decline. Taoist friend, Yi Jin Wuqing, is dead. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt relieved. However, they quickly added that Jin Zhaodi had mastered a sinister escape technique. Though severely wounded, she had fled into the mountains. Nevertheless, he need not worry. She was now on the Mo family's wanted list. Should she dare leave the mountains and be discovered, she would be killed immediately. There was nowhere left for her to run. Yi Chen's relief evaporated as his concerns resurfaced. Damn it. Your Mo family guard is terrible. 4 against 2, and 1 still escaped. If they couldn't eliminate both siblings in one stroke, what good were they? Give back my artifacts quickly. An additional late-stage qi condensation enemy made Yi Chen quite uneasy. He even considered sending word to his father to extract him from this dangerous situation. Yi Chen found himself with a late-stage qi refining enemy out of nowhere, and he felt quite helpless about it. But since he had already stirred up trouble, what else could he do? He had to accelerate his cultivation. Although Jin Zhaodi was at the 7th layer of qi refining, she was ultimately just a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators had no fixed path. They learned whatever they could get their hands on. They used whatever was available with no real choices. So their strength was mostly mediocre. As long as Yi Chen advanced to the 6th layer of qi refining, he would have enough confidence to face Jin Zhaodi's revenge. As for time, he clearly had enough. The area where Yi Chen resided was the safest part of the Silver Moon Market. Jin Zhaodi would never dare come here to seek vengeance. So for now he was relatively safe. But Yi Chen detested the feeling of being watched. What he lacked most right now was resources. The tenfold returns from Lin Kuer and Lu Jing were insufficient for Yi Chen's needs. If he could obtain that 15th return opportunity from Sun Ruoxin, it would be ideal. So he would have to go find that old man Sun Yi and ask him to be his master, letting the old fox scalp him once. But it didn't matter. Old man, you can bleed my spirit stones. I'll take every last cent back from your daughter, principal, and interest. Looking at the spoils he had obtained from the middle-aged man, Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. Whether someone had hired an assassin for Yi Chen, or Jin Wuqing had died, or Jin Zhaodi had fled, none of it stirred any waves in the Silver Moon Market. For one thing, the Mo family was deliberately suppressing the news. For another, such incidents were far too common in the cultivation world. Cultivators died in droves every day for all sorts of reasons. There was truly nothing worth discussing. And so 4 days passed. One morning, as Yi Chen sat in meditation cross-legged, his eyes suddenly brightened. He had finally broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Feeling the increasingly powerful mana surging within his body, Yi Chen's smile was radiant. In the cultivation world, everything was external. Only realm and strength were fundamental. How could he not be happy now that his cultivation had advanced? Moreover, the system's return cooldown had expired today. It was the perfect time to gift the storage bag. A single storage bag was worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. With a tenfold return, that meant 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Once he had 5 medium-grade spirit stones in hand, Yi Chen could go to Qingyun Market and become an apprentice. And then he would find an opportunity to gift Sun Ruoxin something even more valuable. These past few days, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer, competing for his affection, had been extraordinarily attentive. Lu Jing would pretend to stumble and brush against Yi Chen's back, allowing him ample opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer had practiced kissing techniques with him once again the day before. Although when Yi Chen's hand wandered upward involuntarily, she had firmly pinned it down. Still, it had satisfied his cravings. Lin Kuer had sacrificed so much. It was time to give her some sweetness. You couldn't keep stringing someone along, the hook might slip. Thinking of this, Yi Chen chuckled to himself. At the beginning, he had been the one chasing. How had it suddenly flipped so completely? Was this really the power of a simp? Just then, the courtyard gate was knocked upon. Seeing Yi Chen at the door, Lin Kuer frowned slightly. To be honest, she was deeply dissatisfied with him. This past week, Yi Chen had been wavering and hesitant, seemingly unable to choose between her and Lu Jing. Lin Kuer utterly despised this, wanting both the fish and the bear's paw. It made her feel as though she were competing with other women for Yi Chen, and it had been a full week. Yi Chen hadn't given her a single gift. Could it be that Yi Chen had run out of spirit stones? Lin Kuer wavered in her heart, wondering whether she should simply give up. But her first and second kisses had both been taken by Yi Chen. To abandon him now would mean too high a sunk cost. After 100 turns of thought, however, Lin Kuer's face broke into a delighted smile, and she went to open the door. How did fellow Taoist Yi come here? Despite her surprise, Lin Kuer maintained a careful distance. Mainly because both previous times Yi Chen had attacked out of nowhere. It had made her grow wary. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Today, a senior from my clan gifted me a storage bag. I have no use for it, so I brought it for you, fellow Taoist Lin. As he spoke, Yi Chun produced the storage bag. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuer's eyes lit up instantly. A storage bag. She had long desired one herself. With a storage bag, she would never need to carry luggage wherever she went. It would be so much more convenient. But when Lin Kuer joyfully accepted the bag and probed it with her divine sense, her brow furrowed tightly. The storage bag was not as large as she had imagined. It held only half a cubic meter. It was inferior to Lu Jing's. Why? But then Lin Kuer reasoned that although it was smaller, he had personally brought it to her. And Yi Chun had given it to her, and not to Lu Jing. What did that mean? It meant she had ultimately surpassed Lu Jing. Her efforts over the past week had indeed borne fruit. With this thought, Lin Kuer smiled broadly, eager to press her advantage. She no longer kept her distance, moving closer to Yi Chun and rising on her tiptoes. Fellow Taoist Yi, thank you. By now the psychological burden had faded. With a first and a second already behind them, there was little hesitation left. Watching the innocent yet alluring Lin Kuer tilt her face toward him with her eyes closed, Yi Chun felt she exuded an intoxicating charm. When a beauty offered herself willingly, why would he decline? He bent his head and savored the delicacy. Only after a long while did they part. Lin Kuer's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot Yi Chun a reproachful glance. She had been swept away by the moment and failed to guard against his hands, allowing him to take even greater liberties. Yi Chun did not linger at Lin Kuer's place. After satisfying himself, he parted on good spirits and began reviewing the system messages. Gift delivered successfully. The gift was a storage bag. Processing reward. Tenfold return reward is 10 storage bags. Storage bags cannot be stored in the host's personal inventory. Physical rewards will be held in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Reading the prompt, Yi Chun was pleased. Not triggering a critical hit was entirely reasonable in Yi Chun's view. After all, he had previously gifted Lu Jing a storage bag, one even larger than this one. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Kuer to be overjoyed. Still, the system was remarkably considerate. Yi Chun had worried that the tenfold return might grant him a single 10 cubic meter storage bag. Although that would also be valuable, a bag of such enormous capacity would be difficult to sell in a small place like the Silver Moon Market. 10 standard storage bags, however, were far easier to dispose of. As Yi Chun walked in the shadows unnoticed by others, his face subtly shifted. His cultivation garments changed style entirely. Even his aura altered. Thus, Yi Chun entered different shops one by one, processing the storage bags. Most shops offered buyback services. But even for nearly new items, they would only pay 80% of the selling price. If he set up a stall, he might fetch slightly more. But Yi Chun had no patience to waste time, and it would invite trouble. So continuously shifting his appearance and facial features, Yi Chun quickly sold off all the storage bags the system had rewarded him with. He walked through the market, and in an unnoticed corner his countenance shifted slightly. His robes changed style entirely. Even his spiritual aura altered. Thus began his methodical journey through different shops, disposing of the storage bags one by one. Most shops offered buyback services. However, even for near-mint condition items, they would only offer 80% of the retail price. Setting up a street stall might yield slightly more. But Yi Chun had no patience for such delays, and it risked attracting unwanted attention. So constantly altering his appearance and features, Yi Chun soon managed to sell all the system-rewarded storage bags. He walked through the market, his form subtly shifting in unobserved corners. His robes changed style entirely, and even his spiritual aura adapted. Thus, he proceeded from shop to shop, methodically liquidating his inventory. 4 medium-grade spirit stones ended up in his pocket. With such a considerable sum in hand, Yi Chun's lips curled upward. Restoring his original appearance, he set off toward Qingyun Market. Sun Ruoxin, your simp has arrived. Qingyun shop. The attendants all felt familiar upon seeing Yi Chun. Not only because he visited often, but also because they had heard of his reputation. The #1 simp of Qingyun Market. They had heard that all the spells and storage bags Yi Chun purchased from their Qingyun shop were given to female cultivators. It could only be described as utterly absurd. Immediately an attractive attendant approached, winking coquettishly, fellow cultivator, may I ask what you need? I can satisfy everything here. Her words carried an alluring quality. Yi Chun wasn't sure if he'd stumbled into the wrong establishment. I'm looking for your manager's son. Noticing the system remained inactive, Yi Chun lacked the patience for further conversation with women. The woman was visibly disappointed, but promptly went to summon the manager. Soon Sun Yi arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chun, his eyes lit up immediately. This wealthy fool essentially brought money whenever he visited. He naturally treated Yi Chun with exceptional warmth, immediately escorting him to a private room on the 2nd floor. Young friend, why didn't you mention when you last came to buy a storage bag? I have a second-hand one here that's as good as new, only 90 low-grade spirit stones. What are you looking to purchase this time? Spells, pills, magical artifacts. Whatever it is, our Qingyun shop has everything in stock. Even if we don't have it now, we can place an order from Qingyun City and deliver it to you next time you visit. Sun Yi spoke with particular enthusiasm. Yi Chun actually appreciated this greed. It was precisely what made contact with his daughter possible. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, producing 100 low-grade spirit stones. As we agreed before, I wish to learn talisman crafting from you, senior. 4 lessons a month, 1 mid-grade spirit stone per month. Shall I start with 1 month? Hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Sun Ye's weathered face. Could Yi Chen actually be serious about learning? 25 low-grade spirit stones per lesson. That wasn't cheap. More crucially, the tuition was the lesser concern. Talisman crafting required constant material consumption. Beginners had no way of knowing how much material would be wasted before successfully crafting a single talisman. The upfront costs were extraordinarily high. This explained why rogue cultivators, despite knowing talisman making and alchemy could be profitable, chose not to pursue them. They simply couldn't afford to learn or practice. Sun Yi already knew Yi Chen's background, a mere youth from a minor qi condensation family. How much resources could such a family possibly possess? That Yi Chen could afford to study alchemy was already remarkable. Sun Yi hadn't expected the Yi family to fund his talisman education. Yet here Yi Chen was actually showing up. Despite his thoughts, Sun Yi's hands moved swiftly. Spirit stones were gathered from the table in an instant. Sun Yi agreed with a beaming smile. Since you've brought the tuition, of course. But would you like to pay more at once? If you pay for half a year's tuition, I'll deduct half a mid-grade spirit stone. Hearing this, Yi Chen's lip twitched involuntarily. Sun Yi now sounded exactly like a gym instructor pushing memberships. No one was genuinely this generous. He was simply betting Yi Chen wouldn't last long enough to need more lessons. He might quit after a month, which meant Sun Yi wanted to maximize earnings up front. The same pattern appeared in gym subscriptions. Annual passes for 1,000 yuan, biennial ones for 1,500. Their real goal was always getting you to commit to 2 years. But Yi Chen shook his head. Let me try first and see. If it works out, I'll continue. If not, I'll drop it. After all, the cost of learning talisman crafting from a senior is truly steep. Undeterred by the refusal, Sun Yi resolved to teach Yi Chen well during the first month, offering plenty of praise to ensure he felt he was gaining something. Only then would Yi Chen keep paying. Then he could coax him into requesting more resources from the Yi family and paying a larger lump sum for lessons. With that thought, Sun Yi smiled broadly. Very well, no rush. I'm free today. Shall we begin with the first lesson now? Yi Chen had no objections and nodded directly. Talismans were indeed among the most important weapons for cultivators. Fundamentally, talismans were paper inscribed with formation arrays that could unleash spells. Talismans offered significant advantages. They allowed cultivators to activate spells they themselves couldn't perform. Many rogue cultivators unable to afford proper spell acquisition would purchase talismans for protection instead. Yet talismans carried limitations. The user couldn't control the spell with the same precision as casting it directly. Their power remained fixed, and the practitioner had to first activate the talisman paper itself. Enemies could easily anticipate and defend against such attacks. Nevertheless, talismans maintained strong demand in the market. Though Yi Chen's motivation for studying talisman crafting was solely to find an opportunity to win over Sun Ruoxin. Yet Yi Chen had no intention of slacking off. Sun Yi was genuinely a master of talisman crafting. Since Yi Chen had paid, he naturally needed to study properly. The more skills one possessed, the better, and though Yi Chen already knew alchemy, this wouldn't hurt. Learning talisman crafting alongside alchemy was hardly a disadvantage. But at that moment, Sun Yi continued, "You haven't prepared talisman brushes, ink, or paper, have you? For this lesson, I'll use the materials my daughter left behind from her practice." Yi Chen nodded, finding some comfort in the fact that Sun Yi at least had a shred of conscience. But then Sun Yi added, "These will be valued at 1 low-grade spirit stone." Yi Chen fell silent. "I'll endure this, for now. Just wait until I win over your daughter." Yi Chen was determined to learn well, and Sun Yi likewise intended to teach carefully, offering frequent encouragement. But within half an hour of the lesson beginning, Sun Yi's face darkened like a charred pot bottom, his roars echoing continuously. "Are you doodling or crafting talismans? I've repeated it 100 times. Your spiritual energy must flow evenly as you draw. What are you thinking with? Focus. Focus. What keeps catching your attention? I've never encountered such stubborn ignorance. Extra charge, extra charge." Sun Yi's furious voice reached even the ground floor. The attendants exchanged bewildered glances. Within the private room, Yi Chen's lip twitched, his expression growing dark. Not because of Sun Yi's reprimands, but something else. His own learning aptitude seemed genuinely inadequate. His previous self had faced constant criticism while studying alchemy too. Yet the instructor was his former uncle, so the harshness couldn't be quite as severe. Yi Chen had assumed his second uncle simply hadn't taught properly, believing his predecessor's talent wasn't actually poor. Later he'd gained the comprehensive insights of a first-rank alchemist. Yi Chen had never dwelled on talent since then. But today, studying talisman crafting under Sun Yi, listening to his lectures, he remained thoroughly confused, unable to grasp the essential points. Yi Chen could be certain Sun Yi was explaining with genuine effort and seriousness. The problem was his own inability to understand. Even when his mind comprehended, his hands couldn't execute, nor could his spiritual energy follow through. This confirmed one thing for Yi Chen. This body's learning aptitude was truly abysmal. By the end of the lesson, Sun Ye's face remained as dark as a soot-covered pot. Only for the spirit stones would he tolerate teaching someone like Yi Chen. No wonder Yi Chen had switched from alchemy to talisman making. With such limited comprehension, he could barely refine a single pill. Don't go harming anyone. Yi Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Senior, shall we continue with the remaining lessons? If you're unwilling to teach further, then about the tuition for the other 3 classes. Sun Ye's expression darkened further. Since I've accepted payment, I will teach. Go practice diligently. Sun Yi would never refund the tuition. He feared Yi Chen might sense his own inadequacy and request to drop the course. Turning away abruptly, he concealed his deep regret. With Yi Chen's comprehension level, he likely wouldn't collect next month's fees either. Yi Chen was truly the worst student he'd ever had. Yi Chen found himself somewhat frustrated. Though he'd never intended to achieve anything through talisman, crafting his own incompetence was difficult to accept. Yi Chen was truly somewhat despaired over his own talent. Without the system, he feared he would remain at the bottom of the cultivation world for his entire life, with not the slightest chance to turn things around. But fortunately, he had the system. It was not a major issue. So Yi Chen did not feel too depressed about his talent. Even if he could not learn, it did not matter. After all, he was there to find an opportunity to get close to Sun Ruoxin. So in the days that followed, Yi Chen did not focus his mind on talisman crafting. Instead, he continued his daily routine of cultivation and pill refinement. Yet Lin Kalayer and Lu Jing, the 2 women, became even more enthusiastic towards him. Lin Kalayer naturally owed this warmth to the storage pouch. As for Lu Jing, it was driven by a sense of crisis. That week, Yi Chen had not given her a gift, but had instead presented Lin Kalayer with a storage pouch. Doesn't this mean Yi Chen was truly changing his affections? Lu Jing found it unbearable. Meanwhile, both women also discovered that Yi Chen had unconsciously broken through to the 5th layer of qi condensation. A cultivator's breakthrough in minor realms is nearly impossible to detect without specialized scrying spells. Yet Yi Chen's current cultivation had already surpassed them both. This naturally made the 2 women value him even more. After all, women are inherently drawn to strength. They prefer men who surpass them. Thus their open rivalry and hidden schemes intensified. Both grew more fervent toward him, offering greater rewards. Yet Yi Chen himself had stopped gifting pills. Instead, he began making money through buying and reselling. Simply gifting spirit stones would not trigger any system return. Moreover, the gifts had to match what they actually needed, not vastly exceed it. So Yi Chen became increasingly generous with his gifts. For instance, he presented Lu Jing with a complete set of enchanted robes worth 2 mid-grade spirit stones. He also gifted Lin Kalayer a white glove-shaped magical artifact crafted from heavenly silk threads valued at 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Too bad they did not make black ones. Socks would have been ideal. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have been even more thrilled. In short, his generosity kept growing. Though both women looked down on his wanton behavior, his unwillingness to choose his desire for both of them. But Yi Chen gave them so much. Neither woman could bring herself to refuse. Meanwhile, Yi Chen himself was amassing a fortune through the system's tenfold return on gifted items. The system was remarkably considerate. It could distinguish whether Yi Chen wanted something for himself or intended to sell it for profit. Thus the returns were calculated based on quantity. The styles and functions varied across items, which reduced the risk of Yi Chen being noticed during sales. His only regret was that Inu market ultimately proved too small. Too many goods on the market, no matter how carefully handled, would still attract attention. Furthermore, since he was selling directly to shops, the prices were not particularly high, roughly at 70% of retail value. Even so, Yi Chen's savings grew rapidly to 20 mid-grade spirit stones and continued to climb. Overall, Yi Chen's life was going smoothly. The only thing bothering him was the lack of progress with Sun Ruoxin. Talisman crafting was something he had abandoned, just spending money to create opportunities. But the issue was that he had already attended 3 classes. He had not once crossed paths with Sun Ruoxin. This frustrated him. He was not really there to learn talisman crafting anyway. If he could not find another chance to meet her, he might as well skip the classes. Throwing money away freely was not sustainable. He would find another opportunity later. In the quiet chamber of Qingyun Ward, watching Yi Chen's talisman work remain a complete disaster, Sun Yi had to exert considerable effort to suppress his urge to curse. It was absurd, truly absurd. He had never encountered anyone so utterly untalented. He had genuinely been teaching carefully. Yet after 4 full lessons, Yi Chen showed no improvement whatsoever. What a waste of talent. He should just bury it. But he could not help coveting Yi Chen's spirit stones. The kid was genuinely wealthy. If he could keep him enrolled, it would amount to over 10 mid-grade spirit stones by year's end. At that thought, Sun Yi put on an approving expression. Not bad, remarkable progress. Look at this line. It is drawn excellently, perfectly aligning with the natural flow of spiritual energy. I am confident that with continued dedication, you will become a skilled talisman master before long. Listening to Sun Ye's words, Yi Chen could barely hold back his laughter. How desperate for money must this man be? To earn a few lesson fees, his praises rang completely hollow. It reminded him of Earth in his past life, where a president from a football powerhouse claimed to watch the national team daily, all to curry favor with China and secure business deals. Chen remained non-committal towards Sun Ye's words. But even in today's final session, he still had not seen Sun Ruoxin. Unable to contain himself, Chen asked, "I heard from the shop assistant that your daughter is also studying talisman crafting. Senior Sun, you are so busy, why not teach us together? That would save more time." Sun Yi did not suspect the young man was harboring designs on his daughter. Hearing this, he replied gruffly, "My daughter is already a proper talisman master. She can refine mid-grade first-rank talismans. And what about you? You have not even reached the entry level. I would love to teach you both together, but you are simply too inexperienced. I mean, you just started, there is no way around it." Chen conveniently ignored Sun Ye's comment about his inadequacy. After hearing him out, he realized the truth. Indeed, when the levels differed so greatly, it was impossible to group them together. It was like putting kindergartners alongside middle school students. The gap was too enormous. If he could accelerate his talisman skills, he would be able to join classes with Sun Ruoxin. But Chen had to admit he was genuinely untalented. Learning entirely on his own might take 1 or 2 years just to reach the basics. "Senior Sun, do you happen to know any methods to quickly improve my talisman abilities? My progress has been painfully slow. I have been at this for a month and still have not broken through. If there is no way to accelerate my learning, then I suppose I should just give up." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi wrinkled his nose. The weaker someone is, the more they crave instant results. Yet he really wanted to earn money from Chen. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "I have my master's talisman notebook here. It records my master's insights on talisman creation from when he was still a first-rate artisan, along with his learning journey. If you were to study this manual, your comprehension of talisman arts would certainly surge dramatically, and your abilities might advance remarkably." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up immediately. This seemed like a valuable asset. Lu Jing was also studying talisman crafting, making it a perfect match. What would he receive from the system's tenfold return if he gifted it to her? Perhaps it would accelerate his talisman skills enough to join classes with Sun Ruoxin. But Chen kept silent, because Chen knew that given Sun Ye's greed, he would never simply hand something over for free. But even though he had expected it in his heart, when Sun Yi spoke, Chen was still startled. "The manuscript costs 5 medium-quality spirit stones." "Chen, 5 medium-quality spirit stones. You might as well just rob me." He was really treating Chen as a sucker. Chen immediately lost interest. Sun Yi also noticed Chen's expression change, and immediately said, "Don't think I'm ripping you off. My master is an elder of Qingyun sect, a peak second-rank talisman master, who could break through to third rank at any time. You should know that in Qingyun sect there is only one third-rank talisman master." Seeing the words is like seeing the person. For a talisman manuscript of someone like this, being able to see it for 5 low-quality spirit stones is like having the chance to learn talisman making beside him, an opportunity many would kill for. You will definitely not lose out if you buy it. Peak second-rank talisman master. Hearing this, Chen raised his eyebrow. Seems like there is something to it. But 5 medium-quality spirit stones was still too expensive. In the end, Chen haggled down to 3 medium-quality spirit stones. However, Chen did not pay directly, but said he needed to ask his family for money and borrow a bit from the shop, first to come back tomorrow to buy. Chen did not want to appear too wealthy. This Sun Yi was so greedy for wealth. What if he thought making money from teaching was too slow, and just robbed him instead? Sun Yi, however, showed a satisfied smile. The master's talisman manuscript was naturally genuine and could bring a lot of inspiration to talisman masters, but it was not that magical. Selling it for 3 medium-quality spirit stones was definitely a profit. Most importantly, since Chen bought the talisman manuscript, he would have to continue attending classes. The higher the sunk cost, the less likely Chen would give up halfway. So this was a huge profit. As for Chen, while Sun Yi was waiting, impatiently worried that the Yi family would not be willing to be the sucker, he went to Qingyun Boutique again. Taking out 3 medium-quality spirit stones, he purchased the manuscript. The manuscript's name was quite interesting, Lin Shi's Talisman Discussions. Sun Yi, who had waited for a long time, naturally wore a broad smile upon receiving the spirit stones. He even asked Chen to pay the tuition fee together. But Chen refused. He would first give it to Lu Jing and see if the feedback was useful and could improve his talisman-making level, then he would pay to attend classes again. If not, then forget it. He would find another opportunity to contact Sun Ruoxin in the future. Not receiving Chen's class fee made Sun Yi pout with some disappointment. But looking at the pile of low-quality spirit stones in his hand, Sun Yi's face once again showed a smile. "Friend Yi has arrived, come quickly to eat. This is snow spirit deer meat. Because snow spirit deer only appears in winter, and its speed is extremely fast, even late-stage chi refining cultivators have difficulty catching it, so it is very rare. But snow spirit deer meat is very beneficial for enhancing a cultivator's physical quality. Eat quickly." In the room, Lu Jing warmly prepared chopsticks and bowls for Chen. Upon smelling the venison, Chen's appetite also opened wide. However, Yi Chen cared more about whether the talisman manuscript he gave to Sun Ye's master could help him. Thus, Yi Chen did not hurry to start eating. Instead, he first took out the recently acquired Lin Shi's Talisman Discussions. This is a talisman manuscript from a peak second-ranked talisman master of Qingyun sect. I saw it at Qingyun Boutique and immediately thought of Fairy Lu. Fairy Lu, you happen to also be learning talisman making. This manuscript should be able to bring you help, so I bought it to give to you. Fairy Lu, please accept it. Hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes immediately lit up. A peak second-ranked talisman master's manuscript. For any talisman master, this was extremely precious. Yi Chen must have spent quite a few spirit stones to buy this manuscript. But most importantly, it was Yi Chen's sincerity. To be honest, Lu Jing already had genuine affection for Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was not inferior. He had reached the 5th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he was an alchemist. At the same time, his family background was not poor, with a qi refining family behind him, and he seemed to be favored, receiving abundant resource support. Most importantly, Yi Chen genuinely cared about everything concerning her. He had given her so many things, but never acted superior or arrogant towards her because of it. All this made Lu Jing truly a bit touched. Living with such a Dao companion for a lifetime should be good, right? But what Lu Jing found most unacceptable was Yi Chen's infatuation with others. He was attentive to her, but also attentive to Lin Kuo. Lu Jing made a decision in her heart. If one day, Yi Chen firmly chose her and no longer entangled with Lin Kuo, then she would agree to Yi Chen and become his Dao companion. Thank you, friend Yi. This is important to me. Lu Jing's eyes carried a gleam of joy. When Yi Chen saw the other party accept the gift, a satisfied smile also appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the system prompt sound also rang out. Yi Chen was about to check what reward he had obtained. But just at that moment, Yi Chen accidentally touched the snow spirit deer meat that Lu Jing had served, and his hands were covered in soup. Yi Chen was about to wipe his hands clean. But at this moment, Lu Jing suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's hand. The broth of snow spirit deer meat is the most precious because all its effects have been stewed out. Wiping it off would be too wasteful. Returning to his own room, Yi Chen calmed his mind for a long time before having the chance to check the system prompt. Gift successful. The gift is Lin Shi's Talisman Discussions. Compensating. Tenfold compensation rewarded Heavenly Master's Beginner Talisman Discussions. Detected that the gift given by the host this time is extremely important to the match target and exceeds the other party's expectations, causing huge fluctuations in the other party's state of mind, triggering a critical bonus. Reward Heavenly Master Sex. Founding Heavenly Master's Phantom for one day can consult the other party about talisman making methods. Looking at the introduction, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Heavenly Master Sect. Yi Chen had heard of this sect. It was a top-tier sect, many times more powerful than Qingyun sect. The sect was famous for talisman making, and he had obtained a Heavenly Master's talisman manuscript. Moreover, he had also obtained an opportunity to receive guidance from the founding Heavenly Master. This was simply taking off. Such a huge profit. Immediately, Yi Chen took out the Heavenly Master's Beginner Talisman Discussions and began to study it. This book, with no lesser level, explained complex concepts in simple terms, thoroughly analyzing all the essentials of talisman making. Previously, when learning talisman making from Sun Yi, many places he did not understand, and the other party could not explain clearly. When reading this book, were all solved effortlessly. The other party's understanding of talisman making was truly too high. Moreover, when encountering problems that were difficult to understand, even from reading, Yi Chen could directly ask the founding patriarch's phantom. It could be said that merely in one night, Yi Chen's talisman Dao level had made rapid progress. The next day, Yi Chen went to pay for classes with full confidence. But Sun Yi, watching Yi Chen's performance today, was also astonished. Yi Chen had actually successfully drawn a dust cleansing talisman. Although this was only the lowest level introductory talisman, nothing special, but for Yi Chen it was different. Yi Chen himself seemed to have suddenly enlightened. What exactly was going on? Sun Yi was truly stunned. He knew all too well how woefully lacking in aptitude Yi Chen was when it came to talisman crafting. One could hardly call him anything but irredeemably dull. Truly inept in every respect. Yet merely a week had passed. When Yi Chen drew talismans, he seemed like a completely different person. His brushstrokes flowed as smoothly as water and clouds, though he still showed some awkwardness at certain junctures. But to say he had been utterly transformed was no exaggeration. Yi Chen, how has your progress become so dramatic overnight? Sun Yi examined the dust removal talisman in his hand. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked, "Tell me, did you secretly seek out another talisman master for private lessons?" Hearing this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. "I've just been reading." Reading? Sun Yi paused for a moment, then recalled the talisman crafting notes he had sold to Yi Chen. Those were indeed his master's talisman crafting notes. He himself had pored over them daily back in the day. Could such remarkable progress come from merely a week of study? That seemed far too absurd. When he had studied them himself, there had been no such results. Was Yi Chen truly a genius? Had his own teaching methods been flawed all along? Not that Yi Chen was untalented, but that he had been leading students astray. For a moment, Sun Yi even questioned his own teaching abilities. Yet the truth was far from what Sun Yi had imagined. Yi Chen himself knew best that his natural talent was truly mediocre. But what choice did he have when he possessed a cheat? Regardless, Yi Chen's performance had thrown Sun Ye's plans into disarray. But the fact that Yi Chen had entered the door was a good thing. It meant he could continue collecting tuition fees. Thus Sun Ye's enthusiasm recovered once more. Yet throughout the following months Sun Yi remained constantly astonished by Yi Chen's progress. For every week-long interval between classes, Yi Chen's proficiency would leap forward with astonishing speed. Within merely a month, Yi Chen had thoroughly mastered the fundamentals of talisman crafting. Low-grade talismans, such as the Clear Breeze Talisman and Dust Removal Talisman, were now entirely within his grasp. He had already become a formal first-rate talisman master. He could even begin attempting to create mid-grade talismans. Just as with spells, low-grade talismans possessed little power. It was only at the mid-grade level that one could begin attempting to craft the spell talismans cultivators truly needed. In any case, Sun Yi was utterly dumbfounded by Yi Chen's performance. From beginner to mid-grade in a single month. What fool would call this talent a waste? This was genius beyond compare. At the mere thought, Sun Yi felt his heart ache with regret. Not that he regretted having delayed a genius. Rather, it was that Yi Chen, relying on his master's talisman notes, had achieved sudden enlightenment. And Sun Yi had only charged him 3 mid-grade spirit stones. He had suffered a tremendous loss. Senior, may I begin learning to craft mid-grade talismans? After this lesson concluded, Yi Chen asked earnestly. Hearing this, Sun Yi felt somewhat distressed. Yi Chen was learning too quickly. He hadn't collected much tuition at all. Yet it would be improper to deliberately delay. The appearance would be too disgraceful. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yi spoke. You may come one day early next week and attend class together with my daughter. Teaching one student was no different from teaching two. Since that was the case, it would be more convenient to have them study together. Moreover, since his daughter had begun refining mid-grade talismans, she had grown somewhat complacent. Having Yi Chen study alongside her would serve as a timely corrective. To use Yi Chen's talent as a lesson to temper his daughter's pride. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Although I have not formally become your disciple, senior's daughter may still be considered my senior sister. Since we are to study together next time, wouldn't it be proper for me to prepare a gift? Observing Yi Chen's slight excitement, Sun Yi immediately furrowed his brows. Why did this lad grow so animated at the mere mention of his daughter? Why hasn't he prepared a gift for me? This boy genuinely fawns over every female cultivator he encounters. Nevertheless, he knew his own daughter well. She harbored grand ambitions and would surely not lower herself for someone like Yi Chen. So if Yi Chen truly wished to fawn, let him. At the very least, there would be no loss. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. As Yi Chen left Qingyun Market humming a tune, he returned to his courtyard. He felt in extraordinarily high spirits. He finally had an opportunity to interact with Sun Ruoxin. That was a full 15-fold return. Gifts of spells and the like would certainly yield far superior feedback. So what should he gift her for their first meeting? For resource type gifts, the difference between 10-fold and 15-fold was negligible. It merely came down to whether he earned more or less. But for gifts that could enhance his cultivation strength, the gap between 15-fold and 10-fold was substantial. For instance, with a spell, a 10-fold feedback versus a 15-fold feedback would result in a tremendous disparity in level. The same applied to magical artifacts. But he didn't even know Sun Ruoxin and had no idea what she might need. If he gifted something she didn't require, the feedback wouldn't activate. That would be a tremendous loss. Thus, this was indeed a matter requiring careful deliberation. Over the following days, Yi Chen focused on his cultivation, occasionally watching Lu Jing and Lin Kuer compete for his attention, occasionally enjoying the benefits the two women offered. Meanwhile, the Mo family had informed him that Jin Zhaoti's blood had been recorded into the formation of Inu Market. Once she entered the formation of Inu Market, would immediately issue a warning, relay the information to the Mo family. Therefore, Yi Chen need not worry about retaliation. Unless Inu Market descended into chaos one day and the Mo family found itself overwhelmed. But how could such a situation arise for a foundation establishment family? Thus, Yi Chen's mood had been exceptionally good during this period. Perhaps because his strength had improved, he felt somewhat more secure. Yi Chen grew increasingly interested in Inu Market. For instance, the stall trading area. Inu Market, besides its shops, also had a stall district. As long as one paid the stall fee, one could set up shop. The variety was remarkably rich. However, the quality could only be described as uneven. Yi Chen had long been very interested in the market stall area. In his past life reading web novels, he had always seen protagonists discover treasures others had overlooked in the stall area, rising to prominence overnight. With his system, perhaps he could similarly pick up bargains and make his fortune. So on the day Lu Jing had her day off, Yi Chen went with her to the stall district. Lu Jing always purchased demonic beast meat there. Upon arriving at the location, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. The stall district was not particularly spacious, with cultivators sitting cross-legged on both sides. Some had set up stalls while others simply spread cloths on the ground to sell their wares. As for the merchandise, it was remarkably comprehensive. There were vendors selling meat, pills, magical artifacts, spirit herbs, absolutely everything. At first Yi-Chun watched with considerable interest, hoping to find a bargain or perhaps spot a suitable gift for Sun Ruoxin. But soon he lost interest. To be honest, the quality was truly subpar. Yi-Chun was less familiar with other matters, but his eye for pills and talismans was not poor. Some pills were of extremely poor quality, worse than low-grade, with impurities estimated to account for half. Even worse than the pills his previous body could refine. The talismans were no better: spiritual energy insufficiently uniform, power lacking, activation slow. In critical moments they might fail to activate entirely. Though affordable, they were truly useless to Yi-Chun. However, while wandering about, Yi-Chun and Lu Jing noticed a certain stall in the middle of the district surrounded by a large crowd. This piqued Yi-Chun's curiosity. Why so many people? Could they have discovered some treasure? This bracelet is absolutely a top-grade artifact. Some might even call it a supreme magical treasure. I have already tested it. This bracelet can protect the divine sense, resist attacks from consciousness-type spells, and also ward off the negative effects brought by low-rank evil entities. At the same time, it can generate a divine light that covers the face, filtering out various poisonous gases and evil miasmas. But most importantly, wearing this bracelet can improve your cultivation speed. When cultivating with the bracelet, it automatically purifies and refines spiritual energy, saving the cultivator the time needed to refine their magic power. Cultivation base is the foundation of a cultivator. With the same amount of cultivation time, you can refine more magic power. I think everyone understands how important this is, right? The stall owner continued. I went through great trouble to obtain this item. Yi-Chun, standing at the back of the crowd, had been listening to the introduction of the bracelet's functions with indifference. But upon hearing that it could increase cultivation speed, his eyes lit up instantly. Although Yi-Chun had already reached the 5th layer of qi refining, he was far from satisfied with his own cultivation pace. He hoped to advance his cultivation faster. Yet he was already consuming high-grade pills every day, pushing himself to the limit. He never expected there would be a treasure that could further enhance his progress. This instantly made Yi-Chun interested. What surprised him was that the gathered cultivators were also discussing the matter of increased cultivation speed. But Yi-Chun did not see much eagerness on their faces. Why was that? Logically speaking, everyone should be highly anticipating anything that could boost their cultivation speed. Soon Yi-Chun cleared up his confusion. Among the crowd, a burly man spoke with a half-smile. How much does it increase? Hearing this, the stall owner's expression became somewhat awkward. Clearly these cultivators were all shrewd individuals. They could see right through it. I am at the 6th layer of qi refining. With this bracelet, my cultivation speed increases by about half a tenth. Upon hearing this, many of the other cultivators who had shown interest like Yi-Chun immediately displayed disappointment. Yi-Chun also furrowed his brows slightly. Half a tenth was merely 5%. Indeed, that was rather low. After all, consuming high-grade pills could boost cultivation speed by over 40%. Yi-Chun finally understood why so many cultivators lacked enthusiasm. The price of artifacts was not cheap, but how much did pills cost? If this bracelet cost 10 or 20 mid-grade spirit stones, one could afford decades worth of pills. For most rogue cultivators, spirit stones were precious. Spending decades worth of pill money to buy an artifact that only improved cultivation speed by 5%. Moreover, the amount of spiritual energy an artifact could purify was fixed. It increased speed by half a tenth for someone at the 6th layer of qi refining. For cultivators at the 7th layer, the effect would be even lower. Thinking about it this way, the effect was not as good as imagined, and the cost-performance ratio was too low. With money to buy this artifact, one would truly be better off purchasing higher quality high-grade pills. Tell me how many spirit stones. If it's cheap, I'll buy it for my daughter. It might still be somewhat useful during the early stage of qi refining. A cultivator spoke up, asking about the price. Hearing this, the stall owner felt it would not sell easily, but still gritted his teeth and named a price: 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you insane? If it were an exquisite artifact robe, 20 mid-grade spirit stones might be justifiable. For a weapon, it would also make sense. But just a worn-out bracelet that can ward off poison and slightly boost cultivation speed. Who would spend so many spirit stones on it? Can't afford it, can't afford it. Let's disperse. I'll offer 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Tell me if you'll sell it. The cultivators in the crowd jeered and mocked. The stall owner grew anxious. I went to Qingyan Market first. Qingyan Market offered me a price of 10 mid-grade spirit stones for it. I thought it was too low and didn't sell it there. Poor bastards don't come causing trouble here. The crowd sneered and most of them dispersed. Because even 10 mid-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum for most cultivators. Most late-stage cultivators could only earn a few mid-grade spirit stones through hard work in an entire year. I'll offer 11 mid-grade spirit stones. This thing is somewhat interesting, worth researching. Where did you obtain it? At this moment, a muscular man stepped forward and spoke with great interest. Hearing someone raise the bid, the stall owner's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, I found it in a cave in the mountains. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators all showed expressions of envy. Discovering remnants of cultivators in the mountains was not particularly unusual. Every year, there were lucky ones who found treasures in the mountains. The stall owner had hit the jackpot, earning 11 mid-grade spirit stones instantly. As for the muscular man's ability to pay such a sky-high price of 11 mid-grade spirit stones, nobody found it strange. This was because he was a late-stage chi refining artifact refiner. He was quite well known in Silver Moon Market. Being able to produce so many spirit stones was not surprising. Everyone speculated that this man probably wanted to study how this artifact purified spiritual energy. The stall owner, still unwilling to give up, continued to turn and ask, 11 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants it? This is absolutely the only artifact in Silver Moon Market that can increase cultivation speed. If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it for a lifetime. Once you buy this bracelet, not only can you use it yourself, your children can use it too. If you establish a clan in the future, using it to nurture the next generation would be simply perfect. It was still an exquisite artifact after all. Although the effect was somewhat useless, selling it for only 11 mid-grade spirit stones, the stall owner still felt it was a loss. Just at that moment, Chen behind the crowd spoke up, 12 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily turned to look backward. They wanted to know who was this wealthy. When they clearly saw Chen's face, many cultivators displayed subtle expressions. The others did not know who Chen was. But after someone beside them explained, they all recognized him. This was the #1 simp of Silver Moon Market. He gave everything good to female cultivators, simply the disgrace of men. He had greatly increased the difficulty for male cultivators in Silver Moon Market to dual cultivate with female cultivators. Therefore, upon learning Chen's identity, everyone showed particular disdain. Could this kid be buying this bracelet to give to a female cultivator again? The fact that Chen had enough spirit stones to spend over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones was sufficient proof of how favored he was in the family. But spending so many spirit stones to buy something so useless. If they were the head of the Yi family, they would undoubtedly wish to beat Chen to death with their own hands. The stall owner, upon hearing Chen's bid, instantly displayed a joyful expression. Meanwhile, the artifact refiner frowned slightly, somewhat hesitant. He tentatively added half a mid-grade spirit stone to the price. But after Chen followed suit without any hesitation, he also directly chose to give up. In the end, amid the stall owner's brilliant smile and the nearby gathering cultivators' gazes of seeing him as a fool, Chen invited the stall owner to go to the Yi family shop to collect the money, completing this transaction. Chen naturally carried spirit stones on his person, but it was impractical to take them out directly, so he had brought them back to the rear courtyard to complete the transaction. The bracelet had also been tried before the trade. The vendor had not exaggerated. It could indeed boost cultivation speed, but the effect was merely SOSO. Such an item was truly not worth 13 mid-grade spirit stones. But as Chen examined the pale green, crystal clear, and rather exquisite bracelet, his mood was exceptionally good. A 0.5% boost in cultivation speed was indeed of little practical use. But what if it went through a 15-fold amplification? Wouldn't that be like taking off directly? So even though to outsiders Chen appeared to be a fool spending recklessly, yet in Chen's eyes he had struck an incredible bargain. Never mind 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Even if it were 20 or 30 mid-grade spirit stones, Chen would have bought it without hesitation. And by Chen's side, Lu Jing had been following along. Her mature, pretty face was flushed with excitement. She had always known that Chen was favored and possessed considerable resources, but she never imagined he could be this wealthy. 13 mid-grade spirit stones, and he could produce them on a whim. The way Chen spent money so freely was incredibly handsome. It sent her heart racing. Gazing at the bracelet in Chen's hand, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. Had he purchased this bracelet for her? At that thought, Lu Jing's breathing quickened. Though like most cultivators, she also considered the bracelet's effect rather useless. But that was only because the bracelet offered such poor value. If she could get it for free, no one would hesitate. Yet despite Lu Jing's hopeful gaze, Chen tucked the bracelet away. This sent a massive shock through Lu Jing's heart. Had Chen bought this for Lin Kuo? If so, she simply could not bear it. These were 13 mid-grade spirit stones after all. Intensify efforts absolutely must intensify. Chen had to be hers. So when dinner came, Lu Jing grew increasingly affectionate. Chen remained unchanged, accepting all her advances without refusal. But still he gave her nothing she had hoped for. Lu Jing had clearly been striving in the wrong direction. This bracelet was not meant for her nor for Lin Kuo. It was prepared by Chen for Sun Ruoxin. The 15-fold multiplier of Sun Ruoxin would bring Chen far greater benefits. It would inevitably lead to faster cultivation speed. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly settle for giving this bracelet to Lu Jing and Lin Kuo? That was out of the question. However, news of the Yi family's simp spending heavily on an exquisite bracelet to gift a female cultivator spread quickly through Silver Moon Market. Countless cultivators cursed Chen behind his back as a prodigal waste. With so many spirit stones, what couldn't he do? Yet he insisted on being a simp. Truly foolish. With such a descendant, the Yi family was doomed. Even manager Zhang from One Leaf Alchemy Shop. Hearing the news, he was stunned. How could Yi Chen possess so many spirit stones? Just how many had his father Yi Tian had given him on his last visit? Yet with so many spirit stones, Yi Chen chose not to cultivate, but instead spent them on such useless things. He truly was a wastrel. A complete fool. Outside, everyone was gossiping. But Yi Chen paid it no mind. He continued his daily cultivation and pill refinement, as before. Only that both Lu Jing and Lin Kuer, knowing Yi Chen possessed the bracelet, became exceptionally eager. Various intimate favors allowed Yi Chen to experience how passionate women could be when they took the initiative. But unfortunately, neither woman managed to obtain the bracelet from Yi Chen. After the system cooldown ended and class time arrived, Yi Chen made his way to Qingyun Pavilion. Today he had been summoned to the rear courtyard for lessons. As soon as he entered, he spotted Sun Yi already instructing a young woman. At Yi Chen's arrival, Sun Yi's eyes lit up as though he had discovered a treasure, and the woman examined Yi Chen curiously with her beautiful phoenix-shaped eyes. The woman was none other than Sun Ruoxin, whom Yi Chen had met last time. Truthfully, Yi Chen was quite curious about why Sun Ruoxin had a 15-fold multiplier. Before he could study her further, Sun Yi spoke with visible regret on his face. You were the one who actually purchased that bracelet. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded immediately. Marveling at how swiftly news traveled, even Sun Yi knew. Yet Yi Chen had no idea just how deeply Sun Yi regretted it. When that loose cultivator had come to Qingyun Pavilion selling the bracelet, he had only offered 8 mid-grade spirit stones, refusing to go as high as 10. The result? Yi Chen had purchased it for 13. If only he had accepted the bracelet, then resold it to Yi Chen, the profit would have been enormous. Regret pure and simple. And Yi Chen paid no mind to Sun Yi's pained expressions. Turning to Sun Ruoxin, this must be the senior's daughter. I am Yi Chen, paying my respects, senior sister. Hearing Yi Chen address her as senior sister, a hint of interest appeared on Sun Ruoxin's youthful, striking face. Though this was her first time meeting Yi Chen in person, she had heard plenty about him though. Like giving the dragon elephant bracelet prepared by her father to a female cultivator. Or how pills he refined were immediately gifted to women. Even when a female cultivator was departing, his first concern was for her safety, rushing to purchase defensive spells for her. And the storage bags Yi Chen bought from shops, he never seemed to use them himself, so they were likely gifts to women as well. There was also that bracelet. When the seller had come to the shop, Sun Ruoxin had been present and found it quite appealing. Though the effect was somewhat mediocre, something was better than nothing. Most importantly, it was beautiful. Too bad it was too expensive. Now that Yi Chen had purchased it, it was most likely also a gift to a female cultivator. While some women praised Yi Chen, considering it profound affection. But Sun Ruoxin thought Yi Chen was quite lacking in ambition. What prospect could a man have if he so completely lacked dignity to please women? It was truly self-destructive. Pondering, Sun Ruoxin rose to her feet and stated flatly, I am Sun Ruoxin. She did not respond to his senior-junior remarks. What reason would a simp like him have for ingratiating himself with her? And Yi Chen did not mind Sun Ruoxin's cold attitude. He glanced at her briefly, his eyes brightening. Sun Ruoxin was quite young, her breathtakingly beautiful face radiating a youthful charm. She carried the aura of a girl next door. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, while not as voluptuous as Lu Jing's. It had everything in just the right balance. But the most captivating feature on Sun Ruoxin was undoubtedly her legs. Long, fair, and slender, they made Yi Chen recall a viral internet phrase from his past life, legs worth years of your life. However, Yi Chen did not look too long. He simply smiled and drew a bracelet from his robes. The senior mentioned that from now on I would attend lessons with senior sister. On my first visit to see senior sister, it would hardly be proper to come empty-handed. I thought this bracelet was quite beautiful when I saw it, so I purchased it intending to present it to senior sister. I hope senior sister finds it to her liking. When Yi Chen's words fell, both Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen was actually going to gift her a bracelet that had cost 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Sun Ruoxin, who had treated him with cold indifference moments before, was utterly stunned. As for Sun Yi, who was still regretting not having accepted the bracelet to resell it to Jiang Chen for profit, he too was taken aback. They had all heard of Jiang Chen's generosity toward female cultivators. Yet none had imagined his generosity could reach such heights. A gift worth over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones. Even inner disciples of the Qingyun sect would hardly part with so casually. He was simply giving it away. Wasn't that recklessly extravagant? Sun Ruoxin hesitated for a moment. She certainly liked the bracelet. It could accelerate her cultivation, looked exquisite, and most importantly was costly. But accepting such an expensive gift from someone without cause left her feeling uneasy. But Sun Yi reacted far more swiftly. He immediately took the bracelet from Jiang Chen and placed it on Sun Ruoxin's fair wrist, saying, Jiang Chen, you are most thoughtful. My daughter admired this bracelet when she saw it the other day, but I couldn't bring myself to buy it for her. I never expected you to present it directly. On behalf of my daughter, I thank you. Sun Ruoxin regarded her father with mild exasperation. Yet she could hardly bring herself to refuse. After all, she did genuinely like the bracelet. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Ruoxin inclined her head slightly and replied, I truly cherish this gift. Thank you, junior brother. Hearing this, a smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. Just moments ago, she had ignored the titles of senior and junior sister, and now she addressed him as junior brother so naturally. Money truly moves mountains. It was indeed a timeless truth equally applicable in the cultivation world. However, Jiang Chen's thoughts were not lingering there. They were directed toward the system notification echoing in his mind. Gift delivered successfully. The gift was a jade marrow bracelet. Processing reward. Calculating 15-fold return. Detected that this gift holds exceptional significance for the matched recipient, surpassing her expectations and causing profound emotional upheaval. Critical hit bonus triggered. Reward Stone Bell, Jade Marrow Bed. Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed, crafted from spirit vein associated Stone Bell Jade Marrow. It absorbs, purifies, and refines spiritual energy, significantly accelerating cultivation speed. The reward has been deposited into the host's storage space. A Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed. His eyes widened as he read the description. Although the specific effects were not detailed, the materials alone promised extraordinary results. This made Jiang Chen involuntarily clench his fists. A 15-fold reward combined with a critical hit. Truly impressive. But class was about to begin. Suppressing his excitement, he exchanged a few polite words with Sun Ruoxin and began the lesson. Perhaps buoyed by his daughter's receipt of such a precious gift, Sun Yi taught with remarkable vigor today. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin occasionally glanced at Jiang Chen between talisman crafting exercises, confusion flickering in her eyes. The lesson passed quickly. Unwilling to linger, Jiang Chen bid farewell and departed. Only after he had left did Sun Ruoxin study the bracelet on her wrist and furrow her brow. Father, why would he gift me such an expensive artifact? During class, she had already experienced the bracelet's effects. It indeed automatically purified and refined spiritual energy. Moreover, wearing it left her mind remarkably clear. It was undoubtedly a top-tier auxiliary artifact. Yet she could not understand. Why would Jiang Chen give such a valuable gift to someone he had never met before instead of keeping it himself? Hearing this, Sun Yi dismissed her concerns lightly. It was simply a meeting gift prepared for you. I recall him mentioning when last he learned you would study together that he intended to prepare a present. Perhaps he seeks to curry favor with me to ensure I teach him diligently. Sun Ruoxin countered with a slight scowl. Jiang Chen pays only a single mid-grade spirit stone per month for talisman instruction under you. Without some other reason, how could he possibly gift 13 mid-grade spirit stones worth? That is a full year's tuition. Hearing this, Sun Yi also sensed something amiss. But the gift had undeniably been given. Why? Sun Ruoxin smiled confidently. Then Jiang Chen must have seen me before. Perhaps even coming to study talismans under you was merely to find an opportunity to interact with me. Upon learning we would share classes, he immediately spent heavily on a gift, wanting to win my favor. Sun Yi's lip twitched. No rational person would act this way for a woman. What was running through his daughter's mind? But recalling the rumors about Jiang Chen's son, Yi suddenly found her theory plausible. Jiang Chen had gifted female cultivators artifacts, storage bags, and techniques. If he had indeed encountered his daughter before gifting her a bracelet, seemed rather reasonable. However, once he pieced it together, anger flashed across Sun Yi's face. This young ruffian dares to set his sights on my daughter. I actually thought he came to learn talisman crafting. Sun Yi treasured his daughter dearly. Sun Ruoxin swayed the bracelet, gently listening to its pleasant chimes. Seeing her father angry, a sly smile crossed her delicate face. Father, if you are this upset, perhaps you should simply stop teaching him. Hearing this, Sun Yi's lip twitched again. 1 mid-grade spirit stone per month. It was not a small sum. He was somewhat reluctant to give that up. So after a moment's hesitation, Sun Yi said, perhaps you should continue teaching him. The young man does not seem to harbor ill intentions. But do not let these small gestures cloud your judgment. Although he shows some talent for talisman creation, a man who so freely gifts women has no future. Besides, I have already heard rumors he is entangled with 2 female cultivators, constantly showering them with presents. Now he dares to target you as well, which means he is a womanizer through and through. Such a person is utterly unsuitable as a cultivation partner. Sun Yi wanted to keep earning while fearing his daughter might truly be swayed by Jiang Chen's attentions, so he offered these warnings. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin laughed like silver bells. Father, you overthink things. As I have said before, I will be a Qin Yun sect disciple in 2 years and will achieve foundation establishment in the future. How could I possibly desire someone from a minor family with no prospects? If he wishes to give gifts, let him. He gives them willingly. I never asked for anything. Accepting a gift does not signify anything. I would never do anything foolish over mere presents. Hearing this, Sun Yi immediately smiled with satisfaction, as expected of his daughter. So clever. As long as she remained unmoved, the more Jiang Chen gave the better. Sun Yi had already begun pondering in his mind. Should he give Jiang Chen some hints? Perhaps casually mentioning what treasures the new shipment from Qingyun shop had arrived with, or revealing what his daughter preferred. Encourage him to give more. Jiang Chen's first gift alone had cost 13 mid-grade spirit stones, clearly demonstrating his affection for his daughter. This young man dared to set his sights on her, so extracting every last benefit from him seemed entirely justified. Chen paid no mind to how Sun Yi and his daughter viewed him. Returning to his room, he immediately took out the system reward. The stone bell jade marrow bed, 2 meters wide and 2 meters long, formed a perfect square. The entire bed radiated a cyan glow, exuding a cool, glistening chill. Yet when Chen sat cross-legged upon it, he felt no coldness nor any hardness. The bed's surface possessed a texture akin to jelly. Sleeping upon it must be quite comfortable. Chen settled into a cross-legged position and immediately began cultivation to test its effects. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Chen opened his eyes, only delight filled his gaze. The cultivation results from these 2 hours were more than double what he had achieved before. This stone bell jade marrow bed truly possessed extraordinary spiritual energy absorption. The surrounding spiritual chi concentration had multiplied several times over compared to before. Gathering it required no effort at all. Spiritual energy seemed to pour directly into Chen's acupoints. The stone bell jade marrow bed could also significantly purify spiritual energy and greatly accelerate its conversion. All of this helped Chen substantially improve his cultivation efficiency. Originally, Chen had estimated it would take at least a year to break through to the 6th layer of chi condensation. But now it seemed he might achieve it within 3 to 5 months at most. For Chen, this stone bell jade marrow bed was simply a cultivation accelerator. With just over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, the feedback had critically struck to produce such a treasure. It was an absolute windfall. Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold boost was truly impressive. If he had given it to Lu Jing or Lin Kuo instead, even a critical hit would hardly have produced something this potent. From that point on, he resolved to intensify his efforts. Chen began thinking about what even more precious gift to offer Sun Ruoxin in the future. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin harbored the very same thoughts. Though their starting points differed, their thoughts were strikingly aligned. Over the following days, Chen's life returned to tranquility once more. Each week, aside from attending a single class, he remained sequestered at home in cultivation. As for Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, they had come to seek him out daily through various clever means. Chen indulged in every benefit they offered without restraint. On idle days, he would stroll through the market district with either Lu Jing or Lin Kuo, hoping to uncover another hidden treasure like the bracelet. Unfortunately, the market primarily catered to low-tier cultivators, offering nothing worth pursuing. Meanwhile, he arranged to meet Sun Ruoxin once weekly. Sun Ruoxin had grown noticeably warmer toward him. Through their classroom interactions, Chen found himself increasingly drawn to this tall, graceful young woman. Her personality was lively and spirited, carrying a playful quirkiness that set her apart from both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. Yet it made perfect sense. Both of them were rogue cultivators without connections or support, forced to tread carefully just to survive. But Sun Ruoxin, with her father as a talisman master and her own foundation establishment realm, she had never worried about food, clothing, or cultivation resources throughout her upbringing. In such circumstances, her naturally bright personality was understandable. Though Chen had grown close to Sun Ruoxin, he did not visit her weekly with gifts. The truth was, Sun Ruoxin was quite well off. The system had strict requirements. If she already possessed a high-grade magic robe, gifting another would fail to register as meeting her needs. Even if she desired something, selling it immediately for spirit stones wouldn't count. Currently, Sun Ruoxin wore a high-grade magic robe and wielded a high-grade magical artifact. She used the finest pills and lacked nothing in spells, demonstrating just how dearly her father's son cherished her. Under these circumstances, finding a suitable gift for her proved genuinely difficult. Still, having Lu Jing and Lin Kuo was no loss. Through the tenfold feedback, Chen steadily accumulated spirit stones ready to purchase and gift any treasure worthy of Sun Ruoxin when the time came. Over the past 2 months, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing had reaped tremendous benefits. Both now wore high-grade magic robes and wielded high-grade artifacts, frequently receiving various spells as well. These gifts elevated both women's regard for Chen to new heights. When he accepted their benefits, they grew increasingly bold in their demands. Yet both remained curious. Chen hadn't given them the bracelet, nor did he wear it himself. What had Chen done with it instead? Over 2 months passed quickly, and through consistent use, he grew ever more deeply aware of the stone bell jade marrow bed's remarkable effects. It not only accelerated cultivation speed, but extended practice made his spiritual power denser and more concentrated. With such refined power, his spells grew significantly stronger. This would prove tremendously advantageous when he eventually broke through to foundation establishment. Moreover, even without cultivating, simply sleeping upon the bed yielded miraculous benefits. Each morning he awoke refreshed and invigorated. His physical body had grown stronger through the continuous nourishment of spiritual energy. Ultimately, this stone bell jade marrow bed was an absolute divine artifact. The 15-fold return from female cultivator feedback had proven remarkably effective. Today marked another class day. Upon completing his cultivation, Chen stored the bed back in his storage bracelet and headed toward Qingyun Market. The attendants there knew him exceedingly well by now. They were about to escort him straight to the back courtyard when at that moment Sun Yi descended from the second floor. Upon seeing Chen, Sun Yi broke into a smile and said, "No need to rush to class. A new shipment just arrived at the shop with quite a few valuable items. Would you like to take a look?" Chen's eyes lit up at the offer. Since gifting the bracelet to Sun Ruoxin's son, Yi had taken to urging him to purchase goods every time he visited. He'd hint that Sun Ruoxin wanted these items, but Chen could see through the excuse immediately. These things simply wouldn't suit her. So he never bought anything, though the new arrival at Qingyun Market did pique his interest. If there were truly something Sun Ruoxin needed, he wouldn't hesitate to spend. After all, every gift guaranteed at least a 15-fold return. Chen had every reason to indulge. He followed Sun Yi upstairs to the second floor. This is an ultimate grade spell called Shadowless Garb. Extremely exquisite. It allows you to channel formless, invisible spiritual power to partially conceal yourself, making it difficult for enemies to perceive you. This provides a significant tactical advantage in combat. For instance, when your hands are concealed, enemies cannot discern your intended attack, whether you're holding talismans or what spell you're preparing to unleash. Moreover, upon reaching mastery, Shadowless Garb enables full invisibility. It masks all traces of your presence, enveloping your entire body with formless, colorless spiritual power. Cultivators cannot detect you at all. Only the scenery behind you becomes visible. This shadowless garment was specifically requested by Sun Yi to be sent from the sect. Reasonably speaking, for such an expensive technique with effects that were not immediately apparent. In a humble place like the Yingyue market, there simply existed no consumer market for such an item. However, Sun Ruoxin had been quite interested in this technique at one time. Yet the price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones was rather steep, and even with the internal employee discount, Sun Yi had not been willing to spend it on his daughter. Now with Chen as the perfect mark, Sun Yi had simply asked the sect to send the technique over for a trial run. If Chen purchased it as a gift for his daughter, all the better. If not, well, the delivery person would simply take it back next time. No great loss. It was hardly a problem. And indeed, Chen was quite interested in this shadowless garment. This was an outright life-preserving technique. Moreover, this was only the initial version. Once it received a 10-fold or even 15-fold amplification, would it not truly take flight? Seeing Chen's interest, Sun Yi immediately said, "My daughter holds this technique in high regard as well. When your daughter and I were still in Qingyun City, she was very interested in this technique. However, it was too expensive. You will surely not suffer a loss or be deceived by purchasing this technique. The cultivation world is far from safe. Even the Yingyue market is no exception. Though it may seem peaceful now, the future holds uncertainty. With this technique, you might save your life at a critical moment." Upon hearing this, Chen did not pay much attention to what Sun Yi said about Sun Ruoxin also wanting it. Who wouldn't want something obtained without cost? Did he need to remind him? Chen was far more curious about Sun Yi's vague hint that the Yingyue market, though currently peaceful, might face trouble later. Sun Yi was an attendant of the Qingyun Hall backed by the Qingyun sect, and thus better informed. Could something be about to happen at the Yingyue market? If so, he would need to prepare an early escape. Senior, does that mean something is about to happen at the Yingyue market? Upon hearing this, Sun Yi glanced at Chen and then smiled enigmatically, saying, "If you purchase this shadowless garment technique, I shall tell you. This is important information. You will not regret it." Without the slightest hesitation, Chen said, 5 mid-grade spirit stones, right? I'll buy it. Chen had always intended to purchase it anyway. He directly pulled out a large bundle of low-grade spirit stones. Sun Yi was in excellent spirits after counting the spirit stones and handing the technique to Chen to complete the transaction. He then said with a light smile, "The ancestral patriarch of the Mo family is now nearing 150 years of age. Without some opportunity, he may not have long to live. I have calculated that the patriarch has not appeared at the Yingyue market for 3 years now. Oh, it seems his situation is not optimistic. And once the patriarch passes, if the current head of the Mo family has not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, who could possibly maintain such a vast operation as the Yingyue market? By then, chaos is certain to erupt here." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes narrowed immediately. The patriarch of the Mo family was dying. In this world, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator seemed to be only 150 years. If the patriarch truly died and no new foundation establishment expert emerged from the Mo family, then chaos was inevitable. There would certainly be no shortage of opportunists preying on the weak. When the Mo family was overwhelmed with its own troubles, Jean Zhaodi, if she seized the chance to return and seek revenge, no one would intervene. Moreover, if order at the Yingyue market collapsed, he, the well-known sycophant, would surely attract the attention of many predators. Realizing this, Chen's sense of crisis surged dramatically. He had to accelerate his cultivation. His current strength at the 5th layer of qi condensation was utterly insufficient. And beyond mere cultivation base, he needed to prepare more techniques as well. Yi Chen immediately asked, "Are there any other techniques available?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's eyes lit up, and he promptly produced another technique, saying, "This is the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight. It is more powerful than ordinary spiritual sight, and extremely useful. Because somewhere along the way in the cultivation world of fashion emerged for feigning weakness to ambush the unwary. Many cultivators love practicing techniques that conceal their true cultivation fluctuations. You perceive them as a chi condensation 7th layer cultivator, but they are actually at the 8th layer. You take him for a mortal, but he turns out to be a cultivator. This Zen Heart Spiritual Sight can pierce through ordinary concealment techniques and reveal an opponent's true cultivation base. Knowing an opponent's genuine strength undoubtedly grants enormous advantage. Moreover, ordinary spiritual sight cannot penetrate the cultivation of those stronger than oneself. But the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight can. It reveals clearly, provided the difference does not exceed 3 minor realms. The importance of this technique is self-evident. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes also lit up. This was indeed useful. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. I'll take it. Yi Chen said decisively, pulling out 2 mid-grade spirit stones to make the purchase. Sun Yi immediately broke into an even broader smile. A true big spender. Though occasionally he wondered where Yi Chen's spirit stones came from. Reasonably speaking, Yi Chen's father was only at the 8th layer of chi condensation. His family should not be this wealthy. Could he have been embezzling clan resources? Such practices were not uncommon in the cultivation world. However, Sun Yi only felt a passing curiosity. Even if his father had siphoned the Yi family's spirit stones, so what? After all, he had already received the spirit stones. Even if discovered in the future, would the Yi family dare to come all the way to Qingyun Hall to demand repayment? Sun Yi had intended to continue pitching, but Yi Chen declined. Yi Chen understood the principle that trying to swallow too much at once leads to indigestion. He already possessed an ultimate-grade artifact set, and his techniques were already among the finest. Purchasing additional techniques held little significance. With the transaction concluded, it was time to begin the lesson. Afraid that Yi Chen might gift the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight to his daughter Sun, Yi specifically hinted, "My daughter also cultivates the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight. If you encounter any difficulties during your practice, you may consult her. You two senior and junior disciples should also grow closer." Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint sneer. He did not know whether Sun Ruoxin had learned the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight, but this man was surely thinking the technique was too cheap. However, Yi Chen had already planned to gift the Shadowless Garment to Sun Ruoxin. After all, the higher the value, the greater the 15-fold return. As for the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight, he would gift it to Lin Ke next week. Lu Jing disliked combat. The Zen Heart Spiritual Sight was far more suitable for Lin Ke, thus arriving at the Talisman Refinement Room in the rear courtyard. Sun Ruoxin was already waiting there somewhat impatiently. "Father, why are you two taking so long?" Sun Ruoxin pouted and asked. Sun Yi shook his head, saying, "A new batch of goods was delivered from the sect. Your junior brother happened to encounter them and purchased 2 techniques, which delayed us slightly." Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin curiously looked toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen was truly wealthy. Not only had he purchased techniques, but he had bought 2 at once. Just as Sun Ruoxin was pondering, Yi Chen had already approached her and said, "I heard from Senior Sun that in years past you were very fond of this Shadowless Garment. Fortunately, this batch at Qingyun Hall included this technique, so I purchased it specifically to give to you, Senior Sister. Please do not refuse. I also purchased the Zen Heart Spiritual Sight. I heard that you also cultivate this technique, so when I encounter problems during my practice, I hope you will not find it troublesome. As for the Shadowless Garment, consider it payment for your guidance." Seeing the Shadowless Clothing technique presented by Yi Chen, Sun Ruoxin confirmed one thing, that Yi Chen did indeed harbor feelings for her. To be honest, Sun Ruoxin looked down upon Yi Chen somewhat. A disciple from a minor family, unmotivated, and only obsessed with chasing women. More importantly, he was fickle in his affections, pursuing one woman after another. Such a cultivator was destined to be eliminated, far inferior to the prodigies of Qingyun City. His sole redeeming quality was his generosity toward female cultivators. Yet the problem remained. Without strength, how long could such generosity last? But considering the Shadowless Clothing technique, Sun Ruoxin managed a smile. "Since you insist, junior brother, I'll accept it." "Thank you, junior sister." She added, "I'll find time to guide you in your cultivation when I can." Yi Chen presented the gift with a broad smile on his face. Yet inwardly he seethed with resentment. This Sun Ruoxin was quite the manipulator. Warm and encouraging after he gave her the bracelet, but cold and distant once he stopped bringing gifts to class. She couldn't even be bothered to call him junior brother. After presenting her with the Shadowless Clothing technique worth 5 mid-grade spirit stones, all he received in return was that casual address and an empty promise to guide him someday. Despite his contempt for her behavior, Yi Chen's expression softened as the system notification chimed in his mind. Gift accepted. The gift was the Shadowless Clothing technique. Returning rewards. 15-fold feedback activated. rewarding you with the peerless 5 Elements Hidden Escape technique. 5 Elements Hidden Escape utilizes the power of the 5 elements to conceal oneself from enemy detection. One may move while concealed, but any large surge of spiritual energy will betray one's presence. This technique offered far more than mere invisibility. He could move while staying hidden. This undoubtedly surpassed the shadowless clothing by countless times. After all, the shadowless clothing only allowed one to remain concealed while standing still. If the opponent refused to leave, he would be trapped. But the 5 Elements Hidden Escape was different. One could remain invisible while moving easily, escaping any perilous situation. The 15-fold return truly exceeded expectations. Yi Chen's gaze toward Sun Ruoxin grew increasingly intense. Yet Sun Ruoxin, feeling his heated stare, only grew more contemptuous of him. Meanwhile, Sun Yi chuckled with satisfaction. The merchandise had sold, he collected his commission, and the goods ended up in his daughter's hands. This meant earning twice over. It made Sun Yi view Yi Chen more favorably by the moment. After class concluded, Sun Ruoxin merely stated she needed to cultivate and departed directly. She didn't spare him so much as a glance. This caused Sun Yi to furrow his brow slightly. However, Yi Chen paid it no mind, offering a polite farewell to Sun Yi before departing in quiet composure. Only after Yi Chen had left did Sun Yi seek out his daughter in the rear courtyard. "Ruoxin, aren't you being rather cold toward him? He did gift you that technique." Sun Ruoxin responded with a disdainful arch of her brow. "Father, you simply don't understand. The fact that Yi Chen would present me with something so precious demonstrates his deep affection for me. Someone like him won't be hurt no matter how I treat him. He'll continue giving me gifts as he always does. Yet watching him throw himself so desperately at my feet fills me with revulsion. And if I show him even the slightest kindness, he might mistake it for mutual feeling and become completely infatuated. Therefore, being cold toward him carries only advantages and no disadvantages." Sun Yi found himself unable to fully grasp her reasoning. But these matters no longer mattered. As long as Yi Chen continued providing gifts for his daughter, that was what counted. After all, Yi Chen's generosity was undeniable. Yi Chen cared nothing for Sun Ruoxin's attitude. He could even understand it. Most women, if one showed too much devotion toward them, would naturally adopt a superior posture. Despite being inferior to him in every aspect, she still looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. But Yi Chen truly didn't care. He wouldn't spend his life pining after Sun Ruoxin forever. Once he left Inyu Market for Qingyun City, he would undoubtedly encounter female cultivators offering higher return rates. By then, even glancing at Sun Ruoxin would count as defeat. So let her remain arrogant for now. When he stopped pursuing her, he wanted to see how she'd feel. And when his cultivation reached new heights, he was curious whether she'd come crawling back to him. At that point, he would make Sun Ruoxin dance for him using the shadowless clothing technique, that tantalizing partially hidden kind. Shaking his head, Yi Chen decided to stop dwelling on Sun Ruoxin. Instead, he immersed his consciousness into the jade slip before him. 5 Elements Hidden Escape. For this technique, Yi Chen held great importance. The elder of the Mo family wouldn't live much longer. If no new foundation establishment cultivator emerged within the Mo family, chaos was inevitable. By then, being stationed at Inyu Market, he would inevitably be affected. Not to mention Jin Zhaodi's predatory gaze lingered on him constantly. But with the 5 Elements Hidden Escape technique, his capabilities would see a tremendous boost. Whether escaping danger or turning the tables on his enemies, he would have far greater confidence. Unfortunately, today's gift exchange hadn't triggered a critical hit. No guiding phantom had appeared. Otherwise, his progress in mastering this technique would have been considerably faster. What a waste. This Sun Ruoxin, having grown up alongside her father, certainly possessed refined tastes. Ordinary items were hardly enough to surprise her. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Yi Chen began practicing with focused determination. Before he knew it, another week had slipped away. Yi Chen's 5 Elements Hidden Escape had just reached the foundational level. He could barely maintain invisibility through the 5 Elements' power while standing still. But any slight movement would break the technique and reveal his form. However, as his cultivation deepened, Yi Chen increasingly felt the power of the 5 Elements Hidden Escape. First was the concealment duration. Provided he wasn't discovered, 3 full days and nights posed no issue. The shadowless clothing, even at its peak, only granted 2 hours of invisibility. Not to mention the 5 Elements Hidden Escape at its mastered state allowed movement while maintaining concealment. It simply couldn't compare. After concluding today's practice, Yi Chen headed to Lin Kuer's residence. Lin Kuer and Lu Jing no longer lived in the outer district. They had relocated to a more central position, paying 3 low-grade spirit stones monthly for rent. And whether deliberately or not, their courtyards remained adjacent, making it exceptionally convenient for Yi Chen to visit either of them. And today, Yi Chen intended to deliver a gift to Lin Kuer. The Zen Heart Chi perception technique, which he had purchased alongside the shadowless clothing. And soon Yi Chen received feedback amid Lin Kuer's delighted expression. Gift accepted. The gift was the Zen Heart Chi perception technique. Returning rewards. 10-fold feedback activated. Detecting that the gift bestowed by the host this time holds extraordinary significance for the matched recipient exceeding her expectations and causing substantial emotional fluctuation. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward 10,000-year destiny observation technique. The 10,000-year destiny observation technique is an imperial qi reading art of the great Zhou dynasty's royal family. Upon cultivation, one can observe cultivation realms' fortune and vital energy, ignoring all concealment, bypassing entire cultivation realms, and remaining undetected by the target. Upon seeing the feedback, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. This 10,000-year destiny observation technique was incredibly powerful. Observing cultivation fortune and vital energy, he could easily grasp all information about his enemies. Most importantly, it ignored the gap between major cultivation realms. That meant he could even observe foundation establishment cultivators, and he wouldn't be detected by them. Incredible. Perhaps overcome with excitement, Yi Chen unconsciously gripped too firmly, causing Lin Kuer to shoot him a playful glare and gently push his hand away from beneath her robes. During the following period, Yi Chen's life was remarkably peaceful. Each day was spent either cultivating or studying spells. Over at Sun Ruoxin's place, Yi Chen continued learning talisman making. Sun Ruoxin and her father treated Yi Chen like an easy mark. They wanted him to purchase all sorts of expensive items. For instance, Sun Yi deliberately procured a face-preserving pill and encouraged him to buy it. Cultivators also age gradually as time passes. However, after consuming a face-preserving pill, even those who have lived for hundreds of years would retain the youthful appearance and flawless skin of their prime, making it extremely popular among female cultivators. But the face-preserving pill was a high-grade second-rate elixir. Even Yi Chen could not refine it. Furthermore, the materials were quite rare, commanding a staggering price of 20 mid-grade spirit stones per pill. There were also various other miscellaneous items, such as high-grade magical tool hair ornaments and other accessories. Additionally, he purchased some special talismans with tremendous defensive power. Even though Yi Chen knew they were exploiting him, he didn't mind at all. As long as he confirmed that Sun Ruoxin found the items genuinely useful, he would gladly pay with spirit stones, without any hesitation whatsoever. This attitude actually surprised Sun Ruoxin, who had long considered Yi Chen nothing more than an easy target to exploit. Wasn't Yi Chen far too wealthy? And wasn't he being excessively devoted to her? Yet despite feeling his devotion, Sun Ruoxin's demeanor toward him remained distant and aloof. She was even colder now, too lazy to even call him junior brother. Yi Chen didn't care at all. Being treated this way was normal for someone like him. After all, no matter how cold they were, he would still eagerly give gifts, so naturally their attitude toward him grew worse. But this had absolutely no impact on Yi Chen. Because while Yi Chen was giving gifts thanks to the 15-fold multiplier, he was also making huge profits. The easily disposed items were dealt with directly and quietly. Items that couldn't sell well in Silver Moon Market were stored in his storage bag by Yi Chen, waiting to be sold later. Now Yi Chen already had a high-grade spirit stone in hand. This didn't even count those unprocessed treasures yet. Just look at how much Yi Chen had earned. So Sun Yi and his daughter's insatiable greed in treating him as a walking wallet actually worked out perfectly for Yi Chen. Yi Chen only hoped Sun Ruoxin could intensify her efforts. In the room, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the stone bell, jade marrow bed, spiritual energy surging around his body. In the next moment, an invisible shackle seemed to shatter. Yi Chen opened his eyes, his pupils radiating brilliant light, thanks to the terrifying enhancement effect brought by the stone bell jade marrow bed. In just 3 short months, he had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining, only one small realm away from the late stage of qi refining. And apart from his cultivation base, Yi Chen's proficiency in spells had also improved rapidly. For example, with the 5 elements concealment technique, he could maintain invisibility even while walking at an extremely slow pace. And the effect was excellent. For instance, when Lin Kuer and Lu Jing came to find him, even though he was only 3 meters away from them, they simply couldn't detect him. He even tested it at Qingyan Market. Standing in the shop for half an hour, even Sun Yi came out to appraise items, yet still didn't notice him. As for the Celestial Emperor's fortune-reading technique, Yi Chen could already easily discern cultivators' cultivation bases and vital energy. As for fate and fortune, he still couldn't perceive it. But this was already sufficient for now. For example, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuer were at the 4th layer of qi refining, which Yi Chen could see clearly. He could even distinguish their specific cultivation progress. Since Lu Jing focused solely on cultivation without delving into spells, her advancement was actually faster than Lin Kuer's, and she might break through to the 5th layer of qi refining sooner. Yi Chen could also clearly see the cultivation levels of Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin was at the 6th layer of qi refining, just like himself now. As for Sun Yi, he was indeed a seasoned schemer. Yi Chen had always thought this guy was at the 7th layer of qi refining, but it turned out he was actually a grandmaster at the 9th layer. His concealment was simply too profound. Yi Chen estimated that even with the so-called Zen heart qi gazing technique, he wouldn't be able to see through Sun Yi's cultivation. However, Yi Chen also noticed that Sun Yi's vital energy was exceptionally weak. Clearly he had suffered severe injuries in the past. It was said that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage required extremely high vital energy. With Sun Yi in this condition, he obviously had no chance. Anyway, Yi Chun was very satisfied with the spell effects. He felt that with his current spell collection, even disciples of Qin Yun's sect couldn't match him. Within the territory under Qin Yun's sect's jurisdiction, being invincible at the same realm should pose no problem. If facing rogue cultivators fighting one or two small realms above himself should also be manageable. All of this greatly increased Yi Chen's sense of security. That Jin Zhaodi was merely a rogue cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Even if she sought revenge against him, he would have the strength to fight back. Fellow Taoist, Yi the manager said today's class is cancelled. We'll notify you of the specific date when it resumes. Today, after finishing his cultivation, Yi Chun was about to head to Qingyun Market to see how Sun Ruoxin and her father planned to exploit him again when a servant from Qingyun Market arrived to inform him that classes were cancelled. Hearing this, Yi Chun immediately frowned. Does Manager Sun have something to do today? The servant shook his head and whispered, 2 late-stage Qi refining cultivators from the Mo Family Guard team were killed last night. And 2 others were seriously injured. I heard someone was killing people at the edge of Silver Moon Market last night. After the Mo Family Guard team chased them out, they were ambushed. It seems those cultivators from the mountains did it. Hearing this news, Yi Chun immediately furrowed his brows tightly. Yi Chun had always known there was a group of cultivators in the mountains. They had either offended the Mo family or had other reasons preventing them from entering the market. So they mostly stayed in the mountains hunting demonic beasts and gathering herbs, then sending someone to the market to exchange for spirit stones and resources. Those who could live in the mountains were considered the strong among rogue cultivators. However, they had never dared to provoke the Mo family. After all, the Mo family was a foundation establishment clan. If pushed too far, the foundation establishment ancestor could charge into the mountains and slaughter them all. But now these people had attacked the Mo family's guard team. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Yi Chun felt it must be related to the Mo family ancestor. Had the Mo family ancestor already died? After all, Sun Yi had mentioned the other party hadn't appeared for 3 years. If truly dead, it was normal for the Mo family to keep the funeral secret. But regardless of what was happening, Yi Chun felt Silver Moon Market was about to descend into chaos. This was not good news for him. After all, Yi Chun had the gift feedback system. He could easily accumulate resources and improve his cultivation. The more peaceful the environment, the more favorable it was for him. Chaos would not serve Yi Chun's interests. But whether things would turn chaotic or not was beyond his control. Who knew what would happen in the next couple of days? So Yi Chun decided to stay indoors and not venture out. The Ep Hill shop ahead also announced a 2-day closure and even activated the shop's defensive formation to prevent being victimized by looters. In the cultivation world, such opportunistic raiding was quite common. After all, the martially inclined often transgressed boundaries. Cultivators were all restless elements. Once Silver Moon Market fell into disorder, ordinary cultivators in the market would also grow restless, hoping to grab resources in the chaos. These shops would naturally be targets for plunder. And Jin Zhaodi, would she take this opportunity to strike? Before dark, the courtyard gate was knocked upon. Yi Chun opened it and saw Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. Lu Jing's eyes carried panic and she breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Chun. Many cultivators outside are saying the Mo family ancestor has already died. They say the bandit cultivators from the mountains will come to raid the market in the next couple of days. I'm a bit scared, so I came over. Lin Kuo on the side looked somewhat disdainful of Lu Jing's behavior. Dressed in tight combat attire, she spoke up. If things really do turn chaotic, there will surely be many taking advantage of the fire to loot. My cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refining is ultimately too low. Staying with fellow Taoist, you would also be safer. Yi Chun naturally would not refuse. Both women had a 10-fold multiplier. If anything unfortunate happened to them, it would also be a loss for himself. Staying at his place was safer. There was only Yi Chun living in his courtyard with a few empty rooms available. Looking at Lu Jing standing at the door with a faint blush on her delicate face, Yi Chun felt that she was not afraid at all. It was purely lust for his body. Regardless of whether Lu Jing was truly afraid or not, knocking on his door so late carried a different meaning. And indeed it did. Lu Jing gazed at Yi Chun, her eyes filled with a mixture of hesitation and determination. Lu Jing was different from Lin Kuo. She did not enjoy conflict or thrilling adventures. She only wanted to live a peaceful and stable life. Marrying a man with promise who could protect her and provide a secure life was the ideal. In the past, Yi Chun's cultivation was too low to offer her any sense of safety. But now things had changed. Yi Chun's cultivation had broken through repeatedly, far surpassing her own. His wealth was beyond imagination. Magical artifacts, enchanted garments, spells, various gifts had never ceased arriving. This demonstrated that Yi Chun held an extraordinarily high position within the Yi family. Perhaps in Yingyue Market there existed cultivators with greater prospects than Yi Chun, but the question was whether they would treat her as well as he did. Would they be willing to share resources with her like Yi Chun? Clearly they wouldn't. After careful consideration, Yi Chen remained the best choice. However, Yi Chen's womanizing tendencies made Lu Jing somewhat anxious. At first there had only been Lin Kuer, which was manageable. But now, according to rumors, Yi Chen had fallen for the manager's daughter of Qin Yunfang. He frequently spent lavishly at Qin Yunfang, presenting gifts to the manager's daughter. While this made Lu Jing disdain his emotional infidelity, her sense of crisis grew increasingly intense. Lin Kuer was fine since they were both rogue cultivators. Lu Jing felt confident competing against her. But the manager's daughter of Qin Yunfang was entirely different. What if she couldn't compete, and Yi Chen genuinely devoted himself to the other woman, ignoring her completely? Where would she go to weep? So Lu Jing did not mind Yi Chen's flirtatious nature. She decided to take the initiative first. Even if Yi Chen remained a womanizer, it did not matter. She wanted him to take her to Qingqing City. Qingqing City lay near Qingyun's sect, which was protected by a golden core ancestor. No cultivator would dare cause trouble in Qingqing City. Lu Jing genuinely did not want to stay in Yinhua Market anymore. The Yi family resided in Qingqing City. If Yinhua Market fell into chaos, the Yi family would certainly send someone to retrieve Yi Chen. She wanted to leave too. That was why she had come tonight. Lu Jing was mentally prepared. She looked at Yi Chen timidly and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I am a bit afraid. May I sleep in your room tonight?" Yi Chen smiled gently and replied, "You may, but my room only has one bed." Lu Jing's fair cheeks turned crimson, saying, "If there is only one bed, then there is no other choice. Fellow Taoist Yi has been so kind to me, I trust him. Fellow Taoist Yi surely would not do anything improper, right?" Though she said these words, was this not simply offering herself freely? When sleeping together, how could nothing happen? It was like the theory from her past life about beasts and those worse than beasts. Most men would certainly choose to be beasts. But Yi Chen was different. Yinhua Market was in turmoil, and Grandpa Mo might have died. Yi Chen had also developed thoughts of leaving. When they returned to Qingqing City, he might not see Sun Ruoxin. And Lin Kuer's choice remained unknown. Only Lu Jing's disposition might follow him along. If he pursued Lu Jing, there would be no return, a considerable loss. In Qingqing City, he did not know how long it would take to find a suitable match. So for now, he could only act worse than a beast. But since they were sleeping together, that great benefit certainly deserved to be enjoyed. After all, it would bring pleasure either way. Thus Lu Jing stayed in Yi Chen's room. The night passed without incident. Outside, no turmoil emerged as anticipated. Yi Chen, too lazy to venture out, rose to cultivate. As for Lu Jing, she returned to her own room with a flushed face, having barely slept at all. Lin Kuer had also risen early to practice sword techniques in the courtyard. Seeing Lu Jing emerge from Yi Chen's room, her eyes widened in shock. A woman leaving a man's quarters at dawn clearly meant she had stayed the night. Had Lu Jing gone to such lengths to compete for Yi Chen? Now that they shared such a relationship, wouldn't Yi Chen prioritize giving gifts to Lu Jing in the future? A hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Kuer's cold features. She desired Yi Chen's gifts. After all, his generosity had increased considerably. Each present was typically worth at least one mid-grade spirit stone. That equaled a typical mid-stage cultivator's hard-earned annual income. For Lin Kuer to give up was impossible. Yet Lu Jing had already gone this far. If she did not follow suit, how could she compete? But allowing herself to keep pace was something Lin Kuer could not accept. Yi Chen was decent, richer, and more generous than she had imagined. His cultivation aptitude seemed not as poor as expected. But Lin Kuer's ambitions transcended a mere qi condensation family. She hoped to establish her foundation herself, and wanted her future Dao companion to be at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Only then could she truly establish herself in the cultivation world rather than remaining an ant at the qi condensation stage, drifting aimlessly with the currents. Yi Chen simply could not provide the life she desired. After biting her lip gently, Lin Kuer chose to ignore what she had seen and turned back to her room. Upon completing his cultivation, Yi Chen observed Yinhua Market. It remained remarkably quiet, with significantly fewer people than usual. Most shops had not opened their doors, with only a handful like Qin Yunfang remaining open. Evidently, everyone was concerned about whether Grandpa Mo had truly passed away. In Yi Chen's estimation, this calm could not endure for more than a few days. If Grandpa Mo failed to appear again, then many imagined individuals would likely lose their ability to restrain their greed. That afternoon, Manager Zhang arrived as well. Upon seeing Lu Jing and Lin Kuer in the courtyard, Manager Zhang showed some surprise, followed by a scornful sneer in his heart. This Yi Chen was truly devoted. The moment danger arose, he hurried to bring his beloved women here, 2 of them. Addicted to women at such a tender age, what future prospects could he possibly have? Nevertheless, Manager Zhang concealed such thoughts from showing. Instead, he engaged Yi Chen in conversation about current matters. If Grandpa Mo truly perished, Yinhua Market clearly could not remain peaceful. He had already dispatched someone to notify the family. Should Yinhua Market truly descend into chaos, this establishment would certainly be abandoned. The family would send personnel to provide support, evacuating with supplies and people. He assured Yi Chen not to worry. Yi Chen nodded, sensing his father would likely come to receive them. A sense of calm settled within him. And that evening, Lu Jing once again used fear as her pretext and knocked to enter Yi Chen's room, causing Yi Chen to once again appreciate the principle that size equates to righteousness. After considerable effort, Lu Jing appeared notably discontented, but just as she was about to speak, sounds from outside reached their ears. Kill. They are plundering. Grandpa Mo is dead. The Mo family only has 7 late-stage qi condensation cultivators. They cannot possibly resist us. This is our chance to strike it rich. Wife, stay home with the children. I will go investigate. If opportunities arise, we will not have to endure hardship anymore. First, eliminate the Mo family members. Once they are dead, plunder whatever we desire throughout Yinhua Market. Shouts of violence echoed from every direction. Lu Jing's previously rosy complexion turned pale instantly. Yi Chen patted Lu Jing, dressed himself, and stepped onto the rooftop in a few bounds. Activating the 5 elements concealment technique to mask his presence, he surveyed the surroundings. Not far behind the commercial street lay the Mo family compound, occupying vast grounds, approximately 1/4 of the entire Yinhua Market. At this moment, numerous cultivators had gathered outside the Mo residence gates. The cultivators numbered over 100, with those at the forefront exuding particularly fierce auras. Yi Chen employed the Heavenly Emperor's Vision technique to observe, discovering no fewer than 10 late-stage qi condensation cultivators. Among them was even one at the 9th layer of qi condensation, whose origins remained unknown. Yi Chen watched the dark silhouette slowly making its way toward his room from the courtyard and raised an eyebrow. Jin Zhaodi had indeed come. Though he had never seen her before, her frame, wider than any man's, was unmistakable. Regardless of whether it was truly Jin Zhaodi or not, whoever came sneaking around at midnight could not be good. Standing atop the rooftop, Yi Chen withdrew the Fengshen sword from his storage bracelet. Squinting at the shadow, he waited until it grew dangerously close, then leaped down and struck with a single sweep of his blade. Jin Zhaodi had been hiding in the mountains for over half a year. She still could not accept her younger brother's brutal death. All he had wanted was a woman. What sin had he committed? As a member of a noble family, you already have so many women. Why did you have to steal mine? And not only did you take her, but you showed no mercy. Even after killing those who attacked him, you still dragged my brother into it. Relying on your family status, you colluded with the Mo family to exterminate them completely. You caused my brother's miserable death. And Lin Kuer, who despised the poor and coveted wealth, was also a culprit. Jin Zhaodi hated Yi Chen to death, hated Lin Kuer to death, and hated the Mo family to death. Every night, she could not sleep peacefully. She always dreamed of her bloodied brother calling out in pain and of her dead father roaring at her, scolding her for how she had cared for her brother. These past days, Jin Zhaodi slept restlessly every night, wanting nothing more than to kill Yi Chen and be done with it. She had thought she would have to wait much longer for an opportunity. But unexpectedly, the Mo patriarch had died. Now she had her chance for revenge. And so Jin Zhaodi had come. She gazed at Yi Chen's room, vowing never to let him die so easily. And as for that, Lin Kirsch would bury her alive, so she would keep her brother company underground for eternity. Those from the Mo family who had struck initially would all die as well. Carrying her hatred, Jin Zhaodi moved silently toward the door. But in that instant, her hair stood on end, and she prepared to retreat. But it was too late. A figure swooped down from above, and a cold gleam slashed downward. Jin Zhaodi's hastily raised protective spell offered no resistance against that strike. The next moment, Jin Zhaodi felt her world turn upside down, spinning continuously. Through the rotation, she caught sight of her enemy's face. Young and handsome. This was Yi Chen, the man she had wanted dead. And only when her vision was left with nothing but the ground and her own fallen body did she realize. Only then did Jin Zhaodi come to her senses. She was already dead. Yet wasn't Yi Chen merely at the 5th layer of qi condensation? How could she have had no capacity to resist at all? In dissatisfaction and bewilderment, Jin Zhaodi died completely. Yi Chen gazed at her corpse, then suddenly raised his head. He saw Lin Kuer appearing out from the room opposite. Upon spotting Yi Chen and the headless body before him, her eyes widened in shock. But once she clearly recognized the face on that severed head, her eyes widened even more. Jin Zhaodi, at the 7th layer of qi condensation, had actually been killed by Yi Chen. Lin Kuer's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Yi Chen be this powerful? Sensing her gaze, Yi Chen withdrew the Fengshen sword and gently pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. Trembling with shock inside, Lin Kuer nodded and quickly closed the door. Leaning against it, she could feel her heart pounding relentlessly. She had always believed Yi Chen was weak. Even when he had broken through to the 5th layer of qi condensation, she thought it was entirely due to pills. Yi Chen was absolutely no match for her. But today, witnessing Yi Chen kill Jin Zhaodi at the 7th layer of qi condensation made Lin Kuer feel as though she were dreaming. In ordinary times, Yi Chen always wore a smile. Yet moments ago, Yi Chen had held his magic sword with icy eyes, a sight that delivered a tremendous shock to Lin Kuer. How could Yi Chen be so strong? Lin Kuer, who had always trusted only in strength, found her heart in chaos. She collected Jin Zhaodi's corpse into her storage bracelet. Yi Chen intended to continue watching the spectacle unfold. Whether the Mo family would ultimately fall remained to be seen. If they were breached, more cultivators would likely join the fray. The Silver Moon market would surely be plundered. Under these circumstances, should he flee or stay and wait for his family to come? Yi Chen hadn't yet worked through his decision when terrified cries rose from outside. He immediately leaped onto the roof, concealing his presence to continue observing. Before Yi Chen could steady himself, his expression shifted dramatically as an aged voice echoed from deep within the Missouri estate. Is that all of you? What a pity. A figure emerged from the depths of the Missouri estate, hovering above everyone's heads. The cultivators who had been assaulting the Missouri estate and nearly shattered its grand array now stood frozen. They gazed upward at the white-haired elder floating above them, their eyes filled with terror. Only a Foundation establishment great cultivator could fly without any magical artifact. The Mo clan ancestor was alive. Some cultivators stood rooted to the spot, while others retreated to the rear. The veteran cultivators who had led the charge from the mountains showed expressions of utter dread and fled instantly. A bunch of ants only now realizing when to run. The elder pointed from afar. Though separated by hundreds of meters, the fastest cultivator at the 9th layer of chi condensation had his body explode on the spot. The elder advanced step by step. Each time he raised his hand, a spell struck down and a cultivator fell. A Foundation establishment powerhouse, terrifying indeed. All the cultivators attacking the Missouri estate were in absolute panic now. They fled in disarray, but there was nowhere to escape. Anyone the elder laid eyes upon would die, even from over 100 meters away. The suppression power of a Foundation establishment master was displayed without reservation. Even Yi Chen, a full kilometer away, was drenched in sweat at this moment. So this was what a Foundation establishment powerhouse could do. Truly awe-inspiring. If Foundation establishment was this formidable, then how terrifying must the golden core and nascent soul stages be? Witnessing the might of a Foundation establishment expert firsthand only deepened Yi Chen's longing for strength. The slaughter didn't last long, and the once bustling district fell silent. Only bloodstained streets remained. The Mo family members emerged to begin clearing, and the Mo family enforcement team set out to capture those who had escaped. For a moment, the entire Silver Moon market echoed with countless cries of anguish, clearly a reckoning for those cultivators who had hoped to plunder. Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen watched as the Mo patriarch made his way back to the residence. He activated the Heavenly Emperor's energy observation technique, and the true cultivation level of the Mo patriarch became visible to him. The opponent was genuinely at the Foundation establishment stage. But when Yi Chen observed their blood chi, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Lin Kuer's blood chi resembled a towering tree, in comparison Lu Jing's blood chi was merely an ordinary sapling. And the Mo patriarch's blood chi, that was nothing more than a withered grass swaying in the wind. It seemed as though a single gust could snap it apart. The Mo patriarch was truly dying. His maximum lifespan was perhaps another month at most. The unparalleled devastation he had displayed moments earlier was nothing more than his final gasp of breath. I must flee, I have no choice. After learning about the specific situation of the Yi family ancestor, only this thought filled Yi Chen's mind. Regardless of what his own family's patriarch might have achieved, whether or not he had broken through to Foundation establishment, he could no longer remain in Silver Moon Market. Because once the Yi family ancestor died, this place would surely plunge into complete chaos. As for the quota to join Qingyun's sect, it would be nice to squeeze in somehow. But even if he couldn't enter Qingyun's sect with his system, he could navigate through life smoothly without ever needing to put himself in danger. With his decision made, Yi Chen returned to his room, held Lu Jing in his arms, offered a few comforting words, and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the news that the Yi family ancestor had emerged to suppress everything spread throughout Silver Moon Market. Everyone learned that the ancestor had not yet reached the end of his lifespan. His previous reclusion had merely been a calculated move to lure others into false confidence. He gazed at the deliberately unclean bloodstains scattered across the streets, and at the rogue cultivators who had attempted to plunder during the previous night's chaos, but fled home upon realizing the tide had turned only to be tracked down regardless. Batch after batch were eliminated and settled by the Yi family. The stench of blood permeated the entire Silver Moon Market. Yet order gradually returned to the marketplace. Shops reopened their doors and cultivators returned to the streets. As for all those who had perished, in the cultivation world, human lives were truly as worthless as weeds, and no one gave it a second thought. Yi Chen headed straight for Qingyun Pavilion. What, you want to purchase a flying boat? Sun Ye's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Yi Chen's intention. Flying boats were flying artifacts that enabled cultivators to travel swiftly with extraordinary speed. However, their price was correspondingly steep. Due to the substantial materials required and the intricate formations involved, even the lowest-grade flying boat artifact demanded a high-quality spirit stone. For low-level cultivators, this was unequivocally a luxury item. Only disciples from prominent clans or prodigies would purchase such artifacts, or perhaps Foundation establishment cultivators. Even Sun Yi, with his considerable wealth, had never thought to buy a flying boat. Seeing the astonishment on his face, Yi Chen explained that this was a procurement for his family. Sun Yi nodded, though he scarcely believed the explanation. He found himself wondering if Yi Chen's father had embezzled family funds, and was now considering a hasty escape, perhaps planning to buy a flying boat to flee before the truth came to light. Yet Sun Yi cared little for such matters. The source of the money was irrelevant, as long as he could earn from it. With this thought he spoke, "The Qingyun Pavilion in Silver Moon Market has no flying boats in stock. If you're interested, I can send word ahead. It should arrive in about a month. But you'll need to pay a deposit of 10 mid-grade spirit stones first." Yi Chen nodded, and promptly paid the deposit, securing a low-grade flying boat. This model had no additional capabilities, it simply flew. Its space was limited, accommodating only 3 passengers, but that was sufficient for Yi Chen's needs. He didn't intend to use it himself. Instead, he planned to gift it to someone else. By then he could mark up the price 10 or 15 times over and profit immensely. Yi Chen couldn't very well inform his family that he'd foreseen the impending demise of the Mo family elder. Consequently, he wouldn't place all his reliance on family support. Having his own flying boat ready would give him the flexibility to escape whenever necessary. One day passed. Silver Moon Market had fully returned to its former tranquility. The earlier slaughter seemed like nothing more than a dream occasionally whispered about by passers-by. This reinforced Yi Chen's understanding that human life in the cultivation world held as much value as common weeds, an observation that left him deeply unsettled given he'd grown up in the peaceful environment of Huaxia. All he wanted was for the flying boat to arrive, so he could make a swift escape to Qingyun City. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued his cultivation methodically, his qi and blood surging ever more powerfully as his prowess grew daily. Thanks to the Stone Bell Jade Marrow Bed's potent effects, Yi Chen felt confident he could break through to the 7th layer of qi condensation within half a year at most. After Lu Jing and Lin Kuo moved in, Lu Jing had no intention of leaving. She slipped into Yi Chen's room every night, though initially she harbored some trepidation. She worried that once Yi Chen had her, he'd lose interest and discard her, as was common among men in the cultivation world. They'd pamper you like a treasure beforehand, but once satisfied they'd abandon you without a second thought. After all this time had passed, Lu Jing's anxious uncertainty had shifted to growing impatience. Yi Chen simply wouldn't take that final step. Everything else they'd done, but not that last act. It left Lu Jing thoroughly bewildered. What was going on with him? She knew better than anyone that his body was perfectly fine. So why refuse? These past few days Lu Jing had taken the initiative, yet still no success. What comforted her was that Yi Chen had proactively asked whether she intended to accompany him to Qingyun City. That had always been her goal. How could she refuse? Moreover, Yi Chen had been giving her gifts every week throughout this period. He hadn't even brought gifts for Lin Kuo anymore. She appeared to have captured all of Yi Chen's affection, which eased her worries about other concerns. Her only frustration lay in that maddening sensation of being left in limbo. It was terribly tormenting. Lu Jing truly desired it. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had initially intended to return to her original quarters once things settled down. But when she discovered Lu Jing had no plans to leave, she immediately changed her mind. After all, with Lu Jing residing there close to Yi Chen and gaining his favor, who knew whether she might completely win him over? If Lin Kuo moved away, wouldn't she simply be handing Lu Jing an open opportunity? Thus Lin Kuo silently decided to stay and never mentioned returning. Yet staying only deepened her discomfort. When Lu Jing prepared meals for Yi Chen, she would occasionally invite Lin Kuo along. But during feeding time they were inseparable, sometimes even perched on his lap. And come evening, Lu Jing no longer crept into his room under cover of darkness. She openly stayed with him. Most of Yi Chen's free time was spent solely with her. He hadn't even gifted her anything anymore. All of it went to Lu Jing. Though 3 of them lived together, Lin Kuo felt entirely ostracized. The feeling was deeply uncomfortable, yet what could she do? Should she surrender herself shamelessly like Lu Jing? Despite witnessing Yi Chen slay the Qi Condensation 7th layer cultivator Jin Zhaodi, that night Lin Kuo remained hesitant. Yet leaving entirely, she couldn't bring herself to part with him. Yi Chen was filthy rich. Even casual gifts came wrapped in mid-grade spirit stones. How could a rogue cultivator like her walk away? Furthermore, the prospect of reaching Qingyun City appealed to her. Larger cities meant greater opportunities. For someone of her background, Qingyun City held enormous allure. Every day Lin Kuo wrestled with this internal conflict. Without surrendering herself, she feared growing ever more distant from Yi Chen. He barely sent gifts now. But if she did, she couldn't reconcile it with her conscience. In the cultivation world, most cultivators adhered to the belief that virginity was essential. A female cultivator who had lost hers could never become an official Dao companion. This dilemma tormented Lin Kuo deeply. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After the turmoil of the previous month, Inu Market had returned to calm, and no one dared to provoke the Mo family again. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had been steadily accumulating spirit stones. On the final day of the month, Steward Zhang ran excitedly to the backyard. News came from the clan. Patriarch has successfully broken through. He is now in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. Nephew, you may start packing soon. Someone will come to fetch you back to Qingyun City in a month. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Patriarch had truly reached the foundation establishment stage. That was indeed welcome news. With Patriarch's breakthrough, he could now leave without any reservations. Furthermore, he would have the opportunity to enter Qingyun's sect. It was absolutely a good thing. And with a foundation establishment expert anchoring the Yi family, it boded well for him as well. After all, he was still a member of the Yi clan. Didn't that mean he had backing? Seeing Yi Chun so elated, Steward Zhang spoke with a grin. Nephew Yi, congratulations on earning your quota to enter Qingyun's sect. However, I've heard that your performance over the past 2 years along with your brothers has been rather similar. So there may be a live alchemy competition to determine who gets the spot. Steward Zhang said this purely to watch Yi Chen squirm. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Chen's smile widened. Is that so? Then it seems this spot is even more undoubtedly mine. Yi Chen's confidence clearly took Steward Zhang by surprise. Steward Zhang was left at a loss for words. What was he talking about? Didn't he know Yi Chen's actual ability? Without Steward Zhang secretly arranging for Yuan Yang pills to be sold to him, Yi Chen wouldn't have even completed his missions. If his alchemy skills were even passable, why would he need to shamelessly learn talisman crafting from others? Was Yi Chen to deceiving people that he'd started believing his own lies? But what good would it do? The truth would surface when it counted. Steward Zhang said no more, simply offering congratulations with a smile. He made sure Yi Chen remembered him once he entered Qingyun's sect. Meanwhile, when Lu Jing and Lin Kuo learned that the Yi family patriarch had reached foundation establishment, they were stunned. Lu Jing's eyes shone brighter. With a foundation establishment ancestor behind her, the sense of security was tremendous. That night, Lu Jing took the initiative and nearly swept Yi Chen off his feet. Lin Kuo, who had been hesitating, now found her heart in turmoil. The Yi Chen she once deemed hopeless had risen in cultivation, and the Qi refining family had elevated to foundation establishment status. He had a strong chance of entering Qingyun's sect as a disciple. The current Yi Chen seemed beyond her reach. Regret blossomed in her chest. If she had known, she never would have left the Yao apothecary. She could have had Yi Chen all to herself. But now Yi Chen and Lu Jing already shared the intimacy of companions. If she joined, would she be sharing him with another? Lin Kuo resisted the idea. Yet Yi Chen only grew more exceptional. If she didn't seize this chance now, she might lose it forever. So Lin Kuo lay awake that night. Early the next morning, Yi Chen headed to Qingyun Market, where a courier had informed him his order had arrived. Upon reaching the market, the attendant led him directly to the second floor. Sun Yi was already waiting. Holding a small boat-shaped object, he smiled upon seeing Yi Chen. Your flying vessel has arrived. It can cover 1,000 li daily, so you'll reach Qingyun City in just 2 days. It can fly up to 600 meters, but if you go too high, you'll need to sustain the protective barrier yourself. The winds are fierce. 200 or 300 meters is actually sufficient. Flying too high is dangerous. If you encounter a demonic beast and the vessel is damaged, there's no escape. This is a basic flying vessel. It only has flight and size-changing functions, nothing else. Be extremely careful when using it. The spiritual energy consumption is considerable. With your current Qi refining 6th layer, you might manage half a day per charge. As he spoke, Sun Yi handed the small boat to Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked it up and raised an eyebrow. Intricate patterns were etched across the hull. As he channeled spiritual energy into it, the vessel began to glow. In the next instant, it hovered and slowly rotated while expanding, growing to 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. With only 3 seats aboard, it was indeed quite cramped. If pressed, it resembled the minivans from his past life. Functional, but nothing more. It could fly, and that was essentially all it did. It offered no protection from wind, rain, or danger. If it flew too high and faced threats, there was no escape. Relying solely on spiritual energy to operate, it was barely serviceable. But Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow the system's feedback would trigger, and he could deliver this flying vessel to Sun Ruoxin during class. With the 15-fold amplification, this modest vessel would become something extraordinary. Yi Chen promptly settled the remaining payment in spirit stones. The mountain of low-grade spirit stones made Sun Yi's eyes gleam. Yi Chen was richer than he thought. It would be wonderful if he gave this vessel to his daughter. But Sun Yi knew that wasn't going to happen. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum. Yi Chen would never gift such wealth to someone else. Yi Chen, while delivering your order, I've also acquired a new batch of spells. Several of them are quite powerful. Would you like to take a look? My daughter would like them too. Had it been before, Yi Chen might have bought them. After all, with the 15-fold feedback, it would be worth it. But who knew when the Mo patriarch would die how long the Mo family could maintain their facade, or when Inu market would descend into chaos. He might well flee to Qingyun City himself. Better resources awaited in Qingyun City. There was no need to waste spirit stones here. So amid Sun Yi's disappointed gaze, Yi Chen smiled, shook his head, and departed. Sun Yi noted Yi Chen's resolute departure and felt somewhat disheartened, since many of those items would have suited his daughter perfectly. Why had his attitude changed? Had his daughter been too cold, driving even a devoted admirer like Yi Chun to abandon hope? The thought made Sun Yi want to reprimand her. Her recent behavior had been excessive. When Yi Chun brought gifts, she called him junior brother. When he brought nothing, she wouldn't even glance his way. Sometimes mid-class, she'd claim she needed to craft talismans and simply leave. Sun Yi reflected honestly. If he were in Yi Chun's position, enduring such disregard from a female cultivator, no amount of affection could justify tolerating such dignity-destroying dismissal. It was understandable if Yi Chun had given up. While losing such a profitable client was regrettable, Sun Yi wouldn't force his daughter into anything. So be it. He'd already earned considerably from Yi Chun. Pondering this, Sun Yi returned to the backyard and resumed talisman crafting. If the Mo patriarch lived, Inu market would remain stable for years. He could accumulate more spirit stones over the next 2 years and more confidently place his daughter under his master's guidance. But the following dawn brought news that shattered these plans. As Sun Yi read the message transmitted via sect communication talisman, his expression darkened. A major crisis had erupted. Gazing at the characters inscribed on the transmission talisman in his hand, Sun Yi's expression grew exceedingly grim. In the cultivation world, there were few means of long-distance communication, and the transmission talisman was among them. It was not only extremely costly, but also disposable, capable of conveying only a handful of characters. Under ordinary circumstances, the transmission talisman was rarely used. But whenever it was employed, it invariably signaled a grave emergency. Just then Sun Ruoxin entered the room. Noticing her father's troubled countenance, she strode forward immediately. Upon reading the words on the transmission talisman, her delicate face drained of color in an instant. The demonic beasts within the mountains are restless. A certain family has summoned a second-tier demonic beast, directing it straight toward the Silver Moon Market. Elder Mo of the Mo family has perished, and Mo Wudao's breakthrough attempt resulted in his death. The Silver Moon Market is in peril. Return immediately. Sun Ruoxin hastily turned to her father. Father, is this truly the case? Sun Yi nodded gravely. Of course it was true. The Qingyun sect maintained exceptionally tight control over its domain. For any moderately significant family, or somewhat perilous territory, there were always individuals monitoring events in secret. The Qingyun sect would never permit any threat to arise within its territory. For instance, once upon a time a family produced a prodigy who advanced through the ranks with unstoppable momentum, silently breaking through to the Golden Core stage. That prodigy then dared to challenge the Qingyun sect itself, seeking to seize their territory. Though the family was ultimately annihilated, the sect had nevertheless suffered severe losses. Learning from that ordeal, the Qingyun sect intensified its surveillance measures. They also granted various families certain quotas for entry into the Qingyun sect. These were all methods of maintaining stability. Clearly some family coveted the profits of the Silver Moon Market and sought to seize control, hence summoning demonic beasts. But why did the Qingyun sect not intervene? The Qingyun sect harbored no desire to see any family within its domain grow too powerful. Indeed, it sometimes deliberately sowed discord among them, all to weaken these factions. Pack your belongings. We shall depart. Sun Yi made his decision without hesitation. A second-tier demonic beast could not be opposed by force. Since Elder Mo of the Mo family had already perished, the Silver Moon Market certainly stood no chance of resisting. Demonic beasts cared nothing for the Qingyun Pavilion. Thus they had no choice but to flee. Flee where? Return to Qingyun City. Sun Ruoxin asked hopefully. Sun Yi nodded. You have been at the Qi Condensation 6th layer for quite some time now. It is time to return and ask your master to accept you as his disciple into the Qingyun sect. Sun Ruoxin immediately broke into a smile, but then suddenly remembered something. Father, didn't a second-tier demonic beast also appear in the Hengduan Gorge recently? They say the path has been cut off these past few days. How shall we return? Upon hearing Sun Ruoxin raise this matter, Sun Yi's expression darkened even further. The Hengduan Gorge was the only route back from the Silver Moon Market. If demonic beasts had infested the gorge, how could they possibly pass through? Go around through the mountains. He himself could manage it, but his daughter, being only at the Qi Condensation 6th layer, would face enormous danger. If only they had a flying boat. With a flying boat, he could take his daughter straight back through the sky. Didn't Yi Chen order a flying boat? Has it arrived yet? Sun Ruoxin asked aloud. If it had already been delivered, then it would not be sold to Yi Chen. However, Sun Yi could only give a bitter smile. Yesterday I contacted Yi Chen and sold the flying boat to him. Sun Yi obviously felt deeply regretful. At the time he had been smug about the profit in spirit stones, never expecting to regret it merely a day later. Sun Ruoxin gritted her teeth. I will go and buy it back from him. He has not yet received the news, so he may very well sell it to me. Sun Yi nodded in agreement. I shall accompany you. If he refuses, we shall simply seize it by force. Sun Yi harbored no ill will toward Yi Chen. But in a life and death crisis, there was no room for such considerations. His daughter's life was what mattered most. As for whether Yi Chen would perish without a flying boat, that was none of his concern. Sun Yi immediately shut down the shop and dismissed the attendants, telling each to return home. He retained only one alchemist, instructing him to pack the shop's belongings into storage bags ready to depart at a moment's notice. As an alchemist of the Qingyun sect, he naturally needed to be evacuated as well. Having given all necessary orders, Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin set out together for the courtyard behind the Yue alchemy shop to find Yichun. Standing before the door, Sun Ruoxin bit lightly at her pristine lips. A flying boat meant life or death. She had to obtain it. Yichun held such fond feelings for her, and had already given her so many precious gifts. He certainly would not refuse her request to resell the flying boat. And as for what would happen to Yichun without a flying boat, though she felt a pang of guilt, Sun Ruoxin could not afford to dwell on such matters now. When the door was knocked upon, a mortal maid soon answered. Upon hearing the purpose of their visit, she promptly went to inform Yichun. Soon the two were ushered into the small courtyard. Yichun was seated in the garden pavilion sharing tea with Lu Jing, while Lin Kuder practiced spells nearby. Spotting Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi, Yichun rose with a warm smile. Elder son, senior sister, what brings you here? I was just about to attend class this afternoon. Sun Yi offered a faint smile, but said nothing. Sun Ruoxin, however, glanced at Lu Jing and Lin Kuder, both women who were also looking at her, and quietly shook her head. These two women had clearly come to live with Yichun, while he was courting her, showering her with gifts. Yet he shared his residence with other female cultivators. This Yichun was truly a womanizer. In such circumstances, he still pursued her. Did Yichun somehow imagine that she, the dignified Sun Ruoxin, would share a husband like those rogue cultivators? What impudent ambition, frogs dreaming of swan meat. Any lingering guilt in her heart vanished completely at this moment. Sun Ruoxin addressed Yichun, cupping her hands in greeting. Junior brother, senior sister has a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Yichun raised an eyebrow. This Sun Ruoxin usually wouldn't so much as glance in his direction. Now she had come seeking him out on her own accord. Clearly she had some purpose. Some women were like that. They treated you coldly when they had no use for you, but only showed you a favorable countenance when they needed something. Yet one should not mistake compliance for genuine affection. On the contrary, once they had finished using you, they would discard you without a second thought. Nevertheless, Yichun understood these matters well, yet still wore a smile as he responded, Senior sister is far too polite. Pray speak your mind freely. Sun Ruoxin immediately continued. Yesterday, junior brother purchased a flying boat within the Qingyun pavilion. However, an incident has arisen in Qingyun City concerning me. I must return to Qingyun City with all haste and require the use of the flying boat. Therefore, I wish to ask junior brother to part with the flying boat and sell it to me. Here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Speaking, Sun Ruoxin produced the spirit stones she had prepared in advance. Upon seeing 50 mid-grade spirit stones overflowing with spiritual energy, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuer were taken aback. They knew Yichun was prosperous, but never imagined him to be so extravagantly wealthy. Had Yichun actually spent such a vast sum of spirit stones to purchase a flying boat? That was far too extravagant. Yichun's brows rose slightly. Sun Ruoxin wanted to buy the flying boat, to return to Qingyun City immediately. If Yichun had not known about Elder Mo's demise, he might not have suspected anything. But the matter was, Yichun did know. At this critical juncture, Sun Ruoxin suddenly demanded a flying boat to depart. If there were no connection here, Yichun would certainly not believe it. Moreover, the Sun family was backed by the Qingyun sect and could certainly obtain far more detailed intelligence. Much like the United States upon the former Earth, they received news of turmoil in every region first and alerted their citizens to return home. Hence, it was not Sun Ruoxin who needed to flee, but the entire Sun family. And if Sun Yi fled, that meant the Qingyun Pavilion was abandoning its post as well. If even the Qingyun Pavilion felt compelled to flee, that alone indicated the Silver Moon market had truly become untenable. Sun Ruoxin finished speaking and waited anxiously for Yichun's response. Yichun looked at Sun Yi. Senior son, will you also go with us? Hearing this, Sun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, but still nodded. It was confirmed. Even a Qi condensation layer 9 cultivator like Sun Yi was planning to flee. This meant that Inu market was truly no longer a place to stay. Yichun stroked his chin and spoke after a moment of thought. Senior, when will you and senior sister depart? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's expression changed slightly. Asking such detailed questions made her wonder if Yichun had noticed something. After a moment's thought, Sun Ruoxin decided to tell the truth. We'll leave shortly. Such haste. Yichun raised an eyebrow, feeling the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. Sun Ruoxin waited anxiously. She feared Yichun might discover something and refuse to sell the flying boat to her. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Even if Yichun liked her dearly, he could not possibly give up his chance at survival. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had already prepared to take action. Before life and death, there was no right or wrong. If Yichun refused, they would simply take it by force. For cultivators, such behavior was entirely normal. As Sun Ruoxin waited anxiously, Yichun suddenly smiled. Senior sister, you're being too distant. You went through so much trouble to ask for my help. How could I possibly accept spirit stones from you? Since senior sister needs it, then gifting this flying boat to you would be no problem. As he spoke, Chen reached into his robes pretending to retrieve something from his storage bag. In the next moment, he produced the small flying boat. Hearing Chen's words and seeing the flying boat presented before her son Ruoxin was completely stunned. She had only hoped to be able to buy it, never expecting that Chen would directly gift her the flying boat. This was worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. More importantly, at this moment the flying boat represented not just spirit stones, but also the hope of survival. Second-tier demon beasts were approaching and no one knew how many there were. In such circumstances staying here meant certain death. Yet Hengguan Canyon was also inhabited by second-tier demon beasts. They couldn't even escape. Looking at Chen's sincere eyes, Sun Ruoxin silently pressed her lips together. For the first time a sense of guilt arose in her heart. Chen liked her so much, yet she for the sake of survival had taken away Chen's only hope of living. This all stirred turbulent emotions within Sun Ruoxin's heart. After a moment's hesitation Sun Ruoxin said, "Junior brother, thank you. However, this flying boat is precious. It would be difficult for you to explain to your family if you gave it to me. You should still accept the spirit stones." 50 mid-grade spirit stones were no small amount. In ordinary circumstances Sun Ruoxin might have happily accepted them directly. But at this moment, perhaps wanting to ease the guilt in her heart, Sun Ruoxin still handed over the spirit stones. Sun Yi beside her wanted to stop her, but hesitated and said nothing. However, Chen declined without hesitation. What nonsense! Accepting spirit stones would turn this into a transaction. Chen absolutely could not accept that. So Chen turned directly and spoke in a cold, firm voice. "Senior sister, you're being too distant. If you insist on giving spirit stones, then I won't sell it." Such behavior made Sun Ruoxin grit her teeth. At this moment Sun Yi also spoke. "Ruoxin, this is after all your junior brother's heartfelt gesture. To refuse again would make things awkward." Although Sun Yi was surprised at Chen's devotion to his daughter, he was even willing to give away the flying boat. But in his view, Chen staying at Inu Market meant certain death. The spirit stones given to Chen would be a waste anyway. Since Chen firmly refused, it was natural to go along with it. Because of this incident, he himself needed to return to Qingyun City ahead of schedule. Later there would be considerable spirit stone expenses for her daughter's admission to Qingyun sect. Under these circumstances, saving what she could was important. With Sun Yi speaking up, Sun Ruoxin took back the spirit stones with a heavy heart. She wanted to say something else, but saw Chen speak. Since senior sister is in a hurry to leave, then leave sooner rather than later. Seeing how considerate Chen was being for her son, Ruoxin felt increasingly uncomfortable. But Sun Yi was anxious. No one knew when the demon beasts would charge out. He pulled his daughter, exchanged a few polite words, and headed toward the courtyard gate. And at the courtyard gate Sun Ruoxin stopped and looked at Chen, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, junior brother. I will never forget you." Hearing those words filled with emotion, Chen's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. Then he watched Sun Ruoxin depart. Once Sun Ruoxin had left, the courtyard grew quiet once more. Lu Jing and Lin Ke displayed different expressions. Chen paid no mind to their thoughts and simply instructed Lu Jing to begin packing. Then he turned to Lin Ke, telling her he was returning to Qingyun City, and if she wanted to come along she should start packing. After saying this, he disregarded Lin Ke's reaction. He turned and returned directly to his room to begin packing. Regarding Sun Ruoxin's final emotional display, Chen scoffed at it, finding it almost nauseating. Sun Ruoxin's behavior proved that staying at Inu Market would inevitably lead to death. Yet under such circumstances, she still came to him without hesitation to deceive him into giving up the flying boat. Moreover, the flying boat had 3 seats, yet she never mentioned taking him along. She didn't even bother to offer a warning or share any information. She showed absolutely no regard for his life. Clearly such a selfish woman, yet in the end she still moved herself emotionally, calling out with sincere affection as junior brother, and promising she would never forget him. It was truly disgusting. Nevertheless, despite the nausea caused by the Sun family's conduct, Chen's mood remained quite good. Because this flying boat which Chen had purchased was originally intended as a gift. And in Chen's mind the system notification had just concluded. Gift delivery successful. The gift was a low-grade flying boat. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress. Detected that the gift bestowed by the host this time is extremely important to the matching target, Sun Ruoxin exceeding her expectations and causing tremendous emotional fluctuation. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward supreme grade flying boat, Yuan Yu Lu Chuan. Yuan Yu Lu Chuan crafted from various premium materials, inscribed with 1,000 array formations. Capable of extreme speed flight reaching 300 km per hour, remarkably stable, without turbulence during normal flight. Features dual power sources, can be activated by spiritual energy or directly fitted with spirit stones. Equipped with concealment arrays, it can fly invisibly through the sky. Mounted with defensive arrays capable of withstanding attacks from Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators for 100 breaths. Armed with offensive arrays that can unleash spells equivalent to Qi Condensation Layer 9 power. Also features acceleration arrays allowing temporary speed doubling, though this places immense strain on materials and formations and cannot be sustained. Gazing at the extensive description, Yi-Chen could barely contain his smile. Although Sun Ruoxin was detestable, the 15-fold feedback and critical hit bonus were exceptionally pleasing. An ordinary low-grade flying boat had been upgraded to top-tier quality. To say it was like upgrading from a Mini to a Mercedes was no exaggeration. So despite Sun Ruoxin's repulsive nature, she proved quite useful. Upon reaching Qingyan City, if he couldn't immediately find a higher feedback target, she could still be utilized. Pondering, Yi-Chen gathered all his belongings into his storage bracelet. Stepping out of the room, distant screams and wails suddenly echoed from afar. A second-rank demon beast, it's a second-rank demon beast. Run, go fetch Elder Mo of the Mo family. Only he can hold it off. Why hasn't the Mo family made any move? Beyond the cultivators' panicked cries, thunderous tremors continued to shake the earth. Clearly a massive entity had entered the market district. Only now did Yi-Chen finally understand why Sun Ruoxin and her father had been so desperate to flee. And soon the voices of the cultivators outside grew ever more despondent. Neither Elder Mo nor the Mo family's enforcement squad had appeared. When some cultivators mustered the courage to breach the Missouri estate, they discovered the sprawling compound utterly deserted. The Mo family had abandoned the Silver Moon Market and fled without a trace. Once the news spread, the Silver Moon Market descended into chaos. Some cultivators immediately evacuated with their families, while others saw an opportunity and began looting amid the flames. After all, the second-rank demon beast was nowhere near yet. Consequently, fires erupted throughout the Silver Moon Market as Yi-Chen returned to his courtyard. Lu Jing was trembling uncontrollably, seeing Yi-Chen as her sole anchor in the chaos. She rushed toward him immediately, while Lin Kuer gripped her magical artifact, eyes sharp with wariness. Yi-Chen was about to speak when a commotion erupted from the front courtyard. A corpulent figure smashed through the rear entrance of the shop and came flying into the yard, his face drenched in blood as he groaned in agony. The sight sent both women into a panic. Lu Jing immediately scrambled behind Yi-Chen for protection, while he merely raised an eyebrow at the fallen figure before him. The man was none other than Manager Zhang, the usual picture of affability. Now he lay sprawled on the ground like a discarded corpse. Upon catching sight of Yi-Chen, he struggled to rise, desperate to utter something. A streak of wind blade flashed forth, severing Manager Zhang's head as it rolled across the courtyard. Yi-Chen gazed at the corpse and let out a weary sigh. The man had always sought to swindle him. Yet Yi-Chen had never anticipated he'd meet such an end before he'd even acted. In the next instant, Yi-Chen looked up ahead. A man and woman emerged from the shop's rear entrance. The man was tall and burly, a scar cutting across his face, his aura reeking of murder. No one could mistake him. A cultivator who lived by raiding and plundering. The male cultivator cast a dismissive glance at Yi-Chen and the others, then swaggered over to Manager Zhang's corpse and plucked 4 or 5 storage bags from his waist. All the goods and spirit stones from One Leaf Alchemy Shop are right here. This haul is beyond what we could have hoped for. Let's go. Once the demon beast arrives, it'll be troublesome. The man hoisted the storage bags and turned to leave. His attitude, at least for the moment, brought a measure of relief to both Lu Jing and the others. But the female cultivator grabbed his arm. Brother Chen, that pretty-faced boy is Yi-Chen, the #1 simp in all of Silver Moon Market. He's given her magical artifacts and techniques, even presented her with a top-grade storage bracelet. As a member of the Yi family, he's deeply favored and quite wealthy. At these words, the male cultivator's eyes gleamed. He sized up Yi-Chen from head to toe as though spotting some rare oddity. So that simp is him. I've heard tales of him, even in the mountains. I've wanted to put someone like him down for ages. Since fate has brought us together, might as well kill him while we're at it. Hearing this, the female cultivator shot Yi-Chen a look of smug triumph, her eyes brimming with venom. You ignored me back then. Now you'll die by my hand. The female cultivator's audacious maneuver drew Yi-Chen's lingering gaze. For a moment, he couldn't place her. It took him a long while to recall. She was the one who had usurped Lin Kuer's position. She had once tried to seduce him, but hadn't even deserved a response. He had simply disregarded her. Who would have guessed she'd become a mole, now seeking revenge? Women harbored vengeful streaks indeed. Still, why go to such lengths? Manager Zhang's death held no concern for him. The belongings of One Leaf Alchemy Shop were worthless to him anyway. Wouldn't it be simpler for everyone to simply part ways in peace? Why insist on courting death? The male cultivator cracked his neck, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. I have zero tolerance for simps like him. They bring ruin upon others and themselves. Boy, resist not, and I'll grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and cast you into the streets. Let a demon beast devour you alive. I doubt you could withstand such torment. These 2 women, are they your type? They're mine then. Pity I don't have the time, or I'd make you watch as I played with them. The male cultivator radiated confidence. He had reached the 8th layer of chi refining. Slaying Yi-Chen would be like butchering a dog. But his words went unfinished. A thunderous explosion rang out. Golden light flared across the male cultivator's body before he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Horror contorted the male cultivator's face as he scrambled to his feet, gazing at Chen in utter shock. If not for my mid-grade protective artifact that activated automatically, he would have been dead on the spot. Though he couldn't fathom how Chen had unleashed such devastating power, the male cultivator's mind was already set on retreat. He began edging backward slowly. The loot they'd already seized was substantial enough. No need to risk everything over a simp. But seeing the man's intent to flee, Chen raised his hand once more and flicked a finger. The male cultivator's expression shifted. Golden light flashed across his body as he barely managed to block the attack. But his eyes boiled with murderous intent. You reject my mercy. You're only at the 6th layer of chi refining. Let's see how long you can endure. A smile graced Chen's face as he calmly extended one finger after another. Formless swords of profound yellow energy erupted from his fingertips in relentless succession. The male cultivator countered with wind blades while desperately dodging, but each attack was effortlessly repelled by the protective barrier surrounding Chen. Finally, as Chen struck, once more the male cultivator's defensive artifact reached its limit and shattered completely. Yet he felt no regret for throughout his parries and evasions. He had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Chen. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched a ferocious punch aimed straight at Chen's head. His physical body was exceptionally formidable. At the 8th layer of chi refining, he considered himself invincible, let alone against a mere 6th layer cultivator like Chen. Had he managed to close in, Chen's death was certain. But he was fast. Chen was faster. Terrifying chi and blood erupted from Chen's body like the roar of dragons and elephants. In the next instant, Chen unleashed a devastating punch. The male cultivator's face shifted, but Chen's speed was too great. Before he could react, a single punch from Chen struck his skull. In the next moment, the male cultivator's skull exploded. Blood and brain matter sprayed in all directions. Chen callously erected a barrier to shield himself, unwilling to be splattered. Only after Chen had finished did the headless corpse crash heavily onto the ground. An eerie silence fell across the entire courtyard. The female cultivator who had egged him on stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide with terror. Lu Jing looked at Chen with nothing but adoration in her gaze. As for Lin Kuo, her eyes were vacant and stunned. Witnessing Chen slay Jin Zhaodi that night had already been incomprehensible. But that scene paled in comparison to what she was witnessing now. Chen had casually, effortlessly slain a cultivator at the 8th layer of chi refining. Was this possible? Chen paid no heed to the two shocked women behind him. After confirming nothing unpleasant had clung to his person, he turned his gaze toward the female cultivator who had been instigating trouble moments ago. Sensing Chen's gaze, the female cultivator trembled from head to toe, her voice quivering. She could never have imagined that Brother Chen at the 8th layer of chi condensation would meet his end at Chen's hands. Hadn't everyone claimed Chen was good for nothing, a wretched weakling entirely dependent on his family's support? Complete nonsense. To kill someone at the 8th layer of chi condensation while being only at the 6th layer. If that qualified as useless, who in their right mind would dare call themselves a genius? Please, I beg you, spare my life. I'll serve you as your personal attendant, devote myself to you body and soul for the rest of my days. Please. But before she could finish her plea, Chen raised his hand and extended a single finger. A bloody wound erupted from the center of the female cultivator's forehead as she collapsed to the ground in final despair. Chen regarded her lifeless form with an expressionless face. Did she truly believe she possessed even the faintest qualification to trigger the system's feedback, let alone become his attendant? What a delightfully fanciful notion. He approached the male cultivator's corpse and retrieved the storage pendants from moments before. Chen harbored no intention of keeping them for himself. Instead, he planned to surrender them to his clan. These would undoubtedly count as merit, helping him secure his position at the Qingyan sect. Chen lifted his head. Already the terrifying sounds of beastly cries from beyond the walls grew increasingly prominent, drawing closer to the heart of the Silver Moon Market. Chen turned to Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, still dazed from what they'd witnessed, and spoke calmly. Would you like to accompany me to Qingyan City? Only then did the two women snap back to reality. Lu Jing nodded without a moment's hesitation. Neither did Lin Kuo falter. The impact of what Chen had just displayed had fundamentally shifted something within her. She had once believed she would eventually surpass him. Yet with each passing day, the distance between them only widened. Chen was undoubtedly a genius. Under such circumstances, Lin Kuo's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Another beast's roar shattered the air, reverberating through their very bones. Wailing and screaming from fellow cultivators rose in chorus around them. From the cacophony, it was clear they were less than 500 meters away. Amid their terror, both Lin Kuo and Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of regret. If only Chen hadn't gifted that flying vessel to Sun Ruoxin, they could have simply boarded and escaped. That Sun Ruoxin must have known disaster was coming. That's why she came specifically to claim the vessel. No coincidence could have been more convenient. That slut, fellow Taoist Yi Sun Ruoxin, demanding your flying vessel was nothing short of placing us all in mortal danger. You treated her with nothing but kindness, yet she repaid you with betrayal. What sort of woman acts so viciously? She deliberately sought your death. I've never encountered anyone so venomous. Even in their present peril, the two women couldn't resist speaking ill of Sun Ruoxin. After all, they had vied for Yi Chen's attention for so long with no clear victor. But Sun Ruoxin was different. She carried connections and advantages that put them both at a disadvantage. The threat she posed was far greater. So now the two women found no objection to setting aside their rivalry and presenting a united front. At their words, a faint smile touched Yi Chen's lips. Rather than responding, he simply summoned the flying vessel awarded by the system. The moment it materialized, the two women fell silent, their eyes widening in shock. Yi Chen had produced another flying vessel. This one appeared even more opulent. Fully 10 meters in length and 3 meters wide upon manifestation, its entire structure crafted from dark black wood, easily accommodating dozens of passengers. It was hardly a mere flying vessel anymore, one might as well call it a floating palace. How could Yi Chen afford such extravagance? Was this truly the standard expected of a youth from a Qi condensation cultivation family? Had Yi Chen's father somehow discovered a spirit stone mine? Both women stood utterly stunned, mouths agape at the spectacle. Yet beneath their astonishment, Lu Jing felt nothing but satisfaction. Having already committed herself to Yi Chen, the greater his strength and wealth, the better it would be for her. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer's defenses, already on the verge of collapse, now teetered on the brink of complete ruin. With the beast roars drawing ever closer, Yi Chen stepped aboard without hesitation and commanded, "Let's go." The two women hurried to follow. While the Yuan-Yu floating vessel could withstand Foundation establishment attacks, there was no sense in testing that limit unnecessarily. Better to flee while they still could. Under Yi Chen's guidance, the vessel surged upward with tremendous speed. From his vantage point high above, he spotted a monstrous giant ape towering over 10 meters in height, wreaking havoc throughout the silver moon market. Cultivators at the Qi condensation stage were as fragile as ants before this colossal beast. And elsewhere across the market, numerous cultivators were engaged in arson, slaughter, and plunder. Flames consumed the entirety of the silver moon market. It was beyond saving. Looking down at this, the first place he had transmigrated to, Yi Chen felt a flicker of sentimentality. But the melancholy dissipated as quickly as it had arrived, replaced by anticipation. Qingyun City offered greater prosperity, and within the Qingyun sect, there would surely be more talented female cultivators, with even higher yields, no doubt. His system only performed optimally in places like these. With that thought, Yi Chen entertained no further hesitation. Guiding the vessel, he departed the silver moon market without delay. Meanwhile, high above, a simpler flying vessel raced forward at great speed. Aboard it, 3 individuals bore the expressions of those who had narrowly escaped catastrophe. Sun Ruoxin kept her head lowered, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Though she had never harbored feelings for Yi Chen, he had given her his flying vessel without the slightest hesitation. And yet she had personally severed his only means of escape. The weight of that realization gnawed at her conscience, filling her with remorse. Her fingers traced the bracelet Yi Chen had gifted her. "Yi Chen, I have wronged you," she whispered softly. "When I break through to Foundation establishment, I will repay your kindness by aiding your clan." Sun Yi, piloting the vessel while listening to his daughter's words, offered comfort. "Do not punish yourself so harshly." Even with a flying vessel, someone at his cultivation level could not sustain flight for long. In the wilderness, he would inevitably fall prey to bandits. Merely a matter of when, not if. That he could be of service to you is his privilege. Do not dwell on this excessively, or let it not disrupt your cultivation path. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin nodded resolutely. No matter how much Yi Chen cared for her, he would always be but a transient figure in her life. Since she had pledged to assist the Yi family in the future, their accounts would be settled, leaving neither indebted to the other. Very well. With that declaration, Sun Ruoxin banished Yi Chen from her thoughts entirely. She began to anticipate her return and the life awaiting her within the Qingyun sect. 2 days later, the Sun family arrived in Qingyun City. After verifying their identities and entering the city, Sun Yi settled his daughter before heading straight to the Qingyun Pavilion with the alchemist. This establishment served as the headquarters of the Qingyun Pavilion. With his return, Sun Yi was obligated to deliver the goods. He also needed to visit his master. Yet after a full day had passed, Sun Yi returned to the inn with an uncharacteristically grim expression. Sun Ruoxin, still awaiting word of success, immediately sensed that something had gone wrong upon seeing her father's countenance. She quickly asked, "Father, does Grandmaster refuse to accept me as a disciple?" For Sun Ruoxin to join the Qingyun sect, this was her only option. Her cultivation aptitude was merely mid-grade. The Qingyun sect's jurisdiction encompassed countless cultivators, and without an upper-grade spiritual root, one could not even qualify as an outer sect disciple. This was precisely why Sun Ruoxin required a backdoor arrangement. Should a Qingyun sect elder directly take her as a disciple, she would be granted immediate admission as a sect member. This had been Sun Ye's plan from the beginning, but what had been virtually guaranteed now encountered unexpected complications. Why had circumstances changed so abruptly? Father, what exactly is going on? Sun Ruoxin grew anxious. She had painstakingly accumulated spirit stones for so many years, always believing that entering Qingyun's sect was all but guaranteed. Why had everything fallen apart like this? Sun Yi spoke with a bitter expression explaining what had happened. His master named Kong Zhili served as the talisman-making elder of Qingyun's sect. Much like Sun Yi himself, Kong Zhili was exceedingly greedy. Or rather, Sun Yi's current avarice was simply learned by imitation from his master. Desiring to get his daughter admitted into Qingyun's sect, Sun Yi had approached Kong Zhili to pull some strings. Kong Zhili set the price at 5 high-grade spirit stones. For a Qi refining cultivator, this was an absolute fortune. The same applied to Sun Yi, who stood at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Yet for his daughter's future son, Yi spent over 10 years scraping together the sum. But upon meeting his master that day after accepting the spirit stones, Kong Zhili revealed a new demand. He expected Sun Ruoxin to marry his grandson Kong Xiangbei. Once the two families were bound by marriage, he would naturally accept Sun Ruoxin into Qingyun's sect. Of course, the spirit stones would not be refunded. They would serve as her dowry. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's expression shifted instantly. Her cultivation technique was called the Bright Jade Pure Body Art, a manual her father had worked tirelessly to acquire. The Bright Jade Pure Body Art was not renowned for combat prowess, but the mana it produced was extraordinarily pure. It was said to bring great benefit when attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, there was one strict limitation: her purity must not be broken before reaching foundation establishment. Otherwise, her body would be compromised, drastically reducing her cultivation efficiency. A third of the mana she had previously cultivated would be lost upon losing her virginity and could never be recovered. After that, attempting to reach foundation establishment would essentially be a dream. Once she reached foundation establishment, these restrictions would no longer apply. Therefore, as long as Sun Ruoxin wished to break through, she could never become a Dao companion prematurely. How could this happen? A cultivation ancestor at foundation establishment has descendants. Would they truly lack female cultivators? Why would they set their sights on me? Sun Ruoxin asked in utter disbelief. Sun Yi let out a bitter laugh. I just asked an old friend to look into it. Master's grandson Kong Xiangbei is the most promising among this generation, yet he has been stuck at the 8th layer of Qi refining for 3 years. He has likely taken a fancy to the characteristics of the Bright Jade Pure Body Art, hoping to draw upon your mana to break through. When I obtained this technique for you, I purchased it through Master's channel and offered additional favors. That is precisely why he has his eyes on you. Sun Yi phrased it tactfully. In truth, Kong Xiangbei simply wanted to use Sun Ruoxin as a furnace to aid his breakthrough. At this point, resentment surfaced on Sun Ye's face. The money had been paid, 5 whole high-grade spirit stones. And yet the man accepted the payment, failed to deliver, and on top of that sought to destroy his own daughter. Treating his own daughter as a furnace. Had his master really become this ruthless and merciless? Daughter, do not worry. I will go beg master again. We have shared decades of master-disciple bond, and I have offered him tributes every year. Surely he cannot be completely devoid of conscience and loyalty. Unfortunately, Yi Chun is dead. If I had known this would happen, I should never have brought the alchemist along. I should have brought Yi Chun instead. I only just learned the news outside. The Yi family patriarch has broken through to foundation establishment, and Qingyun sect has already bestowed 2 tokens of admission. If Yi Chun were alive and could secure one of those spots, you could ask him for it. He would surely give it to you. After all, he was even willing to gift you a flying skiff. Alas, what a pity. Sun Yi suddenly brought up Yi Chun. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin also thought of him, her expression growing somber. She had not realized it before. But compared to Kong Xiangbei, who sought to use her as a furnace, Yi Chun, who had devoted himself to her wholeheartedly, without asking for anything in return, was truly rare. If Yi Chun were still alive, she might very well have obtained that quota. But unfortunately, he was already dead. Moreover, even if he lived, he would surely harbor resentment toward her. After all, she had concealed the truth and taken the flying skiff for herself. For any cultivator, this constituted an irreconcilable life and death grudge. Perhaps upon arriving at Qingyun City, everything simply unfolded contrary to expectations. Sun Ruoxin's heart was in turmoil, filled with regret. Entering Qingyun City required payment of an entry fee. However, as a descendant of the Yi family, Yi Chun was considered a local. After verification of his identity, he led the 2 women into the city. The moment they entered, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo couldn't help but glance around curiously. Qingyun City was extraordinarily prosperous. The number of cultivators here far surpassed that of Silver Moon Market. Nearly all cultivators carried magical artifacts, and many wore magical robes. Such opulence was evident everywhere. Yi Chun, however, had no interest in accompanying the 2 women on a shopping excursion. Instead, relying on the original host's memories, he headed directly toward the Yi residence. Along the way, he overheard idle conversations among nearby cultivators, many of whom were discussing Silver Moon Market. Clearly what had transpired there had already spread to this city. Chen listened patiently and pieced together exactly what had happened. First, Silver Moon Market had been destroyed by a second-tier demonic beast. The overpowering stench of blood had even attracted more demonic beasts. Almost no cultivators from Silver Moon Market had survived. Then the Ming family, a Foundation Establishment clan, stepped in. With 2 cultivators at Foundation Establishment within the same family, they cleared out the demonic beasts. They announced that Silver Moon Market would be rebuilt within 1 year. Families that had previously owned shops could claim a free 10-year lease on their establishments at that time. Chen nodded approvingly. By the principle that he who benefits the most is the true mastermind behind the scenes, the sudden appearance of a second-tier demonic beast at Silver Moon Market was almost certainly orchestrated by the Ming family. Although Silver Moon Market lay in ruins, the catastrophe had claimed countless cultivator lives and destroyed numerous shops. Essentially, the Ming family had scooped up all the resources from the entire market. And once Silver Moon Market was rebuilt and the merchants returned, rogue cultivators drawn by profit would flock back. Within a few years at most, the market would regain its prosperity and resume generating enormous wealth. But none of this concerned him. Chen sighed to himself and continued leading the 2 women toward the Yi residence. The Yi family was located in the Western District, an average position. However, with the family patriarch having now broken through to Foundation Establishment, one could not predict whether they would move in the future. As he pondered this, Chen arrived before the Yi family gate. He noticed a white cloth banner hanging at the entrance of the Yi residence. This caused Chen to furrow his brows slightly. What was the situation? In the cultivation world, white banners were hung outside doors only when a clansman had passed away. Who had died? Could it be the patriarch? If the patriarch had died, so be it. He was hardly familiar with him anyway. But then how would he enter Qingyun's sect? Frowning, Chen stepped toward the main gate. When the door opened and the Yi family's servant spotted him, his eyes widened in surprise. Young Master 7, you have returned from Silver Moon Market. The servant clearly knew of the incident at Silver Moon Market and was quite astonished that Chen had survived. He had probably assumed Chen was dead. Chen had no patience for idle chatter and spoke coldly. Where is my father? Among the entire Yi family, Chen only cared about this one father, the sole person who had genuinely shown him kindness. He planned to bring this father along once his own cultivation reached a higher level, so they could fly away together. Hearing this, the servant lowered his head, hesitating before whispering, Third Master. Encountered a band of cultivator thieves while delivering goods, and has been missing ever since. The patriarch personally went to investigate, but found nothing. He is likely no longer with us. Chen's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the white banner at the entrance. No way. Something isn't right. As a transmigrator, Chen held no affection for the Yi clan. This minor family was riddled with all sorts of petty schemes, even hoarding alchemy techniques, and sabotaging their own clansmen. For such a family, Chen could scarcely muster any goodwill. Yet he held respect for his predecessor's father, Tianhe. The man had truly loved his son. Having transmigrated into this body, Chen had also benefited from his kindness. He had originally intended to give this father a helping hand once he rose to prominence. And just like that, he was gone. Chen found it hard to believe. Having inherited the previous owner's memories, Chen couldn't help but frown. Young Master 7th, please accept my condolences. I shall immediately inform the eldest and second young master that you have returned. They will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Without waiting for a response, the servant bolted. Behind Chen, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer exchanged glances as they watched the silent figure before them. Neither had anticipated receiving such devastating news upon arriving at the Yi estate. Lu Jing immediately embraced Chen, offering words of comfort and condolence. Lin Kuer, however, hesitated. In her view, Chen's current standing was inextricably linked to his father. Now that his father was dead, would he still receive support in the future? During their journey to Qingyun City, Lin Kuer had resolved to seize an opportunity to offer herself to Chen and compete for his favor against Lu Jing. But now her resolve had silently shifted. She would wait and see what transpired. At that moment, Sun Yi approached from the roadside, his face etched with worry. He had been seeking connections on behalf of his daughter, but met with consistent setbacks. Yet when he spotted Chen standing before the Yi residence, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chen was still alive. He was well aware of the massacre at Silver Moon Market. Tens of thousands of cultivators had perished either at the claws of demonic beasts or at the hands of bandit cultivators. To survive such devastation and return was truly inconceivable. Yet beneath his shocked Sun Yi's eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. If Chen had returned, didn't that mean there might be a breakthrough for his daughter's admission to the Qingyun sect? Sun Yi had been about to call out to him immediately, but then recalled the incident with the flying boat, and worried Chen might still harbor resentment. Perhaps he should let his daughter find a way to make amends. Chen was so devoted. If his daughter apologized sincerely for her past transgressions, surely he would forgive her. So Sun Yi turned and hurried back to his residence in Qingyun City to share the news with his daughter. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was merely a junior member of the clan. Clearly there was no need for the elders to welcome him in person. His father had been missing for so long that most assumed he was dead, and the disaster at Silver Moon Market had led everyone to believe Yi Chun perished as well. But now Yi Chun had returned, and propriety demanded they go out to meet him. Even the clan head who had recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage had been informed and wished to see him. Soon Yi Chun was escorted to the main hall by the Yi clan members. Nearly 100 clansfolk had gathered. Meanwhile, Lu Jing and Lin Kuer had already been led by servants to Yi Chen's residence. Through the clansmen's explanations, Yi Chen pieced together what had happened to his father. A month prior, a Yi clan shop at a certain market had acquired a treasure at a bargain price. Upon securing the treasure, the shop immediately notified the clan. The clan dispatched Yi Chen's father to lead a team to retrieve it. But on the return journey, they were ambushed. All the other clansmen had perished, and both the goods and wealth were plundered. Though Yi Chen's father's body had never been found, the signs pointed to a grim fate. After all, the cultivation world was filled with demonic cultivators. Being taken for soul refinement or blood rituals was not uncommon. The Yi clan quickly realized the cultivator who had sold the treasure was likely one of the bandits. It was a classic bait-and-switch tactic. Such schemes were commonplace in the cultivation world, and despite the clan head's foundation establishment cultivation, they could do nothing without locating the culprits. After hearing the account, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Had his father truly died? In his past life, he had read enough web novels to recognize a pattern. Whenever a body wasn't found at the scene, the person had likely stumbled upon an opportunity or faked their death to escape. Who knew when they might reappear? Still, Yi Chun was only speculating. Coincidences like that were rare. Besides, if they truly had hidden connections, how could both father and son possess such mediocre talents? Perhaps once his cultivation reached a higher level, he could develop a divination method to investigate further. His reverie was soon shattered. Yi Chun, we are aware of what transpired at Silver Moon Market. How did you return alone? Where is Manager Zhang? Why did he not come with you? Yi Chen's uncle, the second uncle, had been brimming with questions since Yi Chen's return and could no longer contain himself. Yi Chun had anticipated this line of questioning. The flying vessel could have covered the distance in a single day, yet Yi Chun deliberately took 5 days to ensure the narrative unfolded precisely as planned. Demonic beasts suddenly appeared at Silver Moon Market, and bandit cultivators ran rampant. One of the shop assistants colluded with them from within, launching a surprise attack on Manager Zhang as he prepared to depart with the goods. Manager Zhang fought valiantly, engaging the enemy in fierce combat and urging me to flee first. I seized the chaos to escape, making for Qingyun City. I endured countless perils along the way before finally returning. Yi Chun recounted the events briefly, leading the clansmen to marvel at his remarkable luck in surviving. Even the foundation establishment clan head seated in the chief position nodded in approval. Upon seeing this, second uncle's headache intensified. He was the last person who wanted Yi Chun to return. The Yi family had received 2 spots at the Qingyun sect delivered just 2 days prior. The first uncle's branch would undoubtedly claim one, given his son's promising talent with a 7th grade spiritual root, an above-average qualification. Unfortunately, a prior mishap had caused them to miss the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment deadline. Now that they had the opportunity, it was only fair to grant him one. After all, higher spiritual root grades significantly increased the likelihood of reaching foundation establishment. After that, his own children would compete with Yi Chun of the 3rd branch for the remaining quota. If Yi Chun had perished, there would be no need for contention. But the problem was that Yi Chun had returned alive. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th layer of qi condensation, matching the same realm as second uncle's most talented son. Second uncle Yi Tianhai scrutinized Yi Chun with a calculating gaze. It appears the pill shop was completely plundered by the bandit cultivators. Yet, nephew, you've advanced from the 3rd to the 6th layer of qi condensation in less than 2 years. That's quite fortunate indeed. Upon hearing this, the Yi clan members exchanged thoughtful glances. Everyone knew Yi Chun possessed ordinary talent, with only a 3rd grade spiritual root. To make such rapid progress with a spiritual root of that quality inevitably sparked speculation among the gathered clansmen. Some even suspected Yi Chun had discovered resources and secretly concealed them. Within a clan, public and private matters must remain distinct. Misappropriating clan assets was a grave offense. Yi Chun naturally refused to tolerate such accusations. The Qingyun sect quota was something he was determined to secure. So Yi Chun adopted an aggrieved expression, glancing at his second uncle. Are you implying I misappropriated the clan's resources? Second uncle was taken aback. The formerly timid Yi Chun seemed remarkably different now, so boldly confrontational. He hastily prepared to clarify and defuse the situation, but then witnessed Yi Chun lift his robe to reveal numerous storage bags tightly secured beneath it. As Yi Chun removed the storage bags, his eyes grew red with what appeared to be profound grievance. Manager Zhang held off the enemies to create an opening for my escape specifically so I could bring these items back to the clan. I didn't dare close my eyes throughout the entire journey for the sake of these belongings. When encountering rogue cultivators with higher cultivations than mine, I trembled in constant fear of being robbed. I endured untold hardships and nearly lost my life to return, yet you would suspect me, eh? Then take them and examine them yourself, second uncle. Within are the shop's account books. Verify whether everything matches. If even a single item is missing, I will take my own life right here and join my father in death. Second uncle was rendered extremely embarrassed by Yi Chen's actions. He could only hastily explain that he hadn't meant it that way. Yi Chen said nothing, simply bowing to the clan head seated at the foremost position. Grandfather, I wish to join the Qingyun sect. Yi Chen's approach had always been straightforward and direct. Years of experience had taught him that one must speak plainly for what one wants and strive for it without hesitation. Without fighting for it, no one would yield anything to you. Now that he returned bearing great merit, this was precisely the moment to claim his reward. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Second uncle's expression shifted, and he immediately glanced toward the clan head. On the dais, clan head Yi Hong gazed at Yi Chen with a touch of affection. Little Chen, you've suffered. However, the rules were established beforehand. Quotas are distributed according to contributions, and it would be improper for me to show favoritism. Otherwise, the clan would have no order. Steward, what are the contribution rankings among the younger generation? Upon hearing this, second uncle's smile widened. Based on contributions, his third son was secured. After all, he had personally helped refine numerous pills for his son's submission. As expected, the steward spoke up. Third young master, Yi Feng of the second branch ranks first. Third young master can already refine mid-grade payout pills. He has brought substantial returns to our Yi clan. Hearing this, the clan head nodded in satisfaction before turning to Yi Chen. Little Chen Fenger clearly possesses superior alchemy aptitude. Should he enter the Qingyun sect for cultivation, he might well become a top-tier first-rate alchemist, or even advance to second-rate. This is all for the sake of the clan. Hearing these words, Yi Chen sneered inwardly. In his memories, this clan head grandfather had always shown the most favoritism towards second uncle. He had sent second uncle to study alchemy. His own father, who possessed the greatest cultivation talent, had been thrust into clan affairs at an early age. Second uncle's children enjoyed the comforts of prosperous places. He himself had been dispatched to the desolate Silver Moon Market. Such blatant favoritism had been all too common. Yi Chen lowered his head. Grandfather is right. But my father's greatest wish while he lived was for me to enter the Qingyun sect. Now that my father has passed, if I missed this opportunity to join the Qingyun sect, how could I face him in death? This quota is something I must fight for. When I was at Silver Moon Market to improve my alchemy skills and better contribute to the clan, I sold the magical artifact my father left me and studied under the alchemists of Qingyun shop. Now my alchemy proficiency has advanced significantly. I implore you, grandfather, to grant me this chance. The thought that Yi Chen would dare defy him unsettled the clan head. The clan head felt displeased, yet Yi Chen's father had just died, and he had returned through great hardship bearing significant merit. If he denied such a modest request, it would make him appear heartless. Glancing at his second son and finding no objection, the clan head nodded. Then very well, I'll give you a chance. Bring the alchemy furnaces. Yi Feng compete with Yi Chen, refine payout pills. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng stepped forward with a bow. Yi Feng regarded Yi Chen with a confident grin. His rival's mediocre alchemy aptitude was something he understood all too well. What could he possibly offer as a challenge? This was merely courting humiliation. The Yi household servants quickly brought out a single furnace. Seventh brother, let me go first, so you may observe. Yi Feng said with a smile. However, Yi Chen shook his head. I'll go first, it saves time. Hearing this, both Yi Feng and his father Yi Tianhai exchanged amused glances. An explosion would certainly be faster. How considerate of him to save time. The man at least knew his limits. They knew Yi Chen struggled even with basic qi gathering pills. They didn't mind if Yi Chen wished to embarrass himself. Seating himself cross-legged, Yi Chen dropped a low-grade spirit stone into the furnace, kindled the flames, and began refining. The clan members were initially pessimistic about Yi Chen's chances. After all, Yi Feng was Yi Tianhai's son, and Yi Tianhai was the sole alchemist in the clan capable of refining top-grade first-stage pills. Yi Tianhai had undoubtedly provided his son with extra training. What could Yi Chen possibly offer as competition? Yet as Yi Chen commenced his alchemy, the clan members' expressions shifted subtly. It wasn't difficult to see. Yi Chen's movements were remarkably proficient, flowing seamlessly from one action to the next as though he had refined payout pills countless times before, every detail second nature to him. Yi Tianhai and his son's expressions, once carefree, grew grave. Connoisseurs perceived the craft, spectators merely observed the spectacle. Yi Tianhai could readily discern that Yi Chen's control over the flame, the timing of herb additions, and the duration of liquid integration were all executed with precision. His technique was flawless, yet this defied belief. Yi Chen had previously struggled to distinguish between medicinal herbs. He had spent less than 2 years at Silver Moon Market. How could such dramatic improvement occur in so little time? Regret washed over Yi Tianhai. He should never have agreed to Yi Chen's request. But it was already too late to withdraw. After an hour passed, and with all clan members watching, Yi Chen rose with confidence and opened the furnace. The moment it opened, fragrant alchemical aroma filled the entire hall. Every clan member's eyes brightened. While most had consumed payout pills before, none had ever encountered such an intensely rich aromatic quality. 10 perfectly round pills flew from the furnace into Yi Chen's hands. He held them with both hands. Grandfather, I have completed the refinement. 10 top-grade payout pills. Top-grade payout pills. As Yi Chen finished speaking, the hall, previously quiet out of respect for the clan head, erupted in murmurs. High-grade pills were merely expensive but obtainable with wealth. Top-grade pills, however, were truly rare. They contained no residual dross and produced no pill toxicity upon consumption. Alchemy masters capable of producing top-grade pills were exceedingly rare. It was said only members of the greatest clans or direct disciples of major sects could consume such pills from childhood. And Yi Chen had somehow refined top-grade pills. This was utterly inconceivable. Even Yi Tianhai could not produce them. Was Yi Chen's current alchemy prowess surpassing Yi Tianhai's? The entire assembly erupted in shock. The Yi clan had stared at the pills in Yi Chen's hands, genuinely astonished. Yi Tianhai and Yi Feng were utterly stunned. Yi Chen had even produced top-grade payout pills. How could they possibly compete? Realizing the Qingyun sect quota was slipping away, Yi Feng couldn't contain himself. This is impossible. When we studied alchemy together, you had the poorest comprehension. Even my father cannot refine these top-grade payout pills. How could you possibly succeed? There must be something wrong here. Facing Yi Feng's accusations, Yi Chen smiled. When I studied alchemy with second uncle before, there were indeed many things I couldn't understand, like walking through fog. But I don't know why, since I started taking lessons from the alchemists at Qingyun shop and Silver Moon Market, it's as if something clicked. Everything I couldn't grasp before suddenly became clear. Things I couldn't learn before I mastered effortlessly, and my progress accelerated dramatically. It's not that second uncle didn't teach diligently. It's simply that Qingyun shop's teaching method suited me better. I suppose I was fortunate enough to discover my own aptitude. Yi Chen's explanation made the clan members exchange knowing glances. On the surface, he claimed no fault, but the underlying message was clear. He was subtly accusing Yi Tianhai of neglecting his instruction. Yi Tianhai himself was nearly beside himself with rage. His large hand beneath his sleeve trembled involuntarily. The main hall fell into silence. Second uncle Yi Tianhai's face turned ashen under Yi Chen's veiled insinuations, yet he found no way to retort. After all, Yi Chen had never said anything explicitly. True, he hadn't properly mentored Yi Chen, but that wasn't the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the Qingyun sect quota. The authority to decide the quota still rested with clan head Yi Hong. And Yi Hong never expected Yi Chen's alchemy skills to reach such a level. He was taken aback. There was no need to continue the competition. Yi Chen's top-grade payout pill had already determined the outcome. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Hong spoke slowly. Your alchemy prowess truly surpasses Feng'er's. Now that I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, our clan is preparing to expand. Our Yi clan built its foundation on alchemy, and we are in dire need of outstanding pill refiners. With your talent, little Chen, staying within the clan would accelerate our development. However, Yi Feng's spiritual roots are only 5th-grade quality. It would be better for him to cultivate at the Qingyun sect. In this way, our Yi clan will have Yi Tian and Yi Feng protecting it, while Yi Chen will provide the resources to grow and strengthen our family, support each other in the years ahead, and perhaps our Yi clan can one day become a prominent regional house. Little Chen, staying within the clan, you can gradually take over your second uncle's position. I have broken through to foundation establishment and now have a lifespan of 150 years. Your second uncle's generation won't have the opportunity to lead the clan anymore, but you can. When you become clan head in the future with Yi Tian and Yi Feng as Qingyun sect disciples to protect and support you, how could our Yi clan fail to flourish and thrive? Little Chen, you must consider the greater picture. Yi Hong said slowly, his words rekindling hope in Yi Tianhai and Yi Feng's eyes. But Yi Chen's heart grew colder. This old man was utterly biased. Previously, because Yi Feng showed talent for alchemy, he was sent to the Qingyun sect for advanced training. So because I have alchemy talent, I should stay and contribute to the family funding Yi Feng's cultivation at the Qingyun sect. And now he's painting empty promises about making me clan head. How absurd. Not to mention what's so appealing about being the head of a minor clan. The real issue is that this old man still has at least 70 or 80 years left to live. There's no chance of outliving him, let alone Uncle Yi Tianhai's generation. If I don't break through to foundation establishment myself, I'll be worn down and die anyway. And even if I somehow wait long enough, he'll definitely pass everything to Yi Feng and Yi Tian, who've cultivated at the Qingyun sect. I'd likely get nothing but scraps. If this were my former self, I might have swallowed those empty promises. But Yi Chen, who crossed over after years of navigating state-owned enterprises and eating nothing but hollow rhetoric, wouldn't fall for such nonsense. Yi Chen had already staked everything. Either he'd secure the quota and join the Qingyun sect, or he'd walk away from the Yi family entirely. He'd operate independently. With the system's assistance surpassing the Yi family was only a matter of time. So Yi Chen bowed again. Thank you, grandfather, for your generous favor. However, my only desire is to fulfill my father's last wish by entering the Qingyun sect, allowing him to find peace. Moreover, once I join the Qingyun sect, I may well reach the rank of second-tier alchemist and elevate our Yi family into a renowned pill-refining lineage. The entire clan fell into stunned silence. None of them had anticipated Yi Chen would be so audacious. Even after the clan head had spoken twice, he remained unwavering in his refusal to relinquish the Qingyun sect quota. Seeing Yi Chen reject him once more, Yi Hong's expression turned cold. His gaze fixed upon Yi Chen. Not with overt hostility, but the pressure from a foundation establishment cultivator's stare was enough to make any Qi refining stage cultivator feel immense strain. Yet Yi Chen simply stood there with his hands clasped, remaining silent. Yi Hong snorted, coldly intent on teaching this unfilial grandson a proper lesson. But then he remembered that Yi Tianhai had just died and Yi Chen himself had barely survived returning home, having rendered great merit. In such circumstances, being too harsh toward Yi Chen would be inappropriate. It would chill the hearts of the clan members. Finally, Yi Hong dismissed Yi Chen coldly. Since you refuse to contribute to the family and insist on taking the Qingyun sect quota, then go. With those words, he threw a token down and turned away. Everyone in the clan understood immediately. Yi Chen had angered the clan head. Honestly, many couldn't quite understand his actions. The clan head had reached foundation establishment. But even if Yi Chen entered the Qingyun sect, his chances of breaking through to foundation establishment remained slim. After all, the Qingyun sect couldn't mass-produce foundation establishment cultivators either. The vast majority of disciples left in disappointment after turning 30. Though Yi Chen had obtained the quota, angering the clan head meant he'd struggle to gain support in the future. One could hardly call this a poor trade. Why bother? Yet Yi Chen, the one involved, couldn't care less. Yi Chen was confident about his future. So what if the clan head frowned upon him? Once he relied on the system to strengthen his cultivation. No matter how much he disliked him, the other party would still have to swallow their pride and come crawling. It was the same with women like Lin Kuo. What mattered was becoming strong oneself. One needn't care about others' opinions. So Yi Chen didn't care at all. As for this sect entry quota, he felt entirely justified in claiming it. His own father had worked tirelessly for the family and even lost his life. He himself had gone through untold hardships and nearly died protecting the family's property. It was no exaggeration to say the entire family had been loyal and devoted. Allocating a single Qingyun sect quota to him was only fair and reasonable. So after picking up the Qingyun sect's entry token, Yi Chen bowed to the clan members and then turned to leave directly. Back at his small courtyard, rumors of what happened in the family hall had already spread. Even the servants knew Yi Chen had fallen out of favor with the foundation establishment clan head. Nobody dared show any warmth toward him. Yi Chen had only just returned to the clan, yet even those family members who had been close to his former self couldn't bring themselves to approach him. This made Yi Chen's courtyard feel particularly desolate. But he didn't mind in the slightest. In fact, he appreciated the quiet. With interest, he examined the sect entry token in his hands. It was a strange metal tablet inscribed with the characters Qingyun Ling. Within it lay a formation array, once activated at the gates of the Qingyun sect, someone would come to welcome him. What was most remarkable was that the entry token was unregistered. Anyone holding it could gain entry provided they weren't fugitives on the Qingyun sect's wanted list and met the age requirements. This suited Yi Chen perfectly. He was incredibly curious about what kind of reward the system would grant him after giving the Qingyun Ling to a female cultivator. Would it be an entry token for an even more prestigious sect? Or dozens of entry tokens? Yi Chen suspected it wouldn't be the latter. After all, if the Qingyun sect hadn't issued that many tokens in the first place, wouldn't that be admitting they were fake? The system shouldn't be this unreliable, right? So he now had the Qingyun Ling. Who should he give it to? Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin should have returned by now, but during their earlier conversation, she seemed to have her own connections. She was probably already a Qingyun sect disciple by now. Giving her the Qingyun Ling wouldn't help. What about Lu Jing? Was 10 times too little? Yi Chen had unexpectedly obtained a quota to enter the Qingyun sect. Upon receiving this news, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were astonished. Lu Jing, of course, was overjoyed. She harbored no grand ambitions despite her status, content with a tranquil life. Yet in the cultivation realm, strength was everything. Without her own power, she would have to rely on her Dao companion. She had already committed herself to Yi Chen. With his newfound opportunity to join the Qingyun sect, there was a significant chance he could break through to foundation establishment. Even if the foundation establishment breakthrough remained elusive, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining was well within reach, a level of cultivation that would grant him the power to defend himself. This prospect filled Lu Jing with genuine delight. Lin Kuo felt a different kind of regret as she gazed at the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's possession. She had assumed his father's death would diminish his prospects. The resources available to him would have been severely limited, perhaps even excluding him from the sect's admission. That uncertainty had caused her hesitation at the time. Instead, Yi Chun had secured a place in the Qingyun sect. From that moment forward, he became a disciple of the sect with boundless potential ahead of him. He would also cultivate extensive connections throughout the cultivation world. Coupled with his generosity, she realized he embodied exactly the kind of Tao companion she had always hoped for. Now Lin Kuo was consumed by genuine remorse. She should have comforted him immediately upon hearing of his father's death, just as Lu Jing had done. Despite her mistake, she recognized there was still a chance to make amends. That evening, without hesitation, Lin Kuo changed into a white gauze dress within her room. She quietly slipped out and made her way to Yi Chen's quarters. But as she approached his door, she heard voices coming from within. "Yi Chen, you're so bad. Stop stalling." Lin Kuo's cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Jing was already there. Instantly, she reconsidered her approach. The scene was too intimate for her to bear, yet she couldn't ignore the reality that Yi Chun had grown noticeably warmer toward Lu Jing since returning home today. If she hesitated further, she might lose her chance entirely. Lin Kuo had always been decisive, and after weighing her options, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Yi Chen, are you inside?" The peculiar sounds from the room fell silent at her knock. In the sudden quiet, Lin Kuo caught the faint sound of water. "How strange." Then Yi Chen's voice came through, tinged with annoyance. "What is it? If nothing urgent, come back tomorrow. No one appreciates being disturbed." Lin Kuo spoke softly. "This is my first time in Qingyun City, and I admit I'm feeling rather frightened." As her words faded, the room fell still for a moment. But soon enough, Yi Chen's voice came through with a hint of amusement. "In that case, come on in." The door opened, and through the sheer curtains of the bed, Lin Kuo could make out vague shapes. Pretending not to notice, she stepped inside with her long silky hair cascading down, then closed the door behind her. The next morning dawned. Yi Chun emerged refreshed and stretching lazily. He hadn't pushed things with Lin Kuo. They were only companions in cultivation, bound by mutual respect rather than romance. That was simply how things stood. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, walking beside him, exchanged awkward glances at each other. Yi Chun knew exactly how to navigate these situations. It hadn't seemed bothersome in the moment, but now the memory made them uncomfortable. Both women hastily excused themselves and retreated to their rooms to freshen up. Yi Chun instructed his servants to prepare breakfast, planning to cultivate afterward. By noon, he intended to stroll through town and see if anyone suitable caught his eye. But before he could finish his meal, an unwelcome guest arrived. His second uncle, Yi Tianhai. "Second uncle has arrived." Yi Chun glanced at him briefly before returning to his food. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing rose somewhat stiffly from their seats. Yi Tianhai surveyed the two women, recognizing them as the female cultivators Yi Chun had pursued at the Silver Moon Market. After hearing about Yi Chen's behavior from Steward Zhang, Yi Tianhai had found the situation utterly amusing. Yi Chun was the primary obstacle preventing his own son from securing a position in the sect, making him a rival to be eliminated. He never imagined Yi Chun would become such a supplicant, gifting resources to female cultivators and dedicating himself entirely to their pursuits. With his attention focused so completely on them, there was little energy left for cultivation or refining techniques. This convinced him that the outcome was already decided, and Yi Chun posed no real threat. Yet Yi Chen's cultivation had advanced remarkably despite his distractions. He had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining, and his alchemy skills had surpassed his own. It was truly inconceivable. Though circumstances had shifted unexpectedly, he refused to concede defeat. That morning, he rushed to find Yi Chun, worried the youth might have already registered at the Qingyun sect. Yi Chen's indifference, refusing to even rise from his seat, sparked anger within him. Yet remembering his purpose, he forced a friendly smile onto his face. "Dear nephew Yi Chen, your father and I shared a bond like brothers, and in my heart, I've always regarded you as my own son." The moment these words left his lips, Yi Chun was astonished. How could someone utter such shameless words? Yesterday's hostility was one thing, but his previous alchemy instruction had been riddled with errors and inaccuracies. He had even directed Steward Zhang to scheme against him under the guise of teaching. How could he claim to view Yi Chun as a son after all this? Being his so-called son would be nothing but misfortune. Yi Chun had no patience for the petty scheming of a minor family. He spoke plainly. "Uncle has indeed been generous with his instruction. He never bothered to teach me how to monitor the herb's condition, and his fire control methods were a mess. I'm truly grateful." Yi Tianhai hadn't expected such blunt honesty, and his expression darkened at once. Yet thinking of his son's prospects at Qingyun sect, he forced a smile and said, "That couldn't be true. It must be some misunderstanding, or perhaps I was drunk that day and misspoke. Nephew, I came today to discuss the Qingyun sect quota with you. Nephew, your alchemy talent is extraordinary. You can even produce top-grade pills. There's no need to enroll as a disciple. Focus on mastering your craft, and once you break through to second-rank alchemist, you could become an honorary member. Wouldn't that status surpass that of ordinary disciples? Your younger brother, however, lacks talent in both cultivation and alchemy. If he cannot enter Qingyun sect, his future will be nothing but mediocrity. That's why I've come to propose a solution." You yield the quota to Yi Feng, and in return I'll provide 3 high-grade spirit stones to support your alchemy studies. Wouldn't that benefit us both? Yi Chen found himself laughing at the audacity. Everyone gets a bright future apparently. He was treating him like a fool. As a disciple, he'd be one of their own, receiving proper cultivation and the rare chance to obtain Foundation establishment pills along with benefits reserved exclusively for sect members. But an honorary member, that's just being paid to work. In modern terms, it's employment. What future could such a position offer? Having finished his meal, Yi Chen had no interest in wasting more time on Yi Tianhai. So it does sound appealing, he replied coolly. Your eldest brother Yi Tian cultivates faster. Go persuade him to give up his quota instead. Once he reaches Foundation establishment, he can become an honorary member. Such a generous offer elder brother would never refuse. Yi Tianhai's lips twitched in fury at Yi Chen's retort. This lad wouldn't budge no matter what. Securing the quota from him seemed nearly impossible. But as Yi Chen rose to leave, a servant hurried over with news. Young Master 7th, 2 cultivators named Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin have arrived claiming to be your friends. May they come in? Yi Chen, who was already stepping out, halted at these words, astonishment crossing his face. These two actually knew he had returned. After pulling such underhanded tricks, they not only didn't avoid him, but came seeking him out voluntarily. How intriguing. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, let them in. Uncle remained stubbornly persistent. He did not depart, but instead raised the price, offering 5 high-grade spirit stones, which caused Yi Chen to raise an eyebrow. Nearly all the pills of the Yi clan were under Yi Tianhai's management. Yi Tianhai had surely amassed great ill-gotten gains. Yet 5 mere high-grade spirit stones could scarcely sway Yi Chen. Setting other matters aside, Yi Chen's very own cargo ship was doubtless worth more than 5 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, with a system at his disposal, if Yi Chen merely wished to accumulate wealth, give Yi Chen some time, and he would even dare to compare his fortune with that of the sect master of Qingyun's sect. Thus Yi Chen unhesitatingly shook his head and refused. This greatly disappointed Yi Tianhai. He had originally hoped that once Yi Chen agreed, he would hand over the spirit stones to secure the quota, then immediately go lodge a complaint with the ancestral patriarch. Yi Chen had already offended the family head, and now he was even selling the quota. The patriarch would surely punish him severely, and the spirit stones would be lost to him as well. Yet unexpectedly, even at 5 high-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen still did not take the bait. At this moment Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi also arrived. Sun Ruoxin wore elegant cultivation robes, the skirt hem falling just above her knees. Her perfectly proportioned long legs were displayed to perfection. As she walked, the hem of her skirt rippled like water droplets, creating gentle waves. Coupled with her breathtakingly beautiful visage, she was simply stunning. Upon catching sight of Yi Chen, Sun Ruoxin's eyes instantly reddened. Senior brother, I am so relieved to know you are unharmed. Yi Chen stood aloof and expressionless, wondering what performance Sun Ruoxin was attempting. Sensing his cold gaze, Sun Ruoxin's eyes filled with aggrieved tears. Senior brother, I know you blame me, but I truly never expected such events to unfold. Only after returning to Qingyun City did I learn that a beast tide had erupted at Silver Moon Market shortly after my departure. It was Elder Kong of Qingyun's sect who notified me, which is why I returned. Ever since learning of what transpired at Silver Moon Market, I have been consumed with worry for you, senior brother, unable to sleep each night. I feared that because I borrowed the flying vessel, something terrible might have befallen you. If that were truly the case, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life. But fortunately, heaven favors the virtuous, and you have returned, senior brother. After speaking, Sun Ruoxin eagerly wrapped her arms around Yi Chen in an emotional embrace. Lu Jing and Lin Qier both eyed Sun Ruoxin with wariness. The two girls had expended tremendous effort merely to win Yi Chen's favor. Who would have guessed that Sun Ruoxin, that cunning woman, would track them down again? The two girls simply did not believe a word Sun Ruoxin said. How could such a coincidence occur? Besides, the second-tier demonic beasts had appeared the moment Sun Ruoxin departed. The two women refused to believe she had not noticed. Yet as clear as it was, they could not help but feel uneasy. Could Yi Chen possibly believe her and choose to forgive? A normal cultivator certainly would not. But when it came to Yi Chen, the outcome was uncertain. Thus both women kept their eyes firmly fixed on Yi Chen, terrified he might be deceived. This cunning woman had appeared out of nowhere. She must have ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Uncle Yi Tianhai, who was still scheming how to swindle the Qingyun token from Yi Chen, was himself astonished by the scene. How many female cultivators had Yi Chen pandered to at Silver Moon Market? And he even gifted one a flying vessel. How could Yi Chen be so extraordinarily wealthy? And Yi Chen, tightly embraced by Sun Ruoxin, wore a blank expression, hardly concealing a chuckle within. Yi Chen had long seen through this woman. When she needed something, she called him junior brother. Otherwise, he was merely fellow Taoist Yi. She turned hostile faster than flipping a page. How could she possibly lose sleep over his supposed death? She had likely forgotten him entirely at that time. Now she had come to his door performing this elaborate act. She undoubtedly wanted something from him. However, should not Sun Ruoxin already have departed for Qingyun sect? Why was she still wandering aimlessly about Qingyun City? As Chen pondered, he casually observed Sun Ruoxin's figure. Quite the perfect proportion, not bad at all. Noticing Chen's silent, Sun Ruoxin released him with a wry smile and wiped her tears. I know you do not believe my words given how conveniently timed everything seems. But it does not matter. I only need to know that you are safe. Senior brother, I am about to leave Qingyan City. I do not know if we shall ever meet again. But as long as you fare well, every day feels like bright sunshine. Sun Ruoxin was leaving Qingyan City, abandoning her quest to enter Qingyan sect. Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew well that she was attempting to stir his sympathy, hoping he would be the one to ask. Then she would reveal her predicament. But if there truly had been complications with her admission to Qingyan sect, then the Qingyan token in Chen's possession would be the perfect opportunity to offer her. Thus, feigning surprise, Chen could not resist asking senior sister, "Why must you leave Qingyan City? Were you not going to enter Qingyan sect?" Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin offered a sorrowful smile. An unexpected complication arose regarding my sect admission. Elder Kong had summoned me and my father back, believing the admission process had been successfully arranged. Instead, I discovered they intended to force me into marrying their son. The cultivation technique I practice forbids dual cultivation before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Should I engage in it prematurely, a man would absorb a vast amount of my spiritual energy. They wish to use me as a cauldron to aid their breakthrough. I could never possibly agree to such a thing. Furthermore, I already have someone I cherish. At this point, Sun Ruoxin pretended to steal a glance at Chen, but she quickly lowered her head and continued in a somber voice. The other party is the son of a foundation establishment elder with formidable influence. Had I remained in Qingyan City, I would have been utterly powerless to resist. Therefore, I have decided to flee far away with my father. Now that I have learned you are alive, before departing I can leave with a peaceful heart. Upon hearing this, Chen sneered inwardly. He had finally understood her true purpose. Her original pathway into Qingyan sect had been blocked, so now she had come to him, seeking a quota. Impressive how well-informed she was. Yet this precisely suited his intentions. Naturally, he would play along. "So, senior sister, you left in such a hurry that day because of this matter?" Chen asked. Sun Ruoxin nodded with a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, watching Chen fall into the trap, felt a flicker of delight in his eyes. With the supposed misunderstanding resolved, Chen's expression softened from its earlier coldness, and he asked with apparent concern, "Must you leave, senior sister? The outside world is so perilous, teeming with bandit cultivators. Is there truly no way you could stay?" Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin shook her head. "There is no choice. That party is an elder of Qingyan sect with tremendous influence throughout Qingyan City. Unless I become a disciple of Qingyan sect and am shielded by the sect's regulations, they would only reconsider. But how could I possibly enter Qingyan sect? However, senior brother need not worry about me. My father and I shall be departing shortly. Even if they attempt to capture me, it will not be easy. And even if I truly cannot escape, I will absolutely refuse to become their cauldron. I shall ensure they gain nothing from me. It is merely a pity that I shall have no opportunity to repay your kindness over the past year. I truly hope to cross paths with you again in my next life." Sun Ruoxin spoke these words with as bright a smile as she could manage. The content was surely heartbreaking enough to move any listener to tears. Unfortunately, no one present was affected. Instead, all their eyes widened in realization. Whether it was Lu Jinglin Kier or Uncle Yi Tianhai, who had come specifically for the quota, all three suddenly comprehended Sun Ruoxin's true objective at that very moment. She was after the sect admission quota in Chen's possession. No, absolutely not. Chen, do not believe her. She is a wicked woman deceiving you. All three were desperately anxious. "You worthless woman. Last time you knew there was danger, yet you stole the flying boat and left us to die. How do you even have the face to come here and say these things?" Lu Jing could barely contain herself and was the first to fire at Sun Ruoxin. She had already pinned her hopes on Chen. The better Chen's prospects, the more she would benefit by staying by his side. If Chen were to join Qingyan sect, the benefits would be limitless. How could she let a scheming woman like Sun Ruoxin snatch him away? Lin Kuer quickly followed with a sneer. The moment you needed a flying boat to flee for your life, you came straight to Chen. You grabbed the boat and disappeared, abandoning us to our fate. Now that you can't enter Qingyan sect, you're crawling back again. This is the first time I've encountered a female cultivator so utterly shameless. She naturally couldn't tolerate it either. Otherwise, last night's intimate encounter would have been entirely in vain. Sun Ruoxin, faced with their wrathful accusations, stood with lowered head, tears glistening in her eyes, looking every bit the fragile blossom. I never thought of such a thing. Junior brother, you know me. I truly only wanted to see you before leaving and clear things up. I'm not asking you to do anything for me. After all, the other party is a foundation establishment elder. If I asked you to help me, I'd only be causing you harm. I've already hurt you once unintentionally. How could I possibly do something like that again? Junior brother, farewell. If I manage to leave safely and one day break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will give you everything I have to repay your kindness." With that, Sun Ruoxin's tears finally spilled over. She covered her face and hurried out of the courtyard with her head bowed. Beside her son, Yi also sighed heavily at Chen. Chen, what happened last time truly was an accident. Our master's orders compelled my compliance. We never anticipated this would occur. But explanations are useless now. Consider this your tuition fee returned from last time. You likely won't have the chance to attend classes again, so here you go. As for Ruoxin, alas, she actually holds your kindness toward her in her heart. She simply couldn't express it due to her cultivation circumstances. What cruel fate. Sun Yi sighed and pressed a mid-grade spirit stone into Yi Chen's palm. Shaking his head, he hurried after his daughter. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged cold, mocking smiles. That son Ruoxin should have been gone long ago. Meanwhile, Yi Chen watched the drama unfold with keen interest, finding genuine amusement in it. He dismissed every word son Ruoxin spoke as complete fabrication. Sun Yi was playing his part, subtly implying son Ruoxin harbored romantic feelings for him. Had Yi Chen been truly desperate, he might have fallen for it. He would have chased after them recklessly without a second thought. But the issue was that Yi Chen wasn't some simpering fool. So why chase after her? Yi Chen had no patience for wasted time. The 15-fold return from son Ruoxin was precisely what he needed. Moreover, her words were half true, half false. She might genuinely be in trouble. In that scenario, gifting her the Qingyun token would likely trigger a critical bonus reward. Yi Chen decided he'd wait no longer. He was going after son Ruoxin. What intrigued him most was discovering what bonus the Qingyun token would unlock. So Yi Chen quickened his pace and ran out of the courtyard. The moment he moved, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were thrown into panic. They extended their hands to grab him urgently. Fellow Taoist, you don't. This woman is deceiving you. Exactly. She's faking vulnerability just to swindle the Qingyun token. The second uncle standing nearby froze in shock. Could this fellow really have been fooled by her words? What kind of brain is this? How can someone with such a mind possess such exceptional alchemy talent and rapid cultivation progress? The second uncle couldn't comprehend it, yet he still harbored covetous thoughts toward the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's hands. So he spoke coldly. Yi Chen, the quota for joining Qingyun's sect belongs to our Yi family. It can be transferred among clan members, but if you dare gift it to an outsider, the clan leader won't spare you. Yi Chen laughed upon hearing this. Do you think I'm that foolish? To believe her so easily? This is a spot to enter Qingyun's sect we're talking about. She ran off too quickly and forgot to return the flying boat she took from me last time. I need to go get it back. Don't tell me you actually think I'm some simpering fool. Hearing this explanation, the second uncle finally relaxed. Indeed, Yi Chen wasn't stupid enough. As long as the Qingyun token remained in Yi Chen's possession, there was still a chance. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo also breathed a sigh of relief. They feared Yi Chen might be too gullible and fall for the woman's pitiful act. Knowing he was merely going after the flying boat, they felt reassured, and even somewhat satisfied. Yi Chen ought to reclaim everything he'd previously given to son Ruoxin. Yi Chen departed gracefully, chasing after them beyond the courtyard. Then he prepared to deliver the Qingyun token. The reason he hadn't handed it over immediately was mainly because the second uncle was present. If the old man saw this, he certainly wouldn't accept it and might summon the clan leader. In that case, he wouldn't be able to deliver it at all, and the quota would definitely be confiscated. It would be a disastrous loss, sacrificing everything for nothing. That's why he needed to wait until there was no one around. What exactly would he receive this time? Yi Chen pondered with growing excitement. Meanwhile, son Ruoxin had fled the Yi estate and stopped in a narrow alleyway. Sun Yi caught up to her, disappointment evident in his voice. Ruoxin, did you run too fast? And it didn't work anyway. Yi Chen showed absolutely no emotion. The sorrowful tears had already vanished from son Ruoxin's delicate features. She glanced behind to ensure no one was following, then sighed with concern. The incident with the flying boat last time must have deeply wounded Yi Chen's feelings. Gaining his forgiveness won't be easy. If I'd known this would happen, I should have brought Yi Chen along last time. Sun Yi could only shrug helplessly at her words. There was no remedy for regret in this world. He never imagined his master would be so ruthless. Even less did he anticipate that Yi Chen would not only survive, but also secure a place at Qingyun's sect. Under these circumstances, what could he possibly do? The two stood gazing at the quiet Yi residence entrance, sensing the gravity of their predicament. They could only return home and seek another approach. However, just as they were leaving, in despondence, footsteps echoed behind them. Son Ruoxin swiftly turned around. She spotted Yi Chen in his azure robes sprinting toward them. Yi Chen has arrived. Though ecstasy surged within her, son Ruoxin maintained a composed expression, her voice trembling with false sorrow. Junior brother, have you come to escort me out of the city? I appreciate your kindness, but you should return. Otherwise, if the young master of the Kong family discovers this, he'll come after you. Yi Chen spoke with reluctant concern. Is it truly this dire? You must leave. Son Ruoxin nodded with a bitter smile. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and asked, then what if you entered Qingyun's sect? Would you be safe? Son Ruoxin responded with a heavy sigh. Not entirely. After all, the opposing party is also an elder of Qingyun's sect. It wouldn't be difficult for them to target you. But with the status of a Qingyun sect disciple, they'd need to exercise caution and wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Unfortunately, entering Qingyun sect is far from simple. Yi Chen produced a token behind his back. I have a Qingyun token that can help you. Upon seeing the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's hand, both Sun Ruoxin and Sun Ye's eyes widened in shock, their hearts pounding with intense excitement. They had gone to such lengths seeking him out and performing their tearful act. Wasn't this precisely what they had been hoping for? Finally, they had achieved their goal. Looking at the Qingyun token in Yi Chen's hand, Sun Ruoxin desperately wished to snatch it away. She wanted it, oh how she wanted it. But she couldn't rush. She couldn't. Sun Ruoxin forced herself to calm down, crafting a look of surprise. Yi Chen, you actually possess a Qingyun token. But as the initial surprise faded, something seemed to click, and she hastily added, I didn't know you had secured a spot to enter the Qingyun sect when I came here. Please don't be like this, I couldn't possibly repay such a debt. Besides, I already feel guilty about what happened with the flying boat last time. How can I take your Qingyun token now? Yi Chen had no patience for further dawdling. He simply reached out and took Sun Ruoxin's small hand in his. Her hand was unusually fair, her skin tender and cool to the touch, exquisitely comfortable. It was even more exquisite than the hands of those beautiful pianists he had known in his past life. A perfect touch. Yi Chen pressed the Qingyun token into her palm. It's clear you need it more. Take it. Sun Ruoxin gripped the Qingyun token, her palms growing clammy with excitement. The opportunity to join the sect, something she had longed for so deeply, had fallen into her hands so easily. Tears threatened to well in her eyes. She hadn't dared to hope much by coming here. After all, a Qingyun token was a rarity that could not simply be sought out. Not to mention the incident with the flying boat earlier. Yet under these circumstances, Yi Chen had still chosen to give it to her. Even Sun Ruoxin couldn't help but feel profoundly touched. Yi Chen truly cared for her far too much. If I take the Qingyun token, how will you answer to your clan? And once I enter the Qingyun sect, what will become of you? This wouldn't be right. Sun Ruoxin couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen pursed his lips, barely hiding his smirk. You're fighting back a grin, yet you're telling me it wouldn't be right. What are you pretending for? Nodding, Yi Chen feigned worry, echoing her concerns. Indeed, how am I supposed to face my clan? This. Yi Chen's gaze shifted back to the Qingyun token in Sun Ruoxin's hand. Hearing his words, Sun Ruoxin's heart tightened. She cursed herself internally for her loose lips and hastily tried to make amends. You really shouldn't worry. Since the quota belongs to you now, you have the right to dispose of it as you please. Your family wouldn't interfere. Watching Sun Ruoxin grip the token so tightly, Yi Chen sneered coldly within. Whatever disputes arose over the allocation of clan assets could be settled internally, but gifting it to an outsider would surely invite punishment. Still, this woman likely cared little for whether she faced any repercussions. Fortunately, neither did Yi Chen. He nodded. You're right. It's mine to give, so I'll gift it to whoever I please. Senior sister, please accept it. Sun Ruoxin nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with emotion. Junior brother, you are too kind to me. Once I break through to Foundation establishment, I will spare no effort in repaying you to the fullest. Has still playing the long game with a devoted fool. Repay me after reaching Foundation establishment. By then he would likely only be fit to serve her tea and cakes. However, a system notification had already echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Deeming further words pointless, he urged her to depart. Go quickly, or it would be troublesome if my clan members caught sight of this. Sun Ruoxin shared his concern. Being intercepted by the Yi family would mean losing everything. Thus, after thanking Yi Chen once more, she departed swiftly alongside Sun Yi. Far from the Yi estate grounds, Sun Yi was overjoyed. Daughter, with the Qingyun token, we need no longer worry about our master. Our master values his reputation. Though he took our coin without delivering results, he wouldn't dare openly retaliate. You have finally secured a place in the Qingyun sect. The Foundation establishment stage awaits you. Where do we go from here? Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin clutched the Qingyun token and replied, without hesitation, straight to the Qingyun sect. If the Yi family learns of this, they will inevitably come to snatch the token back. The patriarch of the Yi family has already broken through to Foundation establishment. If he regains his composure, we will have no chance to enter. We must leave now lest we lose our opportunity. Sun Yi immediately nodded. Precisely. Enter the sect at once. As for what fate awaited Yi Chen for gifting a clan quota to an outsider, neither dared to mention it. For even if Yi Chen's plight grew dire, she would never return the Qingyun token. The chance to enter the Qingyun sect was hers to seize. At most, after becoming a disciple, she would visit Yi Chen to offer some compensation. The Qingyun sect lay on the outskirts of Qingyun City. In truth, it was the sect that gave birth to the city itself. Once outside the city, Sun Ruoxin promptly summoned her flying boat, and with Sun Yi aboard, headed straight for the Qingyun sect's main gates. They drew ever closer. While rejoicing for his daughter's son, Yi couldn't help but ask, Daughter, those final words you spoke to Yi Chen. Do you intend to pledge yourself to Yi Chen in repayment once you reach Foundation establishment? Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin shook her head without hesitation. I understand Yi Chen's intentions, but the gap in our status will only widen. I am about to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, while he remains merely a low-born member of a minor clan. If I eventually break through to Foundation Establishment, Yi-Chun may hardly even reach the late stage of Qi refining. Such a vast disparity makes it wrong to let him be my Dao companion. It would only harm him. Once I achieve Foundation Establishment and become an elder, I will naturally find a way to recruit him into the Qingyun sect. That way we shall be even. Sun Yi paused, taken aback by her words. This sounded rather off. Even if she broke through to Foundation Establishment, how old would Yi-Chun be by then? What good would joining the Qingyun sect do him then? Was that how one settled debts? Still, Sun Ruoxin was his daughter, and Sun Yi hoped she would find a worthy Dao companion. With his daughter, now a disciple of the Qingyun sect, Yi-Chun was indeed not her match. Once inside, you must cultivate diligently and perform well. Should a senior elder take a liking to you and accept you as a direct disciple, your chances of breaking through to Foundation Establishment will increase substantially. Among my cohort back in the day, 3 were taken in by elders. 2 of them eventually broke through to Foundation Establishment. Sun Yi admonished his daughter. Sun Ruoxin, curious at these words, asked, would it be even more promising to be taken as a disciple by a peak master? Upon hearing this, Sun Yi immediately shook his head. Peak masters are all late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. They hold ordinary disciples in no regard. If they do take disciples, it is only true geniuses. Those with at least 9-rank spiritual roots, or even mutant roots. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Consumed by disappointment, Sun Ruoxin mused. How wonderful it would be if a peak master had chosen her. She wondered what manner of person their disciples were. They must all be the pinnacle prodigies of the sect, surely. Yi-Chun strolled leisurely along the path back to the Yi residence. A smile graced his lips. The system's feedback had exceeded his expectations. Gift delivered successfully. The gifted item is a Qingyun token. Reciprocation in progress. 15-fold reciprocation activated. System detects that the gifted item proved vital to the match target, exceeding their expectations and causing immense emotional fluctuation. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward token of the Sword Peak Master. When the Sword Peak Master Gu Yunyun was ascending in her early years, she faced a crisis of life and death. Saved by a swordsman, she forged a resonant token and entrusted it to him. Crushing the token within Qingyun City will allow the recipient to sense it and come to repay the debt. After reading the details, Yi-Chun was overjoyed. This was not merely a pile of Qingyun tokens, nor was it some impenetrable sect's entrance token that he could never hope to obtain. It was instead the personal token of Gu Yunyun, the Sword Peak Master. Though Yi-Chun was not yet a disciple of the Qingyun sect, he knew its hierarchy divided elders into 3 tiers: ordinary elders, peak masters, and the sect master. It was said that all peak masters were late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. To become the direct disciple of such a powerhouse would grant resources and instruction far surpassing that of an ordinary entry-level disciple. There were also myriad privileges inaccessible to outsiders, not to mention gaining a late-stage Foundation Establishment patron. That Qingyun token had been an exceptionally worthwhile investment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi-Chun withdrew the token. Returning to the Yi residence, Yi-Chun was in high spirits. He was quite satisfied with the system's rewards. But if the reward had been a sected mission quota from a more prestigious sect, the journey alone would have been troublesome. Moreover, disciples from overly prestigious sects were likely well provisioned themselves, lacking nothing of the ordinary sort. For the current Yi-Chun, it would be difficult to find something valuable enough. Instead, a golden core sect like Qingyun sect was just right. And becoming the disciple of a peak master directly, the benefits were immense. Not to mention other perks, the status of being the peak master's personal disciple alone was invaluable. Setting aside the material benefits, merely upgrading his social circle would elevate his status and naturally increase his chances of encountering high multiplicity female cultivators. It was much like the contrast between a wealthy heir and an ordinary man. The former could access far more beautiful women in both quantity and quality. Thus, becoming a personal disciple offered Yi-Chun enormous advantages for his future development. Gazing at the voluptuous and mature Lu Jing along with his intimate friend Lin Kuer, it was finally time for him to recoup his investments. Once he reached Qingyun sect, the tenfold multiplier those 2 women offered would become irrelevant anyway. They had taken so much from him. It was time to collect principal and interest in full. Back at the courtyard, Yi-Chun spoke calmly to the 2 women. After I enter Qingyun sect, I can bring 2 attendants. If you are willing, come with me to Qingyun sect. If not, you may decide for yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 2 women exchanged different expressions, serving as Yi-Chun's attendants. This certainly wasn't what they had imagined. Lu Jing regretted deeply in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she should have surrendered to Yi-Chun without hesitation back when Lin Kuer had first entered the mountains before any other women competed for his attention. Had she not strung him along back then, but instead given herself completely, she could have at least secured the position of concubine rather than ending up as merely a servant now. But regretting now came too late. Lu Jing knew her own limitations. Without any foundation or connections, trying to survive alone in Qingyun City would likely leave her unable to even pay rent. In the end, she would only become someone else's plaything. It would be better to serve as Yi Chen's attendant. At least he was generous enough, despite his surprisingly varied and inventive approaches. At the very least, he wouldn't drain her cultivation. And in his dealings with her, there was an odd sense of courtesy. So she might as well serve as Yi Chen's attendant. Lu Jing quickly adjusted her attitude and gracefully bowed to Yi Chen. This humble one greets you, young master. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo on the side was struggling within herself. Regret, reluctance, and hesitation all churned within her. If she chose to become an attendant, all her prior efforts would have been wasted. If she hadn't gone into the mountains back then, and had simply accepted Yi Chen's pursuit outright, would things be different now? Lin Kuo was different from Lu Jing. Lin Kuo was confident she could survive in Qingyun City on her own merits. But after spending so much time with Yi Chen, even a casual gift from him could equal a year's income. Lin Kuo truly couldn't bear to leave, yet she was unwilling to become a servant. So she remained unusually hesitant, unable to speak for a moment. Yi Chen didn't mind Lin Kuo's hesitation. Even if she refused now, she would come running to him after some time. Those accustomed to getting something for nothing find it difficult to accept the psychological gap of working hard only to earn so few spirit stones. It was similar to a gambler's mindset. On the gambling table, a single win or loss could mean a month or even a year's wages, making it natural to lose interest in regular work. Just then a servant reported, "Young Master 7th, the clan head requests your presence immediately." Hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Though he felt no attachment to the Yi family or any sense of belonging among its members, the clan head was at least at the foundation establishment stage, and before he was strong enough himself, it was better not to defy him. Following the servant, Yi Chen soon arrived at the family assembly hall. The clan members had already gathered. The clan head sat elevated above, a smile on his face, while below a young man was surrounded like the center of attention. Yi Tian, cultivate hard at Qingyun sect. Once you reach foundation establishment, our Yi family will have 2 foundation establishment cultivators and become a prominent clan. Brother Tian, when you prosper, don't forget us. The Yi family belongs to us, but ultimately to you young people. As the leading figure of our generation, you must set an example for everyone. I wish you a brilliant future. May you obtain the foundation establishment pill and break through within 10 years. The clan members were all praising the young man. He was Yi Tian, the one with the best talent in the Yi family this generation. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Yi Tian immediately showed a confident smile and struck an elder brother pose. 7th, brother, you're here. Grandfather will personally see us off to Qingyun sect shortly. Although your talent is poor, since I'm here, I'll naturally look after and guide you. Don't worry about being bullied. Since your alchemy skills are decent and you can refine top-grade pills, don't waste them. After arriving at the sect, study hard and refine various pills for me. Once I break through to foundation establishment, your status in the sect will rise even higher. The other clan members also chimed in. That's right, Yi Tian has already reached the 7th layer of qi condensation. Follow Yi Tian closely and listen to him after entering the sect. The clan will provide resources to Yi Tian. Don't waste your alchemy skills either. When Yi Tian breaks through, you'll benefit greatly as well. If Yi Tian needs anything, you must help him to the fullest. Yi Tian is the pillar of our generation in the Yi family. But once you're at the sect, don't keep disturbing Yi Tian. Delaying his cultivation would be a serious matter. Listening to the clan members' words, Yi Chen looked at Yi Tian, the corners of his mouth curling upward. In his heart, he regarded all of them as fools. So what if he had a 7th-grade spiritual root? Who were they pretending with him and expecting him to be their dedicated alchemist? This Yi family indeed had shallow waters, but many turtles. Yi Chen remained silent, which made Yi Tian somewhat dissatisfied. Just as he was about to say something, the clan head spoke up. Since everyone is here, let's depart. I'm about to visit an inner affairs elder anyway. Hand me the Qingyun token, and he will surely assign you better locations out of respect for me. Yi Tian immediately handed over the Qingyun token with both hands and expressed his thanks. The clan head smiled approvingly, then frowned and looked at Yi Chen. Why aren't you producing the Qingyun token? Yi Chen replied without hesitation. Thank you, grandfather, but I haven't finished packing yet. I also need to bring my 2 attendants, so I need some preparation time. Grandfather, you go ahead with big brother first. The thing Yi Hong disliked most about Yi Chen was that he never listened. He always had his own ideas, making Yi Hong feel his authority was undermined. The clan head narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. I said we go today. Give me the Qingyun token now. Yi Chen sighed and silently lowered his head. Yi Chen's attitude made the clan members' eyes widen. Was Yi Chen's rebellious nature really this strong? The clan head was clearly angry, yet he still wouldn't obey. Had he eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall? Moreover, the clan head personally seeing them off would definitely bring more benefits than drawbacks. Meanwhile, second uncle beside him watched Yi Chen's refusal to produce the Qingyun token and couldn't help but recall the female cultivator from that morning who had clearly come for the Qingyun token, and Yi Chen had chased after her later. Could it be that Yi Chen's Qingyun token was truly tricked away? Was it not that he didn't want to produce it, but that he couldn't? Considering this possibility, second uncle's blood pressure surged. I spent spirit stones to buy it from you, and you wouldn't sell. Someone shows you a bit of pity and you give away the Qingyun token. Doesn't your head have a brain, or is it all about women? Haven't you ever seen a woman? Second uncle couldn't hold back anymore, and spoke angrily. Chen, did you really give the Qingyun token to that woman? As second uncle's voice rang out, the entire hall fell instantly silent. Chen gave the Qingyun token to someone. Is that true or false? That couldn't be. Qingyun's sex quota was so precious. Everyone knew how rare it was. How could any fool give it away? Though driven by discontent, Yifeng deliberately spread rumors within the clan that Chen had been acting as a bootlicker at Silver Moon Market. Yet most clan members refused to believe it. The two female cultivators brought back by Chen were both stunningly beautiful. How could a simp possibly win the heart of a woman of such caliber? Besides, Chen had fearlessly challenged the clan master's authority that day, arguing on merit for the Qingyun sect quota. Although everyone believed Chen had offended the clan master, deep down they agreed with his actions. After all, Chen's father was dead, and he would inevitably be marginalized within the clan. For Chen, obtaining the Qingyun token was the only opportunity. Therefore, Chen must be a wise man. How could such a clever person be a simp? How could he possibly hand over a quota he had risked defending the clan master to obtain? They might almost believe he sold it instead. So none of the clan members believed what Chen's second uncle had said. The Yi clan head did not believe it either. His cold eyes fixed on Chen, produce the Qingyun token and leave now. As clan head, everyone was expected to obey him. Otherwise, how could he lead the clan in the future? And under the gaze of all present, Chen helplessly sighed. He had not expected the clan head to personally take him to Qingyun sect, though likely mostly to forge connections with him along as an afterthought. But the problem was he truly could not produce it now. Chen looked toward Qingyun sect, wondering when Elder Gu Yunyue of the Sword Peak would arrive. If she came tomorrow instead, he feared the clan head might kill him on the spot. But this situation could not be concealed forever. Grandfather, I truly did give away my Qingyun token. As soon as Chen finished speaking, silence fell over the hall. Everyone stared at him with baffled expressions. Chen had actually given away the Qingyun token. Was he out of his mind? That was a quota for joining Qingyun sect. Could Chen really be a simp? But what kind of simp would give away his own future? It couldn't be. There must be some hidden circumstances. The one you gave it to was that female cultivator from this morning. The second uncle could not resist asking. Chen nodded and admitted it. Such things could be verified at will, so there was no point in hiding. The second uncle was furious enough to want to kill. I offered spirit stones to buy it from you, and you still refused. But some stranger said a few words, and you handed it over. Do you even consider yourself a member of the Yi family? The second uncle was genuinely enraged. That had originally been his son, Yifeng's quota. Hearing this, Chen immediately waved his hand. Second uncle, you misunderstand. How could I ever stop considering myself a member of the Yi family? But I simply had no choice. You also heard this morning. If Ruo Xian does not become a Qingyun sect disciple, her fate will be utterly miserable. Son Ruo Xian has already pledged her heart to me. She said once she reaches foundation establishment, she will become my Dao companion. Ruo Xian's talent surpasses mine, making her more likely to achieve foundation establishment. Should we eventually become Dao companions, she would effectively become part of our Yi family as well. For the Yi family, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. The surrounding clan members listened to Chen's explanation and were completely dumbfounded. Chen's line of reasoning was absurd. A girl plays the victim, says she'll be your Dao companion upon reaching foundation establishment, and he just believes it. Look around Qingyun City. What female cultivator would choose a weaker male as their Dao companion? If Sun Ruo Xian truly reached foundation establishment, she would never look at him. You dare bring this up, and she might slap you to death on the spot. Looking into Chen's eyes, one could see a kind of pure, unadulterated foolishness. The clan members now fully believed the rumors circulating within the family. Even the Qingyun token could be tricked away with a few pretty words. If Chen wasn't a simp, then who was? Enough. The clan head's furious voice echoed through the main hall. His foundation establishment pressure burst forth instantly, making all the clan members tremble with fear. The power of foundation establishment was truly terrifying. The clan head stared straight at Chen. Where is she? The Qingyun sect quota was extremely valuable. In all these years, the Yi family had only produced 2 such quotas. How could outsiders simply take it away so easily? They must catch that person. Anyone who dares to cheat the Yi family out of a quota must die. However, Chen shook his head and said, Ruo Xian went to Qingyun sect the moment she received the quota. She has a flying boat, so I estimate she has already arrived. Chen knew son Ruo Xian far too well. She would never care about his life or death. Once she obtained the quota, she would only fear that delays might cause complications. Even if it was midnight, she would rush to Qingyun sect immediately to complete the formalities and lock everything in place. Upon hearing this, the Yi clan head's rage intensified further. Even a trace of killing intent mixed within it. Glancing at Chen a few times, the clan head withdrew his gaze. We will discuss this matter when I return. Yi Tian, let us go. The clan members all caught the coldness in the clan head's tone. Clearly Yi Chen's fate would be dire. However, since Yi Chen's alchemy skills were profound, his cultivation was unlikely to be crippled. But in the future, he would most likely be imprisoned by the family and forced to serve as an alchemy machine for the rest of his life. Many clan members were secretly warning their children. See this. When you grow up, never become a simp. Because simps come to a miserable end. And Yi Chen had guessed how the clan would deal with him. After all, he had alchemy skills to rely on. The clan would never waste him. That was why Yi Chen had calmly confessed. But he wondered when that Sword Peak elder would arrive. Could she hurry up? Waiting online urgently. In an instant, no one spared Yi Chen another glance. Having thoroughly angered the clan head, Yi Chen had no more chances. Meanwhile, Yi Tian stood behind the clan head. The clan head threw out a flying boat and prepared to depart with Yi Tian. Before stepping onto the flying boat, Yi Tian looked at Yi Chen with a condescending smile. Little seventh, do not neglect your duties while I am gone. Brew more top-grade pills for me. Top-grade Yuan cultivation pills will suffice. If there are top-grade Yuan cultivation pills, they can also help me build connections within the sect. The clan head glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He will manage. Do not worry about cultivation. The clan head's attitude proved everything. Yi Chen's fate was sealed. As the flying boat rose into the sky, Yi Tian strode forward with pride. Yet Yi Chen himself was not particularly nervous. He just wanted to shout out, I have shed blood for this family. But before he could speak, a terrifying aura descended upon them in an instant. The clan head's figure froze, his expression shifting dramatically. May I ask which fellow Taoist grace us with a visit? Seeing the clan head's demeanor, the clan members were also startled. The clan head had already reached Foundation establishment, yet he seemed somewhat flustered. The next moment, a red figure stepped into the main hall. Gu Yunyue of Qingyun's sect. A slightly languid, faintly husky voice rang out, adding a touch of sensuality. Gu Yunyue. Upon hearing this name, gasps of astonishment rippled through the clan. Even the Yi clan head immediately lowered the flying boat and bowed. Greetings, Elder Gu. Forgive our failure to welcome you properly, Elder. Please take your seat. No one in the Yi family knew why Gu Yunyue had come except for Yi Chen. And as Yi Chen gazed at her stunning figure clad in red robes and her breathtakingly beautiful face, wild joy flashed in his eyes. It was not merely lust. It was because Yi Chen's system emitted a notification. The system has detected a compatible match. Gu Yunyun 100 times gift feedback. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Chen stood frozen in place. Holy crap, 100 times. Is this for real? Yi Chen knew that so far the highest multiplier he had ever encountered was merely 15 times from the female cultivator Sun Ruoxin. Now relying on the system, he had secured a master. He had thought it was merely an opportunity to enter the Qingyun sect. Little did he know there would be an unexpected bonus. Eyes blazing with ecstatic joy. 100-fold master. Faced with such a multiplier, Yi Chen swore he would never abandon his master. With filial devotion, he would nourish his master to the fullest. The Qingyun sect was a golden core powerhouse. An ancestral elder at the golden core stage presided over it. 6 peak masters commanded the sect, each one a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Though ordinary elders also reached foundation establishment, the gap in combat power between them and the peak masters was immeasurable. Even Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, had not anticipated this. The sword peak master Gu Yunyun had actually come to the Yi residence in person. A prodigy blessed by heaven itself, she was renowned throughout the realm. In merely 27 years of cultivation, her cultivation base had surged forward at an unprecedented pace, breaking through straight to the late stage of foundation establishment. Her combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing. During a fierce battle between the Qingyun sect and the neighboring Xinxia sect, Gu Yunyun single-handedly faced 2 opponents, slaying 2 late-stage foundation establishment elders with her sword and earning renown across the region. She stood among the absolute pinnacle of foundation establishment cultivators, recognized as the one most likely to break through to golden core within the sect. Yet she had personally come to the Yi family. What could possibly warrant such an honor from an elder of Sword Peak's standing? Unless she came to offer congratulations. There must be some prior connection between Gu Yunyun and his family. She must have come to congratulate him on his breakthrough. The thought filled Yi Hong with an immense sense of pride. Having a peak master personally extend such greetings was an honor beyond measure. Yi Hong bowed deeply with a beaming smile. Immortal Gu, your presence honors us beyond words. Please take a place of respect. Yi Tian's eyes locked onto Gu Yunyun's stunning visage, his heart racing with excitement. If only he could forge a connection with her, his fortunes would rise dramatically. Yi Tian hurriedly prepared spiritual tea and presented it with both hands. Meanwhile, Yi Hong introduced his son with evident pride. This is Yi Tian, who has already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Soon we shall enter the Qingyun sect. I humbly request your guidance, Immortal Gu. Yi Tian immediately bowed deeply. I pay my respects, venerable elder. Every member of the Yi family harbored deep hopes. Should Gu Yunyun truly share a connection with their clan, perhaps she would accept Yi Tian as her personal disciple. The Qingyun sect maintained strict hierarchy. A regular disciple received 1 portion of resources monthly. An elder's disciple, however, received 5 portions. A peak master's personal disciple obtained 10 portions monthly, along with exclusive privileges. Ordinary disciples had to fight desperately for opportunities, but peak master disciples received them outright. The disparity was staggering. If Yi Tian could become the peak master's personal disciple, his fortunes would soar. Yi Tian himself had never imagined such an opportunity might be within reach. His entire body trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had been completely overlooked by everyone in the hall. Gu Yunyun paid no mind to Yi Hong's words. No matter how much the Yi family head spoke, she seemed entirely deaf to him. After glancing over the assembled Yi clan members, she walked directly toward Yi Chen. Soon, amid the bewildered and astonished gazes of the Yi family, she stood before him. Her slightly husky, mature voice rang out once more. "How did you come by this token?" As soon as Gu Yunyun finished speaking, the Yi family members were stunned anew. Gu Yunyun had actually come looking for Yi Chen. Yi Hong felt his face flush with embarrassment. It seemed immortal Gu did not even recognize him. He had been flattering himself with false hope. And Yi Tian, who had been dreaming of becoming a personal disciple, turned pale as disbelief overwhelmed him. His mind reeled with confusion. What could the Sword Peak Master possibly want with Yi Chen? Was she perhaps seeking to take him as a disciple? Impossible. That had to be impossible. What merit did Yi Chen possess to deserve such honor? Yi Chen for the first time carefully examined his future master. Her brows curved like distant mountains, her features graceful and dignified, and those phoenix-shaped eyes possessed an almost incomprehensible beauty. The red dress she wore hung somewhat loose on her frame. Yet on Gu Yunyun it clung as though tailored to perfection. Even the generous cuts of the crimson gown could barely contain the breathtaking fullness of her figure. Shouldn't sword cultivators maintain lean, refined builds? How could someone with such a figure excel as a swordsman? It defied logic. But his master's stunning physique made Yi Chen feel his filial devotion waver, teetering on the edge of something altogether different. Yi Chen quickly replied, "Venerable One, an elder gifted it to me. They said I should use it in Qingyun City to enter the Qingyun sect as a personal disciple." Gu Yunyun took the token and studied it with calm composure. The Yi family members hearing this stared with widened eyes. Did Yi Chen have such fortune? Yi Tian's expression contorted. He feared a brother's success more than any hardship. What right did Yi Chen have to become a peak master's disciple? That honor should have been his. Gu Yunyun stored away the token and regarded Yi Chen. "What grade is your spiritual root?" "3rd grade. Yi Chen's spiritual root was exceptionally poor. For the first time, Gu Yunyun's brow furrowed. "Your talent is insufficient. Even as a personal disciple, breaking through to foundation establishment would be nearly impossible. I suggest you stop wasting your time on cultivation. It will lead nowhere. Perhaps we could negotiate other terms. For instance, reside in Qingyun City as a wealthy man. I shall be your patron and ensure your comfort for life." Yi Chen's lip twitched as though his heart had been pierced 100 times. Though she lacked the typical sword cultivator's appearance, her blunt manner was unmistakably that of one. So harsh. What did she mean by wasting time on cultivation? "I will practice regardless. I appreciate your counsel, but I wish to attempt it." Gu Yunyun's temperament appeared somewhat detached. Seeing Yi Chen persist, she simply nodded calmly. "Very well. Then I shall accept you as my disciple. We depart immediately." Yi Chen quickly interjected, "Master, I must bring my 2 serving maidens with me into the sect." Gu Yunyun nodded. She then instructed Yi Chen to lead the way, offering not a single glance at the Yi family before vanishing gracefully. Within the Yi family's main hall, the clansmen stood frozen in disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances. The very Yi Chen they had condemned to imprisonment and pill refining for life had somehow become a peak master's personal disciple. And not just any peak master, one of the strongest. Was this fate or madness? What bizarre fortune had propelled Yi Chen to such heights? What on earth was happening? The previously triumphant Yi Tian now wore a deeply twisted expression. Why? On what grounds? He had been elated at the prospect of entering the Qingyun sect. But now that Yi Chen had become a personal disciple, everything had lost its flavor. As for the Yi family patriarch, his face darkened with offense. Though Gu Yunyun was a genius peak master, she had visited the Yi estate and ignored him entirely. Such blatant disregard was intolerable. And though Yi Chen had become a peak master's personal disciple, he had intended to imprison and exploit Yi Chen for life. Their bond had long since fractured. With Yi Chen's father deceased, Yi Chen and the Yi family could only drift further apart. Moreover, Yi Chen possessed only a 3rd-grade spiritual root. The family's hope rested solely on Yi Tian. Yi Chen merely stumbled upon fortune by chance, gaining the sword peak master's interest, but it carries little weight. His starting point is admittedly higher, yet a 3rd-grade spiritual root makes foundation establishment virtually impossible, as the peak master herself stated. If he cannot break through to foundation establishment, what difference does it make whether he is a personal disciple? Besides, though personal disciples receive abundant resources, Yi Chen even gifted his Qingyun sect placement to another. Who knows what else he might give away? Therefore your future shall surpass his. You remain the hope of my Yi family. Hearing his father's consolation, Yi Tian, whose mindset had twisted with jealousy, felt somewhat comforted. Indeed, Yi Chun was a sycophant. Even if luck had elevated him to personal disciple, if he gifted away his resources, what mattered was his position. In the end, he would prevail. The bootlicker would end up with nothing. On the flying boat en route to Qingyun's sect, Lu Jing and Lin Qiri blushed as they gazed at Yi Chun, their eyes brimming with unexpected delight. While waiting in the courtyard, they overheard the servants whispering that Yi Chun had bestowed the Qingyun token upon an outsider, thereby infuriating the sect master. The consequences were unimaginable. At that time, both women were thoroughly startled. Lin Qiri had even considered making a quick escape to cut all ties with Yi Chun. But who would have expected that merely a short while later, Yi Chun had become the personally taught disciple of the peak master of Qingyun's sect. It was a remarkable twist of fate, truly unbelievable. Though the two women did not fully grasp how precious the status of a peak master's personally taught disciple truly was, they understood very well just how rare it was to have a teacher at the late foundation establishment stage. And so the once hesitant Lin Qiri now boarded the flying boat, without a second thought willingly becoming Yi Chen's maidservant. The flying boat soon arrived at Qingyun's sect, briefly touching down at the mountain entrance. The mountain gate elder, upon seeing Gu Yunyun clad in crimson robes, with an impassive expression, hastily bowed. Greetings, Elder Gu. Have someone from the Internal Affairs Hall come to the Sword Peak later to complete the registration. I have accepted a disciple. Hearing this, the mountain gate elder was profoundly startled within. Gu Yunyun had actually taken on a disciple. Gu Yunyun had always been indifferent to anything beyond the path of the sword. To date, she had never accepted any disciples. Not even geniuses with hetero-spiritual roots had caught her interest. Now she was accepting a disciple, who must be an extraordinary prodigy. The mountain gate elder dared not be negligent, and quickly ascended. Gu Yunyun spoke no more, and once the array opened, she steered the flying boat directly into the sect grounds. This made Yi Chun, who sat upright on the flying boat, reflect deeply. Previously, he had only heard that newcomers had to handle all the registration procedures themselves. He never imagined that upon becoming a personally taught disciple, the Internal Affairs Hall would come to serve at his door. The status of a peak master's personally taught disciple was far more esteemed than he had ever imagined. Within Qingyun's sect, immortal aura drifted ethereally among mountains shaped like swords, while various immortal cranes and spiritual creatures danced about, resembling a paradise of the celestial realm. Even the spiritual energy was noticeably denser than in the outside world, opening the eyes of Yi Chen, Lu Jing, and Lin Qiri, all cultivators from beyond. Soon the flying boat alighted upon a certain peak. This is Sword Peak, and you are its only disciple. That yonder is my cave dwelling. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek my guidance there. Your talent is lacking, but since you are resolute in pursuing the path of immortality, I will nonetheless grant you the status of a personally taught disciple. Yet whether you can maintain it or break through to foundation establishment rests entirely upon yourself. After retracting the flying boat, Gu Yunyun regarded Yi Chun with her phoenix-like eyes, cold and impassive. For this sudden personally taught disciple, she was actually quite dissatisfied. First, she cared only for the sword path and nothing else, as she had never considered accepting disciples in the first place. Second, Yi Chen's talent was far too mediocre. Third-grade spiritual root. Among 10 randomly selected rogue cultivators on the roadside, 5 would surpass Yi Chun. Finally, there was the female cultivator beside him. Brining a maidservant upon entering Qingyun's sect clearly indicated he was not one devoted to arduous cultivation. Poor talent, and unwilling to work hard, indulging in pleasures instead. His future was destined to be bleak. Therefore, Gu Yunyun harbored no expectations for Yi Chen whatsoever. She merely intended to bestow the title of personally taught disciple and let him fend for himself. She estimated that within no time, Yi Chun would leave on his own accord. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen sensed his master's cold indifference. However, it did not bother him in the slightest. With the Simp system at his disposal, Yi Chun believed he could warm even the coldest iceberg. How much easier then to win over a stunningly beautiful and aloof master with an extraordinary figure. His motivation was absolutely maxed out. Thus Yi Chun remained completely unfazed. Gu Yunyun nodded. The Internal Affairs Hall will arrive shortly to register your identity and acquaint you with all matters within the sect. I am leaving now. With that, Gu Yunyun departed gracefully. Yi Chun hastily bowed, watching his aloof master leave. Observing his master's retreating figure, Yi Chun made another discovery. Her waist was extraordinarily slender. Even from behind, the outline of her figure was unmistakable. Lu Jing's figure was equally spectacular. Yet she could never achieve that particular effect. No wonder his master received 100-fold feedback. Simply with that figure, it likely accounted for at least half of the multiplier. But this master indeed paid him little mind. She had simply abandoned him here, unwilling to even spare a few more words. Fortunately, the Internal Affairs Hall staff arrived promptly. A flying boat descended before the trio. Dozens of Internal Affairs Hall officials stepped forth, among them an elderly man with completely white hair and beard. "Where is Elder Gu?" the elder asked, looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen bowed. "Greetings, elder. My master has returned to rest and instructed me to wait here for you all to handle the registration." This was indeed Gu Yunyun's manner. The elder showed no surprise, but instead regarded Yi Chen with keen interest. Gu Yunyun was proud and ambitious, devoted entirely to the sword path. The sect master had mentioned it several times, even recommending a disciple with a hetero-spiritual root. Yet Gu Yunyun had declined. Now she had suddenly brought someone back, truly piquing curiosity. What caliber of genius must this be? "I am Elder Chen of the Internal Affairs Hall, here to register you." "Your name?" "Yi Chen." "Spiritual root attribute." "Attributeless, 3rd grade." What?" Elder Chen was stunned. In his understanding, ordinary spiritual roots were attributeless, ranging from 1st grade to 9th grade. Beyond that, there existed various hetero-spiritual roots, fire spiritual root, water spiritual root, and so on. These specialized roots carried significant limitations, restricting practitioners to cultivating only corresponding attribute-matching techniques and learning spells of that attribute. However, by forging a singular path, cultivation speed proved swifter, spell power proved greater, and the probability of breaking through to foundation establishment proved higher. Any individual bearing a hetero-spiritual root could be considered an unparalleled genius. Yet Yi Chen, brought back personally by Gu Yunyun, possessed only a 3rd-grade spiritual root. How could this be possible? Elder Chen, hardly believing it, immediately instructed the officials to produce the spirit testing formation plate. Yi Chen placed his hand upon it, watching as 3 pillars of light appeared. Both Elder Chen and the other officials fell silent. It really was 3rd grade. Frankly speaking, within Qing Yun's sect, a 7th-grade spiritual root ranked at the very bottom. To stand out, one needed at least an 8th-grade root. Only a 9th-grade spiritual root could be considered a minor genius. As for 3rd grade, honestly, most Qing Yun sect officials had never encountered such a thing. After all, Qing Yun's sect did not admit the feeble. Elder Chen regarded Yi Chen with a complex expression. "Are you a relative of Elder Gu?" Yi Chen understood what the elder was thinking and did not hide it. "A certain senior shares a connection with my master, which is why she accepted me." Elder Chen suddenly comprehended. So he had entered through connections. Such occurrences did happen within Qing Yun's sect. After all, elders were human too, and there were always personal favors difficult to refuse. However, each peak master could designate only one personally taught disciple. The rest remained ordinary elder disciples, receiving somewhat more resources, but no additional privileges. To willingly sacrifice a personally taught position indicated that Elder Gu owed a considerable favor. Elder Chen immediately lost all interest, instructing his subordinate officials to handle Yi Chen's registration, refusing to utter another word. Only after the registration was complete and Yi Chen had received his token did Elder Chen finally speak. The benefits of being a peak master's personally taught disciple are numerous. For instance, every 3 years you may receive a cultivation quota for the 5 Elements Cave. There are also spots within the sect's secret realms, and personally taught disciples enjoy a higher probability of obtaining them. Upon reaching the peak of the 9th layer of Qi condensation, the sect will also distribute a low-grade foundation establishment pill. If you compete in the sect grand tournament and claim first place, the low-grade pill can be upgraded to high-grade. There are many sect facilities that restrict ordinary disciples, but personally taught disciples face no such limitations. Furthermore, the allocated pills are all of high grade. For specifics, everything is documented in the handbook you received. Hearing the introduction, Yi Chen's eyes lit up immediately. He could not resist asking, "Can these quotas be gifted to others?" Elder Chen paused at the question. "Gift them." The 5 Elements Cave could purify and compress one's entire spiritual energy, cleansing the physical body with formless power. A single entry yielded tremendous enhancement to both spiritual energy and physique. And the opportunities within secret realms were exceedingly abundant. Who would give such things away? Could it be? Elder Chen observed Yi Chen and surmised the reason behind the question. Yi Chen was merely at the 6th layer of Qi condensation with a 3rd-grade spiritual root. He was likely afraid of having his resources snatched away, which is why he asked. Though he was a connection hireling, Elder Chen still spoke earnestly. "The quotas belong to you, so naturally you may gift them to anyone. But only if you willingly choose to do so. Should anyone attempt to seize them by force, it is absolutely impossible. Our Qing Yun sect is a righteous sect. While we encourage competition among disciples, it is always conducted honorably. Privately snatching resources is utterly intolerable. Even if another personally taught disciple commits such acts, they will pay a heavy price, potentially losing their cultivation and being expelled from the sect. Therefore, rest assured." Elder Chen then witnessed a relieved smile cross Yi Chen's face, prompting him to shake his head. A formally recognized personally taught disciple, yet fearing his resources would be stolen. The weakest personally taught disciple in the history of Qing Yun sect might have just been born. Can the benefits reserved for direct disciples be given away? That seals the deal. Yi Chen was in exceptionally high spirits, a smile appearing on his face. This smile made Elder Chen shake his head even more. Happiness so easily just because things wouldn't be snatched away. This weakest direct disciple was truly beyond saving. However, Yi Chen's direct disciple status certainly wouldn't last long. Elder Chen couldn't resist adding more. Although the direct disciple title is prestigious, the pressure is also great. If performance is too poor, it could even be revoked. For instance, sect competitions are mandatory for all direct disciples. Regardless of ranking, if you finish at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, your qualification will be revoked. Direct disciples enjoy these sect resources, so they must contribute as well. Difficult tasks that no one dares to accept will be forcibly assigned to them, at least once a year, and if 2 consecutive missions yield poor results, qualification will also be revoked. For matters concerning the sect's honor and safety, direct disciples must lead from the front. Therefore, if you feel your strength is insufficient, it might be better to become an ordinary disciple. Elder Chen was laying out the advantages and disadvantages of the direct disciple path. Yi Chen understood this clearly. The direct disciple identity was indeed prestigious with substantial benefits, but correspondingly carried greater dangers. For natural prodigies, this was naturally manageable. Prodigies can swiftly convert resources into power. But for someone weak like Yi Chen, obtaining direct disciple status might not be such a blessing after all. He could even lose his life to overly dangerous sect missions. Still, even though he wasn't a genius, he had the system. By giving away all the direct disciple benefits, he would receive high-ratio feedback directly. This efficiency would absolutely surpass even genius-level cultivation. Maintaining his direct disciple status certainly wouldn't be difficult, so Yi Chen remained completely unruffled. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Chen. I won't let Master down. Sensing the elder's genuine goodwill, Yi Chen thanked him with a smile. Elder Chen shook his head and gracefully departed. He left behind the administrators to handle Yi Chen's various internal affairs, securing his residence, explaining important matters, and even providing this month's pills and spirit stones. Direct disciples received 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 30 top-grade pills each month. Just this alone revealed the magnanimity of Qingyun's sect. Once the administrators withdrew, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo went inside to tidy things up. Yi Chen stood before his cave dwelling, gazing at the sky where immortal birds danced above Qingyun's sect, feeling his spirit soar. He had finally entered Qingyun's sect. Tomorrow he'd see what surprises the senior sisters of Qingyun's sect could bring him. Master's 100-fold return rate was indeed impressive. But Master was at the late foundation establishment stage. Yi Chen simply couldn't provide what she needed. Even if he scraped together spirit stones to acquire it, the 100-fold return from giving it to her would likely be of little use to his current state. So he needed to curry favor, but not now. He'd deal with it once he reached foundation establishment. For now, what he needed most were senior sisters still at the chi refining stage who could provide high-ratio returns even if he couldn't find them immediately. Sun Ruoxin had also entered Qingyun's sect. She could provide at least a 15-fold guaranteed return. So Yi Chen wasn't anxious, not until tomorrow at least. Yi Chen still had more important matters to attend to. Turning around, he saw Lu Jing and Lin Kuo diligently tidying the cave dwelling. Lu Jing wore a long dress today, bending over as she made the bed, her figure flawless. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo was using a cleansing spell to sweep the walls. The breeze stirred Lin Kuo's long hair, revealing her pale first-love beauty in all its splendor. Upon seeing Yi Chen return, both showed expressions of delight. Lu Jing felt uneasy in this new place, so seeing Yi Chen brought her special comfort. Lin Kuo, meanwhile, was rejoicing because Yi Chen had officially become a direct disciple. Though compared to Lu Jing, Lin Kuo's devotion lacked sincerity. She hardly qualified as a virtuous woman, but that didn't matter. Meanwhile, atop the bamboo pavilion on Sword Peak, beside Gu Yunyun rested a cyan flying sword. Her perfect curves revealing body reclined on the bamboo bed, gazing upward at the starry sky through the window. Formless starlight energy was drawn from the heavens, streaming downward, accentuating Gu Yunyun's already exaggerated figure, made more alluring by her reclining posture and disheveled garments. This secret technique Gu Yunyun had acquired allowed her to channel starlight energy to nourish both sword and practitioner. As she drew the starlight, Gu Yunyun's mind drifted in thought. Naturally, Gu Yunyun was dissatisfied with Yi Chen as a disciple. Yet repaying the life-saving kindness from back then with nothing more than a direct disciple title was entirely worthwhile. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's aptitude was truly poor. Sect regulations stipulated that each peak master could only have 1 direct disciple in their lifetime. Any subsequent disciples would only receive ordinary treatment without the privileges of direct discipleship. Thus, Gu Yunyun's feelings toward Yi Chen were genuinely complex. On one hand, she held little hope for him and lacked the inclination to manage him. On the other, she reasoned that since he was connected to her benefactor, granting him direct disciple status, yet neglecting him entirely, seemed inappropriate. Unable to resist, she extended her divine sense to check whether Yi Chen was cultivating diligently. If he proved sufficiently dedicated, perhaps offering some support might still allow him a chance to break through to foundation establishment. But as Gu Yunyun projected her divine sense toward Yi Chen's cave dwelling, she immediately retracted it, unable to suppress the light scoff. This youth was truly unteachable. On his very first day entering the sect, instead of cultivating properly, planning his development, or gathering his spirit to adapt to sect life. Instead, her direct disciple appeared genuinely irredeemable. In Gu Yunyun's mind, any notion of taking responsibility for Yi Chen completely dissolved. She resolved never again to consider helping Yi Chen along. Since beginning her cultivation journey, Gu Yunyun had always walked alone. Though she'd heard of such occurrences before, this was her first time encountering it firsthand. For a moment her heart churned with confusion. Unconsciously she retrieved a wine gourd from her storage ring and took a swallow, perhaps drinking too hastily. Some liquid traced down from her chin. It then flowed along her jade-like neck and disappeared into the snow-white expanse without a sound. Not knowing how much time had passed, Gu Yunyun once again couldn't resist extending her divine sense to check on her disciple. Her lovely face flushed with color, once more like rouge spreading through water, breathtakingly beautiful. He closed his eyes to rest for a brief moment. Then Yi Chen opened his eyes amidst a delicate sensation. After dressing, he directly left the cave dwelling. Gazing toward the direction of Master Gu Yunyun's bamboo tower, Yi Chen pondered whether to pay his respects and curry favor in advance. However, recalling Gu Yunyun's indifferent demeanor from yesterday, Yi Chen then gave up. He would flatter her after he reached Foundation establishment. For now he headed to the Grand Plaza of Qingyun's sect. After the steward's introduction yesterday, Yi Chen had gained some understanding of Qingyun's sect. The places where disciples congregate were mostly at the Grand Plaza. This Grand Plaza served as the main activity area for all disciples. It included living quarters, commercial districts, lecture areas, and internal affairs sections, among others. Although it was called a plaza, its area was nearly comparable to a small town. Yi Chen soon arrived at the Grand Plaza. At the center of the plaza stood Qingyun's sect's mission hall. Already many sect disciples had come here to accept missions. Outside the hall, shouts could be heard from time to time. Slaying a chi refining 6th layer monster, need one more loot, and contribution points split equally. Requirements: chi refining 6th layer, proficient in ice type spells. I am chi refining 4th layer, adept at the small cloud rain technique, already at the mastery level. I have also learned the great fireball technique, capable of both damage and healing. Are there any senior brothers or sisters willing to take me? If I don't complete a mission soon, I'll be expelled from the sect. The alchemy peak needs a medicine testing disciple. Requirements: chi refining above 6th layer, strong physique, 30 low-grade spirit stones per day, daily settlement. If you can last 5 days, total remuneration increases to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Hunting the ancient gray eagle mission, need a teammate skilled in the enemy seeking technique, high contribution points come quickly. The lively scene before him actually gave Yi Chen a feeling of online games from his previous life. There were also teams short of members who saw Yi Chen and wanted to come over and ask. However, when they saw the 3 white cloud patterns on Yi Chen's robe, they were startled. In Qingyun's sect, ordinary disciples had 1 cloud on their robes, while elder disciples had 2 clouds. Only the personal disciples of peak masters had 3 clouds. But didn't their sect have only 4 peak masters' personal disciples? How had a 5th one suddenly appeared? Immediately many people cast probing glances at him. Moreover, quite a few disciples took the initiative to come forward and bow to Yi Chen. Those who could become personal disciples were all geniuses. They naturally didn't mind forming a good connection. The cultivation world wasn't just about fighting and killing, it also required social grace. If one had a strong network, they could ask for help to get through any difficulties. Yi Chen smiled at these ordinary disciples. He swept his gaze around. The system hadn't chimed many times. The few times it did were all 5-fold or 10-fold multipliers. Yi Chen simply ignored such multipliers. His standards were now high. He couldn't even be bothered with 5-fold or 10-fold ones. After strolling around in front of the mission hall, Yi Chen turned toward the lecture area. The lecture area consisted of public platforms. Elders were generally teaching there. Some taught basic cultivation techniques, while others taught various entry-level spells. There were even lessons on the 6 arts of cultivation. There was also an advanced zone. As a personal disciple, Yi Chen could go anywhere with virtually no restrictions. It was evident that the elders were very dedicated in their lectures. It somewhat reminded him of university in his previous life. After roaming around, Yi Chen roughly understood why Qingyun's sect held such strong appeal for ordinary cultivators. Outside, finding someone to guide you and learn various knowledge was extremely difficult. But in Qingyun's sect, these were benefits that any disciple could enjoy. If one lacked resources, they could take missions. They could exchange merit points for various resources to improve themselves. This was far better than being a rogue cultivator outside. Although the sect provided very few free resources to ordinary disciples, with Qingyun's sect as a platform, the benefits disciples received far exceeded imagination. Unfortunately, in the lecture area, Yi Chen didn't find a suitable gift-receiving target. However, he did encounter a 20-fold gift-receiving target. She appeared to be a senior sister at Chi refining 7th layer. Her appearance was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. But there was a male cultivator sitting beside her, attending the lecture together. Their interactions with each other were exceptionally intimate. Although the system prompt indicated she was still a virgin, the two were clearly deeply in love with each other. Yi-Chun had never been one to steal someone else's partner. There were plenty of fish in the sea, but why snatch another's cultivation partner? So he simply chose to ignore her. After finishing with the lecture area, Yi-Chun headed toward the commercial district. Here there were sect-owned shops, and many disciples also set up stalls. They sold items obtained from missions in the outside world. Yi-Chun strolled along the streets. Besides hoping to try his luck and see if he could encounter a suitable target, he also wanted to see if there was anything suitable as a gift. Just brought back yesterday Eagle-Eye Tiger Blood, very fresh. Eagle-Eye Tiger Blood is perfect for beginners learning talismans. 1 low-grade spirit stone per small bucket. Processed first-grade demon beast hides 30% cheaper than shop prices. Come quickly. Freshly made mid-grade basic rejuvenation pills, best medicinal efficacy. Yi-Chun walked and looked among the crowd. To be honest, there was nothing that caught his eye. After all, if disciples truly obtained any treasures, they would definitely keep them for themselves. What could be sold at stalls were surely items they didn't need much. Yi-Chun thus idly strolled around. When Yi-Chun passed by a stall selling cultivation techniques, he stopped in his tracks, a look of keen interest on his face. The stall owner had placed a dual cultivation technique on display. Dual cultivation, as the name implies, meant 2 cultivators practicing together. Since Yi-Chun had transmigrated here, he had been very interested in this type of technique and wanted to find one to critique. However, the current cultivation world was somewhat short-sighted and eager for quick success. Orthodox dual cultivation techniques were rare. Instead, secret arts like plucking and seduction techniques had become mainstream. Thus, Yi-Chun had never seen one before. Now that he finally saw it, he was naturally full of interest. An orthodox dual cultivation technique allowed both parties to improve their cultivation while experiencing pleasure. Although the improvement was not much, having it was better than not. If after giving a gift the dual cultivation technique's effect doubled, wouldn't that be a direct boost? Double the pleasure. Yi-Chun's talent was poor and he urgently needed to improve his cultivation speed. Even if dual cultivation added only a little, having it was better than not. With that thought, Yi-Chun immediately asked, "How much is this technique?" The stall disciple calmly replied, 1 high-grade spirit stone. Yi-Chun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. 1 high-grade spirit stone for a dual cultivation technique. Are you insane with greed for spirit stones? The most expensive item Yi-Chun had bought before, a flying boat, only cost 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Could it be that everyone from Qingyun's sect was a money grubber, just like Sun Yi? Why is it so expensive? Yi-Chun asked with a frown. The stall owner showed an impatient expression and was about to say something like, "You broke bastard, if you can't afford it, piss off." But when he saw the 3 white cloud patterns on Yi-Chun's robe, he was startled. A personal disciple of a peak master. Although he had never seen Yi-Chun before, who in Qingyun's sect would be foolish enough to impersonate a personal disciple? Thus the stall owner immediately became enthusiastic, stood up, and introduced to Yi-Chun, "Senior brother, this dual cultivation technique of mine is not ordinary. As you know, with ordinary dual cultivation techniques, to get any effect you have to divert your attention mid-process to circulate the technique. And afterward you have to sit cross-legged to refine the gains from the process. But with such things, being distracted affects the pleasure. Moreover, immediately sitting cross-legged after finishing is not good for the bond between cultivation partners. But my technique is different. The technique circulation is completely passive, no need to divert attention, and no need to specifically convert the gains. During the process, both parties receive spiritual energy feedback. It can be said that it improves cultivation while not interfering with the main business at all. Senior brother, with this function, 1 high-grade spirit stone is truly not expensive. If I weren't in need of money, I would never sell it." After hearing the introduction, Yi-Chun became even more interested in this dual cultivation technique. It was not for the act itself. Yi-Chun was not that kind of person. The main reason was that Yi-Chun knew his aptitude was poor, so he needed to seize every opportunity to accelerate his breakthrough. At this thought, Yi-Chun picked up the jade slip, and after receiving the other party's consent, inserted his divine sense to scan the technique. Introduction. Joyful art. Life is short. Enjoy dual cultivation. What bliss could be greater? Once cultivated, it activates automatically during spiritual communion, with a female cultivator converting energy without requiring focus. Both parties receive feedback. The higher the female cultivator's realm, the better the effect. One may practice dual cultivation for 2 hours each day, beyond that the conversion efficiency drops significantly. When both parties share the same cultivation level and are spiritual partners, the efficiency is only 1/10 of normal cultivation. So it truly was 1/10. In calculation, it equated to gaining 3 extra days of cultivation progress per month. But this did not yet account for the bonuses from pills used during normal cultivation. Therefore, those 3 days were roughly equivalent to just 1 day. Practicing tirelessly for a full month yielded only 1 extra day of cultivation gains. Frankly speaking, the efficiency was barely better than nothing. Moreover, the daily effective period was only 2 hours. Was this insulting anyone's intelligence? Yi-Chun concluded that this technique was subpar. The effect is too mediocre. merely a palliative measure. I will offer 10 mid-grade spirit stones for it. Yi-Chun immediately began haggling. Hearing this, the stall owner's lips twitched. Senior brother, you well know how difficult cultivation breakthroughs are. Even the slightest opportunity should be grasped. After all, one step slow means falling behind at every step. 10 mid-grade spirit stones simply will not do. How about this? I consider it a gesture of friendship between us, 90 mid-grade spirit stones. Yi-Chun curled his lips. If even the slightest opportunity must be seized, then why don't you keep it for yourself? The stall owner replied with utmost assurance, because I have no spiritual partner. Senior brother, as an ordinary disciple I receive such meager monthly resources. How could I ever seek a partner? If a partner accompanied me on missions and found them too perilous, would I not have to go along? If a partner lacked cultivation resources, and I happened to have some, could I feign ignorance and withhold them? And if children entered the picture, it would only multiply the troubles. If the child possessed spiritual roots, you would still need to provide resources. Seeking a partner wastes both time and resources. Only a fool would do such a thing. Yesterday, a newly initiated disciple told me his cousin was a desperate simp, constantly pursuing a partner, frantically gifting pills and resources, even presenting far more precious treasures. Now that is a true fool. Yi-Chen's lips twitched upon hearing this. This fellow certainly saw things clearly. But why did that mention of a cousin feel so familiar? Yi Tian, that guy, joined Qingyun's sect, and instead of focusing on cultivation, made it his life's work to spread rumors about him. Next time they met, Yi-Chun would give him a sound beating. This dual cultivation technique was indeed unique with its own distinct advantages. However, its actual contribution to cultivation was too minimal. It belonged to that category unaffordable for low-rank cultivators, yet overlooked by high-rank ones. The stall owner likely had it sitting unsold for quite some time, and combined with Yi-Chen's status as a directly ordained disciple, it prompted him to deliberately forge a connection. Ultimately, both parties struck a deal at 50 mid-grade spirit stones. After completing the transaction, Yi-Chen walked back with a pleased demeanor. This joyful art's efficiency was indeed somewhat lacking. But what if system feedback was factored in? It might just take off entirely. 100-fold feedback would be ideal, of course. But if he dared to present this to his master might expel him from the sect on the second day of accepting disciples. What about that female cultivator he had encountered before who offered a 20-fold rate? That actually seemed promising. She already had someone in her heart. Gifting a dual cultivation technique to her would be perfectly appropriate, would it not? However, presenting a dual cultivation technique to a female cultivator felt rather like sexual harassment. And giving it to someone with a boyfriend, would she not interpret it as provocation? Would he not risk being beaten? Furthermore, it might not bode well for his reputation. Just as Yi-Chun was hesitating, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Senior sister, you can actually refine high-grade azure spirit pills now. Your skills are fast approaching second-rank alchemist level. Truly impressive. Sun Ruoxin's voice. Hearing this, Yi-Chun naturally turned to look. Indeed, Sun Ruoxin appeared before his eyes. Dressed in Qingyun's sect disciple attire, her long, shapely legs remained eye-catching and dazzling. But when the system notification sounded, Yi-Chun was utterly shocked. This was not because of Sun Ruoxin. It was because of the female cultivant beside her. System detects a compatible feedback target. Yaoshi 30-fold feedback multiplier. What the? Yi-Chun immediately scrutinized carefully. Standing beside Sun Ruoxin was a tall, striking female cultivant whose legs rivaled Sun Ruoxin's in length, yet she stood taller, at least 1.75 meters. Her figure was equally impeccable, slender waist, long legs, and curves that defied nature. But what drew Yi-Chun's attention most was her posterior. A slight tilt of his head revealed her breathtaking silhouette. She resembled those curvaceous Brazilian beauties from his past life, capable of balancing a glass of wine steadily upon her back. Her figure was extraordinary. It fully deserved the 30-fold feedback rate. This female cultivant, named Yao, she walked alongside Sun Ruoxin. Her exquisite face adorned with a tranquil smile. Her chin tilted slightly upward. Clearly she was a proud woman. Interesting. Your talisman-making skills are also quite good. With dedicated cultivation, there is no reason you cannot be taken as a disciple by the talisman elder. Yaoshi returned the compliment with a light smile. It appeared sincere, yet carried an air of nonchalance. Her father had an old connection with Sun Yi. So out of respect for her father's memory, she offered slight patronage to Sun Ruoxin within the sect. And although she held the title of senior sister, and had reached the 9th layer of qi refining, she had plenty of troubles of her own. She had no time to linger chatting with Sun Ruoxin, and intended to depart after a few casual words. Ruoxin. Noticing Sun Ruoxin's absent-mindedness, Yaoshi frowned, and reminded her. Sun Ruoxin snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. She hastily apologized to senior sister Yaoshi. Forgive me. I was startled to see an acquaintance. Yaoshi waved her hand casually. Since you have encountered someone familiar, go and converse. I still have matters to attend to. With that, she prepared to leave. But as she casually glanced over to see who Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance was, She noticed the three clouds emblem decorating Yi Chen's robes. Seeing Yi Chen at Qingyun sect, Sun Ruoxin was undoubtedly taken aback, especially since Yi Chen was wearing the disciple robes of Qingyun sect as well. Had the Yi family awarded the other sect membership to Yi Chen as well? Was Yi Chen valued so highly? Sun Ruoxin could make no sense of it. But being new to Qingyun sect, she was actually rather apprehensive. To see a man here willing to give selflessly and without regret, it was something rare. Regardless of whether she harbored romantic feelings for him, her spirits lifted and her heart grew at ease. Besides, since Yi Chen had also entered Qingyun sect, wouldn't he continue to gift her in the days to come? This is wonderful. Junior brother, you've entered Qingyun sect as well? This is truly wonderful. I was so worried yesterday about whether your family would punish you. But how did you get in? Sun Ruoxin asked, her voice tinged with delight. How dare he worry about me? If you truly cared, why did you flee so quickly after taking the Qingyun token, acting as though you feared I might return it? Yi Chen sneered inwardly. But at the moment he could not bear to glance at Sun Ruoxin again. After all, standing behind her was a beauty 30 times more captivating. Yi Chen replied casually, by some fortunate coincidence. Then he added, why don't you introduce the senior sister behind me? Noticing his gaze, Sun Ruoxin froze. She turned to look and found that the eldest senior sister had not left. And Yi Chen, seeing her, remained emotionally composed, yet showed particular interest in the eldest senior sister behind him. This made Sun Ruoxin feel somewhat displeased. Still, she introduced, this is Yao Shi, the eldest senior sister of Qingyun sect. She has reached the 9th layer of Qi refining and has been taken as a disciple by an elder of the Pill Peak. This is Yi Chen, my junior brother. We once studied talisman crafting together. Yi Chen smiled gracefully. Greetings, senior sister Yao. A smile bloomed on Yao Shi's breathtakingly beautiful face. Has senior brother Yi also just joined the sect? Under Yi Chen's deliberate guidance, the conversation soon drifted toward alchemy. You not only know how to craft talismans, but also practice alchemy. You truly are a genius. Yao Shi was quite astonished. Yi Chen shook his head modestly. I am merely a beginner. Far from matching you, senior sister Yao. If you would be so kind as to offer guidance when the opportunity arises, I would be most grateful. Hearing this, Yao Shi generously replied, there is an advanced pill lesson every week which I attend. If junior brother has any questions, he may come to consult me at any time after class. I have matters to attend to shortly. Farewell for now. Yi Chen nodded gratefully. Then he watched as Yao Shi turned and departed, her long legs carrying her away. Truth be told, Yao Shi's front was already stunning. But her back view was nothing short of heavenly. A perfectly rounded curve that Yi Chen had never before encountered. Combined with her willow slim waist, one could scarcely imagine the exquisite scene if she were to bend backward. I must also cultivate. I'm leaving now. Sun Ruoxin's expression turned cold. Just now Yi Chen had completely ignored her, his eyes seeming to contain only the eldest senior sister. Most importantly, even after the eldest senior sister had departed, Yi Chen continued to watch with lingering gaze. Though she had long known that Yi Chen was not some devoted simp, still, to be so blatantly disregarded in person, was she truly inferior to the eldest senior sister? Thus Sun Ruoxin was very angry. She uttered a cold remark and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrow. She had taken so many things from him, tricked him into giving her a flying boat to escape, and even entered Qingyun sect through his efforts. And she had the audacity to throw a tantrum at him. Absurd. Nevertheless, Sun Ruoxin still had some use. The dual cultivation technique was unsuitable as a gift for his master, nor for Yao Shi, whom he had just met. On one hand, presenting such a thing upon first meeting would make him appear rather depraved, which would not bode well for future development. On the other hand, she might not need it anyway. Worse still, if the system did not recognize the gift, it would be entirely wasted. But Sun Ruoxin was different. Hadn't this woman agreed that once she reached the foundation establishment stage, she would give herself to him in gratitude? Regardless of whether she spoke those words sincerely or not, he had taken them to heart. In that case, gifting Sun Ruoxin a dual cultivation technique was perfectly reasonable. It would surely earn the system's recognition and trigger a reward. So Yi Chen smiled and said, since I have just entered Qingyun sect and am unfamiliar with the surroundings, I felt it proper to be courteous toward strangers. Moreover, she is your friend, and I cannot simply disregard her. I came to the sect plaza today specifically to find you. I just spent a high-grade spirit stone to purchase a suitable gift for you. Yi Chen's explanation was quite reasonable, and upon hearing that he had prepared a gift worth a high-grade spirit stone for her son, Ruoxin's anger vanished instantly. Ever since her father's master Elder Kong had exploited them, the accumulated spirit stones of the son-father-daughter duo had been completely drained. They were now exceedingly impoverished. Yet Yi Chen had prepared a gift worth a high-grade spirit stone for her. This naturally brought Sun Ruoxin great pleasure. Then I shall forgive you this time. But you must not behave like this in the future. With that, Sun Ruoxin extended her hand, signaling Yi Chen to produce the gift. Inside, Yi Chen sneered coldly and pressed the newly acquired dual cultivation technique, the blissful art, into her palm. Gazing at the jade slip, Sun Ruoxin's eyes lit up. Was this a spell? A spell costing a high-grade spirit stone must surely be extraordinary. Sun Ruoxin grew even more delighted and probed with her divine sense to read the introduction. But the moment she clearly understood the description, Sun Ruoxin froze. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chun. She could not fathom that the gift Yi Chun had prepared was a dual cultivation technique. Did Yi Chun wish to cultivate dual arts with her? Sensing Sun Ruoxin's gaze, Yi Chun feigned confusion. Did not senior sister say she would give herself to me once she reached foundation establishment? Is it improper for me to prepare a dual cultivation technique for senior sister in advance? Don't tell me senior sister never intended to practice dual cultivation with me, and those earlier words were merely spoken to deceive me. Yi Chun's words struck Sun Ruoxin, who had been about to angrily confront him right where she stood. When she had sought to obtain the Qingyun token from Yi Chun, she had indeed spoken such words. But those were nothing more than empty talk. If she truly reached foundation establishment, how could she possibly look favorably upon Yi Chun? And how could she ever consider giving her body in repayment? Yet Yi Chun had harbored these thoughts all along, even purchasing a dual cultivation technique. What did this mean? Yi Chun was not genuinely fond of her at all, but merely coveted her body. Everything he had done was nothing but to win her over. How foolish of her to have thought that Yi Chun was different from other men. Disgusting. Despicable. Though she cursed fiercely within her heart. After entering Qingyun's sect, Sun Ruoxin had discovered that while the sect was excellent, rising to prominence still required resources and support. And she was currently penniless. She absolutely needed Yi Chun's assistance and could not afford to alienate him. So Sun Ruoxin suppressed her anger and spoke as calmly as she could. How could I ever deceive you, junior brother? I am merely somewhat embarrassed to discuss such matters. Thank you for your gift, junior brother. I will surely study and cultivate this technique diligently. Having said this, she even cast upon Yi Chun a charming coy glance. Nevertheless, she had already made up her mind. Once back, she would give this wretched technique to her father and have him sell it. At this moment, a smile also appeared on Yi Chun's face. It was not because of Sun Ruoxin's rather amateurish expression management, but because the system's feedback prompt sounded in his mind. Gift successfully given. The gift is the ultimate bliss art. Feedback in progress. 15 times feedback. Reward: Great Joy Zen Method. Great Joy Zen Method, the path of ultimate bliss, a dual cultivation technique that allows both parties to gain immense cultivation breakthroughs while experiencing supreme pleasure. Practitioners can rely on this art to strengthen their foundation and grow stronger with each battle with no time limit. Reward has been sent to the host's storage space. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Great Joy Zen Method. The name sounded quite impressive. Judging from the description, it seemed far more powerful than the ultimate bliss art. For one thing, there was no time limit anymore, and one could grow stronger the more they fought. As for just how enormous the enhancement was, that would require personal experimentation. In short, hearing the system's reward notification put Yi Chun in excellent spirits. On his second day at Qingyun's sect, he had encountered the suitable 30 times female cultivator Yaoshi. He had also received a dual cultivation technique that looked quite promising. Simply perfect. This Qingyun sect was definitely the right choice. Junior brother, please don't give me gifts like this anymore. Senior sister is currently planning to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, so she may enter seclusion for a while. If you need to find me, you can come to my residence. Sun Ruoxin spoke earnestly, hinting that Yi Chun should give more practical gifts in the future. She also intended to show him around. A smile curled at the corners of Yi Chun's mouth as he listened. With the 30 times senior sister who would keep sending gifts every day, keep dreaming. Yi Chun had already made plans to attend alchemy lectures, bump into senior sister Yaoshi by chance, and naturally offer her gifts. Sun Ruoxin's importance to Yi Chun had dropped significantly, but it was reasonable to show her around. If senior sister ever needed someone and couldn't be found, Sun Ruoxin could serve as a temporary substitute. The two left the main plaza and headed toward the disciples' residential area. The living quarters looked decent, consisting of small courtyard houses. Each occupied about 100 square meters with conditions that were neither good nor bad. Standing there, Yi Chun could clearly sense that the spiritual energy concentration here was far lower than on his sword peak. Living on the main peak and enjoying richer spiritual energy was one of the benefits of being a direct disciple. The two soon arrived at Sun Ruoxin's courtyard entrance. Sun Ruoxin worried that Yi Chun might follow her inside. If they were alone, he would likely try to take advantage of her. After all, she still wanted his gifts. She wouldn't be able to refuse too firmly if the situation arose, and he might take advantage. So Sun Ruoxin awkwardly said, I just moved in here yesterday after joining the sect. The inside hasn't been tidied up yet, so I'll have to invite junior brother for tea next time. Yi Chun chuckled at her words. Use and discard, is that it? But this suited his purposes perfectly. He was actually eager to return and test the dual cultivation technique. He didn't say a word, simply turning around and leaving without hesitation or any lingering attachment. This response left Sun Ruoxin slightly taken aback. She couldn't help but wonder if she'd been too cold and driven Yi Chun away. It made sense. Just the admission to Qingyun's sect was worth a fortune. Not to mention all the treasures he'd given her, yet she'd acted dissatisfied. She hadn't even invited him inside for a moment. Anyone would be angry in that situation. Yet even knowing she'd been slightly excessive, Sun Ruoxin had no intention of changing her stance. It was Yi Chen's fault for being so gullible. She'd only mentioned it casually out of gratitude, but he actually took it seriously, going so far as to purchase a dual cultivation technique. Yi Chen's intentions with the Qingyun token weren't pure at all. He was clearly after her body. If she showed him any warmth, he'd definitely push his luck further. He might even try to force himself on her. So she absolutely couldn't be nice to him. Would he get angry and stay away? Sun Ruoxin wasn't worried about that at all. Yi Chen had willingly given her the Qingyun token. He'd even believed such an obviously fabricated lie about the flying boat incident. Clearly his feelings for her ran incredibly deep. Someone like Yi Chen would never truly stay angry with her. No matter how cold she was, he'd continue to fawn over her and support her unconditionally. She had nothing to worry about. In short, dealing with Yi Chen gave Sun Ruoxin complete confidence. Yi Chen returned to the Sword Peak in high spirits and entered his courtyard. With only his master and a few others on the entire peak, it was exceptionally peaceful. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Jing and Lin Kamei had already awakened. Seeing Yi Chen, both blushed. "Greetings, young master." Lu Jing and Lin Kamei had largely abandoned their earlier schemes. They'd fully accepted their situation and were now content serving as his attendants. Being Yi Chen's attendants actually came with considerable benefits. He promised to provide them with the pills they needed for cultivation, plus a monthly stipend of 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Such treatment would be hard for even late-stage qi refining female cultivators to resist. They'd gladly become his kept women. They only needed to stay by Yi Chen's side and serve him. In return, they'd receive everything they needed for cultivation and resources. This was undoubtedly a dream job for most cultivators. So the two women were genuinely content in their roles as servants. Lu Jing went to prepare food, while Lin Kamei tidied the rooms. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took out the Great Joy Zen method from his storage ring. He pressed the jade slip against his brow. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. By afternoons, Yi Chen had mastered the basics. It was only natural. When someone learned something new, they wanted to try it immediately. When the two women saw the stone bell jade marrow bed, Yi Chen produced, their eyes widened in astonishment. The jade marrow bed was crystal clear, throughout surrounded by spiritual energy, like a miniature spirit gathering formation. Cultivating upon it would surely double one's results with half the effort. They never expected Yi Chen to possess such a treasure. After he briefly explained its functions, they were even more astonished. If this bed could accelerate cultivation, how many spirit stones must it be worth? And it was so large that ordinary storage bags couldn't hold it. This meant Yi Chen's storage bag was far larger than the ones he'd given them. Yet this discovery didn't breed resentment. Instead, they felt his resources ran deeper than they'd imagined. Following such a man was undoubtedly their good fortune. Although Gu Yunyun possessed a strikingly alluring figure, her temperament was exceptionally cold and forthright. A contrast that was truly remarkable. Day after day, she cultivated through the daylight hours, and each evening would lie beside the bed of her bamboo pavilion, gazing up at the starry sky, before drifting slowly into slumber. However, for the past few days, Gu Yunyun had been unable to sleep at night. The main culprit was the noise emanating from Yi Chen's quarters. The sounds were hardly loud, impossible in fact to carry all the way to the bamboo pavilion. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Gu Yunyun could not resist extending her divine sense to listen in. She was thoroughly captivated with curiosity regarding her own disciple. As for why she kept eavesdropping, it was intimately connected to the cultivation method she practiced. Gu Yunyun had already reached the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. She was beginning to prepare for her golden core breakthrough. But because her path had been too smooth and untroubled, her state of mind had never grown truly complete. The sounds from Yi Chen's side were stirring profound fluctuations within her Tao heart. Gu Yunyun had a feeling about this. The day she could listen to those sounds with absolute equanimity, as still as an ancient untouched well, would be the very day she formally prepared to break through to the golden core. Even now, listening to those sounds still brought a host of wandering thoughts to her mind. But Gu Yunyun was full of confidence. With her sheer willpower, she was certain she would succeed. But before achieving success, she absolutely could not recklessly attempt the breakthrough. During the golden core tribulation, one would inevitably face the tribulation of the Tao heart. Any weakness in this regard would guarantee failure. Therefore, this was not eavesdropping. This was cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's mood was also quite pleasant. With the new cultivation technique, his progress had simply doubled. Yi Chen's aptitude was merely average. Originally, even with top-grade pills and the assistance of the stone bell jade marrow bed, it might have taken no less than half a year to break through to the 7th layer of qi condensation. But now at most 3 months. If he pushed himself further, he might even sprint through to qi condensation layer 7 within 3 months. The two women were both remarkably conscientious now. One prepared breakfast while the other waited before him, attending to his washing. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, Lin Kuer, with her innocent first-love face, carefully tended to his grooming. Lin Kuer was highly motivated and always sought opportunities to study in secret whenever Lu Jing was absent, striving to improve herself. But today Yi Chen had plans. So disregarding Lin Kuer's sorrowful and aggrieved gaze, he finished his breakfast. He reminded the two women to cultivate diligently and then made his way to the sect's great plaza. The art of fire control lies in spiritual resonance. You must elevate fire control art to its perfected stage so that you may wield flames with precise mastery. Only then can you possibly refine top-grade pills. Spirit fire. Spirit fire is exceedingly rare, but if one were to obtain it, one's alchemy would surely advance by leaps and bounds, and it would benefit not just pill refining but cultivation as a whole. Very well, that concludes today's lesson. I have explained the art of fire control in full detail. Should any doubts remain, you may visit the Tianxin Pill Shop, where my personal alchemy notes are available. I am confident that after studying them you will find them greatly beneficial. At the Great Plaza that day, Yi Chen found today's advanced cultivation class rather tedious. What struck him as most absurd was that the elders still managed to slip in an advertisement after class. It was quite outrageous. Though Yi Chen paid it little mind, his alchemy level had long ago reached the pinnacle of first-rate mastery. He had absolutely no need to listen to the elders' lectures. The reason Yi Chen had come was of course for senior sister Yao Shi, 30 times over. Since his master remained off-limits, Yao Shi was now Yi Chen's favorite female cultivator without exception. During the lesson, Yao Shi had been seated in the very front row. The classroom was quite rudimentary, nothing more than mats placed upon the ground. Many disciples sat cross-legged, but Yao Shi's figure was far too extraordinary to sit cross-legged comfortably, so she chose to kneel instead. The breathtaking scenery that resulted from the constriction was truly captivating. Now that the lesson had ended, Yao Shi seemed to be lost in reverie and had not yet risen. Yi Chen, however, stood up directly and walked toward her. The disciples, scattering in all directions, caught sight of Yi Chen, and their expressions were slightly peculiar. For a week had passed, and the news of a newly appointed personal disciple within the sect had already spread. It was only natural that outsiders were curious. After all, this was the disciple taken in by Gu Yunyun, the peak master universally recognized as the sect's #1 combat powerhouse. Everyone wanted to know what caliber of genius she had claimed. But soon new rumors emerged. Yi Chen was a connected man. He had leveraged personal favors to obtain his status as a personal disciple. His spiritual root was inferior even to that of an ordinary disciple rated at only the 3rd grade. It was estimated he could barely hold on to his status for 3 years before being stripped of it. Worse still, whispers circulated that this favored nephew was nothing more than a humble boot, a man with zero ambition, handing all his resources over to female cultivators. These rumors left the disciples of Qing Yun's sect utterly dumbfounded. Everyone here was so dedicated to cultivation that they barely had time to seek a Tao companion. And yet there existed such an oddity who chose to be a humble boot. Most crucially, this kind of humble boot had actually become a personal disciple. It was simply beyond outrageous. So the disciples' expressions toward Yi Chen were extraordinarily strange. Yet not a single one dared to voice mockery or ridicule. After all, no matter how poor his spiritual root, how low his aptitude, or how pathetically servile he behaved, he was still a personal disciple, and moreover one favored by the peak master. Who would be foolish enough to court death? They were merely waiting internally for the day Yi Chen would lose his personal disciple status and leave the mountain in disgrace. And at this very moment, watching Yi Chen proactively walk toward senior sister Yao Shi, the disciple's initial skepticism dissolved entirely. All doubts about the rumors concerning this personal disciple were now confirmed to be true. Yi Chen paid no mind to the slightly odd glances from those around him. The reputation of being a simp was indeed unflattering, but for himself it turned out to be the best disguise. After all, in the cultivation world, strength spoke for itself. When the day came that he became an immortal emperor, who would dare mention his past as a simp? With a smile playing on his lips, Yi Chen walked through the crowd and approached Yao Shi. Senior sister Yao Shi was kneeling there at the moment, her eyes closed in quiet repose. The full moon of her chest overflowed to both sides under the weight of her body, stirring thoughts too bold to linger upon. Yi Chen watched quietly, feeling no rush. But Yao Shi, whose eyes had been closed in meditation, sensed someone gazing at her and immediately opened them. Aware of the heated intensity in Yi Chen's gaze, Yao Shi showed no disapproval. Instead, a quiet joy bloomed within her. Pretending not to notice, she smiled softly and spoke. "Junior brother, Yi has come to listen to the lecture as well. Earlier I was so engrossed in the elders' teachings that I failed to notice you, junior brother. Please forgive my oversight." Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. "You are too kind, senior sister." Yao Shi rose gracefully, the full moon of her chest returning to its natural position with remarkable resilience. "Junior brother, is there something troubling you? If so, I would be glad to clarify any confusions for you." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at this. Was this senior sister not too approachable? Her attitude toward him was far better than he had anticipated. Was it because of his status as a direct disciple? Yet Chen did not dwell on it, for this suited his purposes perfectly. So Chen pressed his advantage. Indeed, I have some questions, and I am still unfamiliar with the sect. Would senior sister be kind enough to show me around and help me become acquainted with the sect? Cultivators were generally busy. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were busier still than loose cultivators outside, cultivating, studying, practicing spells, completing sect missions. They rarely wasted time on trivial matters. This was especially true of Yao Shi, a leading figure among the disciples. Yet to everyone's surprise, she agreed without hesitation. The two then walked outward together. Yao Shi introduced the sect's various aspects while patiently explaining alchemy techniques whenever Chen raised questions, making complex matters easy to understand. Chen offered occasional praises, and they appeared to be enjoying each other's company greatly. This scene was not lost on many disciples watching from a distance. Their hearts filled with sour jealousy. Yao Shi was the senior sister of the outer sect, her figure and beauty nothing short of extraordinary, drawing countless admirers among the outer disciples. Most lacked the courage to pursue her. Yet here was Chen, a nepotism-backed direct disciple, chatting so cheerfully with the senior sister, truly stirring resentment among the male disciples. Useless simp. Instead of cultivating properly, all you do is chase after female cultivators. Do you think you can simply swoon the senior sister just because you're a favored disciple? Wait until that status crumbles. See how smug you'll still be then. Watch whether the senior sister will even glance your way again. This is the Qingyun marketplace within the sect. If you wish to purchase spirit herbs, magical artifacts, talismans, and other items, this is the place. Essentially, anything a disciple might need can be found here. Standing before the entrance to the Qingyun marketplace, Yao Shi smiled as she introduced it. Chen nodded, considering whether to go inside and browse, perhaps finding something suitable as a gift for her. But at that moment, a female attendant emerged from the Qingyun marketplace, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yao Shi. Senior sister, you've arrived. The remote grappling technique you mentioned last time, the one for snatching and striking enemies from a distance, is now available in our shop. This technique is called the Dragon Grasping Hand. It can swiftly form a palm-sized spiritual energy hand within a 50-meter radius to seize objects or strike enemies. Its movements are nearly silent, making it nearly impossible to anticipate or defend against. The manager held it specifically for you and wanted to ask before listing it. Would you like it, senior sister? The attendant was an outer sect disciple working part-time at the Qingyun marketplace. She earned contribution points and spirit stones through her work, which is why she addressed Yao Shi as senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's eyes brightened with visible eagerness. She turned to Chen and explained, during the qi refining stage, manipulating objects remotely with mere spiritual power can only reach about 5 meters, lacks precision, and has insufficient feedback speed. That's why I've always sought a technique like this, one that allows remote retrieval of items at will. It would greatly assist in alchemy and prove invaluable when gathering spirit herbs outdoors. It can also be used offensively against enemies, making it endlessly versatile. Please wait a moment, junior brother. I'll come out once I've made my purchase. Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yao Shi wanted to buy a technique. This was like sending a pillow to a sleeping person. Though Chen didn't lack techniques, who would complain about having more? Chen had long wanted to test how much gratification the 30-fold return from Yao Shi would bring him. So he smiled and said, no problem. I've never visited the Qingyun marketplace either, so I'll accompany you inside. Yao Shi naturally had no objections. Smiling at Chen, she walked gracefully up the steps into the shop. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. That seemed far too expensive. Though Yao Shi was genuinely interested in cultivation techniques, her eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the price. The attendant quickly explained, this dragon grasping hand is quite remarkable, a technique allowing free manipulation within 50 meters, cultivable even at the qi refining stage. You might not find a second copy throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Its control is excellent while its power remains formidable. Most importantly, the spiritual energy fluctuations when forming the dragon grasping hand are extremely subtle, making it nearly impossible for opponents to detect during combat. Consider this, senior sister. If during a battle you suddenly manifest the dragon grasping hand behind an enemy to strike, who could possibly defend against such an attack? With this technique, senior sister might have the chance to defeat senior brother Li at the year-end sect competition and earn a foundation establishment pill. You'd also have a better opportunity to secure a spot in the sect's 5 elements cave and the secret realm. These benefits the attendant mentioned made Yao Shi's heart flutter, but glancing down at her storage pouch, an awkward expression crossed her face. I've been experimenting with refining new pills recently, spending a great deal of spirit stones on medicinal herbs. My current supply is insufficient. Could you reserve this technique for me for a few months? I'll come back once I've saved enough spirit stones. Yet the attendant shook her head. Senior sister, you know this violates the rules. The deacon already went against protocol by asking you first before listing it on the shelf. If you truly lack spirit stones, it could easily be purchased by someone else. In the path of cultivation, falling behind at one step means falling behind at every step. Missing this technique could cause you to miss many more opportunities, and by then it would be too late to regret. Perhaps you should ask a friend if you could borrow some spirit stones first. Like this direct disciple brother beside you, the attendant suggested. A look of difficulty crossed Yaoshi's fair features. She let out a bitter smile. Never mind. If it's meant to be, I'll be fortunate. If not, it's simply fate. Her beautiful eyes fell upon Yi-chun. Forgive my embarrassment, junior brother. I came from a loose cultivator background and only entered the sect due to decent talent. Even with alchemy skills, resources have always been scarce. Moreover, having devoted myself entirely to cultivation and alchemy, I haven't cultivated many friendships. Junior brother, let's go. With that, Yaoshi cast one last reluctant glance at the jade slip in the attendant's hand before turning away. Watching this unfold, Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. At first this scene seemed somewhat normal. But thinking carefully, didn't it resemble the tactics of gold-digging women from his past life, who would take wealthy men shopping? They were simply browsing for leisure only to suddenly discover something they desired. But funds were insufficient. A wealthy man eager to please his goddess would never suggest borrowing money. Instead, he would simply purchase it for her, directly basking in her admiring and grateful gaze. The scene unfolding before him was strikingly similar. Senior sister's schemes ran quite deep. In that moment, Yi-chun immediately understood. This senior sister appeared warm and enthusiastic, but was actually quite cunning beneath the surface. That female attendant might very well be one of her own people. However, senior sister Yaoshi's approach was relatively restrained. Her intentions were not so blatantly obvious. Her tactics were far superior to those materialistic women from his past life. After seeing through it, Yi-chun's smile grew even brighter. For Yi-chun, he did not fear opponents who wanted to take advantage of him. On the contrary, Yi-chun only feared encountering a completely desireless female cultivator with unattainable aloofness. Being able to see her but never touch her, that would truly be torment. Besides, this dragon-seizing technique sounded impressive and seemed widely applicable. He wondered what it would transform into after the 30-fold feedback. Thus, Yi-chun flicked his wrist and retrieved 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bracelet. I will take this dragon-seizing technique. It was a pity that the cultivation world lacked credit cards. Otherwise, Yi-chun felt that greeting her with a cheerful "Sawasdee ka" would certainly be more imposing. Upon seeing his spirit stones, the female attendant was momentarily stunned. Yaoshi also turned around and smiled immediately. Junior brother also desires this technique. That is wonderful. It is far better that you purchase it than my competitors. Yi-chun clicked his tongue and nodded. Looking at her acting skills, they were far superior to Sun Ruoshin's. As the senior sister of Qingyun's sect, she certainly had her ways. Yi-chun immediately shook his head and accepted the jade slip from the attendant. Senior sister, what are you saying? Snatching something others love is not the conduct of righteous cultivators. What this junior sister said also makes sense. In the cultivation world, one step slow means a lifetime behind. If she loses this technique, senior sister might miss her foundation establishment opportunity entirely. Therefore, please accept it. Hearing this, Yaoshi's beautiful youthful face was filled with surprise. No. I have only known junior brother for a short time. How can I accept such an expensive gift from you? Absolutely not. Yi-chun smiled and stepped forward, taking Yaoshi's small hand and placing the jade slip directly into her palm. Senior sister, what are you saying? From the moment I saw you, I felt an immediate connection. You patiently answered my questions and showed me around the sect. In my heart, I have already regarded you as one of my closest confidants. Consider this gift a meeting present. If senior sister refuses to accept it, that means you do not consider me a friend. In that case, I will not bother you anymore, and we can pretend we have never met. While speaking, Yi-chun did not release Yaoshi's small hand. Yaoshi's hand was soft, tender, and smooth, feeling as delicate as gelatin. No wonder she bounced so gracefully when she walked. Hearing this, Yaoshi's fair face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. No. When I first met junior brother, I also felt something special and close. Among all the male cultivators in the sect, you are the only one I feel this way about. So, then I shall shamelessly accept it. A few months from now, I will return the spirit stones to you. Yi-chun shook his head. Senior sister, saying that still means you do not regard me as a friend. Yaoshi was at a loss for words this time. She could only say somewhat shyly, in that case, thank you, junior brother. At that very moment, Yi-chun's mind was filled with the expectant voice of the system. Gift given successfully. The gift was the dragon seizing technique. Feedback in progress. 30-fold feedback ongoing. Reward heavenly destruction hand. Detected that the gift bestowed by the host this time is extremely important to the match target, Yaoshi exceeding her expectations and causing significant emotional fluctuation. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward 1 day of phantom from the ancestor of the Chen family. Heavenly destruction hand is an ancient family technique of the Chen clan. The host may learn its knowledge from the phantom. TSK. Listening to the system rewards, Yi-chun's face showed satisfaction. The name Dragon Seizing technique was already domineering, but with Heavenly Destruction Hand emerging it was even more intimidating. An ancient Chen family hereditary technique. Although he had never heard of it, any force that could use the word ancient must be far beyond Qingyun's sect by countless times, a top-tier power. The family technique of such a prestigious lineage would undoubtedly not disappoint. This was the feedback from 30-fold female cultivators. Even an ancient technique had been revealed. He loved it. Not to mention the critical hit reward had also been triggered. Such a treasure must not be missed. It must be cherished properly. Across from him, Yao Shi felt Yi Chen's intense gaze as though he were looking at a rare treasure, and her fair face turned red. Although she had sensed his interest from their first meeting, she had never imagined his feelings would be so ardent. It left Yao Shi quietly amazed. After a long while, Yao Shi finally spoke softly, somewhat embarrassed. "Junior brother, I have already accepted the gift. Perhaps you could release my hand now." Yi Chen had been holding Yao Shi's hand since he presented the jade slip. Hearing her words, he came back to his senses and feigned embarrassment, reluctantly letting go of her small hand. The embarrassment was acted, but the reluctance was genuine. Yao Shi's hand felt truly exceptional. It was a waste to use such hands merely for alchemy. "Junior brother, shall we go?" Yi Chen nodded and followed Yao Shi as they walked outward. After wandering around casually for a while longer, Yao Shi looked at Yi Chen with embarrassment. "Next is my alchemy time. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you further. Perhaps another time." Of course, Yi Chen himself also wanted to return and cultivate the technique the system had just fed back. It was a perfect match. Therefore, the two soon bid farewell and parted. On her way back, Yao Shi looked inward at the jade slip in her storage bag, her heart filled with complex emotions. Since learning from the rumors that Yi Chen, the newly appointed direct disciple, was a devoted admirer, Yao Shi had harbored other thoughts. So today she tested the waters to see if the rumors were true. Unexpectedly, she discovered something astonishing. Yi Chen's generosity toward female cultivators far exceeded her imagination. A technique worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet he had given it to her, without even hesitating. How immense must his wealth be? Therefore, Yao Shi's heart was truly moved at this moment. Powerful disciples of Qingyun's sect mostly had family backing. The better the talent, the greater the family's support. But Yao Shi was different. She had no family behind her at all. She had relied solely on herself. The path she had walked was extremely difficult. And because of insufficient resources, she lagged slightly in every aspect, always missing out on major opportunities when they appeared. Achieving foundation establishment seemed an eternity away. But the emergence of this elite simp, Yi Chen, gave Yao Shi hope. Just as she was pondering, Yao Shi spotted Sun Ruoxin. Upon seeing Yao Shi, Sun Ruoxin immediately smiled and came over cheerfully to greet her. However, Yao Shi felt somewhat awkward inside. After all, in a sense, she was about to steal the other girl's devoted admirer. The elder had asked her to casually look after Sun Ruoxin. Yet in an instant she intended to take her suitor away. Although cultivators did not care about face how many good senior brothers and sisters had turned against each other over opportunities without hesitation. Still, Yao Shi felt slightly embarrassed. Thus she merely nodded coldly and swept past. After Yao Shi had gone far away, a displeased expression appeared on Sun Ruoxin's fair face. She is nothing but an outer sect senior sister, nothing but at the 9th layer of chi condensation. What is she so proud about? Humph, the one who admires me, Yi Chen, is a direct disciple. Is he not far superior to her? However, when Yi Chen saw me last time, he did not even tell me about this matter. He had the opportunity to become a direct disciple, yet only gave me an ordinary Qingyun token. He keeps all the good things for himself. What kind of love is this? Next time we meet, if he does not give me sufficient gifts, I will never forgive him. Thinking that she still had Yi Chen as her devoted admirer, Sun Ruoxin's heart swelled with pleasure. She felt her future was full of promise. However, when Sun Ruoxin arrived at the mission hall to look for suitable tasks, she heard the latest rumors about the new direct disciple from surrounding disciples. The new direct disciple fell in love at first sight with senior sister Yao Shi, directly taking her to Qingyun Market and purchasing a technique worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones as a meeting gift. Giving such an expensive gift upon first meeting, the simp identity of the new direct disciple was completely confirmed. Upon hearing all this, Sun Ruoxin's expression turned anxious. My devoted admirer has gone to worship someone else. How is this possible? No wonder Yao Shi had looked at him that way today. It wasn't indifference, it was guilt. Sun Ruoxin grew more agitated the more she thought about it. She had treated Yao Shi as her senior sister. Yet Yao Shi had stolen her fawning suitor. How utterly despicable. Especially since there had been several attendants from Qingyun workshop present at the time. The scene was described in vivid detail. A spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The senior sister couldn't afford it. But the newly promoted direct disciple had waved his hand and bought it outright, intending to give it to her. The senior sister had initially refused to accept it. But that newly promoted direct disciple Yi Chen had insisted she take it. The other disciples couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a toady in this world? A spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. How precious it was. And yet he had to beg her to accept it. Toadies were truly shameful. Sun Ruashin's face twisted further as she listened. A spell worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones. And now when she was so desperately short of resources, Yi Chen dared to give such a precious gift to someone else. It was utterly outrageous. All of this should have been mine. Yi Chen clearly liked me so much. Why did he do this? Could it be that he was deliberately retaliating over the fact that I didn't invite him inside last time? How could Yi Chen be so petty? Not letting him in was only proper female caution. If Yi Chen truly loved me, he should have supported me. Instead of understanding he actually did this to provoke me. Does he even care about me anymore? And he dares to say he loves me. I was willing to accept that dual cultivation technique for him. A huge sacrifice on my part. And yet Yi Chen treats me like this. Sun Ruashin immediately stormed off toward Jian Peak to confront him. However, standing at the foot of Jian Peak, facing the barrier before her, without a token she found she couldn't go up. Sun Ruashin bit her silver teeth, her eyebrows, like shooting stars, trembling slightly, her lips pale with rage. This isn't over. The next time I see Yi Chen, I'll point right at his nose and demand to know why he treated me like this. If Yi Chen doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I will never forgive him. Sun Ruashin huffed back to her residence. Not long after, a female cultivator from next door came to her door. Junior sister Sun, we're going on a mission and need a talisman maker who can handle beast materials. Would you like to join us? It'll take about 2 weeks. After this trip you can expect about 40 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Sun Ruashin felt nothing but disdain. A mere 40 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen's casual gifts to her were worth far more than this mission's reward. But now Sun Ruashin had hardly any spirit stones left. Her father couldn't support her in the short term either. Earlier, to get Elder Kong to relent, he had spent a great many spirit stones on bribes and favors. He had even borrowed heavily from his former fellow disciples. Now that she had entered Qingyun's sect, through Yi Chen, Elder Kong had shown no open displeasure. But her father could no longer hold his post at Qingyun workshop. He had to rely on his skills as a talisman master, making and selling talismans to repay the debts. And in Qingyun's sect, without resources, she could not advance a single step. In the end, under the pressure of reality, Sun Ruashin, who had looked down on such meager pay, could only nod in agreement. She promised to go to the Internal Affairs Hall the next day to accept the mission. In Sun Ruashin's mind, leaving for 2 weeks was fine. She thought that Yi Chen had given that gift to Yao Shi just to provoke her. He would surely come looking for her soon. And when he did and couldn't find her, he would be frantic with worry. These 2 weeks would be the perfect time to give Yi Chen the cold shoulder, make him reflect on his mistakes. After she returned, she would handle him properly. She would make Yi Chen apologize to her. At this thought, a triumphant smile spread across Sun Ruashin's face. Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, Yi Chen was comfortably comprehending the heaven-slaying hand. It was indeed an extremely formidable spell. Even with the phantom of the Chun clan ancestor triggered by the critical strike, Yi Chen still found it quite difficult to grasp. This puzzled him. When he had comprehended the Great Joy Zen earlier, he had progressed rapidly even without an ancestral phantom's guidance. It had given him the illusion that his comprehension was decent. But now he realized, his talent only worked for dual cultivation techniques. How absurd. But despite his poor comprehension with the meticulous instruction of the Chun clan ancestors' phantom, Yi Chen's progress was still steady. 3 days later, Yi Chen stood halfway up Jian Peak, facing a pile of rubble. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. But suddenly 50 meters away in midair, a half-meter-long purple golden hand materialized. The purple golden hand appeared with astonishing speed, as if it had condensed in the blink of an eye. The next moment it slammed down. The rubble exploded as if struck by a missile, debris flying in all directions. For a technique just learned, this power was impressive. Yi Chen was very satisfied. But what delighted him even more was the heaven-slaying hand's stealth. Now Yi Chen could manifest the heaven-slaying hand at any point within 100 meters, almost silently. In battle, he could suddenly strike from behind his opponent. Truly impossible to defend against. Moreover, the heaven-slaying hand was not only for offense, it was also quite flexible. For instance, it could directly grab a huge boulder. Very convenient. It could be used to seize enemies and such. The only drawback was its heavy consumption. As a chi-refining 6th layer cultivator, he could only unleash 6 heaven-slaying hands before his spiritual power ran dry. But that was not a bad thing. As his cultivation improved, his stamina would naturally increase. After summarizing his gains and losses, Yi Chen, somewhat tired, returned to his courtyard. The treatment of direct disciples was excellent. Fresh beast meat was delivered daily along with the finest spiritual rice and vegetables. This gave Lu Jing ample room to showcase her skills. Young master, you're back? Please eat quickly. Today the Internal Affairs Hall sent first stage late phase spirit deer meat, very fresh. Paired with spiritual orchid and spiritual vine, it tastes exquisite. Please sit down, young master. Seeing Yi Chen, Lu Jing immediately boasted. Lin Kuer, not to be outdone, quickly began changing Yi Chen into comfortable sleepwear. She set out the dishes and chopsticks. Chen inhaled the aroma and smiled. Home with two beautiful maids enjoying exquisite cuisine every day. Life was truly pleasant. Chen took a light bite of the spirit beast meat, looking at Lu Jing with satisfaction. The flavor is excellent, Lu Jing. Your cooking skills keep improving. Come to the meditation chamber later, and I'll guide your cultivation. Hearing this, Lu Jing beamed with joy. The young master's guidance for cultivation was not dull at all. It was filled with pleasure. Not to mention that it boosted her cultivation even more efficiently than training alone. Being chosen for guidance first, how could Lu Jing not be delighted? Beside her, Lin Kuder's face, like a first love, fell into discontent. She muttered something under her breath. But Lu Jing paid no heed, simply showcasing her culinary skills earnestly. Seeing Chen eat happily, she smiled from the heart. Chen, savoring the spiritual meal, smiled at his two maids with their contrasting personalities. Then he thought of senior sister Yao Shi. 30 times the reward. He had already sent her a gift. And when he reached Foundation establishment, there was 100-fold reward for his master. All of this made Chen feel immensely content, as if even the life of an immortal could not surpass this. As for Sun Ruoxin, she had long been cast from his mind, not even a memory. Senior Brother Yi, I have come to Sword Peak to inform you that the Five Elements Cave will officially open next month. So, I am here to confirm whether you intend to use your permission to enter the Five Elements Cave this year. As a direct disciple, you are entitled to one entry qualification every 3 years. Chen's days residing on Sword Peak were exceptionally comfortable. His master was distant and cold. She had not appeared since the day she brought him in. Clearly she cared nothing for this disciple of hers. She simply ignored him entirely. Yet there was a certain freedom in being left alone. Food, drink, and cultivation resources were all delivered directly by the Internal Affairs Hall. When he had nothing else to occupy him, Chen would cultivate on Sword Peak. He trained throughout the day and continued into the night. Exceptionally diligent. His only other activity took him to the sect's Grand Plaza. He would meet with his senior sister. They would attend lectures together, browse the shops, and he would conveniently happen upon items she needed, offering them to her as gifts. This way he could earn a 30-fold return. The previous week, his senior sister had let her interest in a top-grade hairpin artifact slip through subtle glances. Hard to notice for most, but impossible for Chen to miss. It could withstand a single barrage of intense magical flame, making it particularly effective against wood element techniques. Priced at 10 mid-grade spirit stones, his senior sister had gazed at it with unmistakable reluctance before looking away. She then continued walking as if nothing had happened. But how could the #1 simping disciple of Qingyun sect fail to notice? Chen generously purchased the spirit stones and presented the hairpin to his senior sister. This time no critical hit triggered, but at the 30-fold rate, he still received 30 top-grade hairpins in return. Once he found the time, Chen planned to sell them off externally. That would net him at least 3 high-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones transformed into 3 high-grade ones. Such was the advantage of a high multiplier. Compared to this, Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold return paled significantly. This only reinforced how crucial Yaoshi was. Chen had already made his decision. Before reaching Foundation establishment, he would devote himself entirely to courting Yaoshi. Without a second thought, unless another female Qi refining cultivator offered an even higher multiplier than Yaoshi. However, Chen had recently done some investigation. Among the female disciples of Qingyun sect, Yaoshi stood out as having the highest talent and cultivation base. For instance, the other direct disciples were all male. So who else was there to court if not Yaoshi? That day, an attendant from the Internal Affairs Department arrived unexpectedly, respectfully, bringing Chen a new message. The Five Elements Cave would open next month. During this period, Chen had grown increasingly familiar with the sect, and therefore understood well the function of the Five Elements Cave. To break through to Foundation establishment, a cultivator needed to accumulate an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The more profound the energy, the greater the chances of breakthrough, and the stronger the Tao foundation they would forge. In ancient times, there existed the 5 elements pill capable of expanding a cultivator's sea of qi. It could be said to be, for those in qi refining, the most important pill after the Foundation establishment pill. But after the end of the ancient era, when heaven and earth underwent cataclysmic changes, the materials needed for 5 elements pills had nearly become extinct. Only a few ancient 5 elements pills remained. But without the materials to refine new ones, they were like a source without roots, gradually diminishing with each use. After all these years, 5 elements pills had faded into legend, completely gone. And the 5 elements cave was the solution devised by later generations. Using formations to simulate the ancient pills, absorbing the qi of heaven and earth to transform it into 5-element spiritual energy, helping cultivators expand their dantians. Yet the materials for the 5 elements cave formations were extraordinarily costly. Only sects like Qingyun sect with golden core elders could afford them. Furthermore, the conversion efficiency was extremely low. The 5-element spiritual energy produced in a year might barely suffice for 3 or 5 qi refining cultivators. As for Qingyun sect's 5 elements cave, The annual output could barely support 5 cultivators. Moreover, allocating all entries to direct disciples would discourage the ordinary members. Thus, direct disciples were restricted to 1 entry every 3 years. The remaining quotas were open to competition among ordinary disciples. That was why they had to first consult the qualified direct disciples before confirming the leftover allocations. And now, facing the attendant's inquiry, Chen hesitated. For Chen had heard that the 5-element spiritual energy inside the cave had to be seized. Enter, find a spot, sit down, and begin cultivating. Until it was depleted, whoever absorbed faster and more gained the greater advantage. Higher cultivation meant absorbing more and gaining greater benefit. So Chen considered whether he should wait 2 years before claiming this quota. By giving it to Yaoshi later, he could absorb more himself and perhaps receive even better returns. Judging by his current cultivation pace, day and night, he would definitely break through to the 9th layer of chi refining within 2 years. However, at that moment, a crimson figure appeared on a sword landing before Chen. Chen clearly saw the silhouette behind her slender waist. Such a figure was rare enough to be unmatched throughout the entire cultivation world. Without needing to see her face, Chen knew his beloved master had arrived. The attendant dared not meet Gu Yunyun's gaze and immediately bowed his head. Greetings, Sect Master Gu. Gu Yunyun ignored the attendant, turned directly to Chen, and spoke with an expressionless face. You will enter the 5 elements cave this year for cultivation. Chen. He had thought his master completely disregarded his fate. Yet now she suddenly appeared. This warmed Chen's heart. He vowed that after reaching foundation establishment, he would repay his master doubly, with utmost care and devotion. But Chen was somewhat curious as well. Why did his master want him to go this year? Wouldn't it be better to wait until his cultivation was higher? Perhaps sensing Chen's confusion, Gu Yunyun spoke calmly. This year Qingyun sect's spiritual vein experienced an unusual surge. The 5-element spiritual energy converted by the 5 elements cave is 60% higher than in previous years. With the opportunity to cultivate in the 5 elements cave, you might be able to break through to the late stage of chi refining. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Without hesitation, he nodded. Thank you, master, for the reminder. Then with a touch of displeasure, he glanced at the attendant and said coldly, I'll take it. This fellow wasn't honest. Such a significant matter, and he hadn't informed him. The attendant looked embarrassed. He had no choice. Elder Chen believed giving the 5 elements cave quota to Chen was a waste, especially with this year's extraordinary results. Transferring the quota to more talented disciples would benefit Qingyun's sect. That was why he was specifically told not to mention it. What else could he do? Now exposed by Sect Master Gu and resented by this direct disciple, Chen, he could only lower his head and say, very well. In 2 days I will bring the entry token to you, senior brother. After saying this, he hurriedly departed. Gu Yunyun didn't wait for Chen to speak, rising again. Cultivate diligently within the 5 elements cave. Do not miss this opportunity. Gu Yunyun's visit today, besides reminding Chen, was also driven by curiosity about whether he was merely putting on a strong front. After all these days, Chen hadn't rested for a single night. This had thoroughly disrupted Gu Yunyun's long-established biological rhythm. Yet upon seeing Chen, there was not a trace of exhaustion. His aura had actually increased slightly compared to when he first joined the sect. This sparked a hint of expectation in Gu Yunyun toward Chen. Her disciple didn't seem entirely useless after all. After coming out of the 5 elements cave this time, he should make some progress. At the very least, in the future sect competition, he shouldn't be overwhelmed by too many ordinary disciples. Otherwise, even Gu Yunyun would feel somewhat ashamed. Watching his master depart as swiftly as the wind, Chen quickly bowed. I will never let you down, master. Once his master's fiery figure disappeared from view, Chen bowed his head and began to ponder seriously. What kind of reward would he receive after gifting the 5 elements cave entry quota to Yaoshi? This year the 5 elements cave's spiritual energy was abundant. The value of the 5 elements cave quota was certainly higher than in previous years. The rewards he received should not disappoint him, right? Would the system directly gift him a personal 5 elements cave? One he could enjoy exclusively. What? Only 1 quota for the 5 elements cave this year. Yaoshi, on her way to the inner affairs hall to register, widened her beautiful eyes upon hearing the steward's words. The steward was also helpless. Didn't the sect gain 1 more direct disciple this year? The number of direct disciples has increased to 4, and all 4 of these direct disciples have chosen to enter the 5 elements cave this year. So the quota left for disciples below the direct disciple level is only 1. Upon hearing this, Yaoshi's expression grew somewhat stiff. She had broken through to the 9th layer of chi refining last year, but the competition for the 5 elements cave quota was too fierce. She hadn't fought for it. This year those senior brothers at the 9th layer of chi refining had either failed their breakthroughs or reached the age limit and left the sect to handle various mundane affairs. Among ordinary disciples, only Shi and Li Xiaoyao were at the 9th layer of chi refining. Yaoshi had thought she would definitely secure the 5 elements cave quota this year. This year's 5 Elements cave was overflowing with 5 Elements spiritual energy. It seemed heaven itself was helping her. And yet only one quota remained. Li Xiaoyao had reached the 9th layer of Qi refining 3 years ago, and had attained the Great Perfection stage. His Qingyun sword technique had reached the peak of mastery. His strength was not much different from those direct disciples. The difficulty of competing with Li Xiaoyao for the last quota was simply too high. Yaoshi was truly worried. Resources within the sect were limited and needed to be fought for. If she failed to enter the 5 Elements cave this time, her cultivation would not advance. She would not even dream of winning first place among ordinary disciples at this year's sect tournament to obtain a foundation establishment pill. The saying, "one step behind, always behind," was truly not an exaggeration. It was the true reflection of the cultivation world. After completing her registration, Yaoshi with sorrow in her phoenix eyes lost interest in her originally planned pill refinement and returned to her small courtyard to rest. In Yaoshi's courtyard, a female cultivator was practicing. Upon seeing Yaoshi, she smiled and spoke. "Senior sister has returned. Your courtyard has such abundant spiritual energy, far better than mine. Thank you for letting me use it." If Yi Chun were present, he would recognize this female cultivator as the attendant from Qingyun Market that day. Yaoshi shook her head, signaling there was no need for such courtesy. The female cultivator noticed Yaoshi's low mood and asked curiously, "Senior sister seems to be in poor spirits. Has something happened?" Hearing this, She sighed, her voice full of pathos. "This year's 5 Elements cave has only one quota. I'm most likely no match for senior brother Li and may miss the 5 Elements cave again this year. It seems I'll have to wait another year to break through to the foundation establishment stage." The female cultivator looked confused. Why only one quota? Even if all direct disciples enter this year, there should still be. Oh, it's that new direct disciple. He's entering the 5 Elements cave this year too. That's such a waste. He's only at the 6th layer of Qi refining, right? His speed of refining spiritual energy must be slower. How can he compete with the other direct disciples? Anyway, he won't absorb much even if he enters. It would be better to let that quota to senior sister. He likes you so much. Shouldn't you go ask him to give up his quota? That way there would be 2 quotas for ordinary disciples. Besides Li Xiaoyao, no other disciple would be your match. That would secure it. Having figured out the problem, the female cultivator immediately offered Yaoshi advice. However, Yaoshi smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although Yi Chun likes me, he is not truly foolish. This year's 5 Elements cave has a spiritual energy surge, and the effect will only be better than in previous years. Any cultivator who wishes to break through to foundation establishment would not miss such an opportunity. But the female cultivator was unconvinced. Who says he's not foolish? I've heard he even gave away his quota to enter Qingyun's sect. I've seen that Sun Ruoxin, and she's far inferior to you, senior sister. Yi Chun could give Sun Ruoxin a quota to enter Qingyun's sect, so he surely wouldn't be stingy with you. Therefore, senior sister, you must give it a try. Yaoshi shook her head. You silly girl. Yi Chun is now a direct disciple. What does that prove? Yi Chun knew all along that he could join Qingyun's sect and had a better future, which is why he gave Sun Ruoxin the Qingyun token. If Yi Chun hadn't become a direct disciple, do you think he would have given away the Qingyun token? Hearing this, the female cultivator finally reacted. It did make sense. This direct disciple everyone called a simp who would even give away his life for Yaoshi. Well, he didn't seem quite as ridiculous after all. But even so, he was quite generous. The female cultivator suddenly had an idea, her eyes lighting up as she leaned close to Yaoshi's ear. Senior sister, why don't you just give yourself to Yi Chun? I saw it last time. Yi Chun's gaze when looking at you, especially from behind, was very careful. If you give yourself to him, he definitely won't be able to refuse. Ouch. Yaoshi gently flicked the female cultivator's forehead with her slim hand, glaring playfully. What nonsense are you talking about? Go practice, or if you don't want to, just go back. Yaoshi would never actually do such a thing. Although Yi Chun was now a direct disciple, his talent was poor and his cultivation was low. Within 2 years, whether he could even maintain his direct disciple status was uncertain. And herself? She was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, only 1 step away from foundation establishment. They might seem close now, but once she broke through to foundation establishment, their statuses would be worlds apart. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly sacrifice herself to Yi Chun for a single 5 Elements cave quota? It was not worth it at all. So she would never consider the female cultivator's earlier words. But the female cultivator did have a point. She could hint to Yi Chun about how important the 5 Elements cave quota was to her. If she could convince him, that would be a pleasant surprise. However, Yaoshi did not hold great hopes for this. She was still prepared to compete with Li Xiaoyao for the quota. Previously, whether it was the dragon seizing hand technique Yi Chun had given her, or the top-grade defensive artifact hairpin, they were all preparations for the year-end sect tournament. After all, if she won first place among ordinary disciples at the sect tournament, she could obtain a low-grade foundation establishment pill. With a foundation establishment pill, her chances of successful breakthrough would increase. Moreover, even if the breakthrough failed, the foundation establishment pill could protect her meridians, giving her another chance to attempt the breakthrough. So Yaoshi had started preparing long ago. Therefore, Yaoshi was not so despairing. Even if she truly faced Li Xiaoyao, she might not lose. However, Li Xiaoyao's sword chi was sharp, and ordinary defensive artifacts struggled to block it. Perhaps she should find a way to get Yi Chen to gift her another top-grade defensive artifact. That way her chances of victory would be greater. Tomorrow was the day she would attend the Elder's lecture. Yi Chen would also come, but not to listen to the lecture. Instead, he would sit in the back silently staring at her. That gaze made her feel awkward even during her Qigong fasting. Yaoshi actually did not like being stared at by Yi Chen this way, as she even felt somewhat repulsed. But, for foundation establishment, such a small sacrifice was worth it. Yaoshi decided to wear an outfit tomorrow that would better accentuate her figure, letting Yi Chen have his fill of looking. That way when it came to gifting her a defensive artifact, he probably wouldn't be stingy. Yi Chen might even seriously consider giving up his 5 elements cave quota for her this year. In short, the immortal path was difficult. To reach the peak Yao, she was willing to gamble everything.